Have we got anyone in here? Hola, mi amigos and amigas. Have we got anyone in here? They come in and drop out. Ooh, motherfuckers. Yeah, I wanted to talk to people. Somebody said that I should do my own StreamYards, so maybe I should try to do my own StreamYards so that I can have people come on up. Where's the how do you have people come up to your panel? Do I even have a panel? How do you use this thing? Let's see if any Northwoods Press comes up here. Let's see if anybody from Northwoods Press comes up here to talk. Hello, KT. Glad you came here to say hi. Hey there, how's it going? Hey there, how's it going, KT? No, it's going okay. As far as it could be, I guess. I'm basically at the point of filing lawsuits. That's good that you've been doing good. Wow, Michigan Constitutional Crusader. Hey, what's up? What's up, brother? Muchas gracias. Thank you, Michigan Constitutional Crusader. You're my brother too, bro. You're my big bro. You're smarter than me, better than me, more agile, everything. And that's no joke. Yeah. I was Nikki from Wandering Hippie, Hippie Auditor. She told me to make my own StreamYard because people want to talk about some of the issues that is important to me, but it's kind of hard to talk about issues that are important to you on other people's panels. But at the same time, I'm going to try to hopefully if people come up on my panel, then um, I want to talk to the people is what I'm trying to say. Sorry. Tapatíos. Hola, mi amigo. Gracias. Gracias por coming in aquí. Sorry, mi español es poquito. I'm kind of a Spanglish speaker at the moment, but I'm trying to do better. You know. Everything is as okay as it was yesterday, but nothing's okay at the same time. I'm still being maliciously prosecuted in the state of Nevada. There's things to that too because I filed a lawsuit against Nye County and the state of Nevada, and the state of Nevada sent me a letter back saying, "I don't think you're supposed to be suing us. You're supposed to be suing Nye County." And it's like, oh well, then why did Nye County put the state of Nevada on all the malicious prosecuting paperworks against me. If it wasn't the state of Nevada's business. Oh, is that because Nye County is acting maliciously against people in the name of the state of Nevada, but not telling the state of Nevada about their malicious prosecutions? Could be. Hey, Mitten State Media, it's good to see you in here, brother. Thanks for coming by to see what it was up. I'm not sure how I can invite people up on a panel right now, so maybe if anybody knew could help me out, that would be awesome. Yeah. You hate Nevada, huh, bro? Hmm. That's easily done. I grew up there since I was 7 years old, so like I have spiritual ties to the land. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily in the state of Nevada, but the the actual physicality of being there is the mountains and the trees and the rocks and the forest and shit like that. Oh yeah, yeah. It's sad that you only stayed in Vegas. Because like Vegas and Reno are the big cities or whatever in Nevada, but they're basically the unrepresentative of the state of Nevada. Of Nevada or of the people that are around the geographical location that people know as Nevada. Drop the link if anyone wants to come up. They click it. Okay. Thank you, Katie. Where do I find the link at? Sorry, I'm hella new on this one. Witless just needs to go. She is just as ignorant as brain dead Biden. Yeah, I'm not sure who Witless is. I, I'm scared of them public service agents, especially now that they're talking about. Or, they're not talking about it. I guess they did make some kind of deal with El Salvador to cage humans in their prisons. It's kind of weird. I already know that. First they started with the Jews, and then they even put the Jew sympathizers in the prison. So, I hope you don't have any Hispanic friends or Latino friends. Otherwise, you might become a Hispanic Latino sympathizer, and you might have to go to El Salvador or something like that. Maybe who knows? Maybe you're a biker, and they label your biker gang as a terrorist organization. Maybe you might end up at Gitmo or down there in El Salvador, locked up for the rest of your life, convicted of no crime other than being claimed by somebody else to be in some kind of gang that they think that they know about, which they have no idea about. That's basically the gist of the United States knowledge of cartels or who may be a cartel member. They have no fucking clue, is what it really is. Um, oh, Whitmer of Michigan, huh? Okay, Michigan Constitutional Crusader. I'll look into Whitmer of Michigan. Mittens, where does he get the link? I've never used the StreamYard. I just panel. I don't go live yet. Yes, same here, Katie. You're awesome. Next time, just look it up on YouTube how it works. Oh, okay. Okay, Tapatios. I think the link shows on the StreamYard side, but not sure. Hey, what's the matter? What's the matter, you? What's the matter, you? Hey, I don't know. My butcher and everything. State media. Dang, MCC. That sucks, man. I hope you have the ability to find their loopholes or another way to fight back. What did a felony disorderly conduct and two misdemeanor disorderly conduct charges? Oh fuck no! Come on, disorderly conduct. These fucking situations are not equivalent to an emergency, rising far above a substantial evil, and they're calling it disorderly conduct. We've known for a lot of time that they've been using this shit for their own private gain, where the end result is our slavery to their bullshit. But we all know that. But I'm just saying, sorry guys. Hey William L, good to see you. Thank you for coming over to say hi. I don't know how to use StreamYard yet, William L, so I'm kind of fucking, I kind of just like Nikki over on Wandering Hippie Auditor. She told me I should start my own StreamYard, so I'm giving it a try, but I guess I'm bit off a little bit more than I could chew. I don't even know how to find the link to drop it in the chats. For one, I got comments up. Do I go to banners, media assets, style, or scenes? There's a thing that says more, private chat, post comment. Come on, where could I? Maybe I can find a link up here. Copy link. Okay, I think I'm gonna just figure it out on my own without even needing any help because I'm crazy. Sorry about that. Okay, does that link show up in YouTube, my fellows? What link? I can drop it. Just copy link. Yes, you got it. Oh, badass. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Yes, the link shows. You got it. Badass. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Helping a brother out. It works. Okay. So then, okay, now let's see. I got to figure out how to find you guys if you guys want, if anybody wants to come up on panel. What's the matter? You should have that life under a microscope come up on panel. Hopefully, it won't be too disrespectful. I haven't even done nothing to the fucking guy, but he sure seems to hate my ass. You know, but yeah, definitely. Well, let's talk. Now you have to look backstage to see people waiting. Okay, let's see, backstage. How do I find backstage? MCC? Mike? Guess. Okay. Oh, badass, Tapatios. Oh, man, I'm honored. Let's see. Here we go. Add to stage.
Hey, you found me.
Hell yeah. That's cool.
Hey, so when I was out in Nevada, right? I was out there like almost 90 days ago.
Okay.
And I was staying out of Franklin and Pickles. That's like southeast of Vegas.
Yeah, it's almost down by Boulder City, Henderson area, huh?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's Henderson is probably like 30 minutes away from there. You know, because
Yeah,
I'm
it's
at
like a while, huh?
yeah, I was actually like you could say Eastern. Um, what are those other streets? Eastern. I was like 15 minutes away from Las Vegas Boulevard.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. I usually stay on the street in Reno, Nevada. My first year on the street was 2005, and I usually stayed in Reno, Nevada, which it gets like 3 feet of snow in the wintertime. It goes like 17 below and all that stuff. But I'm used to it. I stayed out there 365 days. Sometimes, I mean, yeah, you just have to put a rain fly up some nights, and usually a sleeping bag will do.
Yeah.
Um, but I figured, man, this year I'm gonna try Las Vegas, because I was um, I was staying on the street in Reno, and I was going to the boxing gym every day. And I heard that there was a bunch of good boxing gyms in Las Vegas. So, I was thinking, man, it's really cold. It's really cold here in Reno, and I try to see what Las Vegas bees like. But I go down there in the wintertime, and I expected it to be a lot warmer, but man, it was only kind of a little bit warmer. It was horrible. And then I didn't realize that Las Vegas was like 70 miles wide and 90 miles tall. You know?
Yeah, the elevation you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about the length of the city from the north side to the south side and from the east side to the west side.
Oh yeah, it's not that it's not too far. It's not really too far. I think you could cross it like in 45 minutes or less.
Well, when I went down there on my bike, I mean, in Reno, I use a 21 speed with a bike trailer and to carry my stuff. So I have mental problems, right? So like I have like antisocial disorders. I don't like people. I don't like to hang around a lot of people. When I'm comfortable with people and I like people, I like them. But I don't really like to hang around a lot of people. I feel uncomfortable. They might try to touch me, and I might have to
Yeah,
defend myself. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
me either, bro. I don't like to be around a lot of people because once I'm around a lot of people, it makes me think like, okay, what is this individual wants, or what is he up to? What is he gonna do? So I really don't like to hang around with a lot of people, bro. Especially if you don't know those individuals. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, for sure. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say hi to. Here's the deal. Thank you for coming here, bro. Uh, NH Mountain Girl, woo fucking woo. Um, Say hi to Northwoods for me. Thank you guys. Thank you guys all for coming and boosting up my spirits, making me feel loved. Thank you so much. I love you guys too, like honorably. Um, let's see. What did Brian say? The first thing. So how did you really like Vegas? What was it like for you?
Well, I mean, I went out there because of work, bro. I have a lot of family out there, but I really don't associate with them too much because I mean they've been out there like for 30, 40 years. And then some of them I don't even know them, meaning that they grew up out there. And the only reason why I know them is because before, well, I used to go over there and meet them, but then it was like I wouldn't be out there for too long. And this last time I was out there, I was in Southeast Vegas or East Vegas, whatever you want to call it.
Hmm.
And I was actually looking for work, but the majority of the work, like good jobs, you're gonna have to go through unions. But majority of the jobs out there, they're union jobs, and I mean they pay good, bro. Because when I went there, that's like $46 to $48 an hour. But
Yeah.
the thing about it was that there was not that much work, and I had some family members, and majority of them are in the union, but it was like kind of hard to get in there. So I
Yeah.
was like, I
Yeah.
was like, yeah, you know what, I'm out of here, man. And one day, I just out of nowhere, I just hopped in my car and I'm out of here. So I went back to California.
Yeah, that's the hard part about getting a union job is because you want to be able to get a union job because you want the security and the reliability of them, kind of helping you find a position, and then on top of it, you want the job security, and they pay good and everything, and they're really supportive of you and your work. But the only problem is getting in there. They make you feel like you're for the first part of trying to get into a union, it makes you feel like you're like a construction union, I should say. It
Yeah.
makes you feel like they make you kind of feel like you might not be worthy. They kind of make you feel like you may not be welcome here. But once you get in there, then you feel basically welcomed as far as them helping you find a job and everything. But you're really just on your own. But then you got to remember to pay them dues. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Yeah. So when I went to the union out there, right? It's close to Henderson, but I just didn't go over there just to, oh, hey, you know what, I need a job. Are you guys hiring? No, because I'm actually a union worker. So what I did, I called the union hall out here in Arizona, and I transferred my union to Nevada. So it was like a transfer from state to state. But of course, I mean, you're new to that union office, so I mean, they're gonna choose the people that's been there first.
Yeah.
So it was not like if I was just going and applying and then you gotta pay your due, your fees and all that. No, it's just that I'm a union worker, and when I go out there, all I do is, hey, you know what? I'm from this local union on this state, and all I'm doing is transferring, or I did transfer my union thing out here. But when I was talking to that guy, right, to Chris, that's his name, Chris. I was talking
Hmm.
to that dude. He was the representative for the construction site, and he's all like, yeah, well, I mean, it's understandable, you're getting transferred and all that, but you got to remember that we got, people that's been here longer than you. I was like, I mean, I don't mind, I mean, I know, seniority or whatever it is, they got first dibs. But then it was like it took too long, bro. So I was like, the little money that I had, I was just spending it on food and gas and things like that. So I was like, nah, you know what? I'm gone. I'm out of here.
Yeah, that's understandable though, bro. Because it kind of gets hard trying to try to get there, but then it only takes one setback to fall short, but you have to
Yeah.
try and try and try. You know what I mean, to get something. But yeah, you know, you're cool, man. You're good at painting, and you do your business. You know what I mean. I
Yeah.
watched you that one day. Remember?
Yeah, because I have different trades, bro. I got like four different trades. You know what I mean? I could do painting. I could do drywall hanging. I could do framing, and
Oh, I bet.
other things. Not just a painter, but my strong point is actually painting. But at the same time, I enjoy painting, bro, because it's like a meditation for me. I see it as a hobby. I
Mhm.
see it as once I'm done with a project, it makes me feel real good. With framing and all that other stuff that I know how to do, which I know how to do it, it's in the end of the day, it's too painful, it's too tiring, and it's actually like really, really hard labor. And
Mhm.
painting, of course, it is labor, bro, but you're not carrying, rods and 2x4s
Mhm.
and bricks and cement and stuff like that. So that's why I stick to painting, bro, because I also know how to do epoxy, plaster, and shit like that. You know what I mean? But that's more like for side jobs. That's more like for side jobs. But I'm familiar with all that.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I want to say what's up, Howie, or Mile High Community Channels. Thank you for being here, Sci-Fi Bride. Uh, much love, bro. Sci-Fi Bride is one of the guys that was in uh, Trent Goodbody's live stream when Freedom from Government. Trent Goodbody, he he let me use his phone to record my protest of the public service agent that was harassing me. And uh, Trent Goodbody, he was Freedom from Government. He has like over 100,000 subscribers on his channel, So when he saw me down there protesting, he's like, "Here, man, take my phone," and got it on his live and everything for me. And yeah, freaking Yeah, he's one of the originals that Sci-Fi Bryce saw me get, unlawfully arrested and attacked for my protest. They didn't like my words. They didn't like how I was saying name and fucking badge number or name and fucking employee number or whatever. But by the way, Sci-Fi Bride, I filed an affidavit of change of status because they were trying to make this public defender like my power of attorney or some shit. And I didn't even want her to be my public defender. I've got many emails that's protester. Well, anyways, I wrote a affidavit of change of status, and then I wrote a motion default, which basically asked the county to show probable cause within the lawful amount of days that due process, which was 15 days, or default. So they failed to show probable cause on any of my charges. But the district court, the battery upon a peace officer was bound over to district court, while the three, I wasn't taking the deal for the battery on a peace officer, so they stacked 3 charges on me. They gave me a stalking charge for the public service agent that I protested outside my home. But anyways, they dismissed the charge. Anyways, Sci-Fi Bride, they dismissed the charge. They summary judgment for lack of probable cause. They dismissed the battery on a peace officer charge. So basically, it's an affirmation that the deputy walked over from where he was standing about 10 or 15 yards away from me and shoved my ass, and then arrested me for my defense against his unlawful shove.
Man, that's fucked up.
Yeah. It would have been fucked up even worse if the deputy would have said, "You're under arrest," and then touched me. Or if the deputy would have said, You're being detained," and then touched me. I wouldn't be able to defend against that. But you can defend against police brutality even if you are under arrest. But at the same time, that's a gray area. But since the deputy never told me I was under arrest or detained, he had no lawful authority to put his hands on me. And it wasn't until after I defended myself against his unlawful shove that he says, "Now you're under arrest for battery upon a peace officer." And yeah, but that's basically what I was originally arrested for. But the day before he attacked me, fucking the Jim Basinger dude tried getting out of his truck and walking at me, threatening me, and I defended myself against the Jim Basinger dude who was saying he was going to stuff my camera up my ass as he was walking at me as I was holding the camera. Huh?
Who's that?
Oh, it says public service agent that's been harassing me since 2010. I have the video on my channel. He was.
People like that, you gotta be really aware of, bro, because they could actually retaliate and do something or send someone or things like that.
Oh shit! I'm a targeted individual in my county. It's Nye County. It's the county right next to the county Las Vegas is in.
Yeah.
I'm a targeted individual. It's like what I told Delete Laws. I'm a male Sarah Page. For many years, the first time I was arrested for freedom of speech issues, I was arrested at 12 years old. Might have been 13 years old. It was 12. It was 12 or 13 years old.
What the hell?
Yeah. That song, "Give Me Fuel, Give Me Fire, Give Me That Which I Desire," woo, or I can't remember how. Oh yeah, or whatever. That came out on the Rock 104.5. I was getting ready for school that morning, and they were like, "Oh, here's a new song from Metallica, Fuel," something like that. And so basically, my 7th grade teacher was named Mr. Burns, so he was being a little jerk to me.
Mr. Burns.
Hey, Four Corners. Tarot Destroyer.
Hey, I can't see nobody's comments, but I want to say hi to everyone and please hit that like button and support.
Hey, Lady Smokes a Lot. Little sis. You got quite a few cool people up in here, Tapatillos. Modern Retro Radio, thank you for coming and saying hello and listening to whatever I'm saying. I decided to go live because Nikki from Hippie, Wandering Hippie or Hippie Auditor, whichever one you know him as.
Yeah, Wandering Hippie.
Yeah. She's like a regular on Wandering Hippie's channel and on his panels and stuff. And I like Nikki. We don't always get along, but at the same time, you know, she's definitely an intelligent human being, and she's loving. You know what I mean? But she told me I should get my own panel, you know, so that people that wanted to hear what I had to say could, you know, come over and, you know, because she said something like there's a lot of people that like my comments on the internet, you know what I mean, or on the YouTube or on Facebook. But sometimes my opinion is not often liked. I get in a lot of arguments with people because, you know, sometimes I argue over the smallest shit, but it's really important to me. But I'm just trying to get everybody else to see the importance that I see so that maybe, you know, I can have a bunch of peers, you know, my fellows, all my fellows. I want all my fellows to know the things that I know so that maybe if they get in a situation, they can use that knowledge to combat some of the stupid shit that the public service agents do to us. You know, like one of my biggest stupid things I should not even just I shouldn't even protest. I shouldn't even say. I shouldn't even argue. But a lot of people are legal this, legal that when we're supposed to be lawful. You know, and there are a lot of legalities out there, right? So I'm not saying nothing's legal and nothing's illegal, but the things that are lawful, like rights are based on the law, not agency policy legalities. So like an agency can tell you that you can only catch 3 trout, right? But the only thing is that's the legal policy that you can only catch 3 trout. But if you catch 4 trout, I mean, I'm not saying be excessive and catch 1,000,000 trout and you can only eat 3. I'm saying if you catch 4 or 5 on, you know, basically because that might be what you need, that might be illegal. But the only problem is it's not unlawful. You see what I'm saying?
It should not be something that you should be penalized for.
Yeah, you know, excessive, unresponsible, intentional actions that intend to commit harm, like maybe maybe catching like 40 fish when you only can eat 1 or 2. It's basically excessive. But I'm not saying anything. I still don't. I'm not asking anybody to enforce something like forcefully on them, you know, but yeah, it's not it might be illegal, but it's not unlawful is what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean?
Yes.
There's actually no law against catching 5 fish, but there is a legality against catching 5 fish. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. There's a difference to what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to say that there's a difference between legal and lawful, and you know,
yes,
a lot of people. I see a lot of channels on the internet that are like Law Talk with Mike for one of them. His channel's literally Law Talk with Mike. But when I watch his channel, all I hear is him say legally this, legally that. Paloma aquí.
Paloma aquí. That's right.
Yeah. No, she only speaks Spanish. Yeah. Paloma, aquí, por favor. Gracias. Aquí. I showed I showed her on Northwoods panel before. Sancho, come around here, girl.
Hi everyone, how's everybody doing? Hi. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's crazy because when I first came here to Mexico, I was living in a tent, and I seen this crazy dude outside my tent one early in the morning. It was like only been here for 3 days. I didn't know how to think. I'm a white guy from the United States. I was indoctrinated in the same public school as everybody else in the United States was indoctrinated in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I have like four to six friends here in Mexico that I've had since like 20 uh 2013 or 2014 area, 2015 area. I met by they were human rights activists, and I was a human rights activist in the United States. I was following the Bundy stuff that was happening to the ranchers in Nevada, and then I met like four to six Mexicanos, in Mexico, and I talked to them for a long time. I spent like almost 10 years studying the United States of Mexico's Constitution, because
Yeah.
it's a federal republic, it's a sister country to the United States of America. That's what people don't even talk about. They try to like act like Mexico is so far below the United States of America when actually it's almost the same exact country, only one pays less,
Yeah. And see, another thing, now that you touched on that, another thing is that I don't know if people don't know this, or probably people do know this. Once you hit deep down south, like deep down south, you got Central America. I don't know if
Oh
people
yeah,
know what Central America is. That's like Salvador, Nicaragua,
yeah,
Honduras, Guatemala, Panama, right? And then right above that, you have a whole different continent, which is South America, which is Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Venezuela,
yeah.
Uruguay, Paraguay, you know,
Argentina,
yeah,
Bolivia.
yeah. So a lot of people confuse a lot of those other countries with the Mexican culture,
Oh,
because
definitely.
of the Spanish speaking,
Well,
the
they
only,
they they assume that people coming from Mexico that are actually Mexicans coming from Mexico, they try to tell me that those people are coming to the country because they're so oppressed, and it's like no, no, Mexico is far from oppressive. The United States of America is far more oppressive than the United States of Mexico. It's just that here, like if I go to work a concrete job here, I get paid 500 to 900 pesos a day. But if I go to the United States of America, I can get, over $100 a day.
yeah,
So I'm making $25 to $35 a day here, but I could make $100 a day to like $130 a day in the United States
yeah.
or more.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Cause
it's like,
in Mexico, bro. In Mexico, I mean, I don't know too much about their pay rate out there, but I do have family out there, and right here, let's say a construction job will get you at least $1,000 per week. You get what I'm saying? And in
mhm,
Mexico, the most you'll get is like $500 per week. Like $500. You know.
yeah. A good pay here is 4,000 pesos a week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's almost
I
five hundred
believe.
dollars.
No, 500. Yeah, about 4,000 pesos a week.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like 4,500 pesos is almost like $500.
yeah, yeah. 20 pesos for $1. So basically, $25 is 500 pesos.
Yeah, there you go.
So basically, yeah. it's just easier for a good Mexican man to go make, $100 a day there. That's like making 4 times what you would make in Mexico in one day. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yes.
So it's only logical that a good Mexican man would go there to feed their family. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're talking about like a different country further south, they might be going to America for reasons of oppression, but not if they're Mexicans. Mexicans love their country. This is a very good country. This country is since I've been here, I've seen 3 times the amount of honor than I have in the United States of America. It's just different here,
Yeah.
Um, people here, if you want to take your trash out, you take your trash bag. You don't even put it in a trash can. You just take it out to the sidewalk, and everybody places the trash in the same spot of the sidewalk. And 2 times a day, they come and pick up the trash, and nobody has to pay for it. It's all
Wow.
paid for it's all the government. You see what I'm saying? The government actually gives you services here.
Oh shit.
You, they don't they don't make you pay for your trash can and then put your trash in the trash can, or else you get fined. Uh, then you have to pay the taxes to make the guy come around and uh, you know collect the trash, and they only come and collect the trash 1 time a week in the United States. You know what I mean? It's like, it's horrible. That's authoritarian. Basically, the person who's taking the trash out in the United States, or the people, they're basically the ones doing the job. They're the ones doing all the work, while the trash guy just comes. And in the United States, they don't even throw the trash into the back of the truck no more. They got a little arm that stretches out and grabs the can and then raises it up and dumps it in the truck. You know, and then those public service agents that are doing that trash job there in the United States, they think that they're the ones that have the hard time. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
horrible. It's horrible.
Not only
Yeah,
that, like
yeah. You're walking down the sidewalk in Mexico, and you see a heap of trash there on the sidewalk, but they pick it up early in the morning, right before light, and then they dump it at about 8 o'clock at night after the sun goes down. So basically, right before the sun comes up and right after the sun goes down, they come around and collect the trash. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, you see a pile of trash on the sidewalk, but nobody gets fined for not, putting their trash in the right area. Nobody gets fined for like, nobody, you don't have to pay excessive fees. It's more freedom. It's freedom. It's just like what Brian from Here's the Deal said. Reminds people of is that, I think it's Benjamin Franklin's comment, or maybe Thomas Jefferson's comment. It says if you trade freedom for safety, you deserve neither safety or freedom. And that's how it is here. Is that it's a lot freer here, but it's a little bit more dangerous of a freedom. It's like here, dogs can be on the street. Dogs have rights too. They're just living. I mean, if they do something like they harm somebody, the people get rid of those dogs. You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
But for the most part, the dogs are just out here and they don't even harm people. They walk around. They like kind of come up to you, and if you like them, you can give them some food and everything. And they like to get petted and scratched. Some people are scared of dogs, so the dogs bark at the ones that are scared of them. I don't really have I don't have too I don't have too much of a problem with dogs. Dogs naturally find me, like I take them under my wing or whatever, like I
Yeah.
take care of. But yeah, dogs are awesome, and they're all over out here. And yeah, some people do get bitten, but that's the dangerous part of freedom. In the United States, you can't even walk a dog off a leash. It didn't even bite nobody, but your ass is in trouble for something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, wow, that's the freedom. That's the freedom country right there, with all those Karens that are just like, how dare you have a lemonade stand? Did you pay your permit? You know, it's like, oh, damn, slave driver, I'm sorry. Uh,
Yeah, every country's different, bro. You know, I mean, you just gotta get used to where you're at. You know
okay.
what I mean? That's that's
Uh,
that's all it is, brother. But every country has its bads, its goods, their problems, issues, law problems, people going crazy everywhere. It's everywhere, brother. You know what I mean?
hmm I
It's
worked
just what
with
you
a
make.
lot of,
It's just what you make out of it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. I
Respect
want
is
to
a
read some
lot.
of these comments. What's up?
Respect is a lot anywhere you go. You know.
Oh, big time.
But you
I
know what?
just,
I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to get down because I got a shower, brother. And it
okay,
was
yeah.
nice. It was nice being here in your first StreamYard chat. Believe that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
You take care of yourself, man.
Okay. Thank you for talking with me. That was awesome talking with you, and I'm pretty darn happy that a Hispanic or Latino male was the first one that was on my channel, StreamYard. You know,
All right, brother. You have a good one.
mucho
God bless you,
gracias,
man.
señor.
Take care, man.
Okay,
All right.
you too, Sean. And you're from Cape Cod, huh? That's cool. Thank you, Sean, for coming by and saying hi. Sean says, I worked with a lot of Mexicans on the cranberry bogs in Massachusetts. We housed them for free so they could send all their money back home. Very hard workers and great people. Some of my best friends. That's awesome. That's very awesome, because, you are helping misunderstood portion of humanity uh, do something that they might not be able to achieve on their own. Even though it sounds like it would be easy because, like you said, you house them for free and help them for free, but they sent all their money back home. Well, I'll tell you right now, they need to send that money back home. It means, a whole lot to a whole lot of people. They love their family more than anything. They're so good to their family. So they don't just take care of themselves, they take care of entire families. And I'm not just talking about 7 children and a mom and a dad. I'm talking about like aunts, uncles, cousins, brothers, sisters, children, 30, 30 to 50 strong sometimes, it's awesome. And these people are great people. They're just like Americans. There's a lot of Americana here in Mexico. They are great people, great freaking people. What's the matter you? And you'll also end up finding you have neither safety nor freedom. Seriously, everyone have a blessed night. You too, Tapatios. America Uncensored. Thank you for coming over and saying hi. That means a whole lot to me. I heck of appreciate your intelligent comments when I see you in chats and on comment sections. Hello, NH Mountain Girl from Michigan Constitutional Crusader. I still got 6 people up in here watching. Sorry I didn't say hi to everybody as they came in, but I really appreciate you all. And Mexico's new president is sus, though. I think she's a low profile Zio puppet. Yeah, well, I don't know anything about that, but at the same time, it may be self evident that might be the case. In truth, uh, I think that Mexico should not do like what the United States does, and like Claudia Sheinbaum said something about, or she was getting congratulated by President Trump, like, or I say President Trump, but not our president. We're free men of the nation. I'm talking about the president of the Union, of the United States Union. Congratulated Sheinbaum for stopping, or I mean, they didn't even prove to stop or slow anything down. It's just that they mentioned it on the news that they stopped and slowed something down. So they got like a congratulations for stopping and slowing things down, but I don't see any proof of any stopping and slowing anything down. But they're just like running with it. But yeah, it's pretty disgusting that they have a border down there on the United States, our country. You know what I mean? And they think that they can stop anyone from freely traveling and moving. It's the human right of free travel and movement. I shouldn't. As a as somebody as a human being on Earth, I shouldn't have to ask to walk from Honduras all the way to Canada. I should be able to walk from Honduras to Canada without even being asked a question of where I'm from, where I'm going, who I've been with, all of that stuff. Where's my documentation? Where's my paperwork? Where's my green card? All of that stuff. That's identification. I'm seriously surrounded by people in the assembly. I call it an assembly because we have the right to assemble. Instead of calling it a community or like a movement, I like to call it an assembly because we have the right to assemble. Anyways, yeah, people in our like rights advocation thing, in our struggle for rights, I should say, they often tell the cops, "Oh, you want that ID like crack." But then at the same time, some of the same people that make fun of the cops want an ID like crack, they're asking Hispanic human beings. They're saying all immigrants, but I don't really see any Polish people getting targeted or any, you know, uh, people from Holland. They don't really, they're not really getting talked about in the immigrant circle. You know, they don't have, they're not making deals with, they're making deals with El Salvador to house these immigrants, but they're not making any deals with like Russia to house any immigrants. I don't get it. But anyways, any of the like a Holland immigrant. There's an immigrant from Holland that didn't ask to be in the United States, which would be free travel. If you don't ask to be in the United States, you're actually freely traveling. But so they find some guy from Holland that didn't ask to be in the United States. Are they sending them down to Guantanamo Bay or El Salvador? I wonder. I didn't really see 12 the 12 people on that plane that went to Guantanamo Bay wasn't necessarily from Spain or Holland or France. You know, that's all I'm saying. That's right. It only does harm to block people. Instead, simply remove any suspect special benefits or motivations for people to come here. Just don't interfere with either way. That's a good point. Basically, that harkens back. What's the matter you? That harkens back to the whole point that the public service agents, um, they have us paying the fees. They have us basically poor, broke, and on welfare. What they tell us that we're supposed to sign up for welfare, Medicaid, and all this stuff, when actually those implementations would more suitably be put on people that were like, or on the persons that are the employees of the government, because they're the ones that are not even supposed to be getting paid to perform their obligated duties. Their duties are obligated. They have to perform their duties. It's an obligation. They can't say, oh, you didn't pay me $50, so I'm not going to do that. You're not paying me enough to do that. That's too far above my pay grade for me. No, I'm not doing that. No, that's not how the provisions of law. The provisions of law set to regulate his or her official conduct say that they are not supposed to be seeking private or financial gain for their performance of their conscientious duties. I don't know any other way to say that, but that's not my opinion. It was written before I was born in the ethics, the provision of law set to regulate his or her official conduct, which is known as the Ethical Manual for the United States of America and for the several states. You know, basically, yeah. So, yeah, travel wherever we want with no need to show papers. It's all about control. Exactly, Sean. It is. It's about control. If you're controlled, are you free? No, you're not free. You're controlled. It's a control to if I demand your papers, you're gonna be like, what do you mean my papers, bro? But if a cop demands your papers, you're like, let me get it out of my pocket. I'm not gonna go to it for it too fast. You might shoot me, but okay, here's my. I safely got my papers out of my pocket. Here's my identification card. Here's my registration papers. Here's everything that you want, sir. It's pretty sad. My one of my biggest problems is that I fucking can morally and simply think that that's not right. I used to say on Facebook way back uh, I haven't been on Facebook in a long ass time, so I don't comment on there no more. I switched over to YouTube because it's more informative as far as the shit I need to see. I don't need to say hi to my fucking aunts and uncles all the fucking time and have friends on my YouTube channel always looking at my cute little emoji posts. That's not what I need. I need to be talking with other fellow human beings about our rights and our freedoms. But yeah. Anyways, yeah. I often used to say if I had my identification tattooed on my ass when I was born, before I came out of the womb. If I came out of the womb and the fucking identification was tattooed on my ass, that would probably be natural. You know what I mean? But since it's not natural, I don't fucking want it. We will not allow ICE or policy officers on our construction job sites. Hell yeah. Don't give them jurisdiction. We gotta protect our brother and sisters. Yeah, see, I love what you stand for. That's pretty badass, Sean. Thank you, bro. I don't know exactly who you are, but you said you're from Cape Cod area. Um, I think that that's pretty damn noble. The stance that you're taking too, because like for one, the human being has a right to perform duties for others. For a contract to set, a certain standard of compensation for their labor. So, like, if I was born green with a big ass fucking purple blob on my face, I should still have a right to ask somebody if I can labor for them and if they will compensate and to set a term of compensation for my labor, whether I am white, brown, green, American, Indonesian, anything. Okay, got to go, brother. My premiere is starting. Peace out. That's awesome, Michigan Constitutional Crusader. I should probably just go and get over there too because, like, I just came here to talk about the things I really want to talk about, and I was hoping, that people would want to talk to me about it too. Hear me out more than I get heard out on other channels where I try to remind people. I think that I'm not trying to remind people. You're actually all my fellows. Like you're all my brother, and you're my family. we're only one. We're a human. We're a human race. We have we're humans. There's only one of us. Even though there's physical differences, that does not mean that we're not like the same. The differences are beautiful. I would hope. I've actually. This says I've been on here for like what is that true that that was an hour? Man, Tapatios had me entertained hella good. Peace out, Michigan Constitutional Crusader. If you're still here, or yeah, or if you're gone, thank you so much for stopping by. William L, you're pretty cool. Thank you for being here. And there a couple of you are already moderators on my channel. Like, what's the matter, you? Yeah, William L, and what's the matter, you? I didn't even have to make you moderators. You just were moderators. Modern Retro Radio, you're so cool, and America Uncensored. You guys are, you guys are really cool. You guys are always awesome in the comments. You guys make awesome comments, is what I mean. Like, you're not awesome to me in the comments. Your comments are obviously awesome, and I can agree with a lot of it that you guys say. And bing, bang, boom. That's what I'm trying to say. Sorry. Peace out, Michigan. Does anybody want to come up on the panel? I mean, I would love to talk with some of you. I would really even like to discuss with people that hate me about stuff that you guys want to always say it on me about. Not all you guys. I'm just saying the ones that do that want to argue against rights. I would. It never does any good. How can we further rights if we don't discuss them with people that don't think that we should have them? And one of my arguments is always that they hate rights for anybody but themselves. If you punched somebody in the nose that didn't the people that troll against rights, if you punched them in the nose, I bet you 3 days of Sunday they would basically start crying or fight back, which is their right to defense, or tell daddy, the cops. Whichever one of those three they would do if you punched them in the nose. But here they are on YouTube saying, you don't have rights. How much do rights weigh? Um, all this crap. And I don't mind if you cuss on my panel, and I don't mind if you get heated on my panel. I actually appreciate it. I've been told I was stupid before. I've actually had mental illness since I was 3 years old, or 3 years old. Well, actually, since I was 3 years old, but like I was born with mental illness. Sorry, but since third grade, sorry, I got dyslexia too. So, I think that many of you have already heard me say that too, because everybody that came in here tonight is fucking basically talked with me before. I don't know what I'm doing. I guess I could go back over to Inferno. What's up? I guess I could go back to somebody else's panel, which I love, but it's at the same time. Nikki said I should try to start my own panel, so maybe I could talk with others that want to, talk about some of these things. So here's my attempt. But at the same time, I like Northwoods Press panel because it's the most inclusive one, and they've been so kind and gracious to me. And then Wandering Hippies panel. I don't really know any others because basically I don't. I think Eli has a panel called the People's Podcast, but I heard about that one. I think I've been over there to listen, but I've never been up on panel on Eli's channel. But he's badass. There's a lot of good people. Even there's so many good people, even the ones that don't like each other. It's funny. I try to like everybody, but and oh, look at there's a guest. Oh, definitely. What's the matter? You're gonna have to tell me. Invite guests to the studio. Send this link to your guest. Yeah, I've already done that. Did What's the matter, you? Okay, hold on. Add to stage. There we go. There we go.
There you
Man,
go.
I seen a picture of you
Oh, at the end of my
on the thing. That's
music
cool.
video?
You look cool, bro.
Oh, thanks. Well, on the end of my music video?
I know it said before you when I said to put you up on the stage. There was like a, it didn't come up as "What's the matter, you?" and it had a guy
Oh,
looking,
okay.
with a hat.
Okay,
He had a
yeah.
hat on.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, that's a while back. I don't look that cool anymore.
Yeah, same here with me.
I think I'm probably 35 in that picture, and I'm 48 now.
Wow. Okay, I'm 42 now.
I can't even
So
believe it.
you're not much older than me. Oh, I know it's hard to believe, isn't it?
Yeah, I got really sick at like 31 too, and to me, it's like all the time since then, it's just been a blur of sickness and homelessness and everything else, and it's just been lost to me basically all that time.
Man, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, and
I've
the
kept my
time
studies
is.
up the whole time.
Go on.
No, I just said I've kept my studies up the whole time, my autodidactic kind of studies.
Yeah, that's badass. I like how you use, like some of the same terminology as Chili when he says autodidactic studies, which is not Chili's terminology. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, you know,
No, I got you.
he
Yeah.
tries he tries to tell people that he's an autodidactic learner, and they try to be all like you have to go to some accredited school to be a learner. You know what
And
I
no,
mean?
yeah, yeah. I don't understand. I thought everyone knew that word pretty much at least if you've graduated high school or been to university.
Yeah, if nobody could learn unless you went to a accredited school or learning institution, then why are there even teachers outside of these learning institutions? You
That's
know what I
right. That's
mean?
right. That's right. And I don't put a whole lot more. I mean, I was at university for almost 9 years, but I don't put a whole lot more stock in that than what I can learn on my own on the outside especially with the right mentors and whatnot. But I'm just saying, if you have done those things, then you should definitely know what autodidactic is, or you didn't get anything out of what you did
Yeah.
as far as
Well.
going to school.
Uh huh. Man, life is crazy.
Yeah, it is. It is crazy. It is very crazy.
Hmm. We're taught to be something, and then that makes us feel like we're never going to be good enough. And then by the time we realize that we don't need to be good enough, it might be too late. Hopefully, we learn sooner. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's hard to let go of that too. I mean, my dad's a cop sucker, and I was one of the bigger growers around Portland here and importers for years, getting people their medicine that needed it before it was legalized.
Hmm.
And he's not really against against MJ so much, but he was against breaking the law. No matter, it's like he's do what you're told rather than what's right, or in
Yeah,
spite of what's right kind of a person. And I'm a do
yeah,
what's
like
right in spite of what you're told.
yeah. Even if it's immoral, you better
But
do what you're told. That's
yeah,
scary.
it is
But
scary,
that's
and
how
that's
a lot of our parents was. So don't feel like left out. Sorry about that, bro.
oh yeah, no, lots of my baby boomers were brainwashed to that.
Big time. That's
Most all of them.
that reminds me of a thing about the cartels. Remember back in the day when the baby boomers were getting raised? They got raised in a little bit different way than we got raised. Like we got raised up around like rap music and fucking MTV and all this other stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so obviously we're going to be a little bit different than our parents, which they call the boomers. You know what I mean? But
Uh huh.
all I'm saying is that like since I've lived here in Mexico, I've had a lot of friends, and a couple of my friends actually are like, if they sell drugs, then that they're quote unquote cartel people, right?
Right. Right, because they'll stop anybody else. Right.
Yeah, which is gang related activity, right? Which is the cartel is another word for gang.
I've heard they're pretty nice about warning people and stuff, though, and it's only those who like seriously persist.
Well, but in all reality, these guys that are like my age that I hang out with here,
Yeah.
they're just human beings.
Yeah.
We cook
If a law was
food,
on their side, they would use it, but it's not on their side. So they have
we
to make
live
their
and
own
we
law.
laugh. Dude, like last night I was hanging out down by the ocean, and that's where you do not go at nighttime. You know what I mean?
Really?
Yeah,
If people
because
don't miss anything.
well, they supposedly smuggle drugs through up and down the beach, right?
I see.
But basically, a lot of these people are homeless people, right? Are just homeless people, really, just trying to live and get along, And a lot of them are on like methamphetamines. I don't do meth, but I smoke weed. So they totally accept me.
That I've never liked uppers.
They totally accept me as their friend. And last night, like shit, I was hanging out. There's two really good friends. There's one guy, they call him Apache, and he's a really cool ass dude. And I went to see him last night. So me and two of my other friends walked down there to see him, and then he stays on the beach with a lot of others. And basically, yeah, it was pretty damn cool. But yeah, I was in one of the supposedly most dangerous places to be. And then some of the cops, they say, they stop me and say, "Why are you hanging out, or why are you with this guy? Where is he taking you? Is he going to rob you?" Like they think that I'm supposed to be since I'm a white guy. They think that I'm supposed to be scared and not hang out with these guys, and that they're just going to rob me and everything. And it's like, hey, grandpa, police officer, these are not like they might not like. They must not be your type of cartel members or something, because you want them to be robbers and thieves and stealers and criminals. But for me, they're like friends.
Right. So they say that to you, not recognizing? They don't recognize you from around there, or what?
Well, no, I'm obviously like a white guy from the United States.
Yeah, that's
okay?
why I think they would. That's why I would think they would get used to your presence pretty quick.
Yeah, they know. I've been stopped. What is it? I think it's 6 times now.
Just on
I've been stopped 6 times now. I was only asked for identification twice, but when I said no, they said identification, and I said no, and they're like, "Where's your identification at?" I said, "I'm a human being," and in Spanish it's humanos derechos, or derechos humanos, right?
Yeah.
So basically, that's all I tell them is derechos humanos, and they don't even freaking press me any further for you absolutely do not have to have ID to be here. That's not one of the human precipices or whatever.
Right. Well, you're not supposed to have it here either, but
yeah, you're not really supposed to have it there. If anything, that country should be even more not have that there.
We should be even more not needing it. You mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. No, I got you. I just wanted to clarify.
The United States of America, or otherwise the country that we supposedly was born in, they should be way more. They should be way more freer.
And that's what I tell Life Under the Microscope and the other folks who I have a great deal of respect for him in general, but they seem to think that we have to have licenses and insurance and whatnot in order to otherwise people are just going to run into your car and drive off and you're going to be screwed. No, it's not. First of all, we didn't have cops here in Portland for like almost 3 years because basically more than half the force quit, and the other ones basically just stopped working out of protest. And so we did have a rise in red rums, but people were not driving. There was literally one motorcycle traffic cop in all of Portland, all 4 sections of Portland, one motorcycle traffic cop for those 3 years on duty at any given time. And we did not have a rise in accidents and hit and runs. And there were a lot more people driving around with, taillights out and whatnot, not worrying about it. But
That's awesome.
yeah, generally speaking, it's like if you had a system where if you want to be insured and have your vehicle be insured, you basically buy an uninsured driver's policy, and that's it. And so if you get hit by somebody else, the insurance company pays you, and then they go after whoever that is, if they can, who hit you, to get reimbursement. But that way, because the way that it's set up now is far worse of a scam on everybody.
Yeah. They've taken away your ability to contract with me. They basically try to make us all liable when it's really a civil issue. And what if I wrecked into your car and you didn't know that I was a multi-billionaire, and you were just thinking that we were gonna like make a deal on how I could replace your possessions, but I was gonna buy you like a fucking Lamborghini that you could turn around and sell. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the government showed up and made it to where you can't even make that contract with me. They just took me right to jail and basically scorned our civil issue. You know what I mean?
Well, it all goes back to them wanting to put in as many people in the prison industrial complex as possible. And we were warned about this. And of course, it's common freaking sense. If you allow prisons to start being for profit, then a whole crap ton of people who don't belong in prison are going to end up there.
Mm-hmm.
And they know once they get somebody in there for some stupid thing, you have to defend yourself in there. The places are dangerous. The guards are dangerous. The inmates are dangerous. So it's like you get in there just for one short period of time, maybe. Well, that doesn't mean anything because you could easily have to defend yourself or whatever and end up in there for a lot longer, et cetera, et cetera. And the whole probation and parole systems are designed to fail.
Mm-hmm.
They don't treat you like a human being. And so now we're going to have a ton of people that are coming out of prison actually in the very near future here who've been imprisoned over BS, and they're righteously angry. They are right to be mad. Their country turned on them and put them in a cement and steel cage and treated them like less than human, and they're going to have to come out into society now, and we're going to have to deal with them. They've been in their training to become a criminal when they weren't in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they committed an infraction, but they got sent to prison.
Yep.
How dare you have drugs? How dare you have I don't know. Drugs are the perfect example because drugs are basically everybody's on drugs. Okay.
And they couldn't bust me for the green and whatnot either. And then as soon as I got sick and started being low and I didn't have the money to defend myself or the health to defend myself, well, then they moved in and started doing a bunch of stuff like giving me this false DUI where I had 8 trials and they wouldn't drop the damn thing. I overheard the DA say that my UA was clean, which I already knew it was going to be. And it was just all BS in the first place. But my public pretender was working with them and I didn't have the money to hire a lawyer. So I ended up with a 15-year driving suspension, basically, and a DUI on my record. And 2 of them, actually, it's just insane, the story, if I told it to you, but I don't want to get into it. But it's insane. When I tell it to people, they're just jaw dropped because it's clearly true, but it's just nuts. But they use I'm not alone. There's so many people that they railroad people with DUIs in this country. It's just, yeah. It's their fallback if they can't bust somebody for something else or if they just want to make a lot of money.
Definitely. That's why I want guys like Michael Eline to come talk to me. I want to talk to like Michael Eline. He's a good guy. I want to talk to him. He's one of the ones I want to talk to because I actually feel like he's actually in it for human rights. You know what I mean? He
is, and I'm a friend of his. I consider myself a friend of his. I also have some qualms with him.
Yeah, me too.
I have some qualms with all the lawyer profession, though.
Yeah.
Why do they not speak out? They know better than anybody that this case law garbage, which is the justification for virtually all the police and court tyranny, whether you're talking qualified immunity, RAS, and other nonsense gibberish that undermines our rights, um, uh, uh, officer safety, and of course, the worst of all, which almost nobody ever thinks of or talks about, which is plain view doctrine. If the cops need a warrant in order to even examine you or to seize you, and anything that's not specified on that warrant, and it's got to be backed by a victim, of course, and anything that's not on that warrant, they've got to ignore. Well, then it doesn't make any freaking sense whatsoever if they're just there patrolling or on a call or whatever, that anything they see is fair game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if they see it, they still should have to go get a warrant for what they see.
Yeah, exactly.
Plus, on top of it, when they do the dog searches, yeah, it's just like asking questions. We have the right to ask questions. Well, the dog search, yes, they have a right to walk their dog around our car and let it sniff around. But my thing is that when it fucking alerts, it now has not just walked around sniffing. You know what I mean? As soon
Yeah.
as it alerts, what do?
And you can't face that dog on the
They
stand.
start searching.
And
So
you can't question that dog on the stand.
no, yeah, that's another point. But the realest point about it is that fucking yes, the dog can walk around your car sniffing, but as soon as it alerts, it has now conducted a search. It
Well,
initiated a search.
That's similar to plain view doctrine, which is fine for we the people as far as anything we can see from public. You know, of course we can record it. We shouldn't need any court rulings to tell us that. But
No.
but that's one of the things that's kind of incessant and evil about it, is because people get along lines of thinking, well, plain view doctrine is great in that way, but it's not great, because government agents, as soon as they run your plate in a system, or do anything deliberately, that is a search, an illegal Fourth Amendment violation. It absolutely is.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, it is.
even if they see two people pew-pewing at each other on the, it's, if they want to be brave enough to put a stop to it, that's one thing. But what we really don't want is them just unaliving everybody involved, because you don't know who's the store owner who's defending themselves that was getting robbed, and who's the robber, or et cetera, et cetera. That's why we see so many videos where police show up to crime scenes either during or after, and they end up brutalizing, arresting, or unaliving the victims.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, often the victim gets unalived. The victim can even be standing in an open field, and the cop comes in too hot and heavy and accidentally plows over them on their foot. You know,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Cops, whether you're a 20-year-old with a GED and 3 to 6 months of training in brutality and revenue generation, or you're a vet, or I don't want to say veteran, or you're 20 years on the force. Either way, you are not qualified to determine probable cause. The only people who can determine probable cause that are authorized to under the Constitution is a magistrate based on a victim statement.
You want to know why veteran is the proper term?
Why?
Because of somebody performing a service is a veteran.
Okay.
Somebody who's working a job is a retiree.
No, but you have to be in a war to be a veteran. Even if you're in the military and you're not during wartime, and you're in there during the wartime, you're not a veteran.
Yeah, that's crazy how that is. But at the same time, they're performing a service. It's supposed to not be paid for. That's what.
Well, they are paid for it, though.
My grandpa that did 40 years in the Air Force, he started in 47 and got done in like 80 something. It might have been 70 something. 40. Yeah, 80 something. It was 80 something. And basically he got mad. If you said, Grandpa, were you in the Army? He would say, I was in the service. But he was in the Air Force. He wasn't even in the Army. But he would get mad at you if you didn't say anything but the service. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because he didn't really. He went back in the 40s when he started. It was different for him. And then on top of what they get now, they get paid. They get bank paid now. You know what I mean?
Especially if they're a higher rank.
Yeah. The higher the rank, that's why every one of them wants to be an E3 or whatever.
Yeah.
because that means that they're getting the most pay. I swear these kids, they look at that, they're like talking to their recruiter and they got their sheet in their hand and their recruiter's telling them this and that about what they can do in the Army. But all they're thinking about is, oh man, I'm going to have to take this step to become the E1. Then I'm going to have to take this step to become an E2. And then I'm going to have to take this step to be an E3. And then that's when I can make a ton of pay. You know what I mean?
And they don't realize that unless you're it's like being a rock star or a basketball player. Unless you're a superstar, you're not going to go up until you've already done your initial 4 years to those levels. You know,
the tribe. Good to see you, bro.
Oh yeah, the
Thank
tribe
you for
is
coming by to stop by and say hi. If you want to come up on panel, I would appreciate it.
I was going to tell you, if you hit the chat thing, I guess you figured it out, but Topadios, I wanted to tell him, but I couldn't because he couldn't see my comments, which is ironic. But
Okay, sorry.
if hitting the chat thing down there, you can see the comments, obviously.
Yeah, I have to go to more and then go up to like private chat or post comment.
Oh,
I have
thanks, sir.
comments up.
Thank you, William. I see that you posted my link there in the chat. I got a couple of new songs recently that I think that I'm pretty proud of.
Dang, they had to march on the Washington Mall to get their pension, huh? Ooh, I can touch on your comment and then it comes up. That's cool. Let me post the link,
Absolutely.
even though I think William L is posting the links hella pretty good. Just in case you want to come up here.
Now I'm trying to get back into the studio. Oh, I see. Okay. I'm outside if anybody starting to get the sniffles here.
Oh, you're starting to get the sniffles?
Yeah, I'm outside. It's cold.
Damn, man. I don't want you to be cold, bro.
Oh, that's all right. I'm only going to be on here for another couple of minutes, and then I'm going to go inside.
Okay, no problem. You know?
Yep.
For some reason, I'm gonna have to copy the link again.
Do you know how to play videos from while you're the host here?
What do you mean, like bring up videos on the channel?
Yeah,
Channel?
on the yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't know how to do that.
I don't either.
If Inferno was in here, he knows how to do it.
I'm going through this stuff here.
Inferno's hella good at doing this shit. They had to march on the Washington Mall to get their pensions, huh?
Who did?
The tribe said his grandfather was in World War I vet.
Oh,
They had to march on the Washington Mall to get their pension.
Yeah. World War I. Wow.
Inferno, you'd be able to bring up some videos. It's for What's the Matter You, which is for me too, because I want him to be able to showcase the video if he wants. What video were you thinking of showcasing?
I don't know. I actually wasn't. I just was wondering, kind of curious. If you knew.
Okay.
Yeah. There was something that I kind of had on the tip of my brain and it just vanished. I hate it when that happens.
I hate it when things like that happen too. It's a real slap in the face.
In about 10 minutes after I get off here, I'll go bam, it'll come right in my head.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere. I think my cognitive decline has actually finally started, which I've been dreading that part of it. I hope it's not, but it seems like it might be.
Yeah. Okay, Inferno. I'll don't worry. I'll leave you in the back. Okay. I'll see the number down there and I'll go look to see if it's the guest. If it's you, then I know you're not coming up on panel. So I think MacArthur had troops clear them out. Dang. I bet they did have troops clear them out, tribe.
Yeah, they did, I think.
Yeah. Fuck. They don't care about our veterans.
What I wonder, what does the tribe stand for, or is that that username?
Yeah, that's his user. That's his channel name.
Right, but does it have a special connotation of some kind? I've always kind of wondered that.
Yeah, they never did they? The tribe. Sad. Sad state of affairs.
They never got their benefits.
No, they never did care about the veterans. The government.
Oh, the tribe is a pseudonym. Okay.
Hope all is well. Hey, Robert Wolf the second. Yeah, all is basically well. Thank you for stopping by, Robert Wolf. I know that we don't always see eye to eye in comments and everything, but I appreciate you and I like seeing your comments.
I should have gone out before I came in here and invited a couple more people whose phone numbers and stuff I have, but next time I will. Next time we have a stream.
Okay. I don't know how. I mean, this was a test run thing, so this is my first time. Usually, I got my brother to bring up the StreamYards because he's better than me. But this time, I just tried, because I don't have anybody to help me.
Yeah, everybody, make sure and hit that like button. All right.
I'll try to go live. I'll try to go do another StreamYard as often as I can, I guess. But yeah, it'd be awesome to hear from more people and everything. I would really, I mean, you were saying that I should talk with that Life Under a Microscope. And while I think he's kind of vile and sucky, but I still like him. I don't know what his problem is because seems to have a real big problem with me. But I don't really like. Sometimes I like his comments, and
Yeah, he's a very intelligent guy about a lot of
yeah,
things.
yeah, he is very intelligent on a lot of things. But for some reason, he wants to say some weird ass vile shit to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I noticed that too. I don't know what that's about, really.
He said something about my dead sister and all this stuff. It's like, whoa, bro, you're trying to make friends, aren't you? You know what I
He
mean?
did?
Yeah. No, because I was telling Chili that my big sister, she used to work as like
What we got here?
some sort of a person for the what is the kids jail called?
Juvenile or juvie?
Yeah, juvenile hall. She used to work as a counselor or some sort of maybe like a CEO, maybe even. She watched over the kids and talked to the kids and tried to make them feel good about their situation.
Right.
But she was on her way to work. Her boyfriend was actually worked at the same job or the same place. I mean that's public juvenile. There should be public service agents. They shouldn't be calling it a job. But I'm just talking from my indoctrinated side. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I went to the
yeah.
same public schools as everybody else did. Yes, I am. I am indoctrinated to a certain extent too. I'm
Yeah,
not
we all
perfect. I need a lot more information. Just because I try to remind people of a lot of information doesn't mean I know all the information. I need total help. Yes,
Yeah.
I am scared. You know what I mean? I'm not scared to say that I am fucking scared.
Hell yeah. If I had kids, I would be incredibly scared for them.
Oh yeah. Shit. Fuck. I'm definitely scared for the kids.
Yeah. I'm doing an experiment right now to see if I can get this to work on my headphones or not.
Let me go get my other phone, Inferno, and see if I can find something that I would like to show you.
Can you still hear me? I'm gonna go to chat and see. Am I still can I get a 5x5?
Yeah, I can hear you, but you're kind of blurry right now. But maybe that might be condensation,
No,
condensation on the.
I pulled the little tape thing that I have over. I keep tape over my cameras usually.
Oh, definitely. I usually do too, especially in the United States.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm sure at any given time, it doesn't matter. I don't do anything that anybody's going to see that's going to get me in trouble, but it's just still creepy.
Oh, I know it is. It's highly creepy.
I'm trying to tell, is that noise coming in my headphones or in my phone? Oh, it's still coming through the speaker on the phone. Okay, that's fun.
You know, that's one thing that I always try to remind my fellow people about is yeah, they try to bring up disorderly conduct, and they try to bring up like tint, for instance. Tint is not a matter that's an emergency that rises high above a substantial evil. So I don't know why. I don't know why. What am I trying to say? Sorry about that, guys. I don't know why they're stopping people for tint when it's not even it's not even a substantial evil. Substantial evil that people aren't going to die just because you rode past them with tint. Cops
Well,
aren't going to die just because they pulled you over and you have some dark tint that they can't see
or
through.
you have a air freshener hanging from your rear view mirror. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But what that is those are pigs that have gotten into the legislature, and they're passing all these laws to make it easy for cops to be able to make any excuse to charge you with a crime, take you to jail if they want to, if they don't like your attitude, or pull you over, or whatever you know. I don't know if you've seen the video. It's kind of funny. There's one where the cop has a guy pulled over and he's making a big deal about checking his tint and whatnot. And the guy doesn't want to cooperate with rolling his window up to the right degree to check his tint. And he's pretty angry about the whole thing. And he walks over and looks at the cop car. It's completely blacked out with tint. And he's like, "Look at your car. You can't even see. It's got the darkest tint possible on the windshield and the passenger windows. You know, blah blah blah." And the cop's like, "Yeah, we don't want you to be able to see inside." It's so ironic. It just blows your mind.
Yeah, it's very scary.
That's another thing
Scarily
that goes back to
ironic.
the plain. That's another thing that goes back to plain view doctrine too. The tint thing. They want to be able to look inside and see and hem you up on something when they have you on a traffic stop. And if your windows are tinted, that makes it a lot harder.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
surprised.
that's the truth. That's the true problem. If every car that's got stopped with tinted windows, dark tinted windows, shot cops in the face, I could see cops needing protection. I would even beg for their protection. You know what I mean?
No. Then you say no more freaking traffic stops. You know what
Well,
I mean?
the thing about it is, yeah, well, yeah, but
I mean, unless somebody's just robbed a bank and they're fleeing or whatever, even then, it's not really making the public safer to chase them unless there's somebody's life is in immediate danger, you know. But yeah, there's a lot of countries like the Philippines and whatnot where they do not do traffic stops. Now, occasionally they do have roadblock like checkpoints, but they just basically roll you through there. But they don't do traffic stops in a lot of countries because they understand how easily abused that is and how intrusive that is. There's nothing about privileges in the Constitution of the United States of America, and this country is set up for driving. If you can't drive, you're really handicapped by that, and you've paid, you know, out of your forced tax as tax cattle for all these set up roads and whatnot. So for them to be able to arbitrarily tell who can, you know, drive their personal vehicle around and who can't, and then you've got to, just like leaving the house stapling your ID to your forehead and your butt cheeks, you know, is the same as having to put a license plate on your car.
oh, definitely. You know, the thing, the way they're getting away with it is driving is a legal term. You know, so
Right.
like you like people are doing things that are legal
Yeah.
and lawful at the same time.
Right.
But
Driving
when it
means
comes to
you're working for commerce.
when it comes to the people using their cars, which using is a lawful term, not a legal term. You know, like you're
Yeah.
using, you have the right to use. So when you have a right to use, you should always be able to use, right?
Right.
anyway-
But if you're operating or driving, then you're doing it for commercial purposes.
Yeah. So what they try to do is they try to blanket. It's like it's not unlawful for me to ask you a question. So I can ask you questions if I want to, legally and lawfully. Okay?
Yeah.
But so what they're doing is basically just performing all these legal traffic stops on people and hoping that the people don't realize that they're doing something which might be legal, but it's unlawful. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
I actually.
when it comes to
disagree with
the
that.
legalities of it, if you have a license plate on your car, if you have the state license plate on your car, legally, they can pull you over for nothing. Legally, they can.
I mean, I think personally, I kind of.
But unlawfully.
I would advocate for just getting rid of that distinction altogether, because under the supremacy clause of the United States of America, it's not legal either.
Yeah.
I mean, all
They
these
get you
things
to
that are in
say-
conflict with the Bill of Rights or the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence, they're all, and under Article 6, judges at every level are mandated to
American
defer
Constitution.
to those three documents whenever they find any law, code, ordinance, behavior, policy that's in conflict with those three documents. They are mandated to defer to those three documents. So at every level, it says judges at every level. So, I mean, really, there's all the distinction between lawful and legal shouldn't even be necessary. All these things that are legal but unlawful, they should just be illegal. You know what I mean? Or vice versa.
Yeah. I don't know exactly. It's such a hard thing to pinpoint, but it's basically like if you have a right, then they should always cover all of the lawfulnesses first, and
Right.
then if they can't find anything lawful about it, they can assume their legalities. But if there's one thing lawful, they need to stand on those rights and leave motherfuckers alone.
Yeah. I mean, and it goes back partially to the legislators and the executives who sign things into law, when
Mhm.
going past the case law part of it, which is just the courts grabbing power that they have no right to grab and becoming our monarchs, basically. But then even beyond that, the
Okay.
legislators and the executives signing these laws into place, whether they be gun laws or whatever, that stomp on all over our rights. They shouldn't do that. They've taken an oath not to do that.
Mhm.
And so that's why I say I would prefer to just get rid of even the distinction between legal and lawful. It should, if it's legal but not lawful, it should just be plain illegal and unlawful.
When something is unlawful and they want somebody to be able to do it because it makes them money, what they do is they permit it.
Right.
Like dumping oil on the ground, that kills the planet a little bit. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
So that would never be right to just go indiscriminately dumping massive amounts of oil all over the ground.
Right.
But
that creates victims. So that just is automatically unlawful. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, it's automatically unlawful. But if you're a rich enough corporation like a mining industry, you can just pay a permit and dump all the oil you want.
Right. Or buy somebody else's credits on their permits.
Yeah. So basically, it would be so immoral to just go dumping oil all over the topsoil. But if you pay a permit, you can do it all day long.
But there's a distinction between that and taking away a right and then selling it back to you, such as with the driver's license scheme being applied to everybody and not just commercial vehicles. It's called the Commercial Vehicle Code for a reason.
Yeah. I'm trying to find a video for Inferno to play. There's a video I want to show everybody. I always want them to play it on Northwoods Press, but I don't know if they will because they don't want to get like stricken or anything like that. But I don't know anything about it yet, so I guess I'm gonna try it out. But at the same time, those motherfuckers publish this shit. I don't argue with the bastards.
Everybody, I think one of the reasons why there's a maybe less attendance than there would be tonight too is because everybody's over there watching Lane Myers thing.
Oh, definitely, probably. That's the funny thing about the way they got the platform set up before that. Well, I mean, it's you can still get all the information, but just on different times. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I remember back when Cop Block was on Facebook. Basically, anybody with a story would post their cop encounter on Cop Block. So
Right.
basically, you just went to Cop Block to watch all these encounters. Now everybody's got a channel. So basically, everybody posts their shit on their own channel. It's hard to find everybody's shit that way. So that's why I like places like San Joaquin Valley Transparency and John Phelaks and guys like that, because that's John Phelaks and San Joaquin Valley Transparency are places like Cop Block where everybody can go and post their cop encounter, and then many people see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I can't say anybody. It's whoever they.
Well, you could turn your platform into something like that if you wanted.
Yeah, I could probably turn my thing into something like that, but I only have 500 subscribers, almost 600 subscribers.
That's a lot more than I got.
Yeah, but it's still nothing. Like even 1,000 subscribers is basically nothing.
Right. And that's 1,000 is where you're getting one of the qualifications for being monetized, correct?
Oh, probably. I don't know. I'm never going to be monetized. I'm not going to stop saying the fuck word for nobody.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 1,000. One of the qualifications is you have to have 1,000 subscribers.
I'm trying to find this video where this cop, he explains how public service agents don't have rights. Trying to find the video. I put it in one of my playlists, but now I'm scrolling through my playlist and I'm like, fuck, this playlist is that long?
Hey, I got to drop off of here, but it's been good talking to you.
It's good talking to you too. I hope we get a chance to talk again. Thank you.
I'll come on one of your that are coming up soon. I'll come on.
Okay.
All right, man.
Gracias. Thank you so much. Inferno, I'm trying to find a video to play. Sorry, bro. Thank you if you're still there, and I don't mind if you're not. I'm trying to find this video of this. It's oh, I can't even remember the name of it, but it's something about how public service agents don't have rights. The police officer basically describes how cops can't carry the gun that they want. They have to carry the duty revolver. So there goes their Second Amendment right. They can't say what they want because that would be a conflict of interest. All sorts of other things. I'd really like to find the video. Maybe they even took the video out of my playlist because they know it's got too much good information. Bear with me while I try to look for this video. Thank you, William L., for doing the panel link stuff and the moderator stuff. Hey, the tribe. It's funny. I ask you to come up on my panel, but you do your own lives and stuff. Like, how can I? You talk on your own lives, but if you feel like wanting to talk just about anything you want with me, you can come up here if you want. But yeah, I don't know exactly. I haven't even dove into just start talking about some of the information I've been trying to remind people of for like the last 5 years. I've just doing the normal thing, like, hey, everybody come up on panel and everything else. I'm feeling like maybe what should I do? Just start talking about all the information I want to remind my loved ones about. You know, people would probably find that boring after a while. Um, oh, here it is. Badges don't grant extra rights. That's the name of the video. Badges don't grant extra rights. Let's see. I'm gonna try to get the link and drop it in the Inferno. Which one should I drop it in, the back chat or the front chat? The back chat or the front chat? Just joking. I'm joking about the laugh. Sorry. Let's see here. Copy link. Radical customers are getting out of control. Oh shit. You damn right they are, tribe. The radical customers pay all the fees, get all the registrations. They're out there they're out there begging the government not to stop them for no registration, no licensing, no insurance. They're going, those radical customers are going to pay all the fees, but they're going to step up to the counter, the public service agent. They're going to say, "Hi, I'm a customer. I'm here to pay my fees." Let's see here. Oh yeah, I gotta go to my channel because it's on my StreamYard, my channel. Easier in back chat. Oh, okay, so I gotta put it in the back chat. I wonder how the hell I'm gonna do that. Maybe if I put it in the front chat and then put it and then copy and paste it on that phone, put it in the back chat. I can't leave this page to go look for this on that phone. So I'm gonna try something out. Okay, there's the link to that video. And then I can go here, hopefully, and copy. Can I copy that? No. Damn. Yeah, it is easier for me. Exactly, tribe. Exactly. Thank you, Inferno. Thank you so much, dude. I don't know how to do the other stuff, man. Yeah, I think this is an important video for like all Americans to watch. I say Americans. I should say it's an important video for all humans to watch, just in case they find themselves in or around the United States of America. They can remind others that, hey, badges don't grant extra rights. And this is the reason why they don't. But yeah, open a new tab, paste in the URL bar, then go back to StreamYard and select Share tab. I need to get I would love a desktop. See, at my home where I live, at the United States of America somewhere or whatever, since we all know it as the United States of America, I guess we're gonna have to keep on saying that. People are like, "Hey, bro, stop doing that with your hands, bro." No, but at my home, I have a desktop computer, and I like it. I want to be able to have my desktop computer. I want to be home, but I can't go home. But so I might have to get like a laptop for here, unless I can find a good desktop. I haven't even seen a desktop computer in over a year. So I don't know about that. No problemo, Inferno. No problema, I should say. We are in a self-governing republic. Exactly. It's supposed to be. We know that. I was you need Linux. Yeah. I my one of my friends he was doing Linux, but am I saying that? I don't know if I'm saying that wrong, but um he was having a hard time traveling his way through Linux. So uh yeah, I was watching him do it a couple times, and it seemed kind of daunting. But I guess you'd probably just have to get used to doing it. It's probably like going from YouTube to Daily Motion. Um, you know, it's a lot like the same, but a little bit different. And you just know how. You just need to know how to prompt it to get there. Linux Mint is easier, huh? Okay, easiest. I should. Oh. Yeah, if I get a desktop, I'll try to do Linux. I mean, or if I get a laptop, I don't know the difference. I mean, I know laptops aren't as fast and don't hold as much information, and a couple other things. But there's basically nothing a desktop can do that a laptop can't. I don't think. Most user friendly, great people coming from Windows. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, that sucks that we're like before this Linux came about. They had Windows had a monopoly basically on the internet to where we're all. I mean, I can't say we're all now, but yeah. Um, Gil Bates was basically performing that Windows shit all over us. This is Linux land. On a quiet night, you can hear Windows servers rebooting. I'll show you how to do. Linux is perfect for laptops, actually. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to purchase a laptop so that I can try to, um, do more like I was at my house. The only problem is, I'm trying not to get too. I'm trying not to gain too much of a life here because, like, I've already got dogs and stuff, and like, if I if I was if I was to get totally exonerated today, my entire family wants me back in the United States of America. But the only problem is like I have to walk away. What would I do? Uh, I got a life. I got a life here already going. Like I've already got friends here. I don't have any family here. That's the one thing. I do not have family here. I've got like family. My friend I met here. He's definitely like a brother. He's been. I was here for 3 days. I met this dude. He was outside my tent, rummaging around about just before light. Just before the morning light. It was basically like a blue glow in the air when I first seen him. And I got kind of scared at first because I didn't know what to expect. Like I was just here for 3 days. This is the first like individual I was encountering outside my tent at like dawn, before dawn. And so I basically grabbed my hammer, got it like positioned in a place where in case I was attacked, I would be able to defend myself possibly. And But what I did instead, basically, of staying scared, is I actually called him over to my tent. And he came and got in my tent, and I whipped up some tuna fish in some Ziploc baggies, and basically gave him some crackers, and he had his bag of tuna fish, and I had my bag of tuna fish and my crackers. We sat there talking for like 2 or 3 hours, even though at the time I knew very little Spanish. I still know very little Spanish, but at the same time, I know a lot more than I did when I came here, which is totally, that's a whole nother level of hard. Um, that's another story. But anyways, he takes me. He tells me because he collects copper, and he had like a bundle of copper wires that had all the plastic on them. So we had to go and burn the plastic off. That's where he was going to go for the day. He was out looking for copper wires, and he already had his little bundle in his backpack, and he was going to go down by the cliffs, down by the ocean, and basically puts the copper wires onto the cliffside, and then lights a fire underneath of them and burns all the plastic off the wires, and then he uses the cliff rocks to he slams the copper wires onto the cliff rock, breaking the burnt plastic coatings off the wires. Oh hell no! I wouldn't go on Canada. Canada's just another English territory. I can't go on Canada. I could go to California if I wanted to. I could have went to Utah. I could go to Arizona, right there in Havasu City. My warrants are low level misdemeanors that are only Nevada statewide. If I'm the misdemeanor only grants it doesn't truly grant, but legally in their minds, the misdemeanor grants Nevada law enforcement agents to arrest me if they see me. But no, yeah, I could have went to New York. I could have went to Maine. I should have. I really should have just went to Florida. I always wanted to go to Florida because Hate the State was from Florida. He's my favorite. Hate the State. I don't know if he's out of prison or still in prison. Somebody told me he was out of prison. But yeah, Hate the State was doing badass in Florida. There was this Karen at a farmer's market that was like, "Don't record me." And then he was awesome at being provocative. He would say all sorts of provocative things to get into the panties of these American citizens that think that they're fucking so free, but then they fucking Karen on everybody. Well, anyways, it turned out that Hate the State had some followers, right? Like everybody does. Well, it's like when the cops say that people called in threats, but they never proved that there was any threats. Supposedly, one of his people sent a dead cat to the lady's house in the mail, or something like this. So Hate the State got in trouble for one of his subscribers claiming to be his subscribers. I don't think that anybody that's his subscribers would send a dead cat in the mail to this fucking Karen bitch, but the cops said that they did. So basically, Hate the State had to go to prison for something somebody else did that the cops never even proved happened. But it's just like what happened to Eric Brandt. If what happened to Eric Brandt happened today, it would be a lot different than when it happened to Eric Brandt. If what happened to Hate the State happened today, it would be a lot different than what happened. Woo fucking woo! Thank you, Mountain Girl, for coming by for a little bit more. Definitely feel the love by the Northwoods Press crowd, you know, which is basically my people, the ones I like to hang out with every day. Yeah, that doesn't matter. New Hampshire Mountain Girl, you guys, Northwoods doesn't have to come in to say he loves me. All he has to do is be told that I said hi. You know. Yeah. Okay, you can play it whenever you want to, Inferno, because I basically wanted to show it to people, but it'll always be on this live if it is, if it can be. You know what I mean, or whatever. I don't have any control of what others do to me. So if somebody does something harmful to me or my channel, I don't know what to say about that. I can't make anybody do anything. You have to present it to the stage. Private chat. Hey, what's up, bro? What's up, Inferno? Okay, guess. Oh, no. Something else. This one. Okay. I hope I'm doing this right. I think I am. Sorry, Inferno. I bet you're like, there you go. It's like, hey, man, I've been like trying to say for like the last 15 minutes, bro. You got to present it to the thing. You got 8T, bro. Good job. 8T, huh? I don't know what 8T is, Mountain Girl. Oh, you got it. Jeez. Yeah, this having a StreamYard panel thing is pretty tough. You know, it's like you guys are more used to this than me. To make video larger, remove the comment. Oh, okay. How do I remove the comment? Let's see here. More. Chat. No. More. Is the video playing? Let's see here. I wonder how I take that off of there. How do I take that off of the NH Mountain Girl? How do I take the little chat off the bottom of the little thing off of the bottom? If you know, could you tell me? Tap. Tap. Bop. Okay. I tapped a new comment of yours, Tribe, and then I untapped it. Then I retapped it again. Sorry. God. I'm gonna lose all baby, so why don't you kill me?
Police detractors will talk really big about how badges don't grant extra rights. And they're right, badges don't grant extra rights. They take them away. So we're going to go over that right now. We're going to start right with the First Amendment, the one everybody talks about the most, free speech. And people think that their free speech is really hampered by the private organization that they work for. Hey, come work for the government. You think free speech is a thing that you don't have, or you're being downtrodden on because, McDonald's tells you can't say things when you're at work? Man, free speech goes out the window if you're a cop. Goes right out the window. All this, if I put something on Facebook, and I know people who have been punished for things that they put on Facebook about the agency, about police work, about whatever. You put something silly on Facebook, all of a sudden you're losing your job, you're getting suspended, all sorts of problems, right? The right to bear arms. Here's one that we get all the time. As much as people that lean to the left talk about free speech, people that lean to the right complain about cops and the right to bear arms, right? Well, let me let you in on a little secret. You see, police departments are exempt from a lot of gun laws. Cops aren't exempt for as many as you think. We have HR 218, which allows concealed carry of handguns as long as the department says we can. And that's another little tidbit. As long as the department says we can, all over the country. And a lot of people are really envious of that. And for good reason. That is a nice little perk. The problem is we're not exempt from all of them. And in fact, some gun laws are more restrictive for us because we're police officers. How could that be, you say? Well, because my department can write policy, and that policy can affect me even when I'm off duty. So where Joe Schmo could go get a carry permit, and most states have carry permits or their constitutional carry these days, Joe Schmo could go get a carry permit, and he can carry whatever he wants, however he wants. Actually, you get people who just take a high-point pistol, shove it in their waistband. They like HK, they carry HK. They like Glock, they carry Glock. As a police officer, I don't have that option. In fact, my agency can tell me when, where, how, and why I can carry a gun and what I can use it from. They very strictly regulate the use of firearms for me for my profession. Where the average person is only restricted by what the law says for the general public, I have additional restrictions because I'm a police officer and under the law, and additional restrictions by my agency. In fact, there are some police officers on the north side of Chicago, work for towns, that say you can't carry when you're off duty for X number of years. Now, there are some of those guys, they get carry permits, right? They carry permits and they think, well, I'm carrying under my carry permit. Wrong answer. The department tells you can't carry when you're off duty. You just don't get to carry when you're off duty. Then you get fired if you do carry when you're off duty. Ba-doop. Right to bear arms goes right out the window. No private employer would get away with doing that, but police departments, because it's a public entity, because police officers are held to such a higher standard, they get away with that. And judges are not going to side with us about an agency firing us because we broke rules, even if we're not working. Moving right along there, search and seizure. So you work for Hot Topic or Walmart or whatever, right? There was a certain instance, a certain set of circumstances where you start having privacy rights, right? If you bring your backpack to work, work might say, well, we have the right to search that backpack. You'd be like, no, you don't. No, I have an expectation of privacy in this backpack. You can say, well, I have an expectation of privacy in my pockets. Your work can't just search you just to search you. Hey, guess what? Welcome to police work. They just get to search me whenever they want to. Now, they don't, because I don't do any weird shenanigans that would lead them to do that, but they can search me. I don't have any expectation of privacy. The courts have come down repeatedly. Police officers have no expectation of privacy at all. And so my employer can just search me. No one's going to say anything about it. And then anything they find, they can use a criminal case against me. Self-incrimination. You want to talk about a biggie? As a private person, most people, they don't have to incriminate themselves. They're just like, well, I'm not going to talk, right? Try doing that as a cop, right? The big example people give when they're talking about concealed carry classes is like, hey, if it's sketchy at all, don't talk to them. Don't say anything until you get your attorney there, right? You try doing that as a police officer, you're going to find yourself without a job and very likely incarcerated. We don't have the same protections that the general public does. See, if I get into something, I have to report to my employer that is the government, and they can then hold that statement against me in a court of law. That's just the way it is. There's never been a judge that's come down on the other side of that saying, well, no, you violated his rights against self-incrimination for something that he did. Not the way it works. So, yeah, they're right. Badges don't grant extra rights.
All right, Inferno, that's good.
Right? And they're mainly rights that people take for granted because they live in the United States and they're used to having these rights. So, something to ponder. Until next week.
I'd like to thank all the Patreon supporters, and especially the shift supervisor level Patreon supporters that we have listed here. Your contributions are what allows free field training to continue on and become better. Thank you.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. So basically, it's like, I think that's an important video. That's why I have it on one of my playlists. I saved it in one of my playlists on YouTube because I think it's a very important video. It's funny how he says that people have the right to remain silent, and if they don't want to, they can just be quiet and not self-incriminate themselves. But then you try that with these pig cops, and they're like acting like you have no rights whatsoever. It is a good perspective to ponder. Yeah, it is. It's a good perspective to ponder. I know it's coming from like a cop, and it's kind of like, yeah, sure, bro. Yeah, sure, they really do. But yeah, there's a lot of things in there that could be rebutted, especially by me. Especially the part where he says that he talks about off duty, and it says there's no expiration date on oath, so that therefore you can't go off duty. You're always on call. Once you swore to an oath, there's no expiration date on the oath. So basically, how can you go off duty if there's no expiration date? People don't think about this, and they just let the government pretty much dictate anything that they want, and it goes without question sometimes. I'm glad for the people that question the government. It's a necessity to question your government. I was watching a Sacramento Community Watch video today. It was live in Reno, Nevada, and somebody was basically saying, dude, what are you walking around the streets for recording the cops, bro? You should just leave them alone. Get a job. Get a girlfriend. And it's like, no, he's creating a public record. He's basically showing how the cops are in the performance of their duty there in Reno, Nevada. But they're public service agents. They're not cops. Cop is an agency title. It's not even an agency title. It's basically like a word that we've come to know them as or something. So it's like a popular term. Cop is a popular term. It's not even an agency title or a government title. The true government title is public service agent. There is no other government title. It's public service employee. Public service employee is basically what they are. So calling them a cop just makes it seem like they got more authority than they do. That's why they like being called cops. That's why they like being called police. That's why they like being called law enforcement, because it makes them seem like they're more than just a public service agent. Because public service agents have an obligated duty to serve the public, while law enforcement agents want you to believe that they have no duty to protect and serve. So there it is there. That's why it's important to call them public service agents and not cops. But when I say that to people on their comment sections, they're like, "Don't tell me, bro." You know, like they're acting like I'm being adverse with them, when really I'm just trying to like relate to my people. Hey, if you keep calling them a cop, they're going to keep on acting like a cop. But if you call them a public service agent, they cannot deny it. They're actually obligated to perform in way different ways than cops and law enforcement agents are. Cop and law enforcement agent doesn't actually exist. I'm just saying that. Where do you derive cadet from? Tribe? Which provision of law set to regulate his or her official conduct do you derive cadet? Because if it's derived from one of their like set standards, the more terms you use that are involved in their set standards, then the harder it is for them to obscure from that. You know what I mean? Sorry if I'm not explaining that right. Call cops cadets. Yeah, but does the government call them cadets? Like, is it written in the standards manuals that they're called cadets? Because if it is, then definitely you'd want to call them a cadet. But I call them public service agents because they are public service agents or employee. And as public service employees, they're supposed to be, perform to a set standard. And I wish we could hold them to that standard. It's like an insult, right, Tri? Well, yeah, it probably would be an insult, you know. A cadet is somebody that's in the academy, probably. Exactly, Tribe. After the academy, it'd be pretty harsh on them to be called a cadet, probably. I can see now. I see why they're calling themselves cadets in their agency's academy. Oh, definitely, they would take that disparagingly. That's why I'd like to just call them like you piece of shit, cocksucking bitch ass boy. They take that disparagingly too. You know, and it's lawful. You know. They might not like being called a piece of shit, cocksucking bitch ass boy, but you know what? I don't even believe that they're cocksucking bitch ass boys, cocksucking piece of shit bitch ass boys. But damn, it's pretty lawful to call them that, you know. And until they show me that they're actually standing up for the people, I'll continue to call them that. When they're actually standing up for the people and not trying to make money for their agent or agency, I will. I'll be defending them when they do that. What's it say? Just fucking with you. That's it. Laugh out loud. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. They can be definitely infernal. Always ask which pronoun they prefer. Hella. That's all cops do. I mean, is fuck with people. Laugh out loud. Yeah. They're trained. They're basically trained to fuck with people because um, if they followed their set standards, their obligated standards, they wouldn't be as profitable. And they want you to believe that they're just performing a job or doing a job. Yeah, that's profitable. All smirks and shit with them. Laugh out loud. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they'll smile at you as they're being evil to you, and then say, "What? It wasn't me." If you can prove that, if you say you and you're just trying to blanket statement their department, they'll say, "Oh, I don't know those guys. They're just on the department." But if you actually pinpoint it to them, they'll say, "I was just doing my job. It wasn't me. I was just doing my job." You know, that's why I like to remind everybody that it's not a job. It's a public service is a public trust. They can't do it. They can't be doing a job. Job is for something different. Uh, they're serving the public trust. How can you serve the public trust and be just doing a job at the same time? You can't. So therefore, you can't. And since the set standards say that they are serving a public trust, then serving a public trust it is. You have rights. Northwoods just yelled "woo fucking woo" to you from the other room. Laugh out loud. That's fun. That's cool. It's funny because like I'm here trying to be me, and I don't know if that's even good enough. But I'm still gonna try. And I'm thankful to the four that this says is in here watching, and the people in the comment section. I definitely am thinking. I wanted to. Let me see if I can. No expiration date on it. Oh, expiration date on. And oh, I want to find out who said that there was no expiration date on the oath. It has to do with some guy. There was some guy that said it. It's like a well-known American guy, maybe like a military. Okay. Um, and I have noticed over the last few years is the proclamation of some military veterans that my oath of enlistment has no expiration date. No, that's not the right one. Sorry, guys. I was trying to look up some great live stream you have, right? Oh, thanks, William L. Awesome. Yeah, right. We love you. I love you guys too. You know, you guys have been, uh, New Hampshire Mountain Girl and Northwest Press have been like some of the most gracious people to me, over the last, uh, anywhere from 2 years to 2.5 years, basically, that I've been. Well, it's weird because I say 2 years. It's been like 2022 is when this stuff started happening. Like when this like caged part started happening to me. So yeah, I think it's been like 3 years since Northwoods Press and New Hampshire Mountain Girl has been like listening to my story and like letting me go over it and letting me showcase it on their channel. It's probably daunting, all this stuff. There was a certain guy, there was a certain military guy or something, some American guy, he might have been a senator or like something else, but he was the one that said that there was no expiration date on an oath, but I'm not finding it. I'm not finding the right article, but I do find a lot of stuff on the expiration date has no, or there's no expiration date on oath. Just from this little short thing, it says the concept of an oath having no expiration date, particularly in the context of military service, is a common belief and is often attributed to the oath of enlistment itself, which states that the oath taker will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. But the reason why it has no expiration date is because the oath goes on to say, "So help me God." So basically, a lot of people say, "Why'd you bring God into this, bro?" And it's like, I didn't bring God into this. If you check all your state preambles, it says, something to the effect of thankful to Almighty God for these rights and freedoms, blase, blase. Colorado's is real weird. Colorado doesn't say God. It says something about like a creator or universal, creator of the universe or something like this. Colorado's is crazy, crazy cool. Ohio Grassman. Aho, Mataki-san. Hello, NH Mountain Girl. Inferno says, good to see you, man. The Ohio Grassman. You guys know that because he already said, hey, Inferno. Inferno. How's Ohio Grassman doing tonight? Makes me want to sing What's Going On by Four Non Blondes. What's going on? I sound like a Bigfoot mating off in the woods. Step out of bed and I get real high. And I Scream the top of my lungs, what's going on? I sang that on Wandering Hippies panel. I sang that what's going on, and then I like got into it and everything, and then like I rewatched the panel, I rewatched the segment or whatever, and oh my god, I was so embarrassed. I was like, oh fuck, I'm never gonna sing on uh, Wandering Hippies channel again. Holy shit, somebody shoot that Bigfoot. That's basically how I felt about my singing. I had fun though. I love karaoke. I think it's a fun ass thing. I think that you're not even supposed to be good on karaoke, I think. At least if you're having fun, you know, that's the cool part. Ohio. Both itself doesn't oh no. I think you are good, left alone. Yeah, you would. That's all that counts, having fun. Yeah, you'd be a star if you were good, definitely. Um, I it's funny because I want to say to you guys that like there's been a lot of developments in my case that what's happening to me, um, but at the same time, there's not enough happening. They've not done full. They've not left me alone fully. Um, I want to say that I want to say that the remaining charges that they're I have a warrant for failure to appear. Okay, so the warrant's actually for failure to appear, but they've given the warrants are being held on the grounds of stalking, abuse of the elderly, and obstruction of a public official and disorderly conduct. Imagine that. They always do the disorderly conduct one. But they wanted me to plead to a deal back in 2003. They wanted me to plead to a deal instead of battery upon a peace officer. They were going to knock that charge down to disorderly conduct. I think and obstruction. I said no. Yeah, laid on thick, huh? Then you're a star if you are good. Yeah. Yeah, so basically when I declined that deal, they basically added they basically went through my videos and for the they gave me a stalking charge for that May 30th video I posted on my channel about Dylan Addison being outside my home again. You know, you would think that when you make a hey Dale Gribbler. Last time I seen Dale Gribbler, I can't. It might have been Northwoods Press chat. I don't think that I gave them the proper time of day. I thought that they might have been trolling and said something about it, but that doesn't mean that I didn't. It doesn't mean that I. That means I don't want to. That doesn't mean that I don't want to hear from you, Dale Gribbler. Is what I'm trying to say. Sorry, bro. Sorry. I have to fucking think about how I'm gonna word shit. Hey, Northwoods. Thanks for coming over here, Northwoods Media. Oh, fucking Will, you heard? Yeah. You guys know Dale Gribbler a lot more than I do. I seen him one time on the panel. I want to I want to be I want to know everybody. So please. Well, I guess I'll have to stick around and I'll have to look for his comments and I'll have to like see them and read them and like them if I can. And I guess what do you call it? Rebut them if I have to. But at the same time, to anybody out there that I've argued with, that doesn't mean that I don't like you or that I don't think that you're right or something. It's just that I'm just trying to showcase the part that I know about it, not necessarily like trying to tell anybody that they're wrong. That's where that's where Cape Cod got on the wrong foot with me. I think he thought that I was like trying to tell him that he was wrong when I was really just trying to tell him about a particular part. You know, I guess that's all I got to say about that one. You know, hell yeah, mountain girl. So how's it going, Dale? Smash the like. He says peace. I love that. Thank you so much, Dale Gribbler. He blows a lot of things out of proportion, bro. Laugh out loud. That's cool. I'm in the backstage. Oh shit! Wow. Damn. Good to see you, Northwoods. Thank you for coming on to my panel.
You have rights, cops have duties. What's up, my brother? I'm in the show. Hell yeah. That's right. You heard? Northwoods is over here with You Have Rights. And if you're not here, you just ain't here. I don't know what to say. Wake the fuck up.
Hell yeah.
We just got done a long one. I don't know if you were watching us earlier, but we just got done a long one. We had some good music at the end. But hell yeah, brother.
For like the last 2 days, I've been looking for your lives, but I haven't been able to find them.
That's because my channels got taken down. I'm on Northwoods Media now, bro. You have to sub me up. I'm 600 and what is it? 600 and something 4. I just subbed your channel with this one, so I had to get my Northeast Media. I switched it to Northwoods, and we're back up and running, man. We had another 300 views the other night.
If they take down your channel, do you get to retain all the videos that you put on there, or do they swipe those cleaned off all the way?
They took both of them down, both Northwoods, Free Press and Press.
So you don't have any of your videos?
And the media one, all in one shot, because I streamed, I had Mad Daddy pull up New Hampshire Mountain Girls music video and ran it on my channels, and they took all 3 of my channels down, bro. And they took the videos away, probably like 8 hours of fucking stream time on it. And
wow.
I'm in jail for 2 weeks, and I got a strike on each one for playing my wife's live stream, third-party content. So yeah,
this shit has to stop. You shouldn't have to spend all your time suing the shit out of them for doing that to you over your wife's content.
Yeah, and we did an appeal, and the robot said, no. So that's basically that. So I got to suck up another strike on each channel, and this one I got a warning for the same thing. So they hit all 3. They wiped us right off the map. You got Mountain Girls backstage as well.
Oh,
and,
okay. Sorry.
So this one's up and running. I think I'm at 81 subs now. Finally. And we had 300 watching. As soon as this guy went live with us the other night, we had 300 watches for quite a while and got quite a few of them. So That was good. Mountain Girl hit almost the same number the next night. So yeah, we've been doing it up, bro.
Awesome. Awesome, NH Mountain
I
Girl.
saw you live and I was like, damn, about time. You get up
Yeah,
there, you can get this stuff out. I know we've done it on ours as well, but yeah, it's good to see you, man.
I
Love you,
was
brother.
on Wandering
And I
Hippie.
just,
You know that. You saw me there.
oh hell yeah.
Um, Nikki said something about me making one, doing a StreamYard, but I don't really know how to do StreamYards, and on top of it, oh man, yeah. But I made it. I made it. It happened. I tried
Hell
it,
yeah.
and it was actually a little bit easier than I thought. So all of a sudden, here it is. You know what I mean? But at the
Yeah.
same time, I have no idea what I'm gonna do with you know. I wanted to come up here and talk to people, but if there's nobody here, then there's nobody to talk to. So there's really not any point of even having one. But you
Right.
guys have all you guys that have come up here tonight to chat in the chat, let alone the panel, has really made me feel okay. But at the same time, I wonder. It's a very fine line because I might have to not. I don't want to. I don't want to talk about the things I don't want to. I might have to do something because I want to. I want to really get like the people that are haters of me up on the panel so that I can like
Hell yeah.
argue with them. You know, so that you know I want to be able to like. I want to be able to argue some of these
Well,
points.
I want to invite you over tomorrow night. I'll send you a message to mine, and maybe
Okay.
maybe we can bring it over here, or we can stream it on yours. I don't care. But
Yeah.
yeah, if you get a chance, swing over.
The thing
Probably
is,
won't be till later.
yeah,
Probably won't be till
I'll
later.
always be over. I'll always be over to see you guys. It's just, lately I've had a lot of things to, like say, and there's really not, it's not really not the place to say any of it. So,
Yeah,
you
hell
know,
yeah.
Nikki
You
is
do it,
right
yeah.
that if I want to talk to people about some of these things, then I need to make my own,
Definitely.
panel and then have people come over and talk. So I need the people that want to talk about these things to come over, you know, like I know that freaking Mike Hunt, I know that he has a lot of things to say to me. I want to hear it, you know. I want to hear what he doesn't like about things, and I want, but I would like it if he was willing to hear my argument too, you know. And at the
That's
same
right.
time, but who's the more where does the argument stop? Does people realize that hey, you know, maybe I'm the wrong one and I should not like Hispanic people. You know, maybe I'm the wrong one and I should not like immigrants. You know, that's what I think about all the time. Like, why does Mike Hunt not like immigrants and wants everybody out of his country? That's what I would like to argue about, but I don't really have. I can't really argue it, you know.
I get what you're saying, bro.
Well, you can't argue it by yourself, no.
Yeah, no. And then it leads me to think maybe, shit, like, do I have to, or well, maybe I should just stop caring about human rights, you know, because human rights, people must hate them, really.
Well, I love you, brother, and I listen to a lot, everything you say, and I've learned a lot from you. So, if you stop listening, you stop learning. And some people just can't learn, and they just can't listen. So, it's always something else is more important, but when it's their turn, it's okay. But when it's your turn, it's not. It happens all the time, brother. We try as much as we can, all of us, to get whatever it is out there, let people know what's happening. But if nobody's listening, where does it go? It doesn't go anywhere, right?
Yeah.
But I thank you personally. I've learned a lot from you, having you on my show and being in chat with you for I don't know how long it's been. It doesn't matter. But definitely passionate person, and you should use your StreamYard when you need it to do what you need to do, brother. And hell yeah, I'm all for it. Love it. Good to see. I'm not going to keep you. I'm going to let you keep talking on doing your stuff. I just got done. I'm pretty tired. Second show there. I'm done. I'm going to go to bed tonight. 1 o'clock. Everybody's wiped out. Mad Daddy's computer blew up the other night.
Yeah, it's like if I come on and get on there, like if I'm on there like five hours on your panel, shit, you might have started 3 to 4, 5 hours before I even got on there, and that's the same for a lot of the other people. But you guys are the ones that have gone the whole distance. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to go the distance and try to keep everybody that wants to come in to be able to come in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you've done great. You two have done great. You're fucking good people.
Thank you, brother. And I feel the same with you. Mountain Girl, we got a little echo there. All right. I feel the same with you, bud. So I don't get turned against anybody. You know what I'm saying? I listen to everybody, try to, as much as I can. As much as I can.
Yeah.
And I love you, and I'm glad to see you doing this, man.
And I love you too.
But get it out there, and whatever, like you said, if somebody wants to come in and tell you what is up, I think that's it. But that probably will never happen. But
I think it'll happen, but it'll be happening.
But certain people that you want to come in probably may not come in. I'll say may not. But,
yeah. Well, I want the haters to come in to have an argument and have a conversation and try to get to the very bottom of these conversations. But what I'll probably get is a bunch of people coming in to try to make my channel go down or something, whatever people talk about, right?
Yeah.
So right now I'm just thinking about, man, like, how do I start? Maybe I could start another channel and then mention that it's me.
You should have another one. Definitely.
So then I like the name. It could be like the haters of You Have Rights channel. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Maybe it should be called. Maybe you don't have rights, or maybe you don't know your rights channel.
Yeah.
Do you know your rights channel? I don't know. Yeah. Something like that. Well, sure, brother.
Something that would still be able to pull the people that like Life Under a Microscope. Even people like Artie's Corporate Fiction, who is an actual lawyer and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But these people that would really, they really like to argue with me. Please come up on my own channel and fucking argue with me. You know what I mean? Because
I definitely do.
Because people.
Some people just have to be. I don't know. I don't even know what the word is anymore.
It's not necessarily that.
Definitely get it, brother.
We might not get to the bottom of any kind of argument, but at the same time, if somebody hears it, maybe they would be able to discern from it. But maybe they at the same time wouldn't. I don't really know. All I know is that one of the things that I would like is for cops to stop hurting people so much and for frivolous things.
Right.
And then the rest of it is I don't really know how we're going to get to the bottom of this shit, even if I argued with 100 of these haters.
Yep.
So it's kind of a weird thing, you know.
I totally understand, buddy. I totally understand for sure. Can I just give a shout out in the chat just to to William and Inferno and whoever else is in here and Hampshire Mountain Girl. And you have rights, 100%, my friend. A lot of people can't listen though. That's the problem, bro. We've seen it. We see it all the time. They just don't. They don't get it. They might hear the words coming out, but they actually take it in and understand what you said.
I'm so frightened right now, Northwoods, because the best example of what's happening right now to my friends is Germany, right? Okay, but that was when they got stopped from supposedly doing whatever they were doing to the Jews. That was the third. They were calling that the Third Reich. So that means that there was the Second Reich and the First Reich before that, and a lot of people try to say that what they did was only between like 1930 and 1940. You know, 1930s and 1940s is what I'm trying to say. You know, we all know it ended in 45 and might have started in like 39 or something like that, they say. But I think it goes a lot deeper than that. I think it goes to like before World War I. You know what I mean? That they were trying to, that was way back then. They started out saying that the Jews would take your money. And then they started coming up with crimes that these Jews were doing, supposedly. And then they just started telling the German people that they were only going to get the criminal ones out of the country. You see what I'm saying? And then we don't know exactly how long they actually were like offing people because it systemically got worse and worse and worse until it came to a head, right? And my fear right now is how long do we have to go through this? Is it going to be 80 years of fucking this, you know? Yeah. Oh,
I'm sorry, I was muted. Right?
yeah, no, Inferno's saying he's actually backstage, but does that mean he wants to come up on panel or does that mean that he doesn't? You know, because he said earlier he didn't want to come up on panel.
Yeah, he does. Well, yes, he does. But make sure when you go to bring it up, open it, make sure it's authenticated by YouTube and it says Inferno before you bring him up here. Because they've hit my channel with his name. So
I know he's in chat.
and he is in chat. So
Yeah, how do you authenticate their thing?
okay, when you touch it, when it says that you have a guest, and then you touch it, it shows the camera with his avatar. Then it says add to stage.
Okay.
So touch it, and it'll open up, and it'll say authenticated by YouTube. It's Inferno, and then add him to the stage.
Okay. Yeah, edit name. Right now I clicked on it just to see, you know. I'm not going to add nobody. It just says kick from studio and banned from studio.
Yeah,
Edit
so
name,
add him.
kick from studio and bad from studio.
That's right. So if somebody comes up, keeps bothering you, coming into the back after you kick them down, you can ban them, and then they won't bother you again on that show.
Yeah.
You can undo it later.
Okay.
Yep. You may need that option at some point.
Yeah, probably. You know, it's inevitable that you would need that option.
I hate to say it, but yeah.
Yeah.
I try not to use it, but every now and again, you know, when you're tired and you don't want to have a bunch of shit in the back anymore, well, you gotta do what you gotta do for the night, you know, brother.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I have a problem because I think, because I don't want to do harm to others. So I don't really,
Right.
so for
Me
some
neither.
reason, I feel like people aren't going to want to do harm to me.
Right.
But the harm seems to always come, whether it's
It
me
does.
doing harm to others or somebody else doing harm to me.
It definitely does.
It's a very sad world, you know.
Hmm.
I literally had a traumatic brain injury, you know what I mean? And
I do.
it's equivalent to a stroke victim's brain.
Yep.
And the funny thing is that, there's different stages of it. Like my wife is a stroke victim and she has the actual brain of a stroke victim, right? But what that's due to blood clot, that a blood clot went through the veins and traveled up, and however the stroke happened, you know what I mean? But I did a traumatic brain injury where I bumped my head hella hard by swan diving into the ground. But I need to set I need to set day-to-day life. You know what I mean? Like people with traumatic brain injuries and stroke victims, they don't need a lot of they don't need a lot of external things happening all the time. It's like you want to I'm thinking of the word pattern, but like it's like a set day-to-day thing, is how people with brain injuries need to like have like a stable life. And with that Jim Basinger dude keep coming around my fucking house, keep fucking smiling while he knows that I fucking am being harassed by him. The way he kept on acting like he's not fucking doing anything to me. And then like keep coming around my fucking house when I asked them to stop him from coming around my house. It just wasn't a stable day-to-day life set of things,
Mhm.
So basically,
I hope you don't mind. I'm packing a pipe. And did we get Inferno up, or did he take off?
no, Inferno didn't want to come up. He's still here. He's in chat, but he didn't really want to come up because he doesn't have a camera set up right now.
Oh, okay. Well, you can let him up if you as long as you authenticated it was him.
Yeah.
If it's
Well,
him,
he doesn't
you
have
can
a
bring him.
camera right now, so I can't let him up.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You don't mind if I pack a pipe then, right? And
Oh,
smoke with
hell
you?
no.
All right. That's my man right there. Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to have any of the little stigmas. I just because you don't want something doesn't mean it's not going to happen. But I'm just saying, fucking, it's not gonna. If they try to if they try to put like some kind of memo on my fucking screen, it's either gonna be swiped. If I can't swipe it, then I guess I can't fucking go any further. And if I can't go any further, then oh well. But I'm not gonna get on their little fucking shit and then fucking comment to them like, why did you do that? You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because I feel like that's pandering to their fucking shit.
Right.
But it's not. It's obvious to do that. You do want to do that. You do want to like you were talking about how you complained to the bot and the bot just didn't give a fuck.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I have to be a little bit more insubordinate than that. Like I need to
figure it out.
Yeah, I need to talk to myself and realize to myself that maybe I don't matter and that I shouldn't get heated about them doing something like that to me and not try to rebut their shit, because sometimes rebutting their shit kind of like it gives a tacit consent. It's like when your girlfriend's mad at you and she writes you a text, "You motherfucker, you didn't take the trash out." If if you say, yes, I did, then you're acknowledging that there was some trash that may or may not have been taken out. And if you say something else, if you even acknowledge that comment, you're basically giving tacit consent to that that could or could not have actually happened. You see what I'm saying? So
Yes, I do.
it's a very hard thing to do in life. It's like when the cops come knocking on the door and everybody's taught to answer the door when it's knocked. Even kids go, come on in. You know, it's like, no, you have to like fight the urge to go answer the door.
Right.
You do not have to answer the door just because it's some cops.
That's right.
If they start kicking the door in, then there's nothing you can do to stop them. And you might as well put your head up against the wall, bent over, pull your pants down to your ankles, and spread your ass cheeks and point it right at the front door.
Yep.
And maybe they might mistake you as a piece of furniture.
Well, they're gonna get a fucking nose full of shit anyway when they put their nose in your head.
They're pointing the barrel at me.
Here you go. Stick your nose up my ass. It's me, mother. Tell me if it's me, motherfucker.
Well, if you reach behind you and you spread your butt cheeks, your hands are already behind your back.
Right.
You know?
Well, that's like a reach around, isn't it?
You go between the legs. You go put both your hands between your legs to spread your ass cheeks. God.
Yeah. Damn.
Kill me.
That was good, man. I like that one. Shit. Yeah. Loop my ass up before you fuck me, please, motherfucker. You know?
No, with the cops, you have to be prepared to fucking go with no. You know, you have to be able to do it and like it.
Yeah.
You know, because they're going to do it to you.
Yeah, they are.
You know, that's what sucks about them. You know, it's like, bro, you're gonna make me cry right now because I just spent my whole life learning that I shouldn't do things to people that they don't want to be done to them. And here you are in my house doing things to me that I don't want to be done to me. You know what I mean?
Right? Exactly. At least
That's
take
part of the whole
fucking dinner first, right?
Yeah, that's part of the whole confusion that they try to get us all in. Like fucking, we're all sitting here trying to be good people, and then they're all out here like beating us whether we like it or not.
Yep. What was up with that dude with the scam call thing that he did on that radio station? That was kind of weird.
Oh, fuck. That was weirder than shit.
He was telling you that you were dumb and shit. I was like, wow, dude, he doesn't even know who the fuck he's talking to right now.
Well, he got mad at me because of what I said, you know, but I liked the guy. I had just been, you know, praising him for being so provocative and funny. But at the same time, I didn't tell him anything that he should have got mad at me per se over.
Right.
But I was just trying to point out the fact that, hey, bro, you just made a video. If you listen to the video, because I put a timestamp on Hippie's live, that panel.
Actually, I actually watched it before I went live, so yeah, I know what he said.
I went to the comment section of Hippie's video and found it. I found it in the thing and put a timestamp on it in the comment section, so anybody can go to that. It's the very start of that video he had Hippie pull up. And Nikki had been there earlier that day, and he basically came up with some kind of weird question about most men liking teenage girls or whatever, right? And Nikki, she's a victim of abuse. possible sexual abuse. I'm not positive, but I know she's said she's a victim of abuse, which I'm only assuming was probably sexual nature or whatever. But the thing is that so she kind of basically told him that day, hey, don't let's get off that conversation, that topic. And then he has Hippie bring that video up, but that dude is not that dude didn't just barely come up that day. He's been on Hippie's channel before. He's talked to Nikki before.
Can I jump
This
in for a
video that he
second?
had pulled up, he took some words that she had said on a panel
Yeah.
and imposed them onto his video, to where she was saying something like, I don't like it, and then he made the video sound like she said, I don't like this something, and then made this female he like took a female's voice that sounded like Nikki and then took the things that Nikki actually said on a different live panel and incorporated them into where it sounded like some lady saying these things, but you could tell that it was like Nikki's voice on the parts. You know what I mean? And then he has this part where he's in his video, he's acting like he's a scam caller calling in, like a prank caller, and he says something about his favorite porn being teenage porn or something like this. And it was just, yeah. Then when I called him out on his weirdness, he was like, "Oh, you're the victim because I'm weird." You know, like he was like, "What?" You know, he was acting like he wasn't weird just because because others didn't like his weird video. That we must have been the weird ones. We're probably the weird ones because we don't like his weird video. That was what he was doing. It was very weird.
Yeah, it was.
I think even in a different context, bringing somebody's voice from the panel and then incorporating it with other voices and making it sound like it's making moaning sounds.
Yeah.
And then the whole video, yeah, it was weird. It's like taking somebody out of their context and putting them into a different context and making it sound like this is what is true, and it's not. It's almost like libel or slander, but only without writing it down. You make a fucking video. And at the same time, at the end of the day, it was only provocation. You know?
Mm-hmm.
There's no way to prove that he actually liked teenage girl porn, but it was just a provocative topic that he would get people to argue about. But my concern was that she had already said, hey, bro, let's change the topic. I don't like the topic. I'm a victim of abuse. And then he keeps on pecking on the topic. It's like, yeah, it's not actually slander. Yes, you can be provocative in these natures, but dude.
Yep.
I guess he has to. Maybe we should just learn to love it. Let's love it.
Right. No.
Let's have Hippie bring Nikki over to his house and force her to sit down and listen to this shit. Let's try that. I wonder how many motherfucking people would like us then. Hopefully nobody. You know what I mean?
I hear you, brother.
The tribe was in here earlier, and he was hinting to my thing where I made a video of my protest, and I was calling people radical customers. I was really trying to say they were customers, to basically, but I said radical customers, and he liked how I said radical customers. So every time he sees me commenting or if he's saying something about it, he'll bring up the radical customers part. It's cool.
Yep.
He really shows, that not only did he watch my protest, but he fucking thinks that it was pretty damn cool. Because the people there, they have the American flag, which is the symbol of freedom. But at the same time, their truck parked in their driveway has the registration, license, and insurance on it. So how can you be free, but at the same time complying with some forced registration, license, and insurance, but at the same time claim that you're free? There's a problem there. There's a deep psychological problem. Yeah. I got one viewer now all of a sudden. I was just about to go into a
Something
crazy-
happened. I'm not sure. It was all
Yeah.
quiet. It was like we were paused. Did it say that they interrupted your stream or anything?
No, I wasn't even looking.
We all froze. So
I'm
I don't
trying
know
to
if
pack
you-
the bowl.
okay. For some
I,
reason, like it froze or something.
There's. I don't know. I want to talk about some stuff, but at the same time, I don't because it's traumatic.
I hear you.
But it has a lot to do with some of the things that fucking I understand and the way that I like fucking care about things. You know what I mean?
Right.
And my my real dad, he fucking basically molested my oldest sister. This is what I was going to tell you on your panel. I told you I'd talk to you about it later about what's really going on.
Mm-hmm.
And since we're on my panel, I can make the decision easier to talk to you about it.
That's
You know
right.
what I mean?
Yep.
But my dad didn't only hurt my oldest sister, which is only my half sister. She's not my real dad's daughter. But he destroyed our family. He destroyed. He destroyed everything that we thought that we was, and basically everything that we thought that we would be. You know what I mean? And I have a lot of PTSD from this shit. And so when I was like I told Hippie, I'm not even starting to go in on this motherfucker. Yeah, that guy was basically getting the very easiest side of me, trying to force Nikki to fucking keep thinking about this teen porn shit that he kept on trying to force everybody. He kept trying to force teen porn into everybody's fucking mind. And I was going easy on him about the part where he was being a narcissist and a groomer, where he was trying to force us to think about these things. You know what I mean? There was numerous people trying to tell him, "Whoa, bro, slow down. Dude, that's weird."
Right.
When I was a boy, I'm the only boy in my family. I have two older sisters and one younger sister, so I'm the only boy. So when I found out that my dad had done that, I was pretty fucked up, and I was wondering what the fuck, So I went reading books and shit and found out some weird shit about the psychology of the victim, the psychology of the perpetrator, the psychology of the spouses and the family members. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And everything that goes through. You can't prove that any of this stuff is what everybody goes through, but when you study, when the psychologists study numerous cases, they can kind of take the things from these cases and find the similarities in the cases to try to, formulate some sort of a curing effect for not only the victim, not only the perpetrator who is obviously sick, but for the fucking immediate family members that are fucking affected by this shit.
Yep.
My dad was a state champion trap shooter, and he bred Weimaraner since 1965. And he was basically like the Duck Dynasty for pheasant hunting. You know the show Duck Dynasty?
Yes, I do. Yep.
Well, my dad was like that dude only for pheasant hunting. There's a big sirens coming by, so I'm gonna mute real quick.
Okay.
When I was a kid, I mean, from the time I could walk and try to go hunting, I was going on deer hunts and pheasant hunts and all sorts of hunts and going out fishing. I was like the only boy, so basically, if it was fishing, if my dad was going fishing, I was fucking going fishing. You know what I mean? And so my dad was like a hero to me. You know, he was like he was like everything that I wanted to like be like and everything. He was actually a really good guy. He would not spank his kids. He tried to go to work every single day. Like, you know, if you go to work every day, you're a good person. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I know about the psychology of trying to be too good of a person. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
It's those motherfuckers that try to be too good of a person that sometimes you have to look for, because what are they fucking hiding? You know?
Yep.
And, you know, there's a lot of that, you know, I get scared of the people at church. I get scared of the people that are on the internet trying to tell me I'm a loser for not graduating high school. You know what I mean?
Right.
The people that try to tell me that I have to speak a certain way or that did not put all caps. Trying to tell me when am I going to clean my yard? All this shit. It's like I don't have anything to fucking hide from anybody. You know what I mean? My yard's going to look dirty as shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know? The bicycle over there that doesn't work and hasn't worked in 3 years and the spokes are rusting out of the wheels. Yeah, I like that fucking thing sitting there and I'm going to keep it fucking sitting there. I don't give a shit what you fucking think about it. You know what I mean? And the people in my town that fucking don't like how I wrote "Eat my ass, you liberal Yankee whores" on my wall. I put shit as fucked up and stuff. That's Otto the Watchdogs fucking saying. And on the other wall, because my house is like on a corner, you know, and this wall is facing the side street, while the other wall is facing the main street, but you can see both walls from the main street. So I put recording the public officials in the course of their public duties is a First Amendment right. That's what I put on there. And then I wrote "shit is fucked up and stuff," and then I put "eat my ass, you liberal Yankee whores," which that's not my viewpoint. I don't I don't mind liberals or conservatives. I don't know exactly what I am. Am I a liberal or a conservative? Because I like to save money. Is that a conservative thing? I like to be frugal. Like I don't really need any fancy anything. Is that conservative? I like Hispanic people and Latin people and the culture, and I like having all sorts of different people around me. Is that liberal? I must be liberal. But that Jim Basinger fucking dude, he thinks I'm a liberal. He thinks I'm a bottom feeding Obama lover. He said I was the village idiot. And it's like, dude, I don't even fucking like Obama. You know what I mean? I think he dropped more bombs on Afghanistan than George Bush Jr. And George Bush Jr. shouldn't have been dropping any bombs on Afghanistan. What the fuck did Afghanistan do to, you know? But that Osama bin Laden that none of us ever fucking seen with our own two eyes supposedly was living in Afghanistan. But then come to find out he's a Saudi Arabian. He's a Saudi Arabian. And the US is friends with the Saudi Arabians. You know what I mean? It's so fucking twisted, dude. And if I fucking point out this shit, then I must be the bad motherfucker, you know? It's like everybody knows that there's a problem with the United States of America, but as soon as you start pointing out that fucking, yeah, and the people too, you're like, I love most of the people in the United States of America. They are the United States of America. Fuck the whole government, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
But the thing is that I know for a fact that when homeboy goes over to the fucking post office, there'll be like 3 citizens that show up and are like, "Are you recording me? Do you have my permission?" You know what I mean? So I can't say that all the Americans are fucking great. And then when I point out the fact that fucking look at those citizens acting like they're fucking proud to be Americans, people get all fucking pissed off at me. And it's like, wait a second. You were just mentioning that you know there's a problem with the United States of America. And these ideas of like citizenry, if it was me and you, we wouldn't give 2 shits about whether we were citizens or not. We would just be people living around each other. But it's the government that makes people think that they have to be tax-paying citizens. And then I mentioned the fact that, like, I mentioned, hey, bro, you just said that, or like they'll say, you're not even from Clearwater, Florida. Why are you talking at our public meeting? And the person will say, hey, I'm a taxpayer. It's like, wait a second, bro. I think I already know that you think that taxes are a scam and that you shouldn't be taxed like you're being taxed. But then at the public meeting, they were asking you if you were even from Clearwater, Florida, and you said, I'm a taxpayer. You know what I mean? It's twisted like a motherfucker. It's like, we need to stop being proud taxpayers. When somebody tries to say that you don't even pay your taxes, we need to start saying, yeah, I fucking know I don't fucking pay my taxes. Who the fuck, what slave pays their fucking taxes? And then the public service agent would look at you like, you don't pay your taxes? And then you just go, yeah, I don't fucking have to neither.
And I'm not paying, and we're not paying their fucking salaries either.
Yeah.
That's
There's
why
nothing
there's no
lawfully they can do to you about saying those things, but man, they sure would look at you like.
Yeah, that's why they're so mad, because we're not helping pay their fucking salary. That's
Yeah,
why.
not to the full extent that they would like us to it.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know?
No doubt.
So it's
Good point on that one, brother. Yep.
It's very hard, you know, it's very hard to not. I need to try to like not be So fucking advocating. I need to learn how to be a little bit American. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I was thinking, like, if I got exonerated today and there was no problems whatsoever, I had no case to fight, would I go back to the United States and keep arguing for people's rights? I don't know if I would. So then, if I go back to the United States, do I sit there and start paying for every license, registration, and insurance, pay all my taxes and fees, and purposely go 100% towards being a full-on slave, calling myself a citizen, being proud of it, you know? I don't see myself doing that, but at the same time, there's a piece of me that would want to, especially if I got fully exonerated today. Why would I want to argue for everybody's freedom when, yeah, I see a lot of good people out there. Like, they're saying that they're saying that taxes are a fucking crime because, like, forced taxes would be an obvious theft. Taxes are theft or whatever. But then when they're asked by a public service agent, well, you don't even have a job. Do you even pay your taxes? Yeah, I pay my taxes. It's like an instant comeback to the cops saying, do you even pay your taxes? It's like they were trying to be better than the cop will say, why don't you get a job? And then the auditor will say, this is my job. And it's like, for me, I would want to say something like, fuck your jobs. And what you're doing, public service agent, isn't a fucking job. You're supposed to be serving the public. But then fucking, yeah. So I get a lot of hate. But everybody gets a lot of hate, actually, if you think about it. Man, I have 11 things. There's some awesome JT's here. Fuck yeah, I want him up on my panel. Hey, what's up, JT? Me and JT, we don't always see eye to eye, but he's a smart guy.
Yeah. I know. I totally, I 100% agree with you on all that. Like, what do? You come back in the U.S., you got to pay all the taxes, get the registration sticker. Well, you know what? The 14th Amendment, you're under jurisdiction, and it's just what they're gonna do. They're gonna claim that they're gonna hold that over you, and you're gonna have to do it. In this day and age, right? They say this day and age, they own you. They own you, and until the rest of us, when there's 100 people standing behind you saying, "Leave this motherfucker alone," that's gonna leave you alone. But we got to get to that point. You know what I mean? We got to get to that point to where like James Freeman was in that building the other day, and he goes, "What are you gonna do when there's 50 people standing behind you?" Did you see when he was doing that the other day?
I don't know. I don't know if I caught that one.
He told the cop, he said, "What are you going to do when there's 50 people standing behind you that won't let you do this to me?" Right?
Yeah.
And that's the point. That's where we got to get to. And I feel like, like when I first saw Tom Zebra, 12 something years ago, and I was like, he was out there watching cops. Like, now look where it's grown to. I mean, really look at YouTube. There was like 5 channels back then that were cop watchers, and now look at what's going on YouTube now. There's 3,000, 4,000 channels now, and that's just a YouTube thing, And if you talk to your neighbors, and nobody agrees with what's going on, and everybody's ready to stick their fist in the air. And we just got to keep going. We just got to keep chugging, right? We just got to keep chugging, and we got to keep the faith. And it's so hard. I know it's hard, man. It's heartbreak every damn day. It's heartbreak, but that's who we are. We're the people. We're the people that can take it. We're the people that are there. We're the people that look at each other for the strength, and we got to look eye to eye and say, "I'll keep going if you keep going." Right? And that's what we got. That's what we got. And we just gotta keep sticking our fist in the air and keep going. And it sucks. It sucks, man. I know it sucks, but brother, we'll get there. We will get there, man.
Good to see you, JT. You have rights, man. I'm gonna chop down,
Good to
bro.
see you.
Great to see you, brother. I'm gonna chop down Tapatios in the chat. Good to see you, man. I'm beat, brother. Hold on, Mountain Girl wants to say bye.
I'm gonna talk through his because my mic's acting up. But you have rights. We love you, brother. You're awesome. And I am blessed to be able to come up on panel with you, bro. Thank you for having us. And JT, woo woo, Tapatios, Inferno, William, everybody in chat. You're all awesome. I love you all.
Love you too.
Thanks for letting me talk to you guys for a second there, Northwoods and Mountain Girl, because yeah, I kind of went deep with you, telling you about some of the stuff in my life, but I wish I shouldn't have stopped.
I'm sure we'll do it again, bro.
There's other things that
you've been through a ringer, dog. You stood in your beliefs pretty hard, man.
We'll do it again, my guy. Definitely.
You know that
tomorrow night, if you can just check me out real quick at 8 o'clock, I'd like to talk to you over there too.
all right. Okay.
All right, bro.
Northwoods Media.
Love you, brother. Please sub my channel because it's the only one I got now. They took my other two out, so there you go. I'd appreciate it. Everybody, see you on the other side. Love you all. Peace.
Okay.
Northwoods, woo woo.
Woo woo.
Woo fucking woo. You heard?
Woo fucking woo.
I hate to come in so rah and shit, but you know, it's like it's all we got, right? It's all we really got is that, you know, we gotta support each other. You know, I believe in you, man, and I see what you've done, and I believe in the stuff you've done. You know, that you painted the side of your house, right? And and I hate to see you. You had to leave our beautiful country. You know, I hate that. You should be able to live here as an American. You really should be. I hate it.
The thing, though, is that JT is that I didn't really have to leave the United States. What I'm doing is I'm not complying with the unlawful order, and when their charges say that I yelled at the public service agent, "You piece of shit, bitch ass boy," and that you're at my house. Okay,
they were trying to railroad you.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that what they described, that what they're trying to say I committed a crime, is not even a crime. None of it's a crime.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yes, they're obviously railroading me with that said, but what I'm trying to say here is that we're
don't create a victim.
Well, yes, but I obviously and purposefully see that to not be a crime, and that I'm not complying with their malicious prosecution, lack of probable cause. Okay? So what they're trying to do is say that I was standing in public, recording my public service agent, protesting my public service agent's presence, and I followed him in public by jogging down the street like 50 yards.
Well, and everything there is a public right. It's all public right.
Yeah.
Freedom
it wasn't
speech,
like I was chasing my neighbor down the street. It's not like I was following my neighbor through town everywhere he goes. The only way you can record your public service agents, which is your right, is to follow them around, recording them.
Right, you didn't fall into a bathroom and, you know.
It would be different if I was standing in his backyard. You know, if all of a sudden he looked out his backyard and I'm like standing there trying to record him through his windows, that would be a little stalkerish.
Yeah, it'd be a little weird. record.
So the thing about it is all three of those charges. It's the disturbing the peace, obstructing a public official, and stalking. If you look at the paperwork, all of them have the same description of the crime. It says for the stalking one, it says to wit, followed public service agent or followed the Dylan Otteson, the public service agent it says followed the public service agent yelling, "You piece of shit, cocksucking bitch ass boy, and you're at my house."
But that's redress. You have that right.
Yeah, it's all lawful. What the descriptions. So then, that's that's basically the description of what they said constitutes stalking. And then when you read the fucking disturbing the peace, it's the same exact description. They're trying to point out that I yelled, "You cocksucking bitch ass boy," and that you're at my house. So I must have been disturbing the peace, or well, it was it's disturbing the peace.
It's not even close what stalking means. I had my sister was being stalked by a boyfriend while I was in high school. He would call the house every night, 10 times. He would come by and knock on the door and run away. You know, he would drive by his car and rev his engine. Remember,
Yeah.
that's stalking. You know what I mean?
What you're describing is a course of conduct. Stalking is a course of conduct.
Exactly.
But see, now the
What
thing
you
about
did
it
was address your public official in a public manner.
yeah,
That's not stalking.
yeah,
That's
you can't
redress.
stalk a public official anyways because you can't even
Right,
stalk
they
a
lose
public
that
service
right once
agent
they get
because
elected.
you have the right to take on a course of conduct with the public official. For one, you have the right. You have the right to go to the public service agent's place where they serve, right? Which would be like the courthouse. Say you wanted to go to the courthouse and record the same public official in the court clerk's office every day. If you did that to Sally down the street, that would be stalking. You would be taking up a course of conduct with her. But if you did that to the public service agent, you would just be recording your public official in the course of their duties. You would be trying to, for transparency reasons, trying to hold the public service agent accountable, and then basically criticizing your public service agent. You see what I'm saying? Those are the three things.
Even these the paparazzi do worse than what you did. You know?
Oh, I know.
They follow these celebrities from their home to their workplace and to the restaurant and back home, and
Yeah,
they
I have
take
the
their
video.
longing of lenses and they get them on their balconies and
Dude, I
You
have
would
the
do it.
video where the district attorney that charged me with these for that, he says, I charged you. I told him about my video, and he says, yeah, I charged you from that video. So basically, he admits that I didn't.
in public.
Yeah, but he admits that not only was everything done in public on video, but that there really wasn't a course of conduct, because if he charged me for stalking from that video only took place on one day, less than 15 minutes of a time frame. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like what will Channel 4 do?
The
It's
dude
the
was
same
on a
thing.
side by side, so he kicked up on his side by side and started heading down the street. And there was only so far I could even jog to keep on recording him and protesting him. You see what I'm saying? I would love to have protested. Shit, if I could jog fucking 45 miles an hour, I would fucking protest. I would have protested his bitch ass all day long. I probably would have jogged behind his truck all the way to fucking wherever he fucking lives and stood on the public sidewalk outside of his house protesting him if I could jog 45 miles an hour. But sorry, I can't. So basically, I jogged down the street as far as I could before he kicked off into the distance. You know what I mean? So the district attorney says, yeah, I charged you from that video. So basically, a video that I recorded on one day of me yelling at the public service agent in protest and calling him a cocksucking bitch ass boy and standing in public on a public easement. I got
Well, it's
charged.
almost like that video should have illustrated his qualified immunity, right? And how
what
that
now? Like the video illustrated his qualified immunity.
Yeah, and absolved you from prosecution because you have a right to redress, and so that video basically really only he exchanged his right for qualified immunity. Isn't that what he did?
The only way I can, okay, I'm actually in a way I'm actually harming myself by saving myself from them. Okay, like if I really wanted to, I could go and place myself into their hands in what they perceive as their county, and I could just turn myself right over to them and go through their prosecution and try my hardest to argue myself innocent. But the only problem is, aside from them threatening to fucking bind, gag me, and medicate me, the only problem is I already recognize the charges to be frivolous, lacking probable cause, which constitutes malicious prosecution. And I am not, the only thing I'm doing is not simply complying with that agency's malicious prosecution. And that's what I wish that the fucking people in my country understood, is that everybody's like, a Cape Cod the other day on Northwoods, he got mad at me for some reason and then decided to go all the way in on me, right? So he calls me, he says I'm a traitor, that I'm a coward, that I.
Oh, that's right. I heard you guys were arguing or something.
Well, he started yelling at me. I was just like, we might have had a little argument to start with, but then it ended up with him trying to fucking hurt my feelings, which I have a hard time getting my feelings hurt. I don't really get mad when it appears I'm arguing on the texting and typing. I'm basically under this mood right here because I have a problem with my emotions. You know, I bumped my head really.
No, you and me went back and forth, but then I understood you were just trying to speak, and you understood that I was just trying to speak, and so then we spoke, and we were cool.
Yeah.
You just gotta learn to speak, right?
Yeah, speaking is different than typing, and things are fucking misunderstood in typing, which really fucking hinders a situation.
Typing is a big issue, yes,
and a relationship. But yeah, if anybody gets to be able to talking, then it's something. A lot of things can be sorted out. That's why I love talking. Yes, it's very hard at the first part where it's the argument and it's the fucking the adversity and all this stuff. But fuck, man, if you don't talk to each other, then you're not going to be able to, like, in some cases heal. In some cases, fucking agree. It's like when you're trying to date a girl, you're gonna miss 99% of the shots that you don't take. You know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah, silence creates violence, and talking, even if it's an argument, is actually fucking good. I know a lot of people can't stand it, but damn. You know,
communication is very hard for a lot of people, and like I was even talking with somebody today, and they started getting into race, and started getting into even some weird stuff. But and I was like, but the problem is whenever somebody points out the race to me, they're separating themselves, right? I'm not trying to separate myself, but yet they tell me that they're this color or that they're that race. and they're separating themselves from me. And I said, I don't do that. I mean, I don't sit here and say white pride, like, but I constantly see brown pride in my face, and it's like, so how am I supposed to take that? Because what if I said white pride? That's a whole different can of worms, right? And what if I did that? Now, all I care is about is we just get along together, and that's all I really want. So I don't care about my white pride. I don't care that I'm white. Why does other people care that they're brown? That's what I want to know. Can somebody answer that? Hey, Inferno, how you doing, dog?
Hey, JG, what's up, man? You're right. What's up, bro? How y'all doing?
And so what I want to know is why does everybody care so much about their race instead of, can we just be Americans? And if you understand what America is and how we're a melting pot, can't we just care about that? Can't we just care about that we all want to be here and get along together? That's what I want. That's what this country was built on. That's what this country's supposed to be about, and that's what I want to see again. But it seems like everybody's got their own idea of, they gotta scream their race out and put their finger in my face and say, like whatever. And it's like, but I just want to get along. You know what I mean? And it's like, so I'm having this conversation today, and the guy's like, you don't get it. I'm like, well, what is it I'm not getting? When I'm telling you, like you tell me that there's systemic problems where brown people are underprivileged. Well, I'm white. I actually can't get a business loan or a home loan or a college loan. I can't get those loans at 0% interest. I can't even get a government loan for school or for business or for a home because I'm white. That's a fact. And I'm certainly not going to get it for 0% interest.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a fact, but it is true. It's not a fact, but it's true. Because like some of us white guys can't get a loan, but not us white guys.
But if I was a minority, I could get a loan for 0% interest for school, for business, and for a home. But being that because I'm white, I can't get one. And so you're telling me there's some systemic problem against immigrants or minorities, and it's actually completely the other way. And I really don't have a freaking problem with it. You know what, man? Sometimes people aren't at their best, and sometimes people need a leg up. And you know what, man? Go on and get it. If it's there, go on and take it. You know what I mean? If it's there for you, just take it because you're not going to get it any other way. And I'm all about it. I'm all get what you can get. I for one, when they offer me free solar panels, I don't take them. You know why I don't take them? Because if I take them, I justify their theft from my paycheck to having to offer me free solar panels. And so I don't take them. Right?
I want to touch on it a little bit. Sorry.
No.
Like here in Mexico, there's like a obvious like joke, but it's really not a joke. It's just the truth. But it's funny. It's a funny truth where they have there's a store called OXXO, and it's basically like your run of the mill 7-Eleven store in the United States of America.
Yeah.
Well, here there's an OXXO. Like, say there's an OXXO on the corner. There might be one halfway down the block, and then not on the opposite corner, but just halfway down the block of the other corner, there might even be another OXXO. You see what I'm saying? So it'd be like having it'd be like, and then a lot of the times they put if it's a pizza store, they put all the pizza stores on the same road. If there's enough pizza stores, they'll make the whole block, or maybe even 2 blocks worth of pizza stores. So like if you want to go to the mall, you go to this certain area and there's like 3 or 4 malls to choose from. You know what I mean?
Oh, really? Weird.
And this is how they do it. It's like a true form of free enterprise.
Capitalism, yeah.
Yeah, and so basically,
If you
even
want to
the guy
compete,
that's
compete
like
with the other ones.
a dude can go into a store, steal a bunch of products, and go right out onto the public property sidewalk in front of that same store they just stole all those products from and sell those products.
Right.
Without get,
Okay, and
I mean,
the store
I
owner
mean,
does not come out. Like, I mean, they can't get caught doing it. They'll get in trouble if they got caught doing that. I'm just saying,
mhm.
if you didn't
Oh
get
no, I
caught,
remember. I
you can
remember back in the
seriously.
day when I first went down to Tijuana. I went down to TJ with my buddies, and there's guys on the street, and he's like, "Look, I'll sell you a ticket." He's like, "You go in, he's like, you give me this, you get free beers, and you get the donkey show." We were like, "Really, a donkey show? That's real stuff, right?"
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh yeah, the donkey show," and
Mm.
we're like, "Okay." So he gives us a ticket. As soon as we hit the door, the he's all, "Buy the ticket, and you get free beers and the donkey
Mm.
show." And we're like, "We just paid for that outside."
Oh,
And we
geez,
give it,
yeah. All
and
right.
we're like, so we give the ticket, walk inside, and sure enough, there's a donkey show, and we're like, "Oh my god." Okay, 2 beers was enough. It's like, well, I gotta
Yeah.
go. I mean, 2 beers was enough of that. But it was like, like what he said, the guy was, he bought the ticket and then walked out on the sidewalk and was selling the ticket. You couldn't do that in America. You couldn't do that. I mean, just think if you went to Disneyland and the guy was selling the tickets for Disneyland on the sidewalk, the Disneyland would have him removed so fast.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they would carry him right up.
Oh yeah, just like scalpers don't exist anymore. It's like you go to a baseball game. When I was a little kid, when I was back in the 70s and 80s, when my parents would take me to a baseball game, some guys would be out there. Hey, you want to buy some tickets? But now
Mhm.
you go, nobody's scalping tickets no more.
Oh,
Ain't
really?
nobody doing that stuff. Oh hell
Hmm.
no! I haven't seen one of those. Last time I went to a Rams game, there wasn't nobody scalping no tickets, man. And there were cops there
Oh.
because there's cops everywhere now.
Oh, yeah.
No, they weren't doing that. I haven't seen scalpers since. I mean, shit. And I went to so many concerts too, and
Mhm.
all that stuff stopped that stopped in the '90s. Last time I
Oh,
saw
yeah.
scalpers in the '90s. You pull up, and be like,
Yeah.
"Oh yeah, hey, I got some nosebleeds." Well, I'll give you $35. You give me third row, and I'll give you nosebleeds, and I'll give you 35. You would do a little
Mhm.
trading, and you know
Mhm.
that shit ain't been around for fucking days, man.
Seems like it. They
Yeah,
don't
it's
do
been a
shit like
long
they used
time.
to at all anymore.
No, you can't. No, in America, no. Hell no, they get you. It's everything's taxed now.
Yeah.
If yeah. I mean, if the taxman ain't taxing you, the cops are taxing you. You know that. You get taxed one way or another. The
Mhm.
last big concert I went to was Prince,
If you get
and
targeted, then it's even worse because not only do you get taxed one way or another, you get forced one
yep.
way or another. They
Mhm.
targeted individuals in the United States have it hella rough. Sometimes you can't even tell if you're targeted or not, but the ones that are really fucked with often are the ones that are obviously targeted. You know what I
Well,
mean?
yeah, you go. The poor neighborhoods are over policed, and they are
Mhm.
targeted because the police are out there. I'll give you this example. Somebody drove through my fence on last Friday. Some fool just turned the corner, drove through my fence, backed up, drove away. We called the cops.
Yeah.
Come on. No,
Oh,
seriously,
dear.
I put a new fence in a year ago. Fool just
Mhm.
drove
Yeah.
right through it, backed up, drove away. Like nothing happened. We got it
Oh,
all on
yeah.
video and everything.
I figure. Yeah.
Well, and he left his bumper in my front yard, right?
Yeah.
And the cops were like, "Oh yeah, oh, we called them up. We said, "Look, we got video. Look, here's the video for it. Here's so we looked at the number on the bumper. It's a
Mm-hmm.
2011, 2013 Silverado. He came back
No,
Saturday night, stole his bumper out of my front yard. We're like, here's the video of him stealing the bumper. The cop won't come back to get the video. We're like, what do you want to send the
oh,
video?
really?
He don't want it. He don't even want the video because he's not going to actually investigate the fucking crime. He doesn't
That's what happened.
care.
That's what happened with me. I told the deputies, I said I was being threatened. I was being harassed and threatened, and I have videos. And they basically just said, "Oh, send them to me on the internet,"
Mm-hmm.
and didn't even fucking give a shit to investigate one bit about it. Pressure me for the
Oh,
videos and nothing.
Yeah, and before that, I had a tenant who ripped off. I had $15,000 of musical equipment. They ripped off $15,000. They ripped off my guitar amps. My most precious Gibson Les Paul was worth. I had $4,000 in that instrument. I had fret drums. I had custom handmade pickups and everything. They stole that thing. That guitar. I have been offered $4,000 for that guitar all day, every day.
Mm-hmm.
The police did not investigate one day. $15,000 of vintage pedals.
Yeah.
Never have they investigated one damn instance. They don't care. $15,000. That's grand theft, and they did nothing about it. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You know,
The
and I
shit
even
has to
told them
fall into
who
the
did it.
cops' hands for them to act like they give a shit. You know what I mean?
Well, I told them who did it. I gave them a license number. I gave them the address of where they were staying, and they did nothing.
Yeah.
They said screw it. They did nothing. They don't investigate crime. They're not. What they want to do is they want to patrol the streets, pull you over in your car,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's what they want to do.
Right, yeah.
They want to catch you with drugs. So when they catch you with drugs, they'll go to your house. They find drugs at your house. Then they'll take your house too. Right?
Chili
That's what they
proved
want.
that. Chili proved that they're the ones that are selling the drugs. You know, because if you take Ironton, Ohio, and like minimalize it as the whole entire United States, fucking Chili got a tip from this girl that was crying about being a targeted individual. So he says, "Okay, girl, I'm going to come to Ironton and record there and blah, blah, blah. And everybody can tell me their stories and we'll try to out these stories." Well, then Chili really did go to that fucking town, Ironton, Ohio, and he really did meet up with the girl that was being targeted. And then fucking when he got to that town, everybody was throwing a shit fit, all the blue liners. And but when Chili was in that town, he was hearing everybody's stories, and he was showcasing a couple of people's stories on the on his channel. And next, Chili didn't even get a chance to stay there long enough to actually do all the good that Chili probably could have done in that town. But he was fucking basically bullied out of the town by he stayed in that public building a little bit after closing time. You know what I mean? Didn't even get to do his protest that he wanted to do inside there before they had took him into custody, and then basically then he wasn't going to comply with all that maliciousness, and then he fucking basically didn't go and got a warrant, you know. But then what the moral of the story is one of the cops' wives fucking saw that he was somebody that they could tell their story to, and fucking, or she gave her the strength or the courage to tell her story, something like that. And fucking basically the cop's wife fucking said that he had been abusing her physically, and that he sold meth and stuff. And then they did the thing, and the guy was actually selling meth out of his house. His name was Spiljeric or whatever. Everybody called him Spooge Jack because freaking media called him Spooge Jack the first time, and
Yeah, I
everybody
always
started
say
calling him
that
Spooge Jack.
if 40% of police admit to spousal abuse, that's 40% that admit to it. What about the rest that don't admit to it?
Oh, I know.
Right? So how deep really is the problem? If 40% admit, then how many really are doing it?
Yeah,
It goes deep.
you know
So
those
you're
people
talking
that,
about delete laws? You're talking about, when you say chill, you mean delete
yeah,
laws?
yeah, delete laws. Sorry.
I don't think he's all bad, but you do know he has a past, right?
Has a past?
Yeah, he grifts here and there. You know that, right?
I don't know about all that because I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. There's
Don't ever
fucking
send him
obvious
money.
things in his
Don't
past.
ever give him money.
I don't really care for Chili that much anymore. But at the same time, I think that he really is doing good things. The reason for me is because yes, he did do a fundraiser and help me raise up the money for my bail. Right. My family could
Oh,
have
that's
raised
right.
it up
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
over
you did. You
longer
did do
time.
that. That's right.
Yeah. Chili helped me. He did a fundraiser, and a lot of people saw me get arrested because I went live on Freedom from Government. Freedom from Government has almost or over 100,000 subscribers on his channel. So when I went live on Freedom from Government's channel, because when I went down to protest, Freedom from Government gave me his phone to take down to the protest to be able to record it live on over 100,000 subscribers. At the time, I didn't even have. I had like 370 subscribers or something at the time.
Yeah.
Maybe even less. Maybe I only had like 100 and something subscribers at the time. It was 2022, but anyways, I go down to the. I had more than that. I had 300 and something. Anyways, yeah, I had 300 and something around there. Well, I take Freedom from Government's channel down there to fucking the protest. So then basically, a lot of people saw the deputy come and shove me, and then I shoved the deputy back, and then the deputy takes me down and says, "Now you're under arrest for assault on a peace officer."
Oh, that's right.
My little niece. I had my brother-in-law, and my niece was there. And my brother-in-law was recording on his phone. My niece was recording on her phone, and I was recording on Trent Goodbody's phone. And fucking, the deputy was recording on his chest camera. Okay, and my little niece says, "Don't fucking do that to my uncle." You know what I mean? And fucking, a lot of people saw that arrest, and a lot of people didn't like the arrest. It's like a 2-hour transport from Tonopah to or from Gabs to Tonopah. So before I even got to before they even took me to the jail, the deputy was already getting calls from the dispatchers that was saying that the fucking phone lines was blowing up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I felt hella good about that. I felt so good. I was like, man, the people are actually fucking calling in about this shit. You know what I mean? Like, I felt really confident at that point. You know what I mean? Because, the people aren't just fucking hating cops. Like, all the people that are like auditors and First Amendment auditors and Second Amendment gun rights advocates.
There's a difference between hating cops and supporting somebody who's
no. What I'm trying to say is, but hear me out here on this one, is that all of us, even when we dislike cops and stuff, we don't really want to hate the cops. We don't want to. We want them actually to do good. That's why we're all fucking talking about this shit, because we really want them to be good people that actually do good for our communities and actually do get the bad shit out and keep all the good shit and leave us the fuck alone.
But I want it to be where it should be. I want it to be 1/10 of what's already on the street right now. There shouldn't be so many of them motherfuckers on the street right now.
There shouldn't be so many of them, and at the same time, they should be They should be
If we
only.
reduce their numbers, they wouldn't feel so bold, right?
Well, they
Because they'd
should
be like,
only
"Oh
be
shit,
responding to something that is an actual crime that actually causes an emergency that rises far above a substantial evil.
Is there a victim? Okay, I'll show up."
Yeah. But even if there is a victim, if it doesn't rise far above a substantial evil, they shouldn't even fucking call. Like if your neighbor threw a rock at your window and broke it. Oh, it sounds like a fucking civil issue to me. Yes, there is an actual victim. Yes, there was an actual damage. But at the same time, call me up when the neighbor's beating the fucking face in and has already gone through the upper palate.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Because that's an actual substantive evil. Getting a window broken, we can replace the window. We can replace the window.
I've owned my house now for 12 years. I called the cops when a guy trespassed, and he's walking around my property, and I was like, okay, you come and get him before I beat him with the chair. Right?
Yeah.
And then he ran away. And then I called. I said, "Look, if the guy comes back, I'm gonna call you again because I'm gonna end up beating him with the fucking chair." And it's like, "Okay, well, give us a call before you do that." And I said, "Well, okay." So he came back, and he came in and jumped my wall. And I said, "If you do that, it's the worst mistake you're ever gonna fucking make." and he stood on the sidewalk and stared at me while I called the cops. And I said, "Come and get him because I'm gonna do something about this." And he don't want that. So they came in, they talked to him, and they said, "Okay, we're giving him public assist." I said, "What's that mean?" He said, "I'm going to take him to the edge of fucking town and tell him to go away." I said, "You know what? That's a very decent thing. That's a very decent way of handling this." Right?
Oh, yeah.
Because he was just it was a homeless crazy dude, and they couldn't put enough on him.
Oh, shit.
He told me that I had his wife in a secret compartment in my house. And that's what he told me.
I see.
That's what he told me. I had his wife in a secret compartment in my house, and I was like, I can't solve this. And the only way I can solve this is to beat it out of him, and I don't want to beat it out of him. You know what I mean? Because I don't
he
like
was basically
people.
His craziness was about to get your house forcefully searched for exigent circumstances.
Oh no! I even told the guy. I said, "Do you want to search my home?" I said, "Go ahead and fucking search my home."
No, but that's what the guy that was making those crazy fucking weird shits was purposefully, psychologically trying to get your house raided for exigent circumstances. When somebody says somebody's wife is in your house, they can't just take your word for it that she's not. They have to go in there and figure out whether it's there.
I told him. I said, "If you want to," I said, "Go ahead." I opened my front gate. I opened my front door. I said, "Go ahead. Go ahead and find his wife." And then the cop goes, "I know his wife's not in your house." Because I know he's nuts. I said,
good.
"Okay."
So they were able to discern that fucking the nutty shit doesn't make sense. And
so he said, "I'm gonna give him a public assist," and I said, "What does that mean?" He said, "I'm gonna take him to the edge of town and drop his ass off and tell him don't come back." And I said, "That's a very reasonable way of handling that." I mean, you know what I mean? That's great for a cop to do that because number one, he's not ruining this guy's life. He's not putting him in the system. He's not putting me in any harm's way. You know, he's getting this guy. He's taking him to the edge of town and saying, "You're not welcome here." And then I was like, that's a great way of handling it. Right?
I was going to say that exigent circumstance alone doesn't give them a right to go searching into your house. But if they like heard a woman's voice say help, and they had the exigent circumstance of somebody saying that you had a woman in there.
Oh no, he told me the whole time. He was like, dude, he's like, we know he's nuts. And I said, dude, do you want to search my home? I said, go ahead. I said, come on.
Yeah,
you can look all you want because we don't even smoke pot at that point. You know what I mean? It's like you were gonna find nothing. We didn't have nothing. There was nothing you was gonna find in my home. You know, not an unregistered gun, or there was nothing he was gonna find here.
Kidnapping is a substantive evil, though. You know, so that's a scary ass thing. You know, somebody's claiming that you have their wife kidnapped in your home.
It wasn't until like 2 years later when I moved a roommate. I moved a guy into my unit, and like he might have had some shit where I wouldn't want my
Yeah.
searched. You know.
No, but
At
that wasn't the
point, I
case,
wouldn't have
huh?
said that. But yeah, we were all alone, and it was just like just me, my wife, and my daughter. It was like what? Go ahead, you want to search? Go ahead and search, Copper. You're not gonna find nothing. So,
Yeah.
but get this guy out of here. Get this guy out of my hair. Is what I just wanted the guy out of my fucking hair. So it was like because it was like I don't need my wife. I mean, this dude was like 6'4", and it was like I'm like fuck, I'm a big dude, but it's like okay, this is gonna be some trouble. You know what I mean? And I don't want my wife and my daughter around, and this is gonna go off. I don't need this because if this fool comes back, it's gonna be a tussle.
Yeah, you can't even just go into your house and not worry about him because then is he like fucking? He could come in through your gates at that point without you even watching, without you even like seeing to defend. So basically, you have to keep your eye on him. So now you're having to interact with his ass. I'm just saying it's easy for people to say, why don't you just go in your house and just fucking not even interact with him? You know what I mean? That's what the devil advocate assholes say. Why don't you just go in your house and so that you don't have to interact with him? You know what I mean? It's like, but no, if I go in my house and I don't interact with him, he's acting crazy. He's outside my house. I've already told him, like, asked him if he could leave, but he doesn't want to leave. So now I have to sit here and watch his ass.
Well, he had already jumped my fence.
Protest about or even comment
the
on.
whole thing was I live on a corner lot and we're entirely fenced in. He had already jumped my fence, so he was already trespassing. Because the fence is not welcome. So he had already jumped my fence, and I was like, my dog starts barking at the front door, and I look up, and this fool's walking in my front yard, which is entirely 6 foot fenced in. So he already jumped my wall. And I'm like, oh shit. And I open my door, I was expecting my dog to go get him. My dog starts licking him. I'm like, you son of a bitch. Not entirely alone. And this fool, I mean, he was a big fool. I'm like, all right, here we go. It's bloody knuckle time. Like,
yeah, but you don't want if somebody's in your home. If somebody's in your home area, don't just think about defending yourself with your hands and your mixed martial arts abilities. Fucking, you want a weapon. You don't want to sit there and be like, oh, I know jujitsu, so I'll just, come up behind this guy, swim his ass and get him in a rear naked chokehold and fucking put his ass out. You don't want to think like that. No, you want to fucking go in and like put a hammer right here on your coffee table, put a fucking baseball bat right here behind the door, and then take your fucking shovel with you. You know what I mean? Or something, whatever you have, but you want to do tools for people that are in your yard. You don't want to go hands on.
That was the whole thing is I didn't have a pew-pew at the time, and I also didn't have a baseball bat. So, and I had always been used to, knuckling up, so I, stupidly, and I realized that day is when I realized I was being really stupid about my home defense. I should have an aluminum bat, and I should have, a pocket knife, and I should have a pew-pew. And I didn't have any of those things.
You should have several different tools. You should have several different tools all over your house, and they should look nonchalant so that, like, the neighbor that comes over doesn't know that your vase is made 4 inches thick on the bottom and that you could just clobber the shit out of somebody with it. But you should know that it's 4 inches thick on the bottom. You know what I mean? These are the type of things, because when it has to do with something like that, the guy, you say the guy was fucking big. You say the guy was big and he was acting large, and that you had your daughter there at the house. It's like, no, I'm getting tools.
No, she was at school at the time, but I did have to pick her up. But it was like, but I was like, dude, I'm gonna have some trouble with this fool. Even though I'm a big dude, it's like I know. It was like, okay, this is gonna be a tussle. You know what I mean? But luckily, I was able to get him to leave, and then then I called and said this fool needs to be trespassed. He's on the block. Come trespasses us. But then he came back. He tried to jump my wall again, and I said, "That's the last mistake you'll fucking make, motherfucker." And he saw the seriousness in my eyes, and he went,
Oh, really?
"Okay." And so he literally stood in my driveway, and then the cops came, and he was still standing there because that's how nuts
really?
he was. But he
Yeah.
saw in my eyes. I was like, "No, this," because that was it for me. It was like. I
Exactly.
went and I grabbed a kitchen knife. I had a kitchen knife in my back pocket. And I was like, "That's gonna be the worst mistake you make."
Mhm.
The tribe is right here. The tribe in the chat, he says, hearsay does not establish an exigent circumstance. And it's right. That's why I mentioned earlier, because I was saying that fucking it is an exigent circumstance that the guy said that the wife was in there, but at the same time, it's not as much as you need. You need a lot more. You need to have a lot. You have to have. It has to be compounded with other exigent circumstances. They have to compound. They have to be backed. You know, fucking yeah. That guy that was in your fucking yard, man. That's scary. A guy that's bigger. He's bigger than you. He's even big enough to just be more than you want to even fucking tussle with right now. And then fucking, you've already told him to leave, but he's back now. And all this shit is like, oh fuck no.
No, yeah, he just stood there like looking crazy, and I'm like, "Oh fuck, I don't need this."
Yeah.
But look at it. So the cop was like, and you can say that that's fucked up, but I mean, what should they do with a guy like that? Because they can't commit him. They don't know to commit him. So isn't taking him to the edge of town and saying, "Not welcome," isn't that good enough? I say that's pretty decent. I say that's what I have cops for. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, the thing about it is
they didn't beat him. They didn't beat his ass. They didn't shoot him. They didn't kill him. They just took him to the edge of town and said, "Not welcome." And I thought that was pretty decent.
Yeah, no, that is cool. But at the same time,
I would say that's what I have.
That was a situation that can end that way. If the guy put his fucking hands on you, then fucking, oh hell no, that's not cool. The cops should have put him in prison. You know what I mean?
Well, then it's my house. I would have fought tooth and nail. You know what I mean? And I would have came out on top of that because you don't beat in that situation.
Yeah, for just a weird guy, and you don't even understand his nature. He might be drunk, he might be high, he might be fucking delusional. You don't know what the true nature of his being there is, and he is looking crazy. But at the same time, he hasn't really jumped on you and started to try to clobber you. You know what I mean? So yeah, the cops taking the guy out to the desert and dropping him off and making it to where he can't walk back or something. I don't know. I mean, whatever he said, I didn't.
Well, they didn't do that. They just took him to the edge of town. They just took him,
they got him out of your area. Is all that I'm saying. Sorry. And then but that's reasonable for them to do that. But at the same time, the guy did jump over on your property, and he was fucking acting crazy with you, which is menacing. And then fucking he did leave and then came back. That's always a real bad sign, because they leave and then
I really just wanted
that motherfucker to come back.
I told the cop, I really just want him to have some help. I mean, this fool needs some he needs some way to get some clarity and understand that he's having trouble. You know what I mean? And what I really wanted for him was to get some clarity and realize that he's in a bad situation and he's not thinking straight. Is what I really wanted for him, to realize that he wasn't thinking straight.
Shit, if I got jacked up and fucking shot for every time I fucking had a mental episode or fucking wasn't thinking straight, then fucking my ass would need fucking 20 lives. You know what I mean?
Well, I wasn't asking him to get shot. I just wanted him to, see that he wasn't thinking straight, because he was out of his gourd, man.
Yeah, people.
I was really lucky that I looked at him. I told him, "That's the worst mistake you're gonna fucking make," and he saw the look in my fucking eyes, and he went, "Oh," and he backed down. I was like, "Yeah, no, it's life or death time, motherfucker."
People need to have your outlook, you know, because there is some things that are fucking outrageous, but is it really uh shoot to kill the guy outrageous? You know what I mean? Probably
Well,
not.
that's one of the people. I live in kind of like a rough neighborhood and shit, but everybody here they respect me and they respect my property. That's why the guy hitting my fence and not, not and hitting and running. Like, that was the wrong thing to do. Like, everybody came up to this neighborhood. They're like, "Did you catch the guys? Like, did they get them?" Like everybody was like concerned, because everybody here in this neighborhood is like, they know, like, I don't call cops. Like, you have your parties, go ahead, play the music. I don't call cops for people having a good time. You know what I mean? I'm not the cop calling neighborhood, and they just know that when people come trying to fuck with my property, they see me yell at the cops too. Like, the cops block my driveway. I tell the cop, "Don't you fucking block my driveway." You know, I'm that guy that's always out there and shit.
It's understandable,
And so
even if
everybody
you're
in my
talking to
neighborhood
the cops
knows,
like
like,
that.
they say JT, he's down with his. He's down for his, and they always respect my shit. They don't ever. I never been fucked with by the other people. The people that robbed me, that was somebody who lived here. You know what I mean? That was a tenant that I had that lived here that robbed me. That was like a whole different issue. That wasn't somebody that from the neighborhood. But the neighborhood's always respecting me. I've been shot at in this neighborhood when I was a kid. This is a rough neighborhood where I moved to. But
Sometimes it
they
is like that.
respect us here, and so it's like, I knew that this fool who hit my fence, like, all like, we had like 4 neighbors come up. Did they get him? Did they get him? Like, well, what do you mean did they get him? Like, well, you thought the cops were going to do something about it?
Yeah.
I wanted to finish saying, because I was saying, and I didn't really finish what I was trying to say about
My bad.
what's happened, with me and Chili. You know what I mean? I wanted to finish what I was trying to say there, because I left off without finishing the whole story, so it's not right.
Right on.
You know.
Yeah.
So basically, like I said, a lot of people watched my arrest, but they didn't really have it on my channel, so they couldn't really tell if it was me. It was just some dude getting arrested on Freedom of Government's channel. Well, anyways, Chili was already my friend before that, though, So on my channel, he found out that it was me and was like, "Oh, bro, what the fuck?" And he actually really did get the ask his followers or his subscribers to donate. But there was a lot of people that donated to me, knowing that it was me that it happened to, that donated to Chili for me, right? But Chili, he didn't do anything wrong with the donation money. He fucking actually got me bailed out. You know what I mean? The one county, Nye County had arrested me, and they put like $1,000-something bail on me. But then there was
I know
another.
that Chili helped out John Felix too when John Felix got arrested, and there is lots of stories where Chili did the right thing, but there's also some stories where he did the wrong thing.
Yeah,
so
I know.
that's where.
But that's why I was trying to finish up what I was saying. Why? Because me and Chili recently had a falling out. Okay, I don't go on Chili's channel no more. Even though I like Chili still, I don't go to his channel no more. I'm not gonna be one of his little followers that sit there and fucking OTVO. No, when I left, by the time I was leaving there, I was saying, why isn't anybody moving to over OTVO? Every single time it's all about fucking your little card, your fucking trifold, and put OTVO in the chat. But where are we actually moving to OTVO? But anyways, that's not the moral of my story. What the moral of my story is about what was happening is that fucking he helped me. He did help me with the money, right? my family would have gained up the money, but it might have taken my family 8 months to gain up the money. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But so Chili helped me get bailed out right off the bat, right? So I was in there for 6 days, something like that.
Mhm.
Anyways, I thought when I was in the cop car that the deputy told me that fucking a lot of people were already calling in, right? And I was thinking, oh
Mhm.
man, that's so great. Fuck, the people saw me fucking get unlawfully arrested. They're all calling in, having these people hear it. You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
I thought it would be like Michigan Constitutional Crusaders case where a lot of people saw my unlawful arrest and called in, and then they like basically just dismissed the charges. You know what I mean? Because it was all on video.
Mhm.
Well, instead,
Gotcha.
everybody saw my arrest on Freedom from Government's videos, and on my channel, I was trying to post them, but they're just not there. It is what it is on that part. But anyways, so I didn't get really, I don't really have the acknowledgement on my unlawful arrest like I thought I was going to get off the bat. So I was basically asking Chili, like, bro, you're a good reporter. You could sit there. You could give me you could do an interview with me, and I could say all of what was going on, and then we could showcase my videos, and basically you'd be reporting on what was happening. And but he didn't want to do that at all. He doesn't. He told me that. But this was real recently, which was way after the fact, which he should have done it a long time ago without even me asking him. He should have interviewed me, showcased my videos, and reported on, Nye County and this and that. With 500,000 subscribers, a lot of people would see my stuff, and I only got 500, so he's got 10. Chili's got 10 times more, maybe even 1,000 times more subscribers. What is that? 500,000 to 500.
100
I
times.
think it's 1,000 times, isn't it? Or 100 times. 100 times more.
100 times is 50.
5,000 to 500,000 is.
Yeah, I think it's 1,000 times. 1,000 times 500 would be 500,000. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what Chili got. He's got 1,000 times more subscribers than me. It's like, what the fuck? I was Chili's friend for fucking a long time on YouTube, before I even had
He
my
has
arrest, my
500,000?
unlawful arrest. Huh?
Chili has 500,000 subs.
Yeah, I think he has more than that now. He probably has like over 600,000 by now. Let me look what he's got.
Really?
But yeah, basically, if he would have done that for me back in 2022 when I fucking first got arrested, a lot of more people would have saw fucking shit. And now, recognizing your rights, but I have to say that fucking Northwest Press showcased my stuff on his channel, but he's only got like 1,000 subs. You know what I mean? So, but now if Chili would have done it, shit, there would be tons of people that understood my story. You know what I mean? And then recognizing our rights, he basically just showcased my story on his channel, and recognizing our rights has recognizing our rights. Recognizing our rights, he's got freaking 62,000, right?
Yeah.
Well, when recognizing our rights showcased my video, all of a sudden, out of the woodwork, I started getting all sorts of like at least 8 to maybe 4 to 12. 4 to 12 people that just came out of the woodwork commenting on my videos, like, "Hey, I seen seen your videos on recognizing our rights, and that's jacked up and all sorts of stuff. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then I was thinking, geez, man, if I got like 4 to 12 people commenting on my channel after recognizing our rights, I was thinking, man, fucking if Chili would have done that on Delete Laws, there would have been 500,000 subscribers that would have freaking seen the damn fucking shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The part where the part where Jim Basinger tells the deputy, oh, it's all right. I'll just meet him I won't say nothing to him anymore. I'll just meet him in a dark alley or find him in a dark alley, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
The deputy is literally there that day because I shoved him. Okay? The deputy is literally standing right there. I'm yelling in the background of that short video. I'm yelling in the background. The deputy's sitting there talking to the guy with the little blue shirted Dylan Audison dude standing right there, smiling and laughing about it. He says the deputy was literally there that day because I pushed Jim Basinger that day. But I didn't just push Jim Basinger. He got out of his truck and once again went to telling me that he was going to stuff my camera up my ass. And then he was walking at me all crazy like he was fucking like coming to grab me or something. And fucking when he got close enough, I fucking was like, no, fuck no, and fucking pushed him. You know what I mean? And then
So it went from assault and battery to mutual combat.
no, it went from threatening to defense. And it went from threatening with the ability to make good to defense.
You think you know John Felix, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you should go down with John Felix.
Oh, I know. John Felix said that he just told me to email him, but I was never able to find John Felix's email. He talks to me all the time on his channel because I'm kind of controversial in the chats and my opinions. You know.
Yeah, no, I know John. I text John every day, man. And if you want me to, I'll you give me any of your information.
The tribe, he always showcases our rights on his channel, and he always showcases like American jurisprudence and different maxims of law and everything. And the tribe, he knows that I know at least a little thing or two about property rights, right? And all of our rights are derived from property.
You're pretty well versed in everything you talk about. That's true.
Yeah, but listen,
there's not much laws I would dispute you on.
all of our rights are derived from property. Every single one of them. Every single right that we have, the right to breathe, is derived from the right that the reason that we got our body as property. Okay.
Yes.
So our entire existence relies on this body that is our property, the only one that we have, and that's why it's so important. This property rights are highly fucking important.
But you also understand the 14th Amendment, which basically throws all that out, right?
Well, if you agree but only if you agree to call yourself a citizen.
But you don't have a choice. Because that's what the thing with the 14th. The 14th throws it out.
No, it really doesn't cancel out your rights to your own property. What it does is if you to believe that you're a citizen, right? You can contract your rights, you can't even contract your rights away. Rights, it's almost like telling a rape victim that they can consent. They cannot consent.
First off, what does citizen mean?
What?
First off, in the 14th, what is the definition of citizen in the 14th?
Well, the thing is about it is that a citizen is somebody that's a part. They're claiming the United States of America.
The legal definition is employee. And then,
even if it's not employee, it's a member. You're actually being a member of
Well, if you look at the Oxford
fictitious
Dictionary,
political subdivision known as the United States of America.
well, because what most people don't understand is there's no such thing as colloquial definition in a court of law. Every word has to have a definite definition.
The tribe
So
was
when you
trying to
say
talk to us
citizen,
about, teach us about colloquial.
colloquial means common, and there's no such thing as common definitions in law, right? There's
Yeah.
no such thing as common definition. And
Well,
that's colloquial. Like if you look up citizen in the
why
U.S.
is there not
dictionary, it says
citizen in law? Is that what you said?
right.
There's no such thing as.
There's no such thing as citizen, because what it says is
Oh,
a
okay.
person naturalized in the United States, born or naturalized in the United States of America. That's
Yeah, born or
after the
naturalized.
fact. That's after the fact. That's after the definition. That's after the word citizen was proposed and the citizen was created. That's after the fact. So now we're looking at what's the second definition, right? And it's not a noun; it's an adjective. But we have to get down to a noun for citizen to be a legal definition. And so the third definition of citizen is employee. That's what it is in the Oxford Dictionary and in the Webster Dictionary. So that makes us employees of the government. That's just what it means, because every word has to have a definition in a court of law. That's why we get down to drivers, and then people say,
No, of
"I
course
was
they have,
traveling in my
but
vehicle," right? And if I was a driver, I'd be being paid to drive, because in a court of law, a driver is someone who is paid to drive an automobile. So it matters. It freaking matters, because that's a court of law. And the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the amendments are legal documents, are they not?
No,
So the 14th Amendment,
the
when it
Bill of
says
Rights and
citizens,
they're well, I guess are they legal documents or are they lawful documents? You know, I guess maybe
well,
if they're the corporation's documents, they're probably legal documents. You know,
the first 10
depends
amendments,
on
the
how
Bill
you
of
look at
Rights
it.
is well, okay, but what you have to agree about the first 10 amendments, it was a statement of
I would hope that the
what.
fucking Constitution was based on law. You know what I mean? Or was
Well,
the law
hope that the
basis?
first 10 amendments were based on just rights, because
Yeah, human
somebody
rights.
who
That's
being
the Bill of
born,
Rights.
this belongs to you, right? And then I think that's
Mhm.
where our forefathers saw it as, just by being born, this belongs to you. And people can say, "Oh, it's a manufactured law; it doesn't exist." You know what? I believe people deserve a certain respect. I fucking believe that. When I meet people and I see them in public, I don't know them from Adam. I treat them with a certain respect. Why do I do that? Because they're a fucking human being, right? And I treat human beings as if they deserve respect.
But
And
is that
so
what are we
I think
talking
of the
about?
Bill of
The public
Rights.
service agents?
No, well, lately these days there's this whole thing going around, especially with the Freeman crowd and these guys. Oh, the Bill of Rights, your natural rights are bullshit. It doesn't exist. And you know what? I'm sorry, but natural rights do exist, and I'm
Yeah.
going to treat people as if they have natural rights. How are you going to treat people? So you want to say it's bullshit, but then how are you going to treat people?
Yeah, they
Right?
say how
And
much
so
if rights are real, then how much do rights weigh? That's what they said. That's what they tried to say.
it doesn't matter what they weigh. It matters if there are decent people out there willing to uphold them.
Yeah.
Will I lay down my life for your right to speak? Yes, I will. Will I lay down my life for your right not to surrender your ID to be safe and your papers and housed and effects? Yes, I will lay down my life for that. Will I lay down my life for your right not to self-incriminate? Yes, I will lay down my life for that. So if I'm willing to do that, that does make your rights real, doesn't it? And if you're
Uh,
willing to do it, For me,
More than
that does
that,
make our rights.
you know, the reason the what makes like the right to breathe. That's what makes your rights real is because you have to fucking breathe. Otherwise, you ain't even around here to discuss your fucking rights. You know what I
Oh
mean?
no, but you don't
That's
know, but
pretty
you
damn
don't have those
real.
rights,
That's pretty
right?
damn
And so,
real.
so these people want to say that your rights aren't real. You know what? Come to my house, stand behind my rifle, and tell me those rights ain't real. Because behind
No,
my
but
rifle, they're
those
fucking
guys that
real.
tell you that the rights aren't like that. Natural law isn't inherent by the creator or whatever. They'll say something like that. Those people, they don't want no rights for anybody but themselves. But if you punch them in the fucking nose, they would be fucking looking for somebody to fucking,
Yeah, right.
get
Exactly.
you, or they would be trying to defend
I
themselves.
say, you come lay down on my trains and see if them rights ain't real. Come and get on my ladder and come on
No
my
cool.
rooftop and see if them rights ain't real. But you motherfuckers that want to say them rights ain't real, don't come around my fucking place when you get violated. You know, don't tell me this shit ain't real and then come around my fucking house because that shit's real here. And you can fuck off saying that shit ain't real. People deserve
Yeah.
a certain amount of fucking respect, man, and I treat them with that
Tribe,
respect, and they better treat me with that respect.
Tribe in the chat says, Bill of Rights only codifies how your rights are to be secured. Rights are inherent. You know what I
No, the
mean?
Bill of Rights binds our government. It's supposed to bind our government in the service of those rights. Now, yes,
Yeah,
they have usurped that right. I understand all
that's what
that.
he's saying. He's saying it codifies how they're supposed to secure our rights. It's binding them. It's binding them over to securing this shit, but they're not doing that shit. You know, we all
Well,
know that.
why did our forefathers make
There's no
sure?
girl. Agreed, Tribe.
Why did our forefathers make sure that
Exactly,
that shit was
Joko.
the first laws written? Why did they do that? Right? Why did they do it? Because it's supposed to be that way. People deserve a certain amount of respect just for being alive. And I give it to other people. I expect it to be given to me. Do you give it to other people or do you not?
Yeah, secured rights doesn't create rights. Exactly. Rights are inherent. They speak for themselves. They seek to speak for themselves. You know, it's almost the rights incur because you don't want the right to seek to speak for itself, but that motherfucker will jump out and speak for itself whether you're trying to suppress it or not. Rights are they just
But
happen. You know what I mean? It's like when you're
come
3 years
come
old.
come and look down the sights of my rifle and see whether those rights are real or not.
Oh,
I'll
I
tell you
know.
that right now.
There's two analogies I like to use. Is one is if me and you walk up to each other and you're wearing your shirt and I'm wearing my shirt, we inherently know that your shirt is your shirt and my shirt's my shirt because I didn't fucking walk up. All right, I didn't put your shirt on you. I just barely met you and you were wearing it, so I obviously can tell that's your shirt and this is my shirt. You know what I mean? And
And
then the other one,
you didn't take yours off of my back, and I didn't take mine off of yours back,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Yeah, and we didn't put them on each other either. So, but then the other one I like to use is that if you were 3 years old and somebody walked up to you and smacked your ice cream cone out of your hand, you would fucking be pissed off. You would act like somebody shit in your Oreos. You know what I
Right,
mean? And you would
right,
either look to defend yourself or you would cry to somebody to come defend yourself, to come defend you. You know what I mean?
right.
But you would definitely start grieving because you're obviously your rights was just violated because at one point you had an ice cream and then some douchebag
Well,
came
but in
and
the end, even
smashed
the
it out of
3 year
your
old will
fucking hand.
realize it was. But in the end, even the 3 year old will realize it was just an ice cream, and he would eventually get along. But if they came and took your home at 3 years old, you might still keep trying to get your home back, wouldn't you?
Yeah, one of the points is to that one is that even the reason why I say a 3 year old that got his ice cream knocked out of his hand and instantly knew he was wronged he was too young to even know how to read. And he didn't even read that in a book nowhere. Nobody read it down for him, because even if it was written down, he wouldn't know how to fucking read it, but he would still realize that he was wrong. That's how you know that right there is inherent. You know what I mean?
But
even a 3-year-old can tell that he'd been wronged if you smack his ice cream out of his hand real quick.
And a 3-year-old, he deserves to be made whole. He deserves to have his ice cream
Oh,
back.
definitely. Shit, if somebody saw somebody smack a 3-year-old's fucking ice cream out of their hand, 2 or 3 people would be coming to fucking help the 3-year-old.
So these channels out there that are saying, "Oh, your rights are bullshit. It's all a big lie." I mean, no, it's not. It's not a big lie. People are allowed to feel a certain way. I'm allowed to say what I want to say. I'm allowed to go where I want to go. I'm allowed to be private in all the things I do if I'm not creating a victim in any other fucking way. I mean, isn't that the truth? If I'm not creating a victim, I deserve my privacy, and I deserve to say what I want to say, do what I want to do, as long as I'm not creating a victim.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that the truth?
Yeah, it should be. It should be. Yeah. You can't place somebody in the you can't place somebody, like, you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't place somebody in the position to have to defend themselves and then act like they're not going to defend themselves and be mad at them when they do defend themselves. So basically, like, you can tell somebody that they're you can tell somebody fuck you, but you can't tell somebody I'm going to fuck you. You see what I'm saying? Because fuck you is just a criticism, but telling them that I'm going to fuck you is like.
Right, you can't make people live in fear. That's bullshit too. Like, that's the whole thing about threats, and people have this argument about threats, but you don't have the right to make somebody live in fear. That in itself is assault, and you don't have the right to make somebody live that way.
Yeah, the guy was like 80 something, but I thought he was in his 60s. But even in his 60s, I still didn't want to have to fucking touch the stupid old fuck. But he kept on telling me I was going to stuff my camera up my ass while I was standing there with the camera. And fucking, I told the deputies, hey, bro, he's fucking threatening to stuff my camera up my ass, and all I want to do is record his fucking ass. And fucking, can you guys stop this old fuck? He was their employee. I mean, but he's supposed to be our employee or whatever. But anyways, he was the county employee, and the county should have stopped him before I had to. I didn't ever want to touch him. But man, when he fucking kept on coming that day, I was like, no, fuck no, I'm not playing this game. This is done. He needs to stop fucking making me live in fucking fear like this. Because even at 60 years old, yeah, he might not be able to stuff my camera up my ass. But if he even fucking attempts, if he grabs my arm right here, I'm already going to want to fucking deck him in the face. So,
and if you're not looking and he gets the first shot, I mean, he could do damage, dude. You could be looking the other way and he pulls a fast one,
Yeah, I didn't want him fucking touching me. I didn't want him even telling me he was going to touch me. I didn't want him doing any of that shit. Man, I wish that the fucking Nye County would have fucking came and tried to get my videos in more ways than one. And then fucking if they would have been fucking as fired up about showcasing that fucking that public service agent was threatening me and harassing me, then this shit would have already been done before I even had to push him away from me. You know? That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay. So they blamed you for pushing him but he was already pressing on you.
Yeah, no. What happened was he initially, the day that it happened, I defended myself against him. He got out of his truck and was saying that he was gonna shove my camera up my ass again. I'm gonna shove your camera up your ass, and he started walking at me all fucking crazy. So I shove him,
Yeah, what are you
right?
supposed to say? That sounds attractive. Well, what are you
Yeah.
supposed to say to that?
Well, anyways, yeah,
Yeah,
it
okay,
sounds
well,
funny. You know, it sounds funny as shit, and it is funny as shit. But no, it's fucking. I didn't want it to be happening. And then fucking. It would be different if you were telling me you were going to shove my camera up my ass. I wouldn't. I wouldn't go. You wouldn't have a boss or whatever to go and complain to. So basically,
right.
this was a public service agent. So basically, I complained to them. I gave them a written complaint and a couple oral complaints months before I defended myself against this guy. I tried to tell them that I fucking doesn't like this. He's harassing and threatening me. Can you stop him? And they basically told me they would do nothing to help me. And basically, I defended myself that day that I decided to defend my fucking self. And then they initially said that they were charging him with assault for making threats with the ability to make good. And then they told me that day that I was going to be charged with battery for carrying out the threats. And I said, what do you fucking mean carrying out the threats? I threatened nobody. And then it turns out that the next day after this public service agent was supposed to be charged with assault, right? They let him go back to his work. They let him go back to within 100 yards of my fucking house, down there at his little, acting like they were fixing the public water. It's not even the public. I mean, at that point, it's the public water, but they were acting like they were fixing my friend's water.
No, but it's like I said. Every word has a definition, and what they did was they used words with definitions against you, right?
Yeah, but how's
They
that?
used words with definitions against you.
Double,
Well,
what's up, bro?
They used the battery. They used the battery against you. They were using
No, but
words with
I
definitions
didn't
against
get
you.
charged. I actually didn't get charged for that. Not that day or any other. So that was October 24th, 2022. Okay. Well, the next day, October 25th comes around, and this dude is being allowed to fucking come down here and go back to work like nothing ever fucking happened. I didn't get arrested. The deputy says, you're being charged with assault for making threats with the ability to make good to the public service agent. Then he tells me, you're going to be charged with battery for carrying out the threats. And I say, what do you fucking mean? I didn't threaten nobody. I defended myself against his threats. And you even said that it was making threats with the ability to make good. Well, anyways, so I didn't get arrested. The guy said, I'm going to long form the charges to the DA, and the DA will decide what to do with them. Well, anyways, so I didn't get arrested that day.
You do understand. You do understand that the ability to make good, that's part of restraint, right? You do understand that, because just because you're physically able to do something doesn't mean you're going to physically do it.
No.
Part of restraint.
Yes, I know, but listen, it's described as making threats with the ability to make good, but there was two exigent. Hold on. There was two exigent circumstances. Okay. One exigent circumstance was that he told me that he was going to stuff my camera up my ass, and I was holding a camera. The second exigent circumstance is that he told me he was stuffed my camera up my ass, and I'm me, so it's my ass, and he's him. So he's the one that's going to stuff the camera up my ass, supposedly. But we're at the same place. We're at the same place. So it'd be different if he was like in Reno and he was telling me he was going to stuff my camera up my ass, and I was all the way in Las Vegas. He'd have to leave Reno. He'd have to come all the way to Las Vegas. It wouldn't be that much of a threat until he got to Las Vegas. Then the threat becomes a little bit more real, right? But no, we were at the same place in time, and he's telling me he's going to stuff my camera up my ass. So he can just reach out and touch me. So that's one exigent circumstance. The other one is that fucking he told me he was going to stuff my camera up my ass, and I'm standing there with the camera.
So the ability to make good means
That's the ability to make good. Those are the abilities to make good.
that you were in the same city?
No, that we were in the same exact place, and all he has to do is reach out and touch me, and that and that I actually have a camera. Like, could you imagine if I was holding a hammer and he said, "I'm going to stuff your camera up your ass"? That wouldn't be an exigent circumstance because I don't have a camera, but I have a hammer. But he's telling me he's going to stuff a camera up my ass. There would be no exigent circumstance. Now, if I'm holding a hammer and he says he's going to stuff the hammer up my ass, now there's an exigent circumstance. Okay?
Well, if you were standing there with a bunch of lube and you had this camera lube and
No,
you
you don't
hadn't
need
been
lube.
over, then
You
I
don't
would
need
believe
lube, bro.
you had the ability
Plus,
to
on
make
top of it,
good.
he was 80. He couldn't stuff my camera up my ass if he was 60. He couldn't stuff my camera up my ass if he was fucking 20. Okay?
Right, I don't believe he could have.
No, I would fight his ass so fucking hard. He would wish, he would wish he wasn't fucking 20, is what he would
But
wish.
the
He would
ability
wish
to
he had
make
more
good,
years.
the
What?
ability to make good, that can't be a legal charge, because just because you can do something doesn't mean you will do something. That's prior restraint. I don't believe it. That's a bullshit charge, man. I don't
No.
understand that charge.
No, if you make somebody feel like I don't have to let him touch me. Okay? If I'm standing, it's just like when that guy was standing in your fucking yard. It's not a bullshit thing. You don't have to let that guy touch you. Okay? You can defend yourself a long time before he touches you. Okay? If I'm standing there and you're standing there and you're telling me that you're going to stuff something up my ass, that's a physical act. I do not have to let you even fucking attempt to touch me. As soon as you tell me you're going to do a physical act to me,
speech?
no, as soon as you tell me you're going to do a physical act to me, you're standing right in front of me and you tell me that you're going to do a physical act to me, I actually can fucking just go 100 fucking percent on you and fucking not stop until I'm pulling the guts.
Okay, that I agree with. That I agree. If I said something to you like I'm gonna set this camera up your ass, I agree that you would have full rights to beat my ass. I agree
No, you
with
would be
that.
making me live in fear. You would be, even if you didn't even, you're just saying it, right? But you might not even really believe that you're going to stuff the camera up
If
my
I
ass.
said to you, I will stuff the
I
camera
know.
up your ass, I believe that you would have full rights to kick my ass for that. So why did they have legal grounds to fuck with you over that? That's why I'm not getting why they have
No,
legal
over
grounds.
a year, somewhere, maybe it was under a year, but it was like that happened in October 2022 is when I pushed him in defense. In November 2023 is when they charged me, but they didn't charge me with battery on the elderly. They charged me with abuse of the elderly. It reads almost like the stalking charge. It reads something like carrying out a course of conduct with somebody that's elderly,
But it wasn't a direct threat. I mean,
what?
so you had every right. He made a direct threat to you. You had every right to defend yourself. So
The
how did they get
25th,
you
the 25th,
with
bro, when
intent to
the
make
deputy
good?
actually shoved me and arrested me, the 25th was which the next day. See, I didn't get arrested that day that I shoved Jim Basinger in defense. I just got told that he was going to be charged with assault and that I was going to be charged with battery. And then the next day, the deputy comes back to town because I go back down to the protest. And fucking the deputy, but the deputy, they already had the deputy coming back to town because they knew I was the one being threatened, and they knew I
Right.
did a
This
proper
whole
defense.
intent to make good is what's throwing me. The intent to make good. That's
That's what
what's
the
throwing
deputy
me.
said. The deputy said that the guy was being charged with assault, making threats with the ability to make good.
So he said the old man could have shut the camera up your ass. But so did you get charged with that? Intent to make good?
No. Well, anyways, no, I didn't get charged with the battery. on the elderly. He comes back the next day. They have a little powwow in the public building, and the deputy says, about that, he says, I was going to charge him with battery on the elderly, but you kind of brought it upon yourself. And the guy says, I kind of did what? And he says, when you threatened to shove his camera up his ass and was walking at him, that constitutes an actual threat. That's the reason why I didn't arrest him. You see what I'm saying?
Towards you, yeah, that's walking towards you is assault. And then he made a direct threat. Yeah.
Yeah, so the reason why I didn't get arrested for a battery upon an elderly is because the guy actually made an actual threat to me, okay? And the deputy acknowledged it. The deputy told them, I defended myself. I defended myself on the 24th, and the 25th, the deputy acknowledged that I actually defended myself against the direct threat, right? Well, then...
No, I thought that you got charged with this intent to make good bullshit. And that's what's bugging me.
No, I didn't get charged with the intent to make good stuff. No, I didn't get charged with the intent to make good. They said they were going to charge him with that, but he didn't even get charged. He didn't get none of the charges. He got to threaten me twice on the same. He got to tell me that he was going to stuff a camera up my ass, and then later on he got to tell the deputy that he would find me in a dark alley on the same day. And he didn't get charged once.
That's a spunky old man.
Yeah, he's funny. You know, it's funny because if he wasn't so fucking if he wasn't so fucking malicious, I'd probably be his friend. You know what I mean? Because he thinks I'm a liberal.
If he was a bootlicker, right?
I protest the pigs, right? When they're pigs.
Yeah.
When they're pigs, I protest them. No doubt about it.
Oh,
and the thing about it is this old man thinks I'm the liberal. He thinks I'm a liberal protesting liberal lefty. He thinks I'm a bottom feeding Obama lover. I don't have a president.
He doesn't know you're more right than he is. He doesn't even know that.
I'm on fuck Joe Biden team, and I'm on fuck Donald Trump team. I'm not any of them. I don't have a president. I'm a fucking free man of the nation.
Right.
They're the president of the union.
That's the whole thing, yeah.
You know, how can you be a free man? How can you be a free man but also have a president? It doesn't work. A president is somebody that's the highest one in the corporation.
Well, the president is supposed to be the number one bitch.
The president is the president of the company. They're the CEO. That's the president.
Yeah, but George Washington understood he was the number one bitch. He knew he was the number one bitch, right? John Adams knew
he was like the whipping boy of the whole country. He was going to be the one that everybody turned on if anything went downhill.
Right. He knew they were the ones that you know, we're here to do what the people tell us to fucking do. We're the bitch.
Hey, still, man. Thank you for coming here. Sorry about that, JT.
That's the old presidents knew. George, listen, Thomas Jefferson. Look at the way it's so hard being a servant of the people. They were the bitch, and they knew they were the bitch. They're the number one bitch. If the shit ain't going right, you're the president. You're the bitch. Make it go right. You know. But now these people think they're in charge. They're fucking tyrants. So the president, the bankers, fucking. They're the bankers' bitches. And so all they have to do is serve the banks. That's what Donald Trump does. He serves the banks. You know? Did you hear his speech about the cryptos? That shit he just said about the cryptos the other day? Oh, he's going to stop regulating cryptos by regulating the cryptos. And in fact, they're going to come out with and they're going to come out with dollar-backed cryptos. So what do you think those dollar-backed?
Is that like gold-backed dollars? Gold-backed dollars.
What do you think is gonna? No, think about that. Dollar-backed cryptos.
Oh, fuck! You about killed me. Stop it.
This is real. This is Donald. This is Donald. You're fired. You're fired, guy. He's talking about dollar-backed cryptos. So, what do you think is going to happen with those dollar-backed cryptos? How do you think they're going to get people? How do you think they're going to get people to like cryptos? How do you think they're going to get people to like the digital dollar? They're
Hey,
going to come out with
JP,
dollar-backed cryptos.
dude, they knew that gold was fucking a sucky ass currency because motherfucker, if you're trying to defend your fucking like $80 billion worth of gold, that's a pretty big, substantial chunk of gold. You're not going to be able to just put that in your little mouth's pocket and fucking run down the street with it to defend it. You
Well, no,
know?
you hire people.
So they're like, yeah, you have to hire people, a lot of people. Anyways, so they're like, yeah, man, fucking, we can just keep a couple dollars in our pocket, paper dollars. Shit. So then they decide that they're gonna make the paper dollars, but they're gonna trick the people into thinking they're gold backed currency. and then the future goes on, and all of a sudden everything's going to like the digital currency shit. So they're like, no, this is the perfect idea. We can back the digital currency with dollars.
There you go. See? Then they're going to get people to want it. So what they're going to do is they're going to take the dollar-backed cryptos, quote-unquote cryptos, and they're going to give them special privileges, right? And
Holy
then
shit.
those dollar-backed cryptos are going to be ones that you're going to be able to use with your Visa card, right? And they're going to give you special dividends with your Visa card and your Discover card, and right? This is what they're going to do, and they're going to get
bonus
you to
points,
want.
Yeah.
Right? See, in front of you guys, see? And so they're going to get you to want to use those dollar backed cryptos. And then what are they going to do with the dollar? Where does the paper dollars go? Boom, gone. Now we're going with dollar backed
Just like the golden Fort Knox.
Exactly. They're going to get you to want them. Right? Everybody buy gold, buy silver, do it now, and you won't regret it. I'm telling you.
Oh man, I should have put the
1,000
fucking
ounces
link in the chat when the.
something.
1 second, I'm gonna put the link in the chat for the Stillman and Dubwebs. What's the matter with you? If they want to,
Gold
come up.
is
If they
going to
don't-
go to 5,000. Silver's going to go to 100. Buy now. Buy now. I'm telling you. You're going to regret it if you don't.
Do what?
And buy gold. Gold's going to go to 5,000 at least. Silver's going to be at 100 at least. Buy now. You're going to regret it.
Wow. Yeah.
There's gonna be a whole people that trade gold and silver below the radar because they don't
I'm
want
like in my
because they want
40s right
privacy.
now, and I'm already feeling like I'm just gonna be a fart in the wind, bro. I don't know if I want to try to lump up.
People want privacy. You understand that these cryptos don't leave you any privacy, right? You know what the blockchain is? Blockchain is everything's public, right? That's
Yeah.
what crypto's all about. Crypto's about the blockchain and everything is public. What is money not about? Money is about being private. That's what metals are all about. So when it all goes public, when we have cryptos, everything's public, and you can't buy a can of Pepsi without it being public. People are they're gonna want privacy, and so what are you gonna do? If you have metals, you can actually barter privately. So that's why people buy gold and silver, so that you can actually be able to barter privately. And that there's a whole community out there. People are actually already doing that in the Southwest. If you look at Utah and Colorado and North New Mexico and North Texas, people are actually already using silver and gold, but mostly silver as trading. They barter.
That'd be cool.
They're trading gold and silver as money. It's going to happen because there's no way that people are going to stand for this tyranny. This digital dollar is tyranny. Why are all my transactions public? Why can't I have private transactions? It's bullshit. So if you don't buy gold and silver now,
Why are they all registered? Why are they trying to register everything? Yeah.
exactly.
It's
The
slavery. If
blockchain-
we're registered, we can't be there's no anonymity to registry. So how are you
Yeah.
ever going to be anonymous with registrations?
The blockchain cryptos are on the blockchain, and cryptos are completely every transaction is public and verified.
Jesus,
It's
they're
all
like Google
public.
verified the transaction.
Exactly. You know that's how you if you want that's how if you earn a Bitcoin, that's how you earn a Bitcoin. Is you're verifying a transaction. That's how you earn Bitcoins. That's what the crypto mining is all about. You verify the transaction of other Bitcoins. Transaction. That's how you earn Bitcoins. That's what the crypto mining is all about. You're publicly verifying the transaction of that crypto, of that coin.
Hmm.
You're making a public record of it. That's sick, isn't that sick?
Oh yeah, that would be sick if you were doing it. I'm never gonna own a crypto Bitcoin.
Yeah, no, yeah, yeah. Me either. It's a whole. Plus, what happens if electricity goes out? If the electricity goes out, you don't own shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right. That's true.
Give me silver. Hey, you got to pry from my cold dead fingers.
Where do these people even think that that is even a viable fucking truth be told thing that we're gonna just sit there and use bitcoins and shit? What? I don't even understand why we're even doing this shit anymore. Like there's
Because
it's
it's the
almost like
path to a digital dollar.
I wonder why it's so
It's-
idiocracy because everything's a frivolous existence. It doesn't even fucking work. It's scary. It's frightening. Fucking
It's the path to a cashless society, is what it is.
Yeah, that's right.
I remember being a young kid. I was 10 years old and I saw this like high school graduate that fucking had this yellow Camaro and it was badass. It was like I think it was like a 74 probably or 73.
Mm-hmm.
And it,
Yeah, those were nice cars. Those were nice cars.
yeah, it was like the really muscly version of that body style. You know what I mean? Like they remember
With the two grills on it, the two grills on the front. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, those were hot.
it was the most muscly version. It might have been 75, 74, 73, whichever one. And anyways, it was badass. And I thought the kid was cool because he was like on the high school football team, and I was like 10 years fucking old, but I played football.
Oh yeah. I see.
Good. And the thing is next all of a sudden I seen the cops take that kid's car because he didn't have a registration and a license and insurance.
Mm.
They pulled him over right in our neighborhood. Basically did it right in front of all of us kids, and I was thinking, oh man, I knew right there that fucking I don't give a shit what you do in life. Somebody's always going to take your shit from you, one way or another.
Yeah.
And basically, I never could dream about striving so fucking hard that I was gonna like try to save up, work for the money for $80,000, like $40,000 truck, even a $20,000 car. That's way too steep for me. I do not want to.
Yeah, somebody cue that John Cougar Mellencamp song. Ain't that America? You and me. Ain't that America?
I could not imagine like even working as like a miner making some good money. Like what, $24 an hour or $30 an hour even, and trying to fucking pay on some payment for some truck, $60,000 truck, and then you still have to take it down to the DMV and register it and license it and insure it and be told how to drive it and use it and operate it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's not even your truck, even though you paid for it for like $40,000 to $60,000. It never was. It's irritating. Just the thought of doing that stopped me from trying to do basically anything.
Well,
You know what I
now
mean?
knowing what I
Yeah.
know is once you put the license plate on it, it's the property of the state. Like, are you going to get it? Once I put a license, I went to
Yeah.
Home Dealer. I
Yeah, you
purchased
come
that
to find out
motherfucker
it's the
with
property
my
of the state
hard-earned
once you
cash.
registered it.
Yeah, and once they said, "Oh, here's a licensing agreement," and once I signed that licensing agreement, just so I could walk out the door, because it wouldn't let me walk out the fucking door with the keys, and I signed the license agreement, then it became the property of the fucking state, and nobody told me that. No wonder why the salesman had to have his own fucking little license. Have you ever noticed that if you go to a car dealership, the salesmen, they have their own licenses, and you can
Yeah.
actually see them.
Yeah, we
And
do.
so why do
Yeah.
they have to have their own little licenses? Because they're fucking
Yeah.
lying to you. They're licensed to lie to you. That's what they're doing. And so that you put that license plate on your car, and you are now making all that money you just put down. Your hard ass work that you put it in, and you're so proud. I'm buying my dream fucking vehicle,
Mhm.
and you sign a license agreement to get your license plate. You just sign it away, and that vehicle becomes property of the fucking state.
Yeah.
And I learned that, and I was like, that
The
breaks my
paper
fucking heart.
says before where you sign it, it says agree to all the terms.
Yes, it does.
Mhm.
So
You
so
know?
does the license driver's license application. So if you
Yeah.
send a vehicle license application or you send a driver's license application, those two applications, if
It
you sign
says it
either
in the
one,
book.
you sign your rights away for life.
Yeah, it says it in the book that if a law enforcement officer comes up behind you, that you have to pull over. You know what I mean? And then you sign the
If he comes
contract,
up behind me
and it
and
says
kisses
I
my
agree
ass,
to
I'm
all
gonna
the terms.
I'm gonna punch his face.
So basically, part of the terms that you're agreeing to is that if the cop gets behind you, you have to pull over. And yeah, so basically, nothing is ours in the United States. It's all a big scam, and we're all slaves. It's really sad. I don't really like it. I think that my friends and family should be a lot more freer. It goes. It even. It's even to the point. Also, is that like the people that are coming across the border supposedly. They try to make it seem like it's a bad thing that they come over across the border undocumented, and it's like, man, those fucking people are more freer than the Americans. All the Americans are running around with registrations and fucking licenses
Well,
and
dude,
permits.
but what they did with the last administration, they were giving them. And actually, it was Trump that opened the border.
Oh, I
The borders actually
know.
opened.
That's the
Trump
story.
actually opened the border before Biden. But what Biden
But
did was
see, that's the story.
Biden promised him home loans, 0% interest only. So an interest only home loan at 0% interest, and the payments you have to make are based off of 0% interest. That was fucked up. That was fucked up.
I don't know anything about that because I didn't see that. With
Yeah,
my,
no, you can look it up. You know, under the Biden administration, they offer them interest-only home loans with 0% interest. That's what they offered them. That was 2.5 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
0% interest home loans and 0% interest-only home loans. So they had to pay home loans based off of 0% interest.
That's what we should already be having, as people that are, supposedly Americans. You know what I mean? But really, in all actuality, is that we don't have nothing and they don't have nothing.
Well, if we had
we ain't
honest
never gonna
banks,
have.
I wouldn't have any problem paying an interest rate to an honest bank. You know what I mean? But our banks aren't honest. Our banks, they own our money system. The national, if it's a national bank, then they can create all the money they want, and that's wrong. A local county bank,
That's
like
what I'm
a county
saying.
credit.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Is people are like, they take all their tax dollars and they give them free insurance and free licenses and free homes and free loans. It's like the money is printed up as much as they want. They don't even need you to go to work. they just use it as an excuse for you to go to work, and you actually do. You see what I'm
Well, they
saying?
break the
So,
law. They break the law because I'm sorry, but okay. So say I work for Bank of America, and I come in to Bank of America, and I say I want to buy a house. Now that house is owned by the company who has a loan to Wells Fargo. Okay, so I want to buy this house that's owned by this couple, and they have their loan to Wells Fargo. It's a $400,000 home. So I say, okay, I want to buy that house, $400,000. Bank of America creates $400,000 and loans it to me. Okay, so they just created $400,000. But now, how much do they have to pay off the old loan for? Okay, so I take the $400,000 and they transfer it to those people. Okay, here's your $400,000 of Wells Fargo. Give your people the money, whatever. They get you keep 200, and the people who own the home they pay 200, so they get 200. Now, Bank of America has to loan me $400,000. All right.
mhm.
So they created another $400,000. It just created out of thin air. Now, so now at no point is there, and the law states that the truck must transfer the money, but the money never gets transferred. And Bank of America just creates the money out of thin air. This is why England, why the whole Brexit thing happened. This is why Brexit happened. Have you ever understood Brexit
Yeah, I've
and
heard of it.
why
Yeah.
England left Europe, the European Union? This is why England left the European Union. This is why Brexit happened. So Bank of America says, okay, so you want to borrow $400,000 for the money we just paid on that home. So they're going to create another they're going to double dip. They're going to create another $400,000 that you now owe. So not only do they pay the old home loan off with $400,000, which was created out of thin air, but now they're going to create another $400,000. So that's $800,000. Okay, that's been freshly created every single day. This goes on all the time. They just created $800,000. Now, what does that do to the money that you earn in your paycheck? Think about the money you earn in your paycheck. It shrinks, right? Because they're creating money out of thin air. They just created $800,000 out of thin air. They just created it. So that shrinks. Every dollar that you earn, doesn't it shrink the dollars you earn? Do you understand that?
What's happening to the United States of America right now? That their dollar is basically nada.
Right. So this bank just created $800,000 out of thin air in one sitting in 2 hours at the bank doing a home loan. $800,000. They just shrunk your earnings by $800,000, and you're gonna think, oh, that's not a lot considering it's 32 trillion. It's not a lot considering, but consider that goes on in that single bank 3 times a day, times what 1,000 branches, and there's 300 banks times 3 times that. So we're talking about that goes on $300 billion a day. That shrinks your earnings. So when your boss pays you your $30 an hour, tomorrow that $30 an hour is only worth $29 an hour.
More than that.
And it goes on like that every single
What's
day
up?
of your life. So it keeps shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. So your time and your labor become worth less. It's your time and your labor that becomes worth less. You understand that? It's your time and effort. It's your skill, your labor that becomes worth less. That's the real detriment. Because what should be coveted above most is the specialty you bring to the table, your time that you spend. That's what should be coveted above most. how good you are at what you do, but it becomes worth less and less and less and less. That's the sickness of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that they're dumbing us down. They're making us all worth nothing. They're making our time and labor worth nothing. And now what are they coming out with now? Oh, AI. Oh, AI is going to take over your job.
Yeah.
Oh, and all the money you have saved in your mattress? Well, we
We're
have
supposed to be.
crypto.
No, we're supposed to be
crypto.
humans. Humans. All animals have a right to life. Like we shouldn't just be killing animals just to kill them, or killing humans just to kill them. But what I'm trying to say is we have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And we're not even supposed to be going to work. We're supposed to be free to live, free to enjoy our time. And the thing is none of us are being able to do that at all under this system. The corporations, the businesses operating within our state and our countries and shit are the ones that are supposed to be paying the taxes for operating within our country. And then the people
I don't
are
mind
supposed
paying
to be
tax.
able to sit
No,
back.
I don't mind sales tax. I'm going to tell you, I don't mind sales tax. You know why? Because
You
I can
what?
avoid it. I don't mind sales tax because I can avoid it.
Oh yeah, you said that.
So if I don't want to make my own clothes, I'll pay sales tax. But if I want to make my own clothes, I don't have to pay sales tax. I can make my own refrigerator. I can make my own television. I'm smart enough. I can do that.
Under that, it's like the new guru is in here right now. Yeah, well, under that idea, then you also have to be perfectly okay with nude people because if you don't have to pay if you don't have to pay taxes if you make your own clothes, then you don't have to make your own clothes at all. You could just walk around with no shoes, no shirt, no service.
Right on.
Yeah, which is cool. Should be.
Yeah. It's a human body, man. There ain't nothing wrong with the human body.
It's like, oh, did the hairy crack make you feel bad inside? You know what I mean? Tell me about how
you
you're
went to
feeling.
the hairy crack. Oh my god, not the hairy crack with the curly hairs. Did you say that?
No, but everybody's naked. If everybody was naked, I've been in a naked bike ride in Portland, and freaking everybody in the park. There was 18,000 people in the park naked.
Say hello.
It was a public park. We rode our bikes. We rode our bikes from Martin Luther. Was it Martin Luther King? It was yeah, I think it was, and then all the way downtown. Let me look on the maps. But anyways, yeah, it was. We rode quite a long ways from this park, all the way downtown, and it was clothing optional in Portland from 4 o'clock in the afternoon to 4 o'clock in the morning. So basically, everybody was at the bars naked. Everybody was like enjoying their walk down by the river naked.
Holy hairy bunghole, Batman! Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you. It was pretty damn cool.
Not even a pair of jogger shorts. I mean, come on.
Huh?
Not even a pair of jogging shorts.
No. My shoes and socks. I had to wear my Vans so that my pegs, so my foot went.
Oh yeah, the pegs on her feet. Yeah.
You must have shaved like a mother.
Huh?
I said you must have shaved like a mother. You got your bat wings?
No, it wasn't shaved. Nothing got shaved. It was pretty cool. There was one guy that was riding this weird.
Hey, more power to you, man.
Yeah,
the human body is not something I hide from my kids. I tell my kids, when it comes to naked body, I tell my kids, hey, whatever you got, everybody else has got. and sometimes you're gonna see it, so don't be surprised. You know?
But you don't want to purposely be showing people anything, or forcing them to look at anything that they don't want to look at. But at the same time, if they've seen something, then that there's no harm, no foul. You know what I mean? You can't help being seen by when you don't.
Well,
don't know
I
that
think
you're being seen.
I think the spirit of how it's done is everything. If you don't want to know, then don't go. Right? It's like a nudist beach, right? If you don't want to know, don't go. Right?
Oh, big time! Yeah, but that also mooning people
But
is a form of
if I go
speech.
to downtown Hollywood and they're having some trans parade, then all of a sudden these fools are out there naked. It's like, well, I thought this was a parade. I didn't know it was, wiener in my face day. That's a little different.
Yeah, no, those people downtown in Portland, if they didn't know that it was Naked Bike Riding Day, they really were in store for a bunch of naked people, 18,000.
Yeah, what part of naked bike riding didn't you get?
Yeah, what part of naked and bike ride did you not understand there?
That's okay, right? That's perfect. Okay. A perfect statement of what
there
was
was
happening.
people there. There was people there. There was numerous families there with their kids naked all the way.
I would never took my kids. That's terrible. Kids
no, there was numerous families there with kids all the way from like 3 years old all the way to,
See, I would have taken the opportunity to take my kids to the beach. That's what I would have done.
Yeah, that's pretty
Everybody's
weird.
downtown. I'm going to the beach. You know what I mean?
The human body is actually a natural fucking thing. We were all born naked, right? But even if we didn't have no clothes on, then the kids would have to understand something at one point. But there's something that's in our nature that fucking makes us.
Yeah, but that's what we got Burt Reynolds movies for,
It makes you try to something within our nature tries to make us force each other to hide our hide what we really look like. You know what I mean? Which is like naked.
It's because sexuality can be perverse, and that's what we get ashamed of because it can be perverse.
Yeah. That was one of the protests. One of the parts of the protest was the desensitization of the naked human body, because like everybody thinks that it's so fucking like bad. You know what I mean?
No, the human body is not that bad. It's the sexualization and the perversions of sexuality. That's the thing that people get ashamed of. Is they don't feel like it's okay for me to like these sort of. No, it is, but you got to keep that in private. That's a sexual thing, and that's between you and your lover, and that's not for you to display for the whole world, and it's not for you to show children about. It's the body is okay, but your perversions are not. I'm sorry, but that's what.
What's going on? Morning, folks.
Morning.
What's happening?
So, I mean, if you understand what I'm saying, I'm just saying.
What's up?
Hey, the body's one thing, but your little tickle me here, tickle me there. That's kind of your own thing. You should keep that to yourself, because how else is it special? So whatever.
I don't know where you're going with that one, but yeah.
You know what though? Nude Guru being a satire-based pseudonym, it really has nothing to do with nudity in that sense, but that's a different thing.
Oh yeah.
But case in point.
No, say it again. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? What did you say?
Oh, well, it represents other. It's more metaphoric for other things.
Me being a what?
It doesn't necessarily have to do with nudity. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Just because his name is Nude Guru doesn't mean that he's like the guru of nudity.
Okay.
Different context, really, but nonetheless, case in point on the topic. Yeah, I think clothes kind of gives people a false sense
If
of
I told you I
security,
didn't like
and I-
your name, would you hold it against me?
no, I'm unoffendable. Don't worry about that. I've been around the block too much. I don't even know if I like it.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying there. That's how I am. It's kind of hard to tell.
Actually, I like what it brings. It served the purpose. But about the nudity thing, you know, I think people are kind of indoctrinated and trained to think that nudity automatically equates with sexuality. And I think that's kind of stupid.
No, I don't think that.
People in general think that.
Yeah, in general, people
No, I don't think that.
Yeah,
but
you
I do
don't.
think that. I do think that transvestitism and nudity is a sexual thing.
More. There's probably going to be a correlation there.
Well, I mean, come on. You have to admit that it's. Yeah.
I'm with you there. I get where you're
Look,
going.
okay, well, look. I've never met any heterosexual person who has had to come up to other heterosexuals and say, hey, brother, let me tell you something. I really like pussy. I love that pussy. I never met any other hetero who's done that, okay? But for some reason, gay people are for some reason required to come to you and tell you. For some reason, they have to do this. They have to come to you and tell you their business. Hey, I like dick. I really like that dick. Why? Who said so? Why do gay people?
If it did, I would just say fuck off. I don't care.
But why do gay people have to come to you and tell you they like dick? I don't get it, man. I don't understand that. I never asked. I never fucking asked what gay person.
Women though.
I don't get it.
Guys are always quoting and catcalling on women. So they do it too. You know, and they do. The heterosexuals do it too. They do. They do that too. They like talk with each, like guys on a football team will talk about how hot their girlfriend is, type of deal all the time. That's the type of shit heterosexuals do all the time. Women get around and talk about how much they like men. You know.
Okay, I'll agree with you on this. From my experiences, we will heterosexual men will talk about their one night stands. We'll talk about the short relationships, but when it comes to women that we actually love and respect, we don't talk about those. You know why? Because we don't want the other guy to know what we really got. Okay, so when it comes to one of the women that we really like,
yeah, but that's the whole point about like what I was talking to you about.
One night stands, sure, we'll talk about a one night stand.
No, I was trying to tell you, I went to a naked bike ride, dude, and fucking there was 18,000 people there, and a lot of them was dudes, and fucking it really when we were actually naked, and everybody was 18,000 of us was hanging around with each other. There was no like Peter gazing or fucking anything like that. Nobody like was like worried about the size of their shit, you know, as compared to others or anything like that. That wasn't even on my mind and on the other people's mind, as far as I could tell. Nobody was like.
I didn't mention anything about that, did I?
I know, but you said that guys don't like want to know. Guys, you said guys don't want to know what the other guy's packing and all this stuff. You know what I mean?
It's a bunch of animals running around naked all over the place. So what the fuck? Who cares? Right?
No. All I said was I don't want to see any hairy cracks. I didn't say anything about what the guys are packing. That's not my interest. I don't care about anything about that.
No, I thought that's what you said. I thought you said that guys don't usually really want to know what other guys are packing or whatever, like something like that. Not in that same time. You said something to that effect, you know, like. But yeah, I was just trying to say that when you're actually naked
I
with,
was saying, yeah. When it comes to with guys with our one night stands, sure, we'll talk about our one night stands a bit, but we don't. When it comes to like the women that we actually respect, it's been my experience that my guy friends don't talk about the women, their actual girlfriends, with each other, and vice versa. We don't ask. You know what I mean? And I actually, my one night stands or girlfriends, I actually don't share with my guy friends. They can fuck all. But I get my memories are my own memories, and they can all fuck off. If they want to know, go ask a bitch. You know, take her out for a drink and buy her dinner and see what happens. If you're better than me, you get more than I got. That's all I can tell you.
yeah, I don't really mind like gay people doing anything gay at all. You know, with
As
themselves.
far as kids, yeah.
You know, I even publicly, and you know, like
I
it's not
hope
gonna
they're
hurt me.
happy.
Yeah, I wouldn't
I
want
hope
to
they're
stop
happy.
somebody. Yeah, I wouldn't want to stop somebody from doing
Be
their life
happy.
based on my opinions. That's not right. You know, I
You want
would
to
try
fuck a
not
tree?
to.
Go ahead. Just leave me
Let
out
me
of it.
know. Huh?
Yeah, be
You want to fuck
happy.
a tree? Go ahead. Just leave me out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go
Don't
ahead and get
touch me with
squares in
it.
your ding ding, man. You know?
It is kind of bizarre, though, if you look at it like objectively. This
Well, you
kind of
can't
seems
reproduce, man.
psychologically off
Highly
there. Like,
bizarre.
what's that?
It's highly bizarre.
Yeah, it's highly bizarre, right? Like what it's meant for, and you know, I have no correlation to understanding the attraction or whatever. I don't think I can,
Right?
but it is what it is, I guess. And you know, let them do what they're gonna do. It doesn't cause anybody harm, is this? But maybe themselves, if anything. You know, so whatever.
Oh, big time. Well, I don't
Dude,
know.
you
Maybe
have
it
like
might
a
cause
you have
them.
like a
We
smooth
don't
ass
know what
voice,
harm it
dog.
can actually cause anybody. You know what I mean? So yeah, it could cause them harm. You know, maybe.
Who is this? Who's this guy in there?
What is it?
The homeboy is in here right now. What's your name?
Nude Guru.
New Guru. Dude, you got a smooth ass voice. You sound like you should be on the radio.
Thanks, bro.
Oh,
I'm kind of sober, so that might be one of the keys.
And I'm not. I'm a little goofy right now.
I can
thanks
tell.
about you.
I jumped on a slightly tipsy side, but that's cool. I'm good with that.
What's the matter, you? Let me know what you were trying to say, because I was comprehending you wrong, JT. He says that you said no. He said guys don't want other guys to know what the woman they love have. I see. I
Yeah.
heard you wrong.
Yeah. My experience is that guys, like, okay, we'll talk about one night stand here and there, and they'll give the details. But when it comes to the women they actually love and respect, guys don't share the details. I know, I never have. When it came to any woman I ever was with, I never shared no details. But I
What
know
kind of
other
details?
guys would.
I want to get what you're saying there and correlate it.
But
to
when it came to like a one night stand, they made like, oh,
Good looking
yeah,
out,
oh,
sci-fi.
you know, she had a big old camel toe, you know, and stuff like that. You know, and you know what I mean? But when it comes to like as your girlfriend, you were gonna say that, are you?
Thank you, Inferno. Thank you.
You know what I mean? You don't share that sort of thing about your girlfriend.
Right. You want.
And if somebody says something, like, you're like, bitch, what? I'll fuck you up, right?
Right. I got you. You want to preserve the goods for yourself. Yeah, you don't want that shit.
Right. You don't know me looking at what you got, right?
I could understand you even with the spelling errors or whatever, sci-fi, Brian. You're cool, bro.
Like, I guess, hey, Nuger, when you go to a buffet, right? You're like, oh, these enchiladas are bomb. Oh, you gotta try this, you gotta try that. It's a buffet, right?
Right.
But you go to that same restaurant, you get your chicken wings, right? You're gonna share your chicken wings, is it?
Yeah, you're probably gonna keep your own private kitchen to yourself.
Right? You know what I mean? You know, that's what I'm trying to say. You know,
Got a
when
special
you're paying an
fridge just for
individual
me.
per piece, you know, that's just for me. And you know, that's how it is kind of with women with guys. I never heard a guy that was serious about a woman that he would just share the details with. Because if
Right?
that happens,
It's,
if they start sharing details, everything will go after that woman, right? And that's his fault. If he starts sharing details, people are gonna go after that bitch. And
well,
you know what I
what are you
mean?
gonna do? Is what are you gonna like profess how awesome she is in the sack? You got to try it or something, you know?
Exactly, right? And so any bro gonna be like, well, shit, I gotta get a piece of that.
That's
You know,
cool,
you just
Sci-Fi
shut your
Brian.
mouth and
Um,
enjoy the woman that you have.
I understand what you're
That's
trying to
what I would
say,
do.
bro. Sorry, I'm talking to
And
Sci-Fi
nobody
Brian.
ever
He's
know what
chatting in
my
the
wife
chat.
is. I've had two wives, and nobody's ever known what either one of them has done for me in the sack.
I'm doing what I want right now, Sci-Fi Brian. I'm talking, and but I should be I should be doing talking about the stuff that I need to talk about. But at the same time, that I'm doing I'm I'm yeah, it is a little bit free for all conversation right now. But
Let's talk
Yeah, my
about
yeah,
bad.
that. Let's talk about
it's
that. Let's talk about both and have fun. I've never seen you live
Now
before,
I'm
man.
muted up.
yeah, that's cool. No, that's okay, JT. Um, yeah, no, that's awesome that you came over to my live, and I was. It's a live panel on Streamyard. I didn't think that I was gonna know how to do the Streamyard, but I figured it out. So I'm pretty
Nice.
happy about that.
Well,
But
you're running solid by the looks of it.
huh?
I said, nice. You're running solid by the looks of it.
The
On your 5th hour, I see.
what?
You're already past your 5th hour live. That's like
Oh shit! Yeah. I'm just realizing, but I was
I think
thinking.
I made it for
just
like 2
ignore that.
hours.
Time doesn't matter on these panels. That's like a pregame warm-up show from what I'm used to, 24, 48 hours is the norm.
Yeah, I'm feeling kind of tired, and plus, I was feeling hungry before I even decided to go live. But then I had like a spur of the moment thought about how I should go live to talk about things. It's been very hard for me right now with like everything that's going on in the United States, and with my case, yeah. But I feel this weird thing coming on with like this treatment of human beings, but they're calling them illegal immigrants, but they're really just human beings that have the same rights as you or I.
Yes,
But
yes, sir.
if you're allowed to, if you're able to see their human rights as your own human rights, then maybe they would start thinking about, hey, wait a second, we can't just sit here and call these people illegal immigrants and say that they can't move around the face of the earth.
Well, but you also have to consider at the rate we can absorb them in this country, right? Because
No,
No,
the more
no,
they
I
come
love
in,
this country though. What I'm saying is the human rights are more important than the United States of America.
let's put
There's
it this way. Why
there
should
is
a
no
fox be more entitled to put their feet on anywhere that they roam than a human being?
Oh, I know. No, they should be the same as entitled.
Right? Like, we're not talking about where you physically occupy. That's one thing, and we should be able to fluidly do that. But this idea that beyond what you need to occupy as yourselves or in small groups or even large groups, whatever, if it's unoccupied, free reign for whoever takes it, and that's a fluid thing.
yeah, but
This
they're not
idea
going to
we're
go
going to
to
put
the
like this.
If there
yeah,
is
but
no, if there is
no,
no
but you're assuming
people,
they're going to go to you're assuming they're going to go to New Mexico, to the Mexican desert, and that's not true. They're going to go
no,
to
but
the city
listen,
and they're going to climb
if there,
welfare.
yeah, but listen, if there is no people, there is no constitution. If there is no people, there is no country. And if there's no if there's no people, there's no country, there's no constitution, then the founding fathers said in the Declaration of Independence, if a government becomes destructive to your rights, then you have the duty to abolish that government. And that's why I say there is no fucking United States of America that's more important than the rights of the people. And if you
first off, all those ideas you just expressed are Republican and not Democratic.
Yeah, well, anyway,
that's number one.
For the
are we a republic or are we a democracy?
I don't know about anything like that. I mean, I do know about everything like that. But listen, I'm not trying to say anything like that. What I'm trying to say is that the human rights are fucking more important.
The difference between
you know,
the difference between a republic or a democracy?
Who gives a fucking shit?
You know, so you don't care if the people own the government or if it's only you're allowed to vote.
Well, I think that
the majority rules.
I think that the humans
democracy
have
is
a right to move
rules.
around the planet, whether they're from America or whether they're from Honduras.
So you have a right to move around and you should have to pay for it. What? So you think that the people from Honduras should be allowed to come here and you should be expected? Well, actually, you don't live in the United States. So you think people from Honduras should be allowed to come here and I should have to pay for it?
You're missing something.
Why do you have to pay for anything, though?
With that democracy.
What do you mean, why do I have to pay for it?
Why?
What do you mean, why do I have to pay for it?
I mean, why do you have to pay for it, bro? You're saying, why should they be able to come to Honduras here and I have to pay for it? Dude, what are you paying?
No,
where are you paying for it?
Why do they come to the United States?
No, where are you paying for it?
I have to pay for it.
Where are you paying for
it? Because they're being given welfare, health care.
Yeah, with the taxes, right?
Taxes, right? Consideration, something a little bit fundamental, regardless of the whole,
You do understand it's being taken. If
they weren't tricking you, JT, if they weren't tricking you into thinking that you're some American taxpayer, if you were just free to do whatever the fuck you want, like basically to live life, pursue happiness, and study the arts, you wouldn't care who came here.
You are.
But since you're being tricked to think that you're paying these taxes, you're like, not my money.
They're taking 76 cents out of every dollar I earn.
They print up as much as they want. They print up as much as they fucking want. It doesn't matter whether you work 80 hours for it.
They're taking 76 cents out of every dollar I earn.
A tax is a usury fee, so that's what you get for. A tax is a usury
No, you don't understand how it works, bro. You don't understand how it works.
That's what you get for using a system that's authoritarian.
No.
Yeah. That's what I was going to submit to you.
Let me explain to you how it works. Do you know what a fishing license is? Do you know what a fishing license is?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we all know what a fishing license is. You know that.
How much it cost? How much does it cost to park at the park where I go fishing? That's another tax. How much does it cost when I would replace the AC in my home? I gotta buy a permit for that.
Authoritarianism.
Right. Okay.
Get it?
Let me tell you.
That's what I'm saying.
Now listen. They take money out of my paycheck. I have to pay sales tax. I gotta pay tax on the candy bar I buy. And when I buy a gallon of gas,
I'm the only one that can make me look bad.
Every single form of tax that I can pay. Every single form. When I want to build a fence, when I want to build a fence on my property, I gotta pay a tax. When I want to get new tires on my car, I gotta pay disposal fee for those tires. That's a tax. Every single form of tax that I can pay.
Paying itself is a tax.
So in America, we pay 76 cents on the dollar.
More than that.
So we keep 24 cents on the dollar.
You don't really
to survive on. Okay, you understand that? Now, people come into my country.
My country?
From Honduras.
Your country?
People come into your country.
Did I go to Honduras? Hold on. Did I go to Honduras?
Okay, hold on.
Did I go to Honduras and tell them? No. Did I go to
Define your
Honduras and tell
country.
them? Hold on.
Created
Did I
it,
go
you
to
fucking
Honduras?
formulated it.
You're not listening. You're not listening. Did I go to Honduras and say support me? Did I go to Honduras and say support me? Give me a home loan? Give me welfare?
You should try
my
first
rent?
before you start making these conversations like this.
Oh, so you
should
think I
try.
can go to Honduras and they'll pay my rent?
You
You're
should try.
100% wrong. You're 100% wrong. If I go to Honduras, they will not pay my rent. They will not give
But
me
they won't pay your rent in
They will not
Honduras?
give me a home loan. They will not pay my rent. They will not give me a home loan. You're
What I
100%
hear at the
wrong.
moment is peasantry crying because they didn't get a
You're
bigger
wrong.
cookie crumb from their master.
I could live on the I
So
could live
you
on the
think
beach
it's
in Honduras.
okay? Okay, so if I go to Honduras, they're going to give me $3,000 a month. They're going to pay my rent. They're going to give me medical, dental, eye care. That's what's going to happen in Honduras. That's going to happen there.
You should try.
Is it going to happen?
You'd be surprised at what you could make.
Is it
you could
going
make
to happen? Yes or no? Is it going to happen? Yes or no?
It depends on what you do. Are you going to go straight down to Honduras?
No,
and
it's
just
a
go
yes
up
or
to the-
no because in America it's going to happen. They're going to
What's
come here
that?
and they're going to get it. They're going to get welfare. They're going to get medical, dental, eye care, and they're going to get a home loan. If I go to Honduras, is that going to happen? Yes
Yeah,
or no?
yes, it probably will.
So if I go to Honduras tomorrow, they're going to pay my rent. They're going to give me full medical, dental, eye
You
care,
understand what
is
the
that
house
as
is
good?
up.
Hold on.
But-
Is that medical, dental, and eye care as good as it is in the U.S.? Number one. Other
See,
doctors
now
and
you're
dentists.
inspiring me because I didn't try hard enough. I should not even be. Damn. You're inspiring me.
Psycho. You're freaking psycho. They're not going to give that to me, and they're
No,
not.
you're
They're
inspiring
not
me
going
because,
to.
like, I shouldn't. I could probably. I have a friend here in Mexico that will give me. He'll let me live on. He'll let me live on his property, right? And I could figure out how to make it to where I didn't have to. I could basically just live and work on my own place and basically.
So I'm letting you talk, and if you ask me questions, I would actually answer your questions. But
Yeah.
you won't let me talk, and you don't answer my questions. So.
And then it also depends on how you want to live. Because man, if I wanted to live on the street right now, I could fucking do that easy as fuck here.
You know, in America, there's people come over the border. They're giving welfare. They're giving benefits. They're giving home loans. And who's paying for it?
They're investing in
just
people
because
that are
the banks
cheaper
are
than
printing
than the normal.
just
citizen.
because the banks are printing the money. There's do you know what backs the money of the banks? Those dollars, those fiat dollars. There's something that backs that. Do you know what backs that?
I don't know, bro.
Right, you don't
They
know
say
because you
labor
don't
backs
understand.
it, but they don't really need your labor.
There we go.
They can print up
Yes,
as much
they
as they
do.
fucking
That's
want.
one thing they depend on.
No,
It is
they
my
can
time and
print
labor
up as
that
much as
backs
they
that.
want. They can print up as much as they want.
Right, based on my time and labor. That's
No.
what
They
backs
don't
it.
have to base it off your time and labor.
It only means something though because people believe in it and will trade.
Yes,
the time and labor for it.
The belief that drives you to go put in time and labor is what they're like.
No, I put in
banking
time and
on.
labor because I got to feed my family.
It's the
Well, you gonna
naivety,
feed my
not
family?
they're counting on the naivety not to know how to function otherwise, and the laziness not to want to learn how to function otherwise, and it's work. So
But I'm
dependency on the
trapped into
state
it.
that keeps
How
people.
am I supposed to get out of it?
That's a good question. It took me a long time, but I did. You got to work your way out of it. You got to learn how to be self-reliant and cooperate with others who want to do the same. That's what it comes down to.
You also have to be willing to settle for less and find quality.
Maybe at
And-
first.
No, well, no, I'm sorry. I don't settle for less.
Maybe at
No,
first.
but
I'm fucking sorry on that one. You can stick your finger up your butt on settling for less.
How about
I
the
don't settle for
morality?
less.
yeah,
How about the
you
morality
don't have the open mind. You do not have the open mind. You already proved you do not have the open mind to ever be
By
free.
settling for less?
You don't have the you
No,
don't
I
have the
want
mind.
more.
You don't have the mind to be like free, caring, open, giving,
Really?
supportive. You want everything now, and it's mine. It's your country, and you paid for everything. You don't understand how to be.
No, I'm sorry, brother. You don't understand.
You're not
I
going to have
deserve
the.
the
You're not
fruits of
going to
my
have
time and labor.
you're not going to have the capacity to settle for anything less than what
I
you
don't have the
need.
capacity.
Yeah, but you just said that you're not going to settle for nothing. You would never settle for anything less. You know, when I say that you have to be you have to be willing to settle for everything less, that doesn't mean that you have to settle for everything less, but you got to be at least willing.
I would say not necessarily have to settle
No,
for anything less.
you're talking about communist bullshit, and I don't. Look, here,
No,
I
but
understand this.
no,
I've
but
got the best of both
Let me
worlds.
explain you how I see it. Okay?
yeah, but listen,
Explain how
when I was
see it.
talking to the people the other day, they said, "Oh, they got mud houses. They got mud houses." So if you go to a country that has mud houses and you're fucking used to living in some kind of fucking ivory home, wood built structure,
Ivory,
in the United
I'm
States of
living in
America,
an ivory home.
it's not that you have to settle for less, but that's the only fucking home that you got there.
Yeah,
Are you
but
going to be able to do that?
That would be a false dichotomy. See, you're talking to a guy who has long seceded from the state system and learned how to do that. I'm like way past the finish
Yeah.
line there, and I got the
Oh, I
best of
know.
both worlds.
I'm
right?
talking
Like,
to JT though. You know,
I'll give you a testimonial.
Oh, so
from
it's okay for
experience.
him, but it's not okay for me.
I'll give you a
Yeah.
testimonial from experience. At
Yeah,
first,
it's okay for him, but not okay for me.
it's definitely going to be a sacrifice at first.
Because you think he's smarter than I am.
He
Okay,
already said
whatever.
he passed the didactomy or whatever. He passed it. He's already
Dichotomy.
He can do that.
You can't even say the word you're telling me. I don't understand.
Dichotomy. Dude, I didn't say you don't know what you're saying, but you just said that you won't settle for anything less. You know,
Doesn't
it's
say
like
we'll settle for less.
if you were raised in Nikes, you wouldn't be able to wear leather. Is basically what it is.
I never wore Nikes in my life. It was a waste of money. Don't tell me I don't accept less.
That was a fucking thing, bro. That was
I
a
don't live off
fucking
of
goddamn
brands, brother.
euphemism.
Yeah, you do not necessarily have to settle for less, but at first, more than likely,
I've
it's
done
gonna
more
be
for
the
people
case.
than you ever have in your will in your entire life, and you don't even know. You would never even ask me what I've done for people. I've done
Most
more
of
for
the-
people than you can even comprehend.
Most of the things that you're dealing on in the corporate sadism world is a fucking cookie crumb. It pales in comparison. Look at the shit quality products. Look at the state of the
Exactly.
monetary system. What you're participating in is a zero sum Ponzi scheme, right? It's like hot potato. And
Exactly.
You think I don't know? You think I don't know what HAR 192 is? You think I don't
Well,
know?
we know that you know, but you're kind of like backing up this American idea that you pay taxes so those Mexicans can't come into my country. That's basically what you said.
No. What I'm saying
Yeah.
is it doesn't matter. What it's based on when they come here. It's you're not listening.
It does matter what you're participating in.
Yes, it does.
And that's very
I'm
important.
never going to have a $20,000 truck, let alone a $40,000 truck, because I'm not going to participate in that bullshit, bro.
I haven't bought a car in 20 years.
And due diligence to know the ins and outs of.
I haven't bought me and my wife, both of our cars are 2002s.
Due
I
diligence
bought a
to know
maintenance vehicle.
the ins and outs
Better
of
car
what
than
one
any
is
of my parents
participating
or
in
my mom. I mean,
rests on the
Well, was your
individual.
car new in 2002? Is it?
no,
Both my
that's a way
vehicles
better car
2002.
than me or my mom could afford. You know,
How old's your car?
2002.
How old's your car?
I have a 98. And I don't know what the van is. It's like an old Dodge $300 thing that I bought with a broken back
Well, we
window.
both happened to purchase in 2002, and that's the last. We both decided it's ridiculous. This is mathematically, because we understand math.
2002 is pretty old. You know?
Mathematically, you lose. You lose buying a
I thought you said
buying a car.
2022.
And you're labeling me based on what you think I'm saying, but you're not listening to what I'm saying because it does. So you want to label my labor as nothing, but you're
No,
wrong.
I wanna not sit here and discuss with like I'll talk to you about a lot of things, but I know, but you're like saying that you're like you're a tax paying fool that doesn't want nobody coming into my country
No, I
because
did not say
motherfuckers
that. I
gonna
did
get
not
everything
say
for
that.
fucking free, but I'm not
I
gonna get
did
nothing
not
for free. I
say
have to work.
any of that. You said that. I didn't say any of that.
Okay, all of a sudden you didn't say anything like that. Not
I
even
didn't
like
say
it.
that. I didn't say anything like that. What I said was, what is those dollars based off of? It's based off of my labor. That's all I said. Because when it's based off of my labor, what it's doing is shrinking my contribution into what this country actually is. And people don't understand that. That is the detriment.
What people
Corporate
really don't
fiction.
understand is that's what was intended to be from the get
Damn,
go.
Blind Justice sent you. That's badass, Nolly
That's
D.
my
Holy crap.
point.
It'll continue to
Hello,
be
Nolly
that.
D, by the way. Good to see
And
you.
those who want to continue to participate in that deserve exactly the reward they get. You play stupid
Exactly. New
games, you
Groove.
win.
That's my point I'm trying to bring forward is that people don't understand that that is the detriment.
That's
That's
correct.
what I'm
And
trying to say. But
I'll
I'm
take you
being
one.
blamed for trying to point that out.
I'll take
Okay.
you
I
one
can't wait
further.
until there's so many freaking Hondurans and Nicaraguans and Venezuelans and fucking Brazilians and fucking Chileans and fucking Peruvians in the fucking United States of America that not one of them fucking tax paying son of a bitches can even fucking think about what the fuck they're gonna do next.
I'll take you one further to what you just said. How do I address the fellow up to the right of me? I can't see the names on the panel.
Oh,
It's me. It's me. It's JT.
JT? Okay, JT. I'll take you one further to what you said. Most people know more than they lead on to know with that.
Okay.
And there's definitely a faction of people who are just straight out naive and don't know. But for that case, that's their own responsibility for practicing willful ignorance and not
Willful
doing due
ignorance.
diligence.
Exactly. Willful ignorance.
So
And that's what most people do.
That's exactly what they do.
And that's the point I'm trying to bring. That's the point I'm trying to bring forward.
You guys hold on for a second. Hang on, JT.
People hear what they want to hear.
You know how
Here
there's
we
a
go.
$1 trillion deficit or whatever they keep on trying to bring up? I can't wait till
Yes, I
there's
know.
so many human beings in the United States of America territory within the boundaries beyond their border or whatever, that there's so many people there that $1 trillion deficit can't even pay for that many people, but they're still there. That would be cool as shit. You know what I mean?
We're already there, bro.
Money games are for
Hopefully,
slaves. though.
hopefully, I hope. Because
Why-
then the
why would
government
you
wouldn't even
want
have
that?
a fucking dime to even fly them out of the country or whatever, or get them out of the country or whatever the fuck they're trying to do. And
Why
they could
would you
just
want
like
to create another third world
prove
nation?
that they
I
can
don't
make their
understand why
own
would you want to
fucking
create
country
that?
right there. Like I hope that so many Venezuelans go to Utah that they can't even call it fucking Utah no more. They call it fucking like St. Augustine or some shit. I don't know what they'll call it, but fucking I hope that they can't even call it Utah no more. Okay.
Why would you want to create another third world country? I don't understand.
No,
that.
it'll still be the Earth. It'll still be a beautiful ass fucking place called that has the mountains known as the Wasatch Front, but maybe they might be named something different. But they'll still be there for the people. I know that. But the fucking government's a piece of shit. The tax dollars are a piece of shit. The money's a piece of shit, and everybody that fucking cares about that shit might be a piece of shit.
No, it might be.
Okay.
Definitely is. Which that reckons.
So you think because I equate
that the people.
So you think I equate? You think because I equate my time and labor being diminished? You think that means I approve of the government? That's what you think.
No, I'm just saying that you got kind of a little bit testy over those tax dollars and fucking people coming into your country.
No, that's what. No, I didn't say anything about tax dollars. I said my time and labor. You assumed.
I tell you, my
tax dollars.
My view is
the only thing I said is those dollars are back on my time and labor.
Anybody?
You don't even want to hear. You want to have it your way. You know what? You have rights.
Fuck both of our times and our labor. Let's listen to what Guru is trying to say.
No, I want more for you and your time and labor, and I want more for me and my time and labor.
Fuck that.
And believe me, I'm a skilled motherfucker.
I only fucking work for, some old lady or old man that wants to have like 2 or 3
if you want equality, you got to
houses maintained, and I get paid under the table for
systems for I've installed multiple other systems for big buildings that made their lives better. I've installed 2,000 boiler systems in my lifetime down to Santa Ana, where they were getting shit fucking water. But I went there, and you know what I did? I made sure it was done right. I made sure it was done where it wouldn't have to be fucking done again. I fucking replaced that shit. I balanced the fucking return lines. I fucking put on the correct size pumps. I fucking redid the electrical, the venting system. I made sure I went down there. I put that shit in.
The United States already is a third world country, isn't it? No, he did. The United States already is a third world country. Shit. Who is anybody fooling anything? You know what I mean? They're fooling. They're making fools of some people.
Really?
Jeez,
yeah. Go to fucking what is it? Go to Indonesia. See if we're fucking living in a third world country.
But I bet you there's parts that look beautiful, and there's also parts that look like Detroit.
It don't fucking
I
matter.
bet you there's parts that look beautiful, and there's parts that look like Detroit.
Go to Guatemala. Get kidnapped.
Yeah, there's probably places that are beautiful and places that look like Detroit.
In the U.S. Come on, you gotta be objective on that one there. And let me tell you something.
Well, yeah, so I'll give you that because the police could easily kidnap you here.
Right? They're just wearing different costumes. That's exactly it.
Right. It's just
different authoritarian costumes.
Exactly. It's the authoritarian way. That's the problem. That's what I was going to say.
People are taking me wrong to be on your have rights side. No, and you have rights. I'm not.
I don't want them to be on my side. I want what's right to be right, and they just can understand a little bit more about human rights than being mad because there's some tax dollars. Or something.
But that's my point. Is when it diminishes people's time and labor, that's the problem.
Yeah, it's the problem. But it's the problem that they're doing to themselves if they don't want to do this. This is my view. Anybody who doesn't want to do their due diligence to know the ins and outs of the system that they're participating in and recognize that the system is not only abusive, but outright fucking terroristic, and they still want to participate in that, they don't do everything in their power to secede themselves out of that and function otherwise, is the system of abuse and terrorism.
Well, I guarantee you I have more medals than you do. I guarantee you.
That's why I'm saying, New Guru, that if there were so many people in the United States of America that they didn't even have the amount of tax dollars to pay for everybody, you would see every single one of them humans start fucking doing whatever the fuck they could to feed themselves. You know what I mean?
That's it. And, stop making excuses and just get on with the morality aspect of things. Start with and healthiness aspect of things, right? Because the whole thing is the opposite of that.
Yeah,
just,
fucking
right.
The happiness.
It's self-abuse and abuse on each other. What kind of bullshit is that? You got a system today where
you're fucking cool, bro.
The citizenry is simply just a master and slave upon themselves to each other. It's dumb.
Big time.
Okay,
Big time.
what would you do? Okay, look, I know two guys. They were living on a welfare system. I gave them both jobs. I gave them livelihoods. Cut them off the welfare system. They now support themselves and they both have families living off the welfare system. Did I do right or wrong?
You're still operating in the system of abuse.
It's just, it's not.
If you want-
I
It
should have left
can't be
them.
right or wrong because it's.
I should have left them to live on welfare for free.
No, here's the other option: secede out of the system and cooperate together. Like, you know, be partners in life.
Yeah, if you see them fucking doing that, why don't you just go and live off the system? Try it. You see what I'm saying? It's like if you're complaining about everybody living off the system,
teaching them a skill,
start living off the
and giving
system
them
that you're talking
livelihood
about.
So leaving them to be on the public tee.
But why is there
on the
a
major
system?
tee,
What system?
but
You see
then
what I'm
teaching
saying?
them asking me, hey, could you get me a job? And me getting them a job and teaching them a skill, I did
That's
wrong
back
by
to
that.
that's back to the peasantry system of abuse again. Teaching them a skill isn't
So
wrong.
I
There's
abused
nothing
them?
wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But you got to look at the
So
whole
they can actually now build things. They can actually, and actually they're now
Shit.
A
lot of the people
leaders of
coming
the
across the
industry,
border
the
can
industry-
build
the
way
industry
better
that
than
I left.
the United States of American.
Teaching them
people.
teaching them a skill is one thing. Nothing wrong with that. But taking advantage of exploiting their labor as an arbitrage play.
Who said? I'm not doing any of that. Who said I'm exploiting their labor?
If it's in the current monetary system, that's exactly what you're doing.
What do you mean? I'm not. I don't benefit from them in any way.
Before and let's see how.
How do I benefit from them?
You wouldn't be benefiting from their labor.
Hell yeah, no,
I'm
indeed.
retired.
Welfare.
But you
is
said
only
you're giving them a
because of
job,
poverty
right?
wages. Big time.
No, I taught them a skill,
You
and
said
now
you're gonna give
they
them
are
a
now.
job.
Oh, I bet.
Yes, I got them a job. I taught them a skill, and that was 15 years ago. Now I'm
Okay,
retired, and they're now they're now the heads of
You
the
have to
business that I'm
elaborate
working.
on this got them a job part. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, pay them more than
They asked me.
Pay them more
They
than
asked
you
me-
pay yourself. Pay them more than you would pay yourself.
Let them,
They
let them
asked me,
answer
could
that.
I get a job with you? And I said, yes, okay. And since they were my friends, I took them under my wing and I taught them my skills. And now I have since retired, and they're gone to their own greatness.
I think we're still missing a little bit. When they got a job with you, like, did they work for you and you paid them?
No, I worked for a contractor,
You worked for a contract, okay.
and I got them a job working with a contractor.
Oh, I see. So
I
you
was in charge of them,
got them
and
a job where you were working from the contractor. Is that right?
I was working for a contractor, yes.
Gotcha. So
And then I took them under my wing. I taught them all my skills, and then I since retired, and I retired at 42. And they are now. This was like 10 years ago, and now they are now out there running the industry.
okay. So no, you didn't do them a disservice in that sense. I thought they were working for you. But from a
Well, if
bigger
they were working for me, they're probably making more than they're making now.
from a bigger overview picture, though, both of you fuck yourself because your employer was arbitraging both of your labor for a profit. That's what an employee status is, right? That's all your employer is doing.
Yes, but he
taking your
actually was
labor and
actually.
he's
Whenever I talk about human people being able to walk across the border with no questions asked, because they have a right to free movement and travel. I'm talking about a human right. I'm talking about a human right, and it always goes to but what about what we pay and what money it's going to cost and who's what it's going to amount to and all this other stuff? What are they going to provide? And it's like, I don't even give a fuck what they do, don't do, provide, don't provide, nothing. All I know is that if they want to fucking walk from Honduras to fucking Cincinnati, they have the fucking right to do that.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck how they live when they get there.
There's one thing you're not
I don't give a
asking
fuck
me.
how they live when they get there. I don't give a fuck what they're taking from who. If what they're taking from who is true,
Because you don't
honest,
live
and they're
here, they're
actually
not
taking
taking
it
from
from you,
you.
then you should be defending your own property. But that's not your property.
My property is not my property.
No, that's
Well, because I
public
have to pay
property. The
taxes.
tax
But
dollars are
as long as I
public
pay my
property.
taxes, it's my property.
It's
As
public
long as I pay my
property.
taxes, it's my property.
The tax dollars are
if you're
public property.
objecting or
Once
not-
they go into the public fund, they're public property. So if they do anything, you're basically I don't. What I'm trying to say is I don't give a fuck whether they fucking come from like Argentina to fucking New York.
I know how smart you think you are.
Whatever
but you're
they
not
do in
asking
New
me
York
about
is up to
myself.
them. Whatever they do in New York is up to them, whether they sign up for a government program or if they go roofing. Okay?
Mhm.
It's only the people that are bootstrapped to the fucking system that are crying about it, echoing mainstream rhetoric, parroting like a fucking little bitch slave. That's all it is, right?
Exactly.
Like as if there's no other fucking options in life. No, that's what you get for deciding to
No,
stay.
that my point is if it diminishes my labor, it diminishes their labor.
I don't
That's what
mean
you're
you-
not saying.
I'm talking in
When
general,
they want to try to join in, if my labor is diminished, then so is theirs.
You're talking about
That's
you're
the part you're not
talking
seeing.
about the force that you're having to give towards the public.
You have rights, man. You're so short-sighted. You won't even ask me what would I do. I asked you what you would do, but you won't even ask me what I would do. That's how short-sighted you are.
Or something. You could tell us what you would do.
Oh, now I can tell you. Are you sure?
Now
I'm trying
I can.
to.
Come on.
I'm trying to, but you just talk over me.
Just tell us what you would do, bro.
Am I upset about these people coming in? You
I
know
don't
what,
know.
dude? I understand why people want to come here. So I understand why they want to come here. You know what? I'm cool with it, dude. I'm fucking cool with people coming here. I wouldn't want to be where they are. Do you want to be where they are? Or would you rather be here? You tell me.
I'm not there nor here.
I've been all over it. I'll tell you, it depends.
I want to say like what's here, where's here, because like just because the guy's coming from Honduras to Cincinnati doesn't mean that he's going to Cincinnati. He could be going to see his mother in a fucking rock cave down the street in the forest.
Okay, I know why Mexicans go from south of the border to north of the border. Do you understand too?
I don't know, bro.
You don't know why Mexicans go from south of the border to north of the border?
I could tell you a really important reason why they would is because their whole entire family was born and raised in fucking like the area of land that they call Utah today, and their family and their heritage had a fucking like spiritual tie to the fucking land, and then some asshole came and fucking basically forced them out of the fucking land, calling it fucking the United States of America or Great Britain or wherever the fuck
Okay,
they
do
want
you
to call it.
understand? Okay, do you understand the way of the world is the bigger stick?
So if they want to go, back to their homeland that they've been
dude, you're a fucking asshole. Do you understand?
Then they would have to cross
whoever
the
has
border
the
to
bigger
go back.
stick wins.
They'd have to cross the
States
border to go
won.
back to their spiritual grounds.
Oh my god, dude. Do you not understand that the United States beat Mexico? They beat the Mexican army. They went down to Mexico. They said, look, you're going to take this deal. Here's an offer you can't refuse. Here's $10 million. The Treaty of Guadalupe. You understand that? We own the California now. take the $10 million and shut your fucking mouth, or we're gonna take Mexico too. So Mexico said, okay, give us the $10 million and you can have California. That's how it happens. That's how the way the fucking world has happened for fucking ever. And I'm sorry if you don't like it, but that's the fucking world, man.
No.
I don't have to like it. You don't have to like it, but that's how it fucking happens. You understand the Treaty of Guadalupe, don't you? You understand it?
You're talking about being okay with a crime now.
That's a crime. So the entire fucking world is built on a crime.
Agreed.
You understand that? That's just how it goes.
Exactly.
Oh,
I'm
really?
not going to be cool. I'm not going to be cool. I'm indigenous.
So
I'm an
France
indigenous
not being
human
part
being,
of
bro.
Germany. So France not being part of
Fuck
Germany
your
is a crime.
taxes, fuck your job. I don't give a fuck how hard you work, bro.
Really? So Ireland not being
I
part of
don't
the
give
UK
a
is a
fuck how
crime.
hard you work, bro. Fuck your fucking money.
You're a fucking idiot. You guys are fucking morons, dude. The way of the world is the bigger stick wins, dude.
God, people are fucked.
Who conquers.
Great,
you
bro.
understand that, right? What makes Tunisia Tunisia? What makes Algeria Algeria?
You're calling attackers conquerors. You're calling attackers conquerors. They're criminals.
What makes Egypt Egypt?
So they made people defend themselves, so it's all okay.
Why is Iran Iran?
It's not ever going to be okay.
Why is Israel? Oh, how do you feel about Israel?
Israel is never going to be okay with what they've done. No, never.
Because people have settled for terrorism as an acceptable way of life.
No, because people have always thought they have their own piece of the earth. That's just the way it's always been.
Do you understand what I just said, though? The reason why is because people have accepted that terrorism is an acceptable way of life. Instead of cooperating, compete, dominate.
And so now all of a sudden, people are going to accept.
It's the borders. It's the borders in this authoritarian way of life where everybody.
Why all of a sudden are people now supposed to accept it because you spoke into existence? That doesn't make it happen.
Just a statement of what is.
The bigger stick always wins.
It's about.
Am I wrong or am I right?
It's not going to make it
the
happen.
The bigger stick always wins.
No, what has to win is that what has to win, whether you like it, hate it, feel shitty about it or not. Somebody needs to be able to walk from fucking Mexico City to fucking Cleveland, Ohio, and not be asked a fucking question about anything. Okay,
and what did I say about that? And what did I say
the whole
about
fucking
that?
story. I don't give a fuck who pays who or who gives or takes. The human being.
And what did I say about
needs
that?
to walk from fucking Chile all the way to fucking Saskatchewan.
Anyway,
and what did I say about that?
I don't know.
I said I'm fine with it. I said I'm fucking fine with it. No, I said I'm fucking fine with it. What I said was,
you're a human being.
As long as we're going to have this fiat banking system, which the entire world has adopted now, there's only what? There's a handful of Southern American countries that haven't. The rest of the world has adopted it. So as long as we're going to live under this fucking tyranny, and you have to understand that what the point I'm trying to illustrate is that we have to throw off this curse. And you're not listening. You're not getting to my full point. We are all accepting this. So people moving from Honduras to fucking Cincinnati doesn't do anything.
Oh, hell yeah.
We'll make a point.
They moved. They traveled. They freely traveled.
Gee,
they moved.
that's
They
they went from Honduras to Cincinnati.
They exercised the human right.
That's a huge point. Boy, they sure proved something, didn't they?
They exercised the human right.
Yeah, wow. How about throwing out the fiat currency system? How about making that point?
Agreed.
Yeah, you should.
Agreed. I'm with you.
Yeah,
I've done it.
Too.
Learn
Yeah.
how to function without it.
Throw off that fucking system so that fucking them moving to fucking Cincinnati is no problem for anybody.
So do you understand now what I was saying? My labor matters. Do you understand now what I'm saying? That
I don't understand. No, I don't.
So if we weren't in a free fiat system, would my labor matter?
No.
Would my skills matter?
Yes.
In a non-fiat system?
Yes.
Yes. What I bring to the table does matter. The fact that I can outwork you and work you under the fucking table and you couldn't compete with me, that matters.
It wouldn't
That
matter.
fucking matters.
It would
Wouldn't
matter in
matter to me.
a functioning way and a
It
survival
wouldn't matter to
survival
you
way.
until you don't eat. Because I have all your customers. Then it matters.
Oh, that's still the same corporatism, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't have any customers, dude.
Well, yeah, I would hire you.
How about instead of
I would not
customers-
do that to you. I would say, you know what? You have rights as a good guy. And you know what? I would partner with him. I would partner with him.
Almost everything that I acquired.
And I would say, you know what? I would say, you know, he's a good guy. So I would.
How about instead of customers
lived on
and
the
making
street.
people pay for things, you just produce together and share with each other?
I love beggars because beggars give givers a reason to give. If there was no begging, then some people couldn't even be happy because it makes people happy to give to people. And fucking the beggars are really more important than the fucking givers because it's the spreading of all the fucking joy. You know what I mean? It's the people that give are happy, and the people that receive, they're happy too.
It's a little fake virtue. How about just sharing together and
I tried to
working
tell you
together?
about welfare, but you didn't seem very impressed by that either.
Yeah,
JT was trying to work me under the table for fucking the Monopoly tokens, and I was over in the corner eating bugs. He would be like, "Geez, man, how the fuck does that guy eat all those bugs, man? He fucking God, that sicko! Jesus, look at his teeth are brown and shit. He's eating so many fucking cockroaches. Holy fuck!"
Boy, you like to put words in people's mouths, dog. Wow. Those are nothing that I never said anything of the sort.
Never mind.
I didn't say any of that. You said that.
I thought you were working people under the table and all this shit because your labor was so important and all that fucking shit.
No, what I was saying was labor does matter in a free market system, but that's not what we're living in. Now, if we
Labor
were in a free
matters.
market system,
Labor matters by default just for everything. I mean, if you don't move your fucking ass to go pick an apple off the tree, you're not going to get it. You know.
Yeah, if I don't catch a cricket and pull its legs and head off, how am I supposed to fucking eat it? It's going to take a little bit of work.
And even if you brainwash somebody to be your peasant or slave to come bring it for you without you having to lift a finger, you still had to do labor to make that happen. So labor is labor.
Yeah.
Better to just cooperate and reduce hardship. There is no perfect utopia where you can just snap your fingers and everything just fucking happens. So it doesn't have to be. There doesn't have to be. It's fucking divine as it is if we don't fucking do stupid things and make each other have extra hardship for nothing.
Yeah.
oh, I get it. You have rights. You're a James Freeman Bow kind of guy, right? You're a utopia fucking volunteer system guy, right? Is that who you are?
I'm a human rights guy. I don't believe in the
I'm a
fucking
cooperation guy.
corporation. I'm a human rights guy. If it involves if it's that utopia you're talking about involves human rights, fuck yeah, I'm a James Freeman motherfucker.
I'm a whatever works.
Anarchy, voluntary, what is it? What are the?
That's the
And-
problem with labels. As soon as you do that,
Yeah, I don't know what I've seen it before, but that is the problem with labels.
it's going to come with context of, you know, I'm going to attach slandering ideologies and blah, blah, blah. Just fuck all that shit. So it's whatever is
But
moral
James
and
Freeman
whatever
said
works.
last week you don't have rights, man.
What happened?
Last week, Freeman said your rights are bullshit.
He's provocative, bro.
Oh, so he's smarter than me.
Well, he might have been being provocative, and you just didn't catch the part where he was being provocative, and you took it literally, maybe.
Okay.
James Freeman is one of the dudes in this country that understands right more than a lot of people.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's wow.
You're crazy, bro.
I'm on a
Freeman
Starlight
read a
cut. My
book
connection cut
by
out. It
the
sounds like I
Sanders-
missed
by the
something
Sanders
juicy.
Spoon. Freeman read a book that explained to him what voluntarism is, and he thinks it's the biggest thing since sliced bread. I'm sorry, but
I don't know, dude.
Freeman is the big thinker in this country. Wow.
Well, dude, he's good out there. He's standing up for rights when he knows that he shouldn't even be doing it. He's so sarcastic. He's so sarcastic these days that he tells everybody to fucking just obey. When he knows for a fact you don't fucking have, you should not have to fucking obey shit.
Hey, well, there's your hero, man. There's your hero. Go and get it.
Dude, I don't know about you sometimes because you are intelligent enough to fucking hold a conversation, but Jesus fucking Christ, bro.
I don't have heroes. What do you want? I got myself. That's what I got. And I don't want my
It
time.
seems like you got yourself. You rely on yourself. You want your labor. It's your country. Fucking, bro.
I didn't say my country. Did I say my country?
Yeah, you said my country earlier.
I said this country. I didn't say my country.
No, you said my country.
Hey, dude, I'm with you on the no heroes thing, right? Like, don't be a sheep and fucking follow. Be your own man. But why knock James for his efforts towards, exposing tyranny and corruption?
It just last week with the whole your rights are bullshit thing. It just kind of really hit me. Maybe hit me wrong. But this last week with that stuff coming out, I just was like,
you have
wow.
to fill me in.
He's probably glad and thankful that it hit you wrong because it should hit you wrong. He was being sarcastic and he doesn't think that your rights are shit, but it seems as though our rights are fucking useless. So he's basically like trying to slap people in the face, like saying, like being hella sarcastic, like your rights don't mean shit.
Well, in reality, if you're objective enough, you'll realize that rights is just a semantic corporate synonym trick for privilege.
If you want to listen, I'll tell you. If you want to listen, I'll tell you. But you're gonna be
We understand that rights are inherent, but shit, yeah, if you want to take my fucking life, fucking what am I going to do to stop you? Even if I have a gun, you might be coming up behind me and I don't even see the fucking shit you hit me with.
I'll tell you, fuck your rights. I'll tell you what's inherent. Your abilities and responsibilities are inherent. Rights.
Yeah, the civility of us, the civil nature within us to be respectful of others. That's pretty important.
Rights are just a synonym for
you
political
believe so?
privilege. That's all it is.
You think we should treat people the way you want to be treated? You believe so? Because that's what I fucking believe.
That's cool, JT. That's good to believe.
It's a good motto, but not highly practiced.
Yeah.
Lip service is.
Yeah, well, ain't nobody got it from me. I'll tell you that. I live in my neighborhood. They love me. I love them. We copacetic. You know, I got lots of fucking friends. I love them. They love me, and we're all good. If I need something, they call me and ask me if I'm all good. Do I need something? I call them. I ask them if they need something. We're all good. But you know what I don't do is sit here and point fingers at other people and say, you don't have fucking rights that you think you have. I don't do that shit.
Is that what that's what you're referring to with the James Freeman thing?
No, there was actually more to it if you want to go to it.
Yeah, fill me in, because I don't know the narrative here.
John Felix. You know
What's
John
the matter?
Felix?
You're cool.
Do you know who John Felix is?
Kind of rings a bell.
Okay,
Yeah, that guy kind of rings a bell.
You have rights. You know who he is.
Oh,
so he's a constitutionalist.
I didn't know that was the name.
The way that they want to believe, is somebody allowed to believe the way they want to believe?
Huh?
John Felix is a constitutionalist. Is he allowed to believe that way? In your eyes, is he allowed to believe that way?
In my eyes?
Yeah. In my eyes, he's allowed to believe that way.
Who am I to give anybody permission to what they're allowed to believe in or not? It doesn't matter what I think. It's what they have the ability to do that counts.
Oh.
Really? Because I've been being told that you know, since I believe in the time and labor at work, something, I've been being told that doesn't, you know, that I'm some sort of asshole for that. This last 20 minutes here.
It's like that Christopher Walken thing. You're going about it all wrong. Or whatever. However Christopher Walken talks.
Maybe there's some jumping the gun a little bit here. In some senses. Maybe.
Well,
I think you both are intelligent, and just got to maybe yield a little bit and listen a little to each other a little more.
Thank you, Guru. I appreciate that.
I think you both got respectful views.
So about 3-4 weeks ago, John Felix was on a panel with Freeman and some other guy that I really don't like. And he was being criticized because he's a constitutionalist. He believes in the Bill of Rights. I believe in the Bill of Rights. I mean, hell, if you see the Bill of Rights and you read it and you don't believe in it, that's, you know, you say you're about natural rights and you read the Bill of Rights. Do you believe the 10 amendments on the Bill of Rights? Do you or do you not?
I don't believe in any of that shit, if you're asking me.
Okay, well, you have rights says he's about human rights. And if the Bill of Rights is not about human rights, then what the fuck is it about?
Well, they're based on human rights. But the Constitution is nothing more than some it's a list of things that they're supposed to do for the people of the United States of America, but
it's an authoritarian document.
Yeah, the people of the United States of America do not need the Constitution.
You're both wrong.
To be,
no, I'm not guessing.
The Bill of Rights binds the government into service of those rights.
Yeah, that's a gaslight.
It's supposed to.
No, it was actually good until the 14th Amendment came on in 1868, which they then claimed jurisdiction over the people, and they reversed it, and they became a corporation. Beforehand.
But even if the United States did not exist, the human rights would still exist, and people should still be treating people good, regardless of what's written down in a constitution. And yes, they don't treat us good at all. So it's looking pretty damn fucking ugly.
Before and after that, it's still authoritarian document. It's still authoritarian practice. So it doesn't matter.
It's a corporation's constitution.
Correct, which is always the first document you
wrong.
write.
You're both wrong.
Yeah, it's a corporation's constitution. It's not our constitution. It's a corporation constitution.
I'm not guessing, but go ahead and let
rules that they have to abide by or should, but don't.
No.
You're just proving that you don't know the history. Is what you're proving.
What's nope about it, Guru? What part?
It outlines the scope of those who have a membership that they can operate under. Now, if you're a citizen,
Yeah,
right?
I didn't
That's
say
you.
that part, but I agree.
That's you.
That's the 14th Amendment. That's
Yeah, if you're a
1868.
citizen, that's you.
That's 1868. Before that, you were U.S. national. You were a party to the Constitution. You were a person who was there to hold the government accountable. You were there to uphold the Constitution. Yes.
If you're not
The
self-governing,
Bill of Rights was there to
I would like
bind.
to just be a hairy guy fucking standing
not-
near my home.
if you're not
You know what-
self-governing
you know-
yourself and holding yourself accountable, then you're not going to be holding anybody else accountable either. That's what it comes down to, right?
Okay, here's what I've learned about podcast. Here's what I've learned about StreamYards. If you don't respect when somebody else is speaking, then the whole thing doesn't fucking work. So you guys keep talking over me, and just, you know what? I'll leave right now. I'm an asshole, and you can believe that forever.
Nobody's talking.
We don't
over
believe
you.
you're an asshole, but yeah, if you leave, then we're just gonna go on to some talking, maybe about the same topic or a different topic, but we're still gonna just go on talking, or we'll quit. We'll end the whole StreamYard, or we'll just maybe I might fall asleep right here on panel. But yeah, if you left, it wouldn't be the end of the world. We'd hope that you came back and said hi tomorrow. But
Okay, so could I finish? Because the way what the Bill of Rights was intended was to bind the government in the service of your rights. That's what the Bill of Rights was. These 10 rights shall not be infringed upon. They won't be trespassed. Now, they weren't. Look at the Old West. Go back to the Old West. Go back to everything. Boom, boom, boom. Come to the Civil War. Now, what happened to the Civil War? Oh, the Southern states wanted to secede. There was no provision for the states seceding, but the states wanted to secede. Okay? What did Lincoln do in order to stop them? He did so many illegal things. And in fact, what happened was we had a fort down in Carolina, right? In South Carolina. He claimed that they had invaded the fort. He actually sent commandos to invade our own fort, right? And claimed that the South invaded our fort. That was how he started the Civil War. Lincoln started the Civil War on his own because he was right. Lincoln was correct. If the South was allowed to secede from the Union, then the Union would fail. The American experiment would fail. There would be no more North. There would be no more South. Europe would have economically played the North against the South against the North, and we would both be gone. And we'd be speaking who knows what language right now. But it wouldn't be American English, okay? We would be probably cut between Spanish, French, English, who knows? But we would not be America right now. Lincoln was right. The American experiment would have failed if we weren't allowed to remain as a union. So what did Lincoln do? Once the war was over, what did Lincoln do to prevent any more states from seceding from the Union? He introduced the 14th Amendment. Then he got shot in the head and it was all over. So the 14th Amendment makes you federal property. Right? So by making you federal property, right, if any state tries to secede, they're taking federal property with them. Isn't that what it means? Yes, that's what it means. So in order for a state to secede, oh my God, the people are federal property. They can't have any people in their state if they want to secede. So the 14th Amendment it distinctly prevents states from seceding from the Union. That's what it does. It claims jurisdiction over the people. You are federal
The-
property.
Yeah, but the
Forgetting that
thing is, this is
the states are unions to begin with. It's still statism and
yeah.
authoritarianism.
But listen, this
But
is
the
what I've been trying to remind people of. This is exactly why I've been trying to remind people of it. Is that the American nation is comprised of the people, the free people of the nation, while the union is comprised of the agents, the federal employees that serve the nation. The union and the nation are two different things.
But they're not.
The nation, I know, but this is how it's supposed to be. I know they're not.
I'll finish when you're ready.
The way it's supposed to be is that the nation is comprised of the people, and the people. These are supposed to be free sovereigns. Okay, they're their own kings and queens. They can write their own. They can sign their own contracts. They have no president. The union employees, they're the ones that can't sign their own contracts. They're the ones that can't. They have to do what the president says, and they're the ones that
Executive
have to.
orders are for the government employees. Yes.
So the thing is about it is that the whole thing is skewed when people are running around thinking that they're a union of states and all this other shit. That they need to realize that they are separate from the union. They're the nation.
The states have no more rights.
What do you mean?
The 14th Amendment makes the people federal property. So
States never had states shouldn't never have rights. They're not human. They're not beings. They don't. There's no. There should no. They should have duties.
There is no state. It's a fiction. It's in the imagination.
I don't think you understand.
Well, that's it. That is the truth. That it's only what people believe. The belief of the people is what makes the state a thing. Otherwise, if nobody believed in that state, they would, call it something different. There would be no contractual jurisdiction.
But this gentleman on the top right, sorry, what is it, JT? He thinks that we're not getting something. I want to hear his point. I want to hear you out, my friend. I want to know what you're saying. I was under the impression you were finished earlier. Maybe not. Please finish out.
No, it was not finished. So in 1867, the 14th Amendment passed, which placed it created the U.S. citizen, which made us employees of the government, which also meant that in every state, the people were employees of the federal government. So we're property of the federal government. So the states cannot secede. And you understand that was Lincoln's goal, was to make sure states could not secede anymore. So with the 14th Amendment, states could not secede anymore by placing jurisdiction over the people. Okay? So if we're now federal property, how could a state secede when the people in that state are federal property? You get it?
States, yes, I get it. But the states themselves, it's just like a smaller federalism. So it's the same thing. A state, in that essence, is still having the same control.
It is now.
It just makes it.
But back then, the states it was different because the states actually had more rights than the federal government did. See, back then the federal government was
there's still authority over the peasants.
No. The federal government did not have the authority over the states back then.
No. I'm saying that the states had the authority over the peasants. The only thing that changed is the federal level of the corporate hierarchy. It was decided to give them a little bit more sway into the dictating of what the states.
Well, the 14th made every person that's a citizen property of the federal government. That's why the federal government is so big now, and the state governments are so powerless. The 14th Amendment made us all federal property.
But you are property of the individual states before that anyway, so it doesn't matter.
No, we're actually residents of the state, but we are citizens.
Same thing. Those are just semantic synonyms. Yeah, it's just calling a different name of chocolate doesn't change that it isn't chocolate. It's a semantic trick to make people think, oh, look, I'm free now because I got a different title.
No, I'm not saying that we're free. I'm saying that's what I'm stating.
No, I'm saying that's what happened, right? That's what happened back then, and it happens still today, right? It's a classic corporate trick.
I'm not finished yet, though, bro. I'm not finished.
I'm clarifying my point, though, dude.
Okay, I hear you. So the rabbit hole goes deeper. So in 1867, that happened. 1868, what happened? In 1868, with the Civil War, right, and rebuilding the South, the federal government was freaking broke. Completely fucking busted. They couldn't rebuild the South. They had no more money to get. They needed a bank loan. The federal government of the United States is not empowered to take a bank loan. All they can do is sell bonds to the people to raise money, or they can borrow from our allied governments, right? We had borrowed out from England, we had borrowed out from France.
You don't think it doesn't borrow from the Federal Reserve?
We didn't have a Federal Reserve back then.
No, maybe not in the same name, but okay, go on.
Well, it wasn't until 1913 that we actually had a Federal Reserve. Okay, that was under Woodrow Wilson.
Okay, go on.
So this is 1868. There was no such thing as a Federal Reserve, and our government was not allowed to take a bank loan. So what did they do? They used the 14th Amendment. They claimed jurisdiction on the people. They said, "Fuck the people. We're going to become a corporation." And they flipped the script.
Was there even fiat at that time, or was it like gold and shit?
That happened in 1933 when they stole our gold.
Yeah, so when you say you couldn't take a bank loan, like there was
This
no
is
fiat
1868. I'm talking about 1868 after the Civil War.
Right. So I'm asking you, if there was no money, what do you mean taking out a bank loan?
The gold was money.
Okay, so it's gold we're talking about at that time, right?
Right, but they didn't have it, and they were completely out because they were trying to rebuild the South. Because you understand what Sherman did? Sherman cut a swath through the South. We completely slashed and burned everything. You know that, right? They just burned every fucking town from Kentucky to Atlanta. You know that, right? I mean, it wasn't pretty what happened in the South during the war. Because really, the South would have won the war if we didn't set Sherman loose.
I don't know I don't know anywhere that's pretty, but okay.
Well, exactly. But do you know about the Civil War and you know, and then we had Stonewall Jackson he was out on the East Coast and he was kicking Robert E. Lee's ass. Well, Robert E. Lee was kicking his ass, but we had more troops. But then Sherman was just cutting his way through, slashing and burning from just down to the coast, and it was devastating what happened to this country. I mean, the blacks that were involved in the war, they were like 20% of the country being slaves, and after the war, they were like 10% of the country. That's how bad it was.
Sounds like corporate rule to me.
I think you're talking about General Sherman.
Right. And so after the war, 1867, they approved the 14th Amendment, which makes us all federal property. So 1868, they use that. The government says, we're broke. We need a loan from the banks, but we're not empowered to take one. We can only sell bonds to people who were broke, or we can borrow money from our allies who we've already maxed our borrowing power from. So where do they get the money? They can go to the banks. Oh, wait, but our federal government, the United States government, was not empowered to go to the banks. So they became a corporation in 1868. You can look this up. And the Constitution became not the Constitution for the United States of America.
No, we did.
But the Constitution of the Corporation of the United States of America. That's where the Constitution became the bylaws for the corporation. It was 1868, and you can look it up. Now, in 1913, with Woodrow Wilson, he instituted the federal bank. Okay. Now, in 1933, with HJR 192, but you have to look it up this way: HJR 192 from 1933. That's where
What's good?
FDR instituted the Federal Reserve, stole our gold, made everybody turn their gold in. Like, who is the president to say, you need to turn your gold in, bitches, or I'm going to come get it? Like who, what? You're allowed to take my property and my money? That's what happened in 1933. But in 1968, the government incorporated, and it went from being the Constitution of the United States to the Constitution for. And why is it written in all caps? Look at your driver's license. Is your name written in all caps? Look at it. Is it written in all caps?
All of them are written in all caps. Everything that's done by their stupid little fucking retarded ideas is written in all caps.
Every corporate document is written in all caps. If you buy
Corporate
stocks,
document.
it's written in all caps. Every corporate document is written in all caps. It's been that way since 1868.
You realize that even a document that's not written in all caps can be corporate too, right? Both are.
Every legal binding document is written in all caps.
No, that's not true.
Every legal binding document?
Yeah, that's not true. Not even close.
I didn't say all documents written.
You did.
Are written in all caps.
You said
I
every.
said every.
What's the difference between every and all?
Well, okay. Anything that comes to my door is going to have my name spelled in all caps.
Okay.
Why is that?
Because they're addressing your citizen account.
There you go. Which is my corporate song. Which provided through my birth certificate, which my mother signed, which is a manufacturing of consent. Correct?
Almost.
Yeah.
To be more specific, it was your record of live birth was traded in.
Okay, so you want to move ahead to 35 and the New Deal.
Yeah, but you said something of consent, record of consent, but there was never consent because your mother can't consent for you. It was a fraudulent. It's a fraudulent consent. If any,
it's called manufacturing consent, and that's what they do.
Well, if you don't have the capacity to consent or not, then you know.
Yeah.
It's just like when you apply for your driver's license, all of a sudden you consented to this world of tyranny.
See, I wouldn't be. So I'm going to address what he just said for a second there. I wouldn't be standing on that account there because at this point, you as a cohesive, conscious man have been long participating with that same thing. So there was a point where you accepted responsibility for that, right?
When you're living here and you have a family and you got to do what you got to do to get along.
I mean, the account that he was saying, right? He was saying when your mother.
I don't want to, dude. Trust me. I wish I could find another way, but when your partner isn't with you, you got to do what you got to do.
What do you mean? What are you talking about now?
Well, my wife ain't down with it. Like, she sees it and she goes, "Yeah, but so what?"
I hear you with the conundrum of that, but sometimes you gotta decide, are you loyal to principle or the person, you know?
Well, but I also had a back injury.
Right.
10
There's,
years ago.
I'm sure there's more to the picture. There always is. You got to take into account everything.
Yeah. So
But
you're doing what you can.
Nonetheless, what you participate in comes down to your, there's three fundamental things for intelligence, and I guarantee you the masses, if you look at it objectively, they fail at all three time and time again. Number one is honesty.
Hopefully my daughter gets
Because we're not one of us is going to be perfect. That's why,
Yeah, but not
that's
even
just like me
close to
saying
it.
that fucking, because I there's a lot of things I know, but I don't practice everything I know. I don't
think anybody does. But when we talk about accountability a lot, well, that's got to start with the self, right? So honesty, due diligence, and humility, which is learning from your mistakes. There's more, but those are the three foundational things that set the stage for intelligent ways.
It's 2 a.m. for me too, Nolly D. But I'm gonna be kicking it. Have a good night.
Hey, Nolly D, I love you. You know I do. I know she hates me with a passion.
Police accountability report. Yeah, I love the police accountability report. I
do love Nolly D.
Steven and Kaya. But yeah, that's pretty badass. The Real News Network is pretty awesome. I think that I think that they don't think that I wrote "Eat My Ass, You Liberal Yankee Whores" on the side of my house, so all my neighbors could see it.
I still love that, man.
It's not my message. I'm not a liberal or a Yankee or a conservative or whatever. I don't want to be in anybody's box, but I'm just saying. But I always find I always get kind of like torn up inside because I know that the Real News Network and the Police Accountability Report, and like Rebel HQ and all these guys, they kind of lean a little bit democratic or liberal, if that's what but. So I scare myself because I love those guys. I actually am subscribed to Rebel HQ, Real News Network, Dr. Rashad Ritchie, Police Accountability Report. Basically all of that. I love all of that, but then I go ahead and write "Eat My Ass, You Liberal Yankee Whores" on the side of my house. But that's Sean Porter's message, from Mr. Porter channel. I just wrote it because the people in my neighborhood keep calling me liberals. The people in my town, they keep calling me a liberal. But they don't realize that I'm actually, like when I was 18, I was stupid enough to register as a Republican. But that was stupid. And I know now that I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, that I don't want to be any of that shit. So I basically wrote "Eat My Ass, You Liberal Yankee Whores" because all these people in the town that think that they actually think that they're Republicans, and they actually think that I'm some Democrat liberal.
They can't be out of the box.
Yeah, when I put "Eat My Ass, You Liberal Yankee Whores" on my house, they're like, "Huh? He's the fucking liberal," What one of them Republican, but they think that they're Republicans. They actually are proud to claim it openly.
You're actually more right wing than they could ever think to be. You're so right wing they can't even think about how right wing you are.
Yeah, no, but I don't give a shit right wing or left wing or whatever because I'm way left wing. I'm way fucking left wing. I'm liberal as a motherfucker. And at the same time, I'm conservative and frugal as a motherfucker too. You see what I'm saying?
You got to remember, people are going to project anyway, right?
If you care about rights, you're conservative, and that's the truth. Because no liberals think about rights. Liberals can.
It's not. No. If you care about rights or whatever, you can't care about rights. You can't be liberal about rights. You can't be conservative about rights. If you get slapped in the fucking face, whether you think you're a liberal or a conservative, you will be fucking irritated. Your peace will be breached. You will be fucking looking to fucking defend yourself or fucking cry. It has nothing to do with liberal or conservative rights. Liberals love rights. Conservatives love rights. Trust me.
If you care about rights, then you're conservative, and if you care about feelings, then you're a left. You're liberal. You know.
I don't know about that.
What if you care about neither of them?
Right. Exactly. Right.
That's me. Try and fit me in a box and see how hard pressed you are.
For me, I care a lot about both of them. You know what I mean?
You know what I care about?
I care about people's feelings and I care about my rights. But at the same time, I know for a fact that feelings don't trump rights. So I have to be able to set my feelings aside when rights are concerned.
I care about justice.
I have to try. But I'm not perfect. Never will be.
I think justice is one of the most illogical, complete fallacy-based, gaslit and distractionary focuses a man can ever have. I care about remedy.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. You said justice is?
Yeah, justice is one of the most illogical, fallacy-based, irrational, distractionary focuses a man can have.
Okay, so you don't feel that if a man is wrong, he should be made whole?
That's remedy.
You're talking about remedying. A remedy should be swift, and it should have conviction behind it because it's based on facts.
That's just a contradiction of terms.
It's not. There's a big difference between the two, and it's
okay. Explain it to me. Hold on. Explain it to me, and please tell these other people.
Justice is like a sugar-coated fucking shithole statement.
Justice is basically a feel-good terminology for people to think that they're like we get retribution and punishment as if that's going to solve anything.
Oh no, I'm not talking about George Bush. A
true remedy would be above justice. A true remedy would be far above justice.
Peace and cooperation and actually getting to the root of what's causing problems and addressing things from the root and taking responsibility. You know.
Exactly.
Justice is the N word. Remedy would be the implementation. Justice would be the end.
Why?
That's how it works.
I got confused and shit right there.
You're seeing justice as the beginning word and remedy as the end word. I'm sorry, it's reversed. Remedy would be the beginning word and justice would be the end.
This is one of those semantic things where it's just about understanding concepts and context. When people pursue justice, it's typically about, we got to get retribution. They need to pay for what they done. We got to send them through the justice system, and then they're gonna get punishment for what they did, and blah blah blah. Right?
If somebody kills my brother, I don't kill his brother for justice. I track down the man who killed my brother, and I make him pay.
Yeah, that's justice.
What would you have me do?
I have a look and a take on things where.
What would you do? What if a man killed your brother?
Yeah, I'm about to address my view on this.
I'm listening. I'll meet up.
I think the problem when things like this are happening is we're failing to address the root of the issue. Why are we not talking about self-reliance, self-governing, and self-defense to defend ourselves from such attacks? That's where the missing link is in the whole is, right? Like when somebody killed your brother, nothing's going to change anything to get your brother back. But if we as a group started focusing more on self-defense and whatnot, and preparing ourselves for being attacked, there's probably going to be a lot more deterrence to those types of things happening, right? Taking away the incentive to that. Why does somebody want to kill somebody else? Why did somebody want to murder your brother, right? Looking at those types of things. All the focus on justice is okay. This happened. Let's go after them, like gang war mentality, and it doesn't change nothing.
Exactly.
Because our feelings are pissed off that this happened and our ego didn't like it. Yeah, it's not nice. It's terrible. Violence is terrible. It's horrid. Now, what do we do as individuals to respond to violence? We should be focusing on taking responsibility for ourselves to defend against violence.
Exactly. Yeah, you got a good understanding there.
And that's not, there's no perfect world. Again, there's no perfect utopia, right? It's not like it's going to stop. Even the most domesticated of bears and wolves can still turn and attack you, right?
Exactly.
So there's no perfection, but I guarantee that the balance and the tipping scale is way outweighed right now on the aggressive-minded psychopath's favor, because you got a whole populace that has been trained and dumbed down to not think about self-defense and be scared of the idea of it, and think that the logical solution because of that is to go and pursue remedy in a justice system after, and go to the very same people who are psychopathic for the remedy.
Okay.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, look.
Wow.
Can I speak now?
Yes, sir.
I agree that there's a lot of America that is, guns they're bad. I don't believe that. I think about 40% of America is still, we need to defend ourselves. I think where we're at is that people don't understand that you have a right to defend yourself, that you have a responsibility to defend yourself, because go ahead and call the police.
Even so much an obligation to defend yourself, because what happens if you don't, right?
Exactly. Then your kids die too.
And you, maybe.
Right? And so then what do you call the police? And they're just there to clean up the fucking mess. But there are others. So now I said, look at my brother, right? Now, actually, you know what killed my brother? I caught a disease. It was called MRSA. I caught a staph infection. Almost killed me. Almost lost my leg and my foot. Actually, I caught it all in time. Okay. About 3 years later, my brother became an announcer he always wanted to be a baseball announcer. He went to broadcast school. He finally graduated. He was like 30. He was down in Carolina, South Carolina, North Carolina. He was down there. He was down there announcing baseball games for a minor league baseball team. Went in the locker room. He caught MRSA because it runs rampant in the sports world. You know what MRSA is? In the sports world, it's a staph infection. It's a superpower staph infection. He caught it, and it's very common. He caught it in the crotch area, and it was either he cut off his ding ding, or he dies. And he made a choice, and he's no longer with us. These are what the doctors told him. When he asked my mother about, well, didn't Jason have that? Yeah, he did. Well, you don't want to bother him with that. He almost died from that. You better not call him. So he felt funny about calling me, about me giving him some advice. And I could actually give him some real advice, because I had been living with it. And I could give him some real advice about how to get rid of it. and he would shoot away from that, and the doctors give him two choices: cut off your ding ding, or die. So, was my brother murdered? You tell me.
I reckon he made a bad decision to trust capitalists with his livelihood.
Oh, big time.
It was a very
That was a very worldly decision.
It was a very irresponsible decision.
He was 27 years old, and he had his mother telling him not to contact his older brother, and he had these doctors in his face that were.
But what was your cure for that?
And if I ever meet these doctors, you don't even know what's going to happen.
So this was a highly fucking like, it was like it rotted the it was a highly aggressive form of MRSA or something. They couldn't cure with antibiotics.
Right. When
you had that too?
When I had it in mine, I had 3 big bags of erythromycin a day. I had a line threaded to my heart to distribute it.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was really bad. I almost lost my right leg and I almost lost my left foot. I had packing when they cut the roots out. I don't know if you know how this stuff works, but what it does is it roots in your it makes these roots like tree roots, and it goes into your joints, and they have to cut it out. And it looks like you ever seen ginger? Like a ginger root?
Yep.
It makes these big like ginger roots in your muscles and in your joints and stuff, and they have to cut it out. And so that it did that on my knee and my foot. Now imagine what it did in the crotch, right?
Jesus. Yeah, that's horrible sounding.
Right, and so that's what he was facing. It was that whole thing has to get cut or choose to take these pills and.
But what, he couldn't live with being a eunuch or something?
Right. Well, what would you do? As a 27-year-old male, what would you do?
Yeah, in your case, dude, I know it's heartbreaking. Objectively speaking, though, he consented and signed up to have capitalists.
No, I know, and it was like when my brother had this, and my own mother told him, well, he almost died from it. You don't want to call him.
Yeah, but what would you have done about that? How would you have cured that?
Well, if he would have called me, I would have told him straight off, start taking erythromycin, start taking IVs, get it threaded to your heart. I would have told him, fight it. But he chose not to fight it. And so he was found on his apartment floor.
I would have told him to fast.
Yeah. Try to tell him to stop eating whatever the fuck he's eating.
And get
for
the
a while.
fuck out of a chemical toxic soup of the city and get where your body has a chance to recover and heal. And it would have
lots of cayenne pepper, lots of it, as much as you can fucking stomach.
But you gotta get the antibiotics going. You have to fight it because
and the garlic, pack the wounds with garlic.
Like with me, it grew in 4 days. In 4 days, it grew, and they took out these roots in my right knee. In 4 days, it grew. These big ginger roots on my right knee and my left foot. They were huge as ginger roots. In just 4 days, it was Friday. I called into work. I said, "Oh, my knee is swelling. My foot is." Where I got it from was I got it from the NFL team that was staying in San Pedro. And I went down to replace the pump, and the maintenance man, the Chargers were staying there, and he was working in the room of one of the Charger players. He was fixing his TV, and he came back down, and we shook hands, and that's where I got it from. Because
That must have been some hella crazy ass staph infection. Because like I've had staph infection before, where I just get like a couple white blisters on the top of my skin, and then it's always worse on the inside than it is on the skin, on the surface.
That's how it started for me that night. It's MRSA. It runs rampant through professional sports. All professional sports. Look at MRSA. MRSA.
Yeah, but how did it get so bad on you? It's like the antibiotic. You didn't take the antibiotics or some shit.
No, I had a sore on my knee and on my foot because I oftentimes I used to work in a lot of wet environments doing boilers. So I had just got done replacing this pump at this hotel for the hot water, and so I was all wet, but I had a sore on my knee and on my foot, and so I was starting to care for myself. So I was putting antibiotic and changing my Band-Aids when I got done with work that night on my right knee. But then on my left foot, I had a rash. So I took off my shoe and I put on my sandals and I put a little antibiotic on my foot, right? Because I like to care for myself. So by the time I got home, my right knee was swollen. And my left foot was starting to swell. So I even called in that night. I said, actually that was Thursday night. That's right. I said, I don't know if I'm gonna be in tomorrow. My knee's already swollen and my foot's already swollen. I think something happened. I'm gonna go to the doctor tomorrow. So I went to the doctor, and she looked at it and she said, "Oh, that's because you're too fat."
Wow.
And it's like I wasn't even a fat guy. I was like an NFL lineman is what I used to. That's the way when I worked. I was like an NFL lineman. I weighed about 315, but I could. I was a big dude. Like I could.
Yeah, you're like the walrus. You were like a little bit of blubber on top of all that muscle.
Right. Yeah. I could bench press 480 a day. You know what I mean? It was just. My tool bag was 50 pounds. I could throw on my shoulder and climb 3 stories on a ladder. I used to do it every day. It was just a thing I did, And she goes, "Oh, it's because you're fat." I said, "Okay." So I went home, and by Monday morning, I had strawberry yogurt squirting out of my knee and my foot.
Mm-hmm.
I've been talking about literally. It was strawberry yogurt coming out.
Do you like onions?
I go in there Monday morning, and I'm like, "Here you go." She's like, "What?" I push my knee, and she's like, "Oh my God, you're going to the hospital." She put me in her own car. She took me down, put me in her own car, and took me to the hospital. That's how bad she felt, because she was like, "Well, I'll see you on Monday if it's so bad." I'm like, "Hey, okay."
Yeah, that's horrible, because that decision right there fucking probably is what made it go so far.
Well, no, yeah, they did. And even the surgeon who walked by, and she was like, "Yeah, you were about a day away from losing your leg." She's like, "And you had about 8 hours on that foot. I was going to cut it off."
It gets into your blood, and then it turns into sepsis or something. Is what they call it, right?
Yeah, and she showed me the roots and the stuff. It takes root, and she showed me the roots, and she pulled out, and she cut up. I could actually, on my right knee, I had like 3 fingers. I had 3 holes in my right knee. I could stick all my fingers in. Like they were that deep. I could stick my fingers all the way in these holes. Because I had to do padding for 3 months to seal the holes up on my knee. And on my foot, she cut the root out of my foot. On the top, picture the top of your foot, your left foot. Look at the top of your left foot. There was a root that take your middle finger and just shove it through. There was a U-shaped hole that she.
But were you putting your fingers in the goddamn hole?
Oh yeah, I did every day because I had to. I had to clean it out every day. I had to take saline, clean it out.
So you used your finger to clean it out?
Every day.
Whoa.
Yeah, it hurt like a son of a bitch.
I would use stainless steel forceps and like some gauze.
Yeah, oh yeah, they had every day. I had to shove like 30 yards of gauze in each hole. The left foot though, that was the one. The left foot. The first day, like they didn't tell me. Like when I got home, I went to sleep for a fucking 27.
What kind of trauma did you do to that area?
Well, when I woke up, and a nurse knocked on the door, I woke up and I went downstairs. And I lived downstairs. She's like, "Okay, we're here to change your packing." I'm like, "What are you talking about packing?" She's like, "I'm gonna take all these bandages off your fucking knee and your foot, and we're gonna take." So once we get the bandages off, there was 30 yards of gauze shoved into each hole in my knee, and there was 30 yards of gauze shoved into my foot. Now the knee was one thing that really hurt. It was like rip, it's just folded in there, right? So you do all that, but with my foot, oh my god, I never wanted to punch a lady in the face until she started ripping that packing out of my foot. That was the worst thing I ever felt, man. She started ripping that packet out of my foot. And I was holding the table and I was just shaking. I just stop. And she looked at me, she goes, "I told you it was going to hurt." I said, "Yeah, but you better stop."
Yeah.
And she goes, "You don't want me to stop?" And she just kept ripping it out. And I was like, "Stop!" So "You don't want me to stop?" I'm like, "Stop!"
Yeah. That's crazy, dude.
If she would have stopped, it was like it would have been worse starting again, So then she goes, "Okay, they didn't tell you to take any medication." I'm like, "What medication?" "They didn't give me any medication." She's like, "Well, here's what I have." And she showed me all these bags of this fucking you know what erythromycin is?
Yeah.
It's
usually what they give to people that that don't respond to the penicillin.
Right. It's the strongest antibiotic known to man. Erythromycin, and they have these big. They're like 18-inch bags of it. I had to hang out the IV all day.
Jeez Louise.
And then I had this other one that was a little bag, and you would like break this little bottle. You would like smack it, and it would go. It would blow up the bag. And I had to take that one and put it on my little thing, and they threaded it into my arm and threaded it all the way into my heart and shit. Yeah, no, it was a close call.
I do a thing called scrubbing the pain away, and like if I get like those white pustule baubles up, like say I got a road rash on my shin area. I one time had this big like 6-inch scab that was like 3 inches wide, and it was just road rash down my leg, and it had all the little pustules all over it, like it got staph infection in it. But I would just sit there and I call it scrubbing the pain away, and even though it hurts like a mother, I just keep on. I put like a dish soap in my palm, and then I just sit there and rub that thing until I can't even feel that area of my leg anymore. You know what I mean? It goes from a burning pain that's so burning that it's so horrific, and then all of a sudden, after I rub it like so many times, a lot, the pain goes away. It numbs it, and then it seems like that thing is thoroughly clean. You know what I mean? Plus, on top of it, I'm providing like a pain to that area, and I'm not letting it get comfortable. I don't like to let the area get comfortable. I like to provide the pain to it, and my brain like sends the receptor to that area, tells it to heal it. You know?
Yeah. If I get an infection now, I just have my wife take the alcohol, like isopropyl alcohol,
Uh-huh.
and just get just rub it down.
Yeah.
And so I'll sit there and I'll just feel it burn, you know. But
Yeah,
it's like,
make sure every inch of that infection has been covered
yeah,
with
just
with
get
pain.
it out, because I'll deal with the pain rather than what happens,
Mm-hmm.
It's like I've been through that shit, and it's like I'd rather just kill it now, kill it, just get rid of it, fuck it. I don't want no IVs. I don't want any of that bullshit, Just get rid
Yeah,
of it.
it's scary.
It is scary, especially, and I wasn't that way, it's like, even after what happened to me, I was like, okay with it, but then what happened to my brother, it was like, wow, I really was lucky,
If you're out of shape and you can't rub that area as much as you should be able to, if you're a little older and you can't really take the pain as well anymore, and you're really tired of all these pains, then you're a little less susceptible to actually keeping it clean and changing the bandages and washing it thoroughly, especially like scrubbing it down. When you don't want to scrub an open wound; it burns like fire. But you have to. You have to scrub that infection. You know what I mean? But it does things. It actually triggers your natural immune system to fight the area.
Yeah, it does. That's why it's like now I'm just like, fuck it, do it. Get rid of it. It's too much,
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I don't, after what happened with my brother, it was just like, I'm like, just kill it. Kill it and get rid of it. I had other stuff. I've torn both rotator cuffs, and I compressed my right shoulder. They had to shave the bones down. They had to make room in the joint, I've had shit like that happen. I hate going under the knife. Have you ever been under the knife? Have you ever had a fucking operation?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had my right foot reconstructed.
You know what I hate about it is,
And the rest of the surgery stuff is just being sewed back together while I was still awake. I only had to go under one time, and that was when I had to have my right foot reconstructed.
yeah, the going under is, to me, that's the bitch, because, like, when I was in pain from the MRSA, and it was just felt like somebody was stabbing my left knee and my foot, And the doctors, they were like, "Oh, you're swollen, it's not that bad." But the surgeon, like, she's like, "No, have it prepped and ready, 6 o'clock tomorrow." But the doctors still weren't taking it serious. And I was like, I'm in fucking pain. And I got up in the middle of the night in the hospital. I'm like, you need to drain this shit. Do you understand me? And I'm walking around with my ass hanging out in the road. And I'm
They're
like,
thinking dollar signs, right? Not that dad is relative.
what was funny was, I finally was like, I'm a nurse. You gonna do something about this? This hurts. I'm hurting. It hurts. It hurts. And she's like, the doctor will be in tomorrow. I'm like, I ain't got till tomorrow. This shit hurts right now. So I ended up going down to the fucking emergency room. And I'm telling them, drain this wound. Because my leg was just swollen. It was huge. And I'm like, drain this shit. Do you understand how to irrigate a wound? Do it now.
You were probably urgent because the swelling probably was cutting off circulation, and you could feel your leg dying.
My leg was huge. Like my left foot, like my toes look like little pimples on the end of my foot. You know what I mean? That's how swollen my foot was. Like, you couldn't even see my toes, really. So I go hobbling down there, and I'm all, bitch, get me a doctor now and do something about this. So the security guard comes walking up to me, he goes, he brings me a wheelchair, he goes, he's all, sit down, sir. And I'm like, are they going to take care of me? He goes, I'm going to take you back there. He's like, we'll get to take care of him. I said, okay, thank you. So he sits me down, he brings me back, and he goes, Bubba, I'm going to tell you something. You're a big dude. You're fucking scaring people. I'm all, but this hurts. He's all, I can see you're in pain. So I'm going to make sure something gets done, okay?
Something's kind of up with your audio there, JT. There's some woofy sound that's overpowering you. You sound a bit in the background or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, my audio is always bad. Is it okay if I talk like this?
No,
Yeah. For a second there, it went woofy.
It's still woofy. Like whether he's talking or not. Are
you talking about the scratch or are you talking about the whoop?
Both. Maybe there's something in his background or something that's...
Yeah, I had to take my headphones off, so I don't know what to do. Let me try repair. But so the guy he puts me in a... Can you hear me now? Is that okay?
Yeah, we can hear you the same as it was before, but yeah, you still got the whoop and the scratch. It's just that we can hear your voice at least.
Okay, how's that?
Still the same.
Damn it.
Oh, now there's an echo. I think it's because you're not using a headset.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my headphones back on.
My other phone, I can't do anything like I can't do any on panel stuff with it. But this other phone I have, it just goes right up on panel with no problems with the audio or nothing.
You're
really
good
weird.
with one you're using now. You're all right.
Yeah, the one I'm using now is a great one. I'm thankful for it. Not like I set it up to be like this. It just for some reason on this phone everything works fine for a panel.
Right.
I have a problem with all the women in my house don't turn off their Bluetooth. You ever have that problem?
What happened? They don't shut their Bluetooth off?
Yeah, women don't like to turn their fucking Bluetooth off. You ever notice? You ever had that problem? They just don't like to.
So what? Your devices pair up to their Bluetooth all the time?
Exactly. I go to turn my phone on, it's like put my headphones in on my phone, and before I turn my Bluetooth on, I open my Bluetooth and it goes connected. I didn't even turn my Bluetooth on yet. How the fuck is it connected? Alright, so anyway, long story short, the guy wheels me back up to my room, and they give me Dilaudid. Have you ever had Dilaudid?
I don't know what the fuck that is.
It's the second derivative of heroin.
Huh.
Don't ever have Dilaudid. It's a beautiful thing.
Crazy.
Yeah, they put it in your they put the drip in your IV. Then all of a sudden you're on Saturn and you're surfing the rings.
Crazy.
For 8 hours, it's a beautiful thing. But then those 8 hours end, and then it's not.
God.
I mean, my God, is it like wow? And I understand, Dilaudid has killed many people. Dilaudid, it's I think most famously, Danny Gans was a big Dilaudid fan. You know who Danny Gans is?
I think he's like a musician for some band, isn't he?
He was a Vegas comedian.
Oh, a Vegas comedian?
Yeah.
I didn't know who the fuck he is then. No.
I found out afterwards, and I was like, "Ooh, the model." Ooh.
Yeah, you were doing your modern research and you found out that this guy Danny Dan fucking just went the hell out on that shit.
Dude, yeah, that shit, man. Dude, to this day, oh my god, it's true what they say about heroin, dude. I can still remember that. You know,
That's crazy. I never tried anything like heroin or nothing like that. I don't really like opiates. They make my stomach feel like I'm on a ride. I don't like it.
That's why, like, with the pain I'm going through now, like, I tell my doctor, I take analgesics, which don't really work. You know, I got crushed vertebrae and shit, but it's like, I'm not gonna take opiates because, you know, I still remember that fucking Dilaudid I had. And I've had, you know, what do you call it? What's the rest of the fucking, you know, I've had the other fucking opiates, and it's too addictive. It's too fucking addictive.
I crushed my 5th vertebrae and broke my femur and my pelvis in a BMX accident. They gave me muscle relaxers because I walked around on the damn thing for like 3 months before I couldn't stand the pain anymore. And then basically my sister came to pick me up and take me to the hospital, and they like gave me the x-rays and said that I had the crushed 5th vertebrae and the broken femur and the broken pelvis. And so that was like 3 months after I broke my shit. Now they gave me muscle relaxers because of my pinched nerve. That's what really was all the pain, was my right butt cheek, like, had like a permanent frog in it, and it was pain. The sciatic nerve was so pinched that it was just like I couldn't even bend at the waist without too much pain. And they wanted to fuse my 4th vertebrae to my 5th vertebrae and my 5th vertebrae to my 6th vertebrae to like take up from where I crushed my 5th vertebrae. But I was like, oh, hell no. I just basically went home. So I walked on it basically without even knowing anything about it for 3 months. And then I went to the hospital and found out that the femur and the pelvis and the 5th vertebrae were broken. And then I went home, and then instead of going to surgery, I just stayed home. And it took me 3 months for that. Then it took me 5 months. It took me 5 months of sitting in front of the couch, kind of laying back. I would put my head on the couch cushions, but my legs would be way out in front. And then as I watched TV, I would sit up a little bit more every time until pretty soon I could put my back all the way up against the seat or against the couch with my legs out straight in front of me. Finally, I stretched out the nerve and everything. Whatever it was, I stretched out in there, the muscle, tendon.
Yeah, so you knew about the femur, right?
What?
You knew about it when you broke the femur, like you knew that.
I felt that when I landed, I looped out. I looped out on the BMX bike and landed on my feet, and I felt like a lightning bolt went through my body. And I was like, oh shit! I hobbled over to a park bench, and there was a guy sitting there, and I was like, I think I just broke my femur. And the guy goes, man, you would know if you broke your femur. Yeah, and fucking, I was just thinking, you know what? I don't even give a shit if I broke my femur or not, you know? So, you know, I knew there was a lot of pain. But pain is something I could easily take, you know? So, fucking, it was just like, okay, you know, but then I kept on walking on it. And every morning I would take like 1,200 milligrams of ibuprofen. And that would kind of like let me get through the better part of the day.
Yeah, you know, open train. I know that one.
And then one morning I woke up and fucking I was trying to take ibuprofen, and throughout the day it just wasn't helping. It felt like I had rottenness in my hip. So I was like, I couldn't take the pain. I couldn't take the pain on that morning, and I called my mom because I was in a different town, and she sent my sister to pick me up and take me to the hospital.
Yeah, the ibuprofen I woke up would take 8. At lunch I would take 8. At dinner I would take 8. I know about
Dang.
Yeah, no, yeah. Don't exceed 24 a day.
They gave me a muscle relaxer to take, and I actually did take it for probably, you know, quite a bit of the time throughout the 8 months. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that was, I almost got addicted to that muscle relaxer. You know what I mean? Because I almost started taking it just to feel good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the opiate ones are terrible. That's I think the analgesic ones they don't do much.
This was a muscle relaxer, not a pain reliever.
Yeah, like I take Robaxin right now. I've been taking that one for about 5 or 6 years. But it's analgesic. And when I say analgesic, it's not an opiate. And it's more of it just tells my body what to do instead of giving drugs. You know,
Huh.
send chemicals here. You know, stop doing that. That's like the analgesics do. And I take what's the other one? Shit, I forget that one. It doesn't do that much anymore after 5 or 6 years. But yeah, you know, I can't take ibuprofen anymore because that shit, man. But I'm glad I got off that train because the fucking ibuprofen, man, that stuff is, you know how evil that shit is. I mean, it's almost as bad as opiates, really.
As if any pharmaceutical is not.
I'm sorry, what?
As if anything from the capitalist pharmaceutical industry is not fucking evil and toxic and harmful for you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it is. Toxic.
It's just designed to make a better product out of you for you know, further exploitation.
I'm going through it right now because if I take ibuprofen, okay, it's gonna take the pain away through the day. But if I take ibuprofen, my liver and all my insides are gonna fucking
blow up,
start dying. So basically, right now I'm basically on like a schedule with myself where I try to take the pain for probably 5 to 6 days out of the week, and then maybe one of the days or 2 of the days out of the week, I'll allow myself to take a 800 milligram ibuprofen. But other than that, I wish ibuprofen wasn't a killer because my arthritis, my arthritis is something where the inside my chest and my chest cavity and my neck and my shoulder blades and my collarbones, and my ribs and my chest that are connected to my sternum and the ribs connected to my sternum, my spine and the ribs connected to my spine, my neck, and then my collarbones and my shoulder blades. They're got like the arthritis in them, and I could get a lack of movement and then start having my chest cavity start getting all seized up.
Is that from an injury?
Huh?
Is that from an injury?
I don't know if it's from an injury or whether it's just my psoriatic arthritis, because I started getting dry patches right here under my eyes. Just small little dry patches right here.
That's toxicity. You got to fast, brother. You can fix
Yeah,
that.
I got. That's why I've been feeling like I need to fast big time. But I made it. I made it like only 7 days. The last time I tried, but I didn't even try it. It wasn't a real fast. It was like going 16 hours without eating and then eating one meal and then going 16 more hours without eating and then eating one meal. Because I couldn't, I haven't been able to do a total fast in a long time. Last time I did it was 2015. But that made me feel hella good. It took like 10 years off. It gave me like 10 years onto my life. But the arthritis in my chest area, through all the bones in my shoulder blades, the base of my neck. It's really not where my skull meets my neck, but it's where my neck meets my shoulders. Man, it feels horrible. It almost feels like the bones are like this, and they could just go like this at any minute. You know. And it almost feels like there's blood vessels running through somewhere there that the blood vessels feel like they're gonna get just pinched off for the rest of time.
That's
you
an
know,
oxidation issue. Either it's built up or it's
I
either
can feel
built
the
up
whole
or
back
it's
of my head. I can feel the whole back of my head skin go numb.
right. Yeah, so there's oxidation in there, and either it's clogged and growing, or it just ate through it and it's depleted, or both, one of the two.
Yeah.
So
I
fasting and staying the fuck away from chemicals is your solution. Fasting, deep detox, and of course, health is a holistic thing. So what you eat and the whole 9 yards. But
I need to stop eating.
You just need the black and brown.
What's up?
You just need a black and brown.
Black and brown?
Black and brown. What was it? Bass and a Guinness? Black and brown.
I don't know what you're saying. I can't comprehend the reference. What?
Well, I'm sorry. We just passed St. Patrick's Day.
I don't know what he's saying either. Not a clue.
St. Patrick's Day, you take the Bass Ale, and you take the Guinness Stout. You pour in the Stout, and then actually you pour in the Bass Ale, then you pour the Guinness Stout on top, and it floats. You just need a black and brown.
You were saying black and brown. And I thought you were talking about a shillelagh.
I had the same thing. I had the same shit you do in between my shoulders. You know, and I actually compressed my right shoulder so much that I had to, I tore both rotator cuffs.
He's trying to give you a detox remedy from the 1500s. Maybe.
I had to, yeah, exactly. So a lot of times when I lift things over my head, I feel my chest cavity really compresses. I really feel that, you know. Exactly, it goes right at the back of my head. I feel exactly the things you feel.
I'm scared right now. I'm scared right now, dude, because the thing about it is that I got like this dry patches of skin, which is like a little psoriasis right here, you know.
And then, I have that too. I have on the right side of my skull.
But
I'm right here. I have a big patch.
I'm obviously
underneath my hair.
I'm obviously associating it with the arthritis, right? But it's also associated with diabetes.
When you say arthritis, what do you mean by arthritis? Because arthritis is in your joints. You have rigid. You have
no. Mine's in my joints. Mine's in my joints.
Yes,
so the
joints.
Where my ribs connect to my sternum. The whole center of my sternum that is a joint down the whole center of my sternum, you know, and then where my collarbones connect to my sternum, and then on the back side it's where my ribs connect to my spine, and then the bones in between each spine, and then up until the base of my neck.
Yeah, these things you're experiencing, especially the psoriasis and skin issues, and it's just the three major things of your lifestyle. Diet is a big attribute.
Yeah, and that's where I was scared. That's what I was trying to tell you. That I was scared because I just had to make a big move. You know what I mean? I just changed my life totally, right? And plus, I'm not 38 no more. Now I'm 42, right? So, I haven't been home. I haven't been home in over a year, and the thing about it is I started eating food that was easy. You know, I don't always have my own stove, so I'm like eating like just different foods, and I don't want to be eating like
yogurt and salads.
I don't want to be eating
yogurt and salads, man.
I don't want to be eating these foods that I'm eating right now, but at the same time, I done went and got a little fat. I'm a little bit I'm a lot fatter than I've ever been in my life, and
you big fatty.
Basically, it's taking a toll on my legs. So now all of a sudden, I find myself going from being a highly active human being to being like sore in the feet, sore in the knees, sore in the hips.
Hey,
you know what to do.
You know what? Has actually helped me a little bit. I've been taking these Laird's greens. I'm not trying to do commercial, but it's kind of like the AG1. You don't have to. Yeah. You're getting your full day's fruit and vegetables in 2 scoops.
Oh fuck that.
So you're getting all. No, I'm telling you. It's
but do you still eat your fruits and vegetables?
I'm not gonna say there isn't some supplemental benefit to that, but let me tell you, from a guy who eats nothing but greens, fruits, veggies, nuts, seeds, sprouts, living raw. Yeah, it's fucking night and day, man. It's a Band-Aid. But don't stop it.
That's what I'm saying.
My whole body.
When I take that and I eat 2 salads a day, and then I have dinner with whatever. Could be McDonald's, could be. But we try to keep it clean.
You gotta
my whole body has been telling me that I need to go on a fast.
I got a kid. What are you gonna do when you got kids, right? But
my body, the pain in my body has been telling me that I need to go to the supermarket and fucking only get the greens.
Excuse Black Book. I got a kid, so that excuses me to eat Big Macs. That's classic.
It is an excuse. Fuck off. When she wants McDonald's, I gotta eat McDonald's. What do you want to tell?
Right.
No, but I know, right? I'm trying, but I'm telling you, when I take the powder, it does. My gut feels better, my joints feel better. It just when you get your nutrition all at once, when you get the nutrition you should be getting all at once every day, and you do that for like a couple months, and you do feel better. And I'm sorry, but it does work, man.
Well, that should
so
be science.
You can laugh at me for taking these greens. You can laugh at me.
No. I'm not laughing or
knocking. I'm telling you, you do feel better. And then when I snack on fruits. I have pears. I have apples. I have those little mandarin oranges. Those little oranges that you get from Costco? What are they called? And we buy those in big bags. I eat oranges all the time.
Good stuff. And I am not laughing at you for taking the green supplements at all. I'm just making it clear that like a lot of people think that the marketing part that you were saying is what I was laughing at, like as if that really made up for 2-3 whole raw salads a day. That you know what I'm saying? That's just fucking
no. I take that along with.
I like that. I like the idea.
I remember these little veggie bars that I used to see in at the health food store, and they would say 8 servings of salads. It's like
Right.
I like the idea of drinking that little green synthesized green supplement, but
and guys,
I would only do it as
I'm
a
not the drunk
supplement.
you're hearing.
It would have to be
I
just
drink.
purely a supplement. You know, it would
I'll
be
tell
like
you why I drink.
I'll
I'll
still
tell you
eat
why I drink.
salads.
It's because I don't take opiates, and the pain of my joints fucking gets to me. And so once every week and a half or so, I gotta find some fucking relief, okay? And I'm not gonna take fucking opiates to get there, and so I'd rather drink every week and a half or so to get there.
I'm adding
And you
this to the
can
black book
believe it or not.
Yeah, I'm adding this to the black book of excuses. I like where you're going with this. The Big Mac.
Well, you can add it to the book of excuses, but you know what? Live in my shoes. Live with my affliction, and then tell me you ain't drinking too. Okay?
I've
and I'm doing what I can. And I'm taking my greens. I'm taking my Lay's greens. 2 scoops.
and your Big Mac when you eat with your kid.
Yes, and I get my Big Mac. No. Hey man, what are you gonna do? Nobody's perfect, man.
No,
we're all
I'm
trying.
gonna add that to the book too. That's
don't try to be perfect either. You know, that's when you really start feeling
exactly. You have to remember nobody's perfect. I mean, come on, man.
Because
if you don't
pass
tell
around the side
yourself,
to everyone eating a Big Mac just so I can hold it up when they're eating. I'm not perfect. There we go.
Yeah, but if I don't say to myself nobody's perfect, then when I talk to people like you and I talk to like how and then you guys are all assholes, I have to tell myself you guys aren't perfect, right? Just like when you talk to assholes like me, you have to tell yourself nobody's perfect. No, none of us are fucking perfect, man. We're all doing what we can. We're all trying to get there, right? Nirvana is awaiting all of us, isn't it? And we're just all trying to find a way to get there.
Being who I am now, I wish my parents never gave me pork ever in my whole entire life. But
you don't like to smoke meat, do you?
I can't even get away with it. I can't even get away from it anymore. I'm like 42, right? And I can't stand that I fucking even tried the shit, right? But I can't go back anymore. So I'm basically doomed for I'm damned, doomed. It's irritating.
Bacon?
And I'm not talking about a religious. I'm not talking about like Muslim and any Halil or anything. I'm talking about fucking my own beliefs, and that has nothing to do with because I'm a Christian. Well,
I mean, everything what they say is the truth. This is the fucking truth. Everything in moderation, and if you believe in that, then it works. Everything in moderation.
I had like this thing that happened to me, and all of a sudden, I'm definitely scared. You know what I mean?
Drinking a little bit of gasoline in moderation, is that okay?
Oh hell no!
In your car, yeah.
Just maybe one shot on a Sunday or something. Shot glass.
No, in your car, yeah. I'm not made for gasoline. What, you think pork is so bad? Hey, you know what? I will feed you. I make this thing with pork. I take chuck roast and pork, and I mix it with a little bacon. I smoke it, okay, and I shred the beef. I shred the pork. And how often do you have
everybody?
How often do you have smoked shredded beef?
He holds up the iron.
Yeah, it's delicious. Everybody knows that pork tastes as good as shit.
Delicious.
Well, yeah. But iron works.
That's one of the things. That's one of the things that makes me scared.
People have offered me so much money. People offer me so much money for this shit. I'm telling you, people offer me so much money for this recipe, and then I can't do it. I can't give it to them. But you know what I mean? You want to come to my house? You want to sit around? You want to have a few drinks? I'll make it for you.
That's the sucky part about everything for me is that, yeah, I've had bacon, I've had ham, I've had pork chops. So, yeah, I don't really necessarily like pork chops, but ham and bacon, it's hard to turn down. It's like bacon, shit, man, that shit tasted so good with eggs and
ham
pancakes.
is so full of sulfides.
How can you have your pancakes and your eggs without having bacon, or sausage? And then it's like, man,
might as well just be a cannibal. I mean,
I know. Yeah, especially when it's hard to turn down.
Because pig is like human like. Is that what you mean?
Oh, I mean, meat is meat, right? So you're gonna eat flesh.
No, but just like cannibal
from every dish.
Yeah, he's talking about
so you don't
eating
eat meat at all.
anything that was a living being.
What about fish?
No. Not for
But
me.
fish are made for people to eat. Jesus fed fish. Didn't Jesus give people fish? I know. Trust me. I'm laughing at myself.
That must have came out of the fish's mouth, right? He said, "Yeah, I'm here because I'm food for you."
No, but they don't have nerves. You know that, right? They don't have nerves. You know that.
You're selling me.
I don't know about that. I think they're high in nerves. They're so fucking high in nerves. They twitch faster than we do. They can twist like 90 times faster than we can. They twitch so fast we can't even see how many times they flip their tail. What?
They actually don't have nerves in their mouth. That's been proven.
Huh?
I'm pretty sure that's been proven. That the fish don't have nerves in their mouth. No, fish don't have nerves in their mouth.
Oh, fish don't have nerves in their mouth. Okay.
And I think that's proven. But they also don't feel pain. So they might feel.
That's weird, bro. I don't know if you can, how did they do that? How did they get to that study?
Because their brain is too small to feel pain.
What?
Yeah, their brain is a speck. You ever seen a fish brain? I have. The fish brain is very, very. It's like a speck.
Yeah,
it's like a.
If people are swimming in the ocean all the time,
apple seeds.
They're always swimming in like the ocean or the water, and everything in a fish world eats the other fish. So basically, they're so used to getting their feet cut off when they're just swimming.
Are cannibals.
Yeah. So, like, if you, we would have a lesson. It wouldn't be that we don't feel the pain, but it would be that we don't give a shit about the pain anymore when 90% of your life you're spent thinking about your feet getting eaten off as you swim through the water.
So if you believe that we're meant to eat something, then you have to believe that something made to eat something.
No, the only reason why I eat meat is because the only reason why I eat meat is because all the lions,
it's
the tigers, and the bears.
That's why you eat meat. Come on, man, it's delicious.
No, I eat meat because there's other animals on Earth that eats meat. I don't necessarily like it. You know what I mean? There's only some things I like.
You eat meat because you're addicted to it.
Oh, probably no, but well, I grew up on eating meat, so I don't know what the difference is yet. I never tried to go like.
I like seafood.
I always like the idea of eating.
You give me sushi, you give me fish. I will not touch red meat again. If I could afford it, I would never touch red meat.
It takes a good 6 months to a year to get off the addiction of that.
Oh yeah.
You don't even eat fish, dog?
Huh?
You don't even eat fish?
I don't.
No, I eat fish. Yeah, fish.
I used
like lambs, goats, cows, chickens.
I haven't eaten any meat at all in 9 years.
Yeah.
You so you don't even go with fish. So fish to you is meat.
That's right. Fish was the last kind of meat that I was eating, and chicken actually, before I gave up meat.
Yeah.
You don't even eat fish. That's wow. That's big respect, man. You're sticking to your guns. Wow, good for you, man.
But
If
you
that's
have
how
to
you
find all
feel,
these
I
other
mean,
sources from
if that's
other
how you
food.
feel, good for you. I don't think I give a fish.
I live a
Like
very
shrimps
unconventional
and
lifestyle.
lobster, man.
Yeah.
Abalone, scallops. I love that shit, man. How do you give that up?
Yeah, I live.
Like, how do you
My diet is coinciding to my lifestyle, which is very unconventional.
oysters? You don't do oysters?
None, nothing.
Oh my god, oysters are
My
such
my
beautiful.
diet is raw,
Sea urchin?
raw.
Hang on, bro. I want to hear what his diet is.
Homegrown and wild foraged fruits, veggies, nuts, seeds, grains, sprouts, legumes, and water.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
And things that I ferment within that as well.
You're a better man than I, dog. You are a better man than I don't think I could do that. I mean, I could give a meat. I give a beef. I give a pork. I give a chicken. I could. But I gotta have fish. I gotta have fish, man. To me, fish is fucking delicious. Because I was
For
a
me,
kid in
it'd
the
be chicken,
'70s.
not fish. You know.
I was
But at
a
the
kid in
same
the
time,
'70s,
the
and we
reason
used to go
why
down to the beach, and I had a uncle who used to have a diving boat, and I used to go out with him, and they would catch these scallops. You know, they're as big as the palm of your hand. You know, and it was actually they would it was the size of a burger. We'd actually have these scallop burgers. You know, they were so delicious. And we'd have these fucking abalus and make this abalone stew and like shit like that. And like I grew up on that kind of shit. And like, so if the last thing, if I had to give a fish, I don't know if I could fucking do it. Like shrimp cocktail, I make the shrimp cocktail with, I use tomato juice and pico de gallo and shit. I could not give it up. How do you fucking? I know I'm tempting you. You know I am.
It's when you experience the results of what I experience, you get to a point where everything changes from that perspective. Like you get to this kind of euphoric state that you don't want to mess up after, and the things that used to be appealing to you subside. Because
But you're also coinciding this with something else. So you're doing what you're reading, you're listening to music, you're doing something else with this. You're coinciding it with something else too, right?
it's a lifestyle thing.
Well, all right, because like when I start
that's like
watching
living on the
TV,
street. When you first start living on the street, you're wondering how you could live outside 365 days. But then after you've been out there for like 6 months, you're like, man, I could live out here for 365 days like nothing now.
Yeah, it started out with that's exactly it. It started out with just taking responsibility for my health, and then after self-studying on that, it just progressed into how far can I take this, and it's been an ongoing thing ever since.
Where do you live at? Where are you living at?
Quite nomadically, actually. I free roam. Currently, though, I'm up in Pacific Northwest. Been hanging out at
Seattle.
No, much farther north, like halfway up BC on the west coast.
Oh, good. Thank God it's not Seattle.
I'm like way out in boony country land. Closest town or gas. Well, actually, not gas station. I shouldn't say that. Closest like grocery store is about 80 miles out.
How do you have internet access?
Starlink.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've thought about getting that. I've thought about doing that. I should do that.
It's pretty good now. A little expensive to get, but
no, I've thought about it because I'm not a full prepper. but I have preppage. I got some buckets here that are good for 20 something years, and I know I have two. I have I have two water heaters here that are I got 40 gallons, and and I'm a bit prepared in case shit hits the fan.
That's cool.
So
What's
I thought
your
about I should get I should get a Starlink thing going on. I should do that.
I haven't
I mean,
regretted
would
it
you
one bit.
recommend it?
I would, yeah.
If
I've
you,
had it now almost 2 years, I guess, and it's come a long way. I got no qualms about it. When everybody else's net is wavy, mine isn't. And when I was going in a little bit to the town areas, and sometimes the power would go out for people, I had my battery system, and internet stayed for me. It wasn't a problem. So it's pretty reliable.
yeah, see,
And
I pay for cable, and people knock cable all they want, but cable is actually the most reliable and fastest fucking internet on the planet. I don't care what people say. Cable is the shit because you get more channels up and down, and people don't understand that when it comes to all the other forms of internet. Cable gives you double the channels up and down. That's what people don't understand, and it's the fastest shit. But yeah, I've been thinking about what if my family needs internet and I don't fucking have it, and 4G goes down.
Starlink would work for sure. I would
Starlink
recommend
will
it.
work.
Yeah, I would recommend it from experience, especially now. Like, it was a little less.
And what does it
stable
cost?
before.
$1,000, like to put it on my house with like a good dish.
Probably
wire my
full
home with it?
retail yet. If you if you pay attention, they have some pretty good deals now and then, where sometimes the dish is a couple hundred or whatever. I paid 700 Canadian for the dish, and my monthly bill is 145, I think, Canadian. So for you, take like what, 30% off that, something like that.
Wasn't it free though? But okay. So you're paying for the router. You're paying for the fucking router stuff. You're paying for the whole
for the dish. For the dish that
right. No,
takes
I'd
the
rather
signal
just
from the
buy a dish. I want to buy it straight out and have no cost.
No. That's even if you buy. I own the dish, right? Like, it's mine. I'm not renting it. The service itself is still monthly.
For Starlink?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I think that's the Elon shit, the SpaceX shit.
That's right.
But you have to pay for that.
Yes, it's not free.
I thought it was free. I thought that was all free.
No, it's not free. There are some promotions where sometimes, a couple times, the dish itself has been really cheap and even free a couple times. That they come and go. So if you're going to get it, watch out for that, because the full price for the dish is kind of hefty.
So like in the worst scenario, Elon is going to knock on my door and say, "Where's my $35?"
In that case, yeah. If the entire grid structure goes down, though, as well as I do, even the fucking satellites, you wouldn't count on that. Any mainstream thing is not going to be reliable. You got to go mesh network with the old analog networks if you really want.
Well, because where my house is, the one thing we can see is like we see the satellite chain go by.
Mm-hmm.
Every couple of months we will look up sky. We go, oh, there goes the satellites, the Starlink. And we're like, we really need to get the Starlink. My wife goes, yeah, we really need to get the Starlink. Then we never do it. And I'm always like, we should get it. We should really get the fucking Starlink. It's free, right? But you have to actually pay for the Starlink. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's not free.
I thought as long as you got a dish, you could receive it for free. That's what I always thought.
No.
So what do you get for your money? What do you get?
I get internet access. That's free.
You get a router?
There's there's a router that comes that connects with a dish that sends a signal, Wi-Fi or cable to just like any other system.
Right.
From that perspective, but it's totally portable and mobile. So wherever I go, as long as there's a line of sight to the sky, I got internet access. Doesn't matter how far in the bush, up on a mountain, even on the fucking sea.
All right.
It's pretty good speed too. I think I average around 80 up and 40 down. Or sorry, 40,
Yeah,
80 down and 40 up.
Yeah, cell phones are like 16 max. Like, so Wi-Fi is for cell phones. That's what I always tell people. They go, "Oh, I got Wi-Fi for cell phones. Wire your computer. Wire your television. Wire everything else. You know." But Wi-Fi is for cell phones. It just is. You know. People think it's the
Even this dish, like just for the health reasons, I got a 250-foot cable, so this thing goes as far away from me as I can possibly get it outside. The cable runs inside.
Oh, so your head's not sitting in between the Wi-Fi signal, right?
That's right. They even
you know what?
They even give you a warning in the fucking manual that the satellite itself, you don't want to be too close to it, right? And even the router. So yeah, it goes to the router, and then the router, I keep that at least 30, 40 feet from me. And so there's another cord that I run from there into my computer, to my laptop.
Yeah, that's the thing is people don't know that this they're gonna call me drunky in the chat here. But people don't know that this Wi-Fi isn't causing problems. People don't know this. They can say they think they do because you know what, they want it not to be true.
Yeah, it's just head in the sand syndrome.
Right? I mean, like we know AM and FM radios are causing us problems because why? Because they've been around since 1955, right?
I don't know anybody who doesn't experience, even for the longest time, and it hasn't improved. It's gotten worse. And I haven't had a cell phone for a long time for this reason. You put a cell phone to your ear, you feel the heat, you feel the ring, you feel the cooking. That's not by accident.
Very true. I don't put some
by my ear. I use the speakerphone. You know, everywhere.
What's that?
I do not like to put the phone by my ear, so I use the speakerphone everywhere. Like
right, it's
I just put the speaker on the phone speaker and hold it like this. You know,
that's where it gets more obvious. And so for me,
I always use speakerphone. Always.
I don't like that feeling of it warming. You can actually feel it warming up your ear.
I try and limit my body's exposure to being anywhere as close to it because it's in our house a lot, right? And it's multiple devices, your monitors, your keyboards, your mouses, plus the Wi-Fi router. You just add it all up together. You're best off to try and distance yourself as far as possible for, you know.
Yeah, it's all the Bluetooth frequency.
Bluetooth, yeah, exactly.
I'm drenched.
It's all between 2.4 and 6 or 7 gigahertz.
And then all the other devices people have, like your microwave and, you know, all these things.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, no, it's not bad advice. It's not bad advice.
The refrigerator plugged in over there. The light bulbs.
Light bulbs, yeah, especially the LED fucking.
Yeah, I got
Penguin
under an LED right
it's the
now.
Penguin that turns the light bulb on and off, isn't it?
What's that?
It's the Penguin that turns the light bulb on and off. The refrigerator.
A penguin.
When you close your fridge, it's not a penguin.
Are you saying that Linux runs the world?
Hey, Carol Funk.
When I close my fridge, the little penguin runs out and turns the light off. You know, not the same way. I know it's not true, but I love to picture it that way. Just because it's funny. Because if you don't have some fun things in this world, then what the fuck are we doing here?
You guys would find my lifestyle fascinating. It's so unconventional in that way. I hardly ever use a fridge because I hardly ever need to. Like most of the food is right there, fresh and raw, either growing here or wherever else that I'm accessing. And I forage a lot. I also snowbird a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you serious? You really live this way?
I really do. And I'm
And with this
far
voice,
from where I want to be with it. I'm still learning.
and you have this
all the
big
time.
announcer voice living this way. Like you could be announcing for the Dodgers, dog. You're like, yeah, and Tim Salmon hits another big one up the middle. Like you got a big fucking voice. Like you could be like you could be seriously like a big announcer guy. Man, you're living out of your car, eating strawberries on the side of the road. Are you serious?
I'm not living out of my car, but
I didn't mean it that way, but
I have lived out of a car though several times, but no, not at the moment.
Dude, you got a nice voice though. You can really be fucking a good announcer.
Yeah. I'm just
So say let's say this. Say Tim Salmon hits another one up the middle. Can you say that?
What is it? Say it again.
Tim Salmon hits another one up the middle.
Tim Salmon is another one up the middle.
See, dude, damn dog. You got the voice.
Am I hired?
Brother. I'm hiring you. Yeah, listen to you on my radio. You got a good voice, dog. You really do. Wow. You got pipes.
10-7 and one up the middle.
Tim Salmon, Tim Salmon on the Angels. He's not on the Angels anymore, but that was Mike Trout. You know what's funny is the Angels went from Tim Salmon to Mike Trout. You know that, right?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now. Tim Salmon to Mike Trout.
Yeah, Mike. It's Mike. That was Mike Trout. For
Dang,
Mike
that's
Trout,
kind of
he's
weird,
stuck on the
weird
Angels.
names.
Isn't that funny, right? The freaking Angels. Hey, but as long as you keep selling beer for $8, I'm a fan. I'm not that big of a drunk, okay, guys? And whoever's in the comments call me drunky, you know what? Up yours, man. I get drunk. I have a few drink once a week. What? You don't have no drink once a week? You know what? Screw you. Come on, man.
When I was a kid, I was shortstop for a baseball team that was undefeated 2 years in a row. It was cool.
Yeah, when I was a kid, actually, I'm not gonna lie. When I was a kid, my baseball team won the league championship. And I hit a triple. And 2 RBIs. Boom! I did do it, and then I stole home. I was always a good athlete.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was fun. It was really fun. And I just remember having so much fun, man. And I was the catcher, and I got to call the pitcher. I tell the pitcher, throw the fastball. It was 1 and 2. 1 was a fastball, and 2 was a curveball. But he didn't have much of a curveball.
You were the catcher?
Yeah, I was the big dude. I was the catcher,
Yeah. You were like Jesse Allred that was on my team. He's like a blonde kid, hella thick, fucking, the the bigger kid on our team. He was one of our power hitters too. I was a power hitter. The pitcher was a power hitter, and the catcher was a power hitter. We could almost hit a home run every time we were up to bat. It was fun.
Yeah, the saddest thing was the coach's kid sat the bench. You know, Coach Lennon Weaver, his kid sat the bench.
We had this
I always
amazing
felt bad for the.
baseball
I always
coach.
felt bad for Billy, but it wasn't Billy's fault. It's just the rest of us, like some of us, we were good athletes, and it was fun. I mean, like when you win it and you win a championship like that, like it was fun. It was contagious, man. Then in football, like one year we took second. It was like, but we didn't respect it. It was like, uh, we
Second's
lost the game. We lost the game before, but then it turned out the team that competed for in the championship game, like they had like two kids that were too old. So like we technically won second place, but our coach told them, "Well, if we're second place, let's play for it," But they wouldn't let us play for it, And he's like, "All right, so you people suck." So we had a party. The league sucks. I love that. Like the coach was like, "We're having a league sucks party." I love that, man. And then when I used to play the trumpet in
Cheryl
band,
Funk. I'm gonna watch.
and we went
Sorry
to
about
college, and we went to college, and we played we did band and shit, and we competed against these people, and they were like, we got a number two, which was like unheard of. But the other band got a number two also. But because they were the previous year's champion, they got the win. And my band instructor went up and told them, no. They don't get the win. You let us do a playoff. We got another song. And they were like, no, you can't do another song. The buses had ladies. She's like, no. I'll call the parents. If you're going to say they win it because we both got the same grade, then you can fuck off. We won a playoff. And she came out and she told us, she was like, I told them, if they're going to give you the same grade, you deserve it. But she came back, she's like, no. And she even told us, she goes, they're assholes. I love that woman, Miss Holmes. I love you to this day. Even though my tour playing days are over, she came back and she told us, no, I told them. That's the same woman that told me, I said, Miss Holmes, why won't you make me first trumpet? She said, Jay, because I know you don't practice. I said, what does that matter? She said, because Matt, he practices every day. I said, but I'm better than Matt. She said, you are, but I know you don't practice. You want your first trumpet? Practice. Otherwise, Matt is first trumpet. I was like, you bitch. I love that woman. Oh, I love that woman. Oh, I'm so drunk. I'm sorry.
Did you wrestle when you were in school, or when you were a kid? I mean, I should say.
I didn't wrestle. I played football. Starting in like third, fourth grade, I was a swimmer. I was actually a championship swimmer. I set a state record in backstroke when I was 9 or 10 years old. 9 years old, I set my first record. When I was 10 years old, I set my second record. I was in the state meets. I was a swimmer. I was a badass swimmer in California.
Yeah, that's crazy that you're a thick kid. You're a thick kid and you're still a swimmer. That's pretty crazy.
Oh no! I grew up because the summers were so hot here in Riverside, the Inland Empire.
Mm-hmm.
2 days a week, my mom she would take us down to the beach. So we would and back then you just go down the 91 freeway, and then you would just hit the Beach Boulevard. And so we'd be behind the beach, and back then it was like 30 minutes, you know. So we leave here on a Tuesday morning, boom, we're by 10 o'clock we're at the beach, and I would just spend all day. I would swim out when I was 5 years old. I learned how to swim when I was 2. They threw me in the pool, and 2 weeks later, I swam the pool with one arm to show off. An Olympic sized pool. I dove off the board. I swam the whole pool to show off, and yeah. So I used to go out on the beach, and I would body surf like all day. I would swim out where the surfers were, and I would stand up on the sandbar just because it was fun. And I would steal the waves from the surfers, and they get all pissed off, and I don't give a shit. Whatever. Well, if it's your wave, then get there first, man. I'll swim it. You got the board, you know. I didn't care. They'll get all pissed off. This little kid stealing their waves, but
That's
I was
so
just
bad
body
that
surfing
ownership
all day.
realized that thing goes. People think they own the waves too.
Right? Right?
They start having titles and deeds to waves.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, so then I went further, and I actually had an uncle who owned a diving boat, and he was working with my aunt in Santa Barbara, so he would go out of Santa Barbara, he'd go to Santa Cruz, so I would go and hop on his boat for a week during the summer, and I would just snorkel, and what he would do is he would take out scuba divers, and he'd anchor off Santa Cruz Island, and they would go down there with spearfish. They would collect shellfish and shit. And then I was telling you, scallop burgers. You know, they would go down. They would dive down and get these giant scallops. Like what do you think is a scallop now? It's not even close to what a real scallop was back in the 70s. I mean, the scallops back then were as big as a hamburger. You know, and that was cut in half.
Crazy.
It's just incredible. It's incredible what they would pull these big ass clams and mussels. They would come back with these just bags full of seafood, and they would make this incredible seafood stews, and I would just be there, this 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old kid, every year on the boat, and just be like, dude, this is fucking badass. This is a lifestyle. You know what I mean? And me, and my uncle would be like, yeah, and I was his dude. You know what I mean? I would go and throw the anchors out and pull the anchors up and tie everything off, and I was his homeboy. It was fucking.
I think
fun.
he's trying to sell us that alcohol can have the same effect of that other drug that makes you ride the waves.
No, I'm trying to tell you that that's just how it was back then. It's just how it was back then.
I mean, if you were, I'd be, you'd have a point.
No, but I also used to stay on Catalina Island. Catalina Island's boys camp. You can probably Google it. It was a real thing. And so I used to go from Catalina Island boys camp. And then I used to go to Santa on a week with my uncle. So for like 2 weeks out of the year, I used to just be on the ocean, and I grew up with that shit. It's a whole different, Most
Your
people didn't
voice
do
is
that.
familiar, and I can't put my finger on it if it's because we've rapped before on panel, or I've just seen you on others, or if you have
I'm
a
actually
channel.
Donald Trump. You're fired.
Well, I didn't want to be fucking hired.
You're fired.
You couldn't afford to pay me.
You're fired. My comb-over says you're fired.
Well, it's okay. I bought up Trump Tower anyway.
Dude,
I own more shares than you
if I
do.
admire, see that now, see, you think I admire Donald Trump because I'm white, dude. No.
I don't think that
Are
that's
you
fine for
kidding
my
me?
brain, bro.
Dude,
I think
if I
people
had
like
any
Donald
part
Trump
of that
because they're
comment,
white.
hey,
If I
what
had
would
hair
that
like
bullet,
that, I'd be a capitalist too.
okay. What would that bullet really have done? Huh? Right? There's no
No,
bullet in Nick's here. This isn't television.
Depends
This
how
isn't.
much makeup you have.
yeah, no,
No.
the 223 bullet like that was going that on the supposed AR-15 that the kid supposedly used.
Right?
That thing it would have to do some sort of a real nice grazing to not leave a fucking scar, especially if it drew blood like the type of blood that was coming down.
Can you imagine watching?
Exactly.
Supposedly,
It would have had to be like 14
and
inches from his fucking ear.
Can you
no, well,
I
imagine?
mean, come on.
Can you
the ear
imagine
bleeds a
watching Days
lot,
of
but
Our?
the only thing is it has to have a freaking real wound. You know, it can't have a fake wound that doesn't even have a scab 3 weeks later.
It's like,
Exactly.
can you
There's no
imagine
scar there.
watching Days of Our Lives and WWE and believing it's fucking real?
I remember the first time I seen when
Right? How do
we
these
shot
people
the
believe? How do these
steel with
people
the
believe that it even happened? How do these people believe that it even happened?
I don't know.
Oh,
They have to want to
dude.
believe. But the first time I ever seen the like a quarter-inch steel get shot with the AR-15,
Boom. Exactly.
it just went straight through like butter and left a perfectly round circle hole. And if the ear was anywhere out here like this and was able to get hit with that type of a with the AR-15, that thing would just it had to have been grazed just barely or something. But then why would it bleed so bad if it was just grazed? If it went through
Right?
the ear, it would bleed. It would bleed a lot if it went through the ear. But at the same time, there would be a hell of a scar. What the hell? I don't get it. Really. I want to try to get. I want to try to
touched the
believe,
ear.
but I can't even try to believe it. I can't.
If a bullet flying from that distance, vibrating, and bringing the air pressure along with it, and then caressing his ear, it would have had to miss his ear by what? 4 feet? You know what I mean? It's unbelievable. It's just stupid. It's stupid shit. Like, how do people actually believe that this shit happened?
Because
Like,
fluoride is powerful.
Yeah. Plus, they've done
And highly
years of
effective.
study. They've done years of study of mind control and MK Ultra, so they know what the human brain will bend and break to, and what they'll believe and won't believe. So they know the kind of smoke they can blow up people's ass.
Yeah, and they don't want to not believe it, right? Because it justifies the means to their daily lives, and
yeah, they cannot
You know what I like,
afford
though?
to. They cannot
I
afford
like
to not
that
believe
dry
it.
smoke getting blowing up right up my ass when it gets nice and dry and warm in there. I'm joking. I'm kidding. How
Why
these
blame
people?
yourself showing up to the circus when you can blame the clowns, right?
That's
Yeah,
what
don't
I
blame
don't. I
yourself
don't
for
get
showing up to the
people.
circus now. You wouldn't do that, would you?
Fucking loop alarms like 24/7, right? You never stop. This is the song that and it doesn't
Yeah,
stop.
Well,
I feel like fuck, man. It's hard. It's kind of hard to do what I've done, but at the same time, I totally changed up my life, and basically, it's so weird to think that I was performing over there in that circus. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, at some
God.
point, it's just a matter of how dishonest, or how honest you are. That's when you get out of it, right? When you're honest with yourself. It's only the dishonesty that keeps people entrapped into the circus. That's
Yeah.
it.
right, but
Yeah,
you can't blame other people that have to keep doing it because it's not their own fault. You have to understand that.
Fault and blame is a distraction focus from responsibility. But
when people are in a place where like with my wife, she thinks that she's painted into a system, and I keep showing her, and she goes, "Yeah, I know, I see that."
Yeah,
and I'm like,
back to the responsibility thing. She has a responsibility, like everybody else is, to be honest or not.
That's what I tell her, because when you see the injustice, you have a responsibility to correct it.
Right?
Do you or do you not?
So fault is not the important focus. It's responsibility. If she wants to be willfully, if she wants to be willfully ignorant, she's doing it to herself.
No, but she's doing it to me too.
Well,
because I'm the retired. No, because you don't understand. I'm the retired one. And I'm the one, and I do the homework with the daughter and everything.
I get it, and I know there's ties, and it's not easy to get out of the conundrum. But just reality is what it is.
I love her. I love her to fucking death.
Of course,
I love this woman.
And you don't have to stop. But when it comes to the end of the rope of just the way reality works, we have to choose our allies wisely, right?
Yes, yeah, no, that's true. That's true. That part is true. When it comes down to that end, I guess I'll have to.
They'll suck us dry if we don't.
Right.
We'll end up spoon feeding them at our own demise, and is that healthy for anybody? I had a lady friend that's exactly where the rubber met the road, right? I said, I'll teach you the ropes, but I'm not going to do it for you. And I've got resources.
Well,
and you can get
where
access to them, but if you don't know how to work it and whatnot, if I'm not here, you're fucked anyways. So I'm not gonna hand you a silver spoon, but I'll teach you how to get one yourself if you want. And if you don't want to lift up the fucking fork, then there's nothing anybody can do for you anyway, right?
Well, I'm the kind of guy I could probably get a job working for him. Yeah. I could probably sneak into there. I could probably snuff him out of their sleep. Maybe
your wife sounds like she's got heavy normiitis, which is no common, right? So
yeah, it's just popular and normal.
But if you met her, you would love her. You know what I mean? She's such a great lady. Like, she's so real.
Most of the normies are.
But when it comes to this, when it comes to this, she just can't bring herself to not believe that she's paying in this shit. Well, but I'm paying in to be a part of the better good, and she just can't let that go.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? She just can't let that go. And then
maybe try to ask her to prove that to you, because you want to be on the same page as her and be on the right side.
Oh, trust me, I've tried. I've tried
everything.
it. Huh?
Ask her, say, hey, listen, I want to see from your side. I want you to prove me that it's for the greater good because I want to be for the greater good too. So I want to see it from your side.
Oh, we've done it. We've done it all. Dude. We've done it all. It's caused a lot of turmoil. You know, it's at the point where it's like, I can't keep, you know, I can't keep doing this. At this point, it's just an exercise.
Yeah. She just doesn't want to. She doesn't want to be honest. Let's just call her for what it is.
No, but
right?
I even have cop watcher friends. Cop watcher friends that don't go that won't go this far with me. And I won't tell you who they are. But I have cop watcher friends that won't go this far with me. And I'm just like, what?
I don't doubt it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
There's a lot of status.
That breaks my heart.
People in there.
That if I told you who they were, you'd be like, no.
No, I think I wouldn't be surprised. Because
one of the three OGs, one of the three LAOGs. You know what I mean by the LAOGs, right?
I probably would if you expanded. LAOGs. So the LA
Zebra is one, no?
Yes, Tom Zebra is one of them. Yeah.
Zebra. Oh, I haven't seen
Laura
him
Sharp,
in a while.
Ricky Monday. One of those three.
Sorry, who's the other two? Zebra and
Laura Sharp.
Don't know if I know who that is.
SCV is actually from the second wave. And he's actually an auditor type that goes to the trucking companies and shit.
Yeah,
I never really.
I like him.
I never been a big fan of his. I don't get the whole trucking company thing. I don't get that.
Trucking company thing, no. He goes to a lot of different places, even churches and stuff. It's pretty funny. It's pretty cool. I like his.
I don't get that though. Why? That's not the government.
It doesn't have to be government. It's indoctrinated sheeple, citizen, and it's provocative. It's artistic. It's First
But
Amendment.
it's not waking anybody up. It's not showing people who's doing what the problem.
It doesn't have to be. Art is provocative in different ways. He's not trying to be like somebody else. He's just trying to fucking point out. He's just trying to point out the fact that day to day, everyday people, especially like the churchies, man, they are Karenistic.
I don't get it. I'm sorry, I just don't get it.
They're out there standing on a public sidewalk, and somebody comes out there and tries to tell them that they can't stand there, to the point that they get violent with them, and they have to defend themselves with mace. That's what there is to get. They're standing out on a public sidewalk, and some United States Karen
and Darren Wars.
Yeah, the citizen thinks that they own the sidewalk because they're such a proud. They think they're full on They think that
the citizen thinks they're the state over another citizen as well.
Yeah,
right.
You can't do it because I said so, and it hurts.
You don't even have to pay the Karen the fucking tax dollars or whatever they're worried about. They try to fucking send for the government for free. You're right there.
If you don't stop videoing me, I'm going to call the cops who are videoing me everywhere.
Yeah. I like that one where that
I don't understand how it brings us together. I don't understand how.
I think
that
it's not
says
the objective. I think the objective is to expose the delusionalness mindset of people and their ignorance.
It doesn't work on the.
It's to expose the delusional mindset of the average
of the
American.
brainwashed. And also,
we're supposed to be so free, but these average Americans are just fucking
and also to give a little bit of understanding and ways how like there's merit to the different ways that you can respond to that, especially when you got uniformed clowns coming up to you, right? And I think all the different approaches have value, all of them, especially when it helps people to get over their not just dissonance, but the fear aspect, mostly of all things, right? Because most of the reason why people bend the knee is
when you
fear.
say dissonance, I got a little understanding with that, but I don't get where
in property rights, bro. In property rights, you're supposed to make a belligerent claim. So basically, in when we realize that all rights are derived from property, you can take property rights, and you know that you're supposed to be a belligerent claimant, and that's what you do when you make all your claims. Like that's why you don't need to be cordial when you're trying to demand things of your public service agents. You need to be belligerently in your claims. Basically,
I have no problem being. I don't need to be cordial to the court. The court needs to be cordial to me.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with that. But what I do have a problem with is so you're gonna tell me it's okay for Furry Potato to walk through people's neighborhoods and shine its camera into people's garages?
Sure, why not?
You okay with
if
that
their
one?
garage is open, then hell yes. From
If
a
you
public
can see
sidewalk,
it, what's the difference?
yeah. If they're out on the public sidewalk and they're shining their camera into your open
So wait. So what's the point?
I don't
That
know.
is the
Maybe if the
point.
person comes out and fucking is cool
Oh,
with them.
you don't know.
But if the person comes
I
out and
asked
is
you
like,
what's the
"What do
point?
you
The
do?"
first thing you say is I don't know.
That's not my response. My response is that is the point. The point is you can do it. And why wouldn't you do it if you could do it? Why not?
Why would I do it?
Why wouldn't you though?
Would you do it?
Sure. Why not?
So you every day will go into a suburban neighborhood and stand on a sidewalk. And by the way, you know that's not actually a public sidewalk. You know that, right?
What? What
Whatever
is
that
it? The
means.
residential sidewalk?
No, you don't. You don't understand what an easement is. Are you a no one doesn't understand what an easement is?
No, we had this
Do you not
conversation
understand what
before. We had this conversation
exactly?
before.
Do you not understand what
I
an
was
easement is?
I hella pissed you off with my full understanding of easements, right of ways,
No,
and
you
fucking
don't
property
understand
rights.
what an easement is.
Property rights has been one of my passions. Fucking, if there's anything I know about is property fucking rights. All rights are
So what's
derived
an
from
easement?
property. I have an exceeded understanding of the fucking what we're supposed
So there
to
would
be
be no
treating each other like.
easement. So there would be no easement if it was not what?
No, if there's no sidewalk, even if there's no
No,
sidewalk, you
if there
still have
is
to
no
allow an
private
easement.
property, if there
It's-
was
it-
no
it-
private property, there would be no easement, and that's the fact.
No, yes, you have your private property, but you have to allow an easement for the public.
No, you don't have to allow anything. The court has to grant an easement.
No, civil
Yes.
people, civil people, a civil,
grant shit as a civil person.
civilized
Grant
group of
shit.
people. They allow people easement. You know, they say,
Oh,
you know
so
what? If
you-
I was,
so you don't own property.
hold on, listen. If a civilized individual fucking realizes that, hey, man, if I was miles away from my home, didn't know who to
grant
turn
shit. Fuck
to,
off.
didn't have anywhere to go, didn't have no money for a hotel, nothing, and I was tired.
I don't have to grant.
And I had to stay on the side of the road. I would I would hope that I had a place to ease myself. And
I don't have to grant nothing.
No, this is the human nature of things. Okay, this is the truth. This is the way that we have the right.
Now I'm a bad person if I don't do this.
What?
You just said a civil person would do this. And I said, so now I'm a bad person if I don't do this.
No, that's what you fucking said while I was trying to say something.
You just said a civil person would.
Listen. Yes, that's what they call it. They call it civil. They call it being civil. It's like when you're civil, you're actually uh, observing and recognizing and respecting not only your rights but the rights of others around you. That's the act of being
If
civil.
I own something that's mine and you can't touch it.
What?
If I own something, it's mine and you can't touch it.
You got a real bad problem with like like your tongue is
Oh, now
large
I
too.
have a problem.
If
Now
something
I have a
is
problem.
yours, not you can't touch it.
No, I said it's mine and you can't touch it.
If something is mine and you can't touch it, I can't. It sounds like I'm dealing with freaking Ed Bassmaster, and you're trying to be Mumbles right now. I can't tell.
He's saying if he owns something, then you can't touch it.
Yeah. Remember what we were talking about earlier when this guy was talking about
I ain't trying to be funny. I'm trying to tell you, if I own something, you have no right to touch it.
That's
You got no right to
affirmative.
touch
That's
what I
already
own.
understood. That's already understood. That's already
Oh
comprehended.
no,
That's already.
but you're telling me, but you're telling me that if I'm a civil person, then I will give you access. Bullshit. If I'm a
It's
civil
called a
person,
curtilage. It's called a curtilage.
no.
You always
Yeah, I know what a curtilage
extend.
is.
It's called
Curtilage is
peace on
different.
earth, goodwill to men. Peace on
No,
earth,
you don't
goodwill
even
to
know what
men.
curtilage means. You don't even know what curtilage means because you're wrong. It's not called a
No,
curtilage.
it's the
An
fringe.
easement is not a
It's the fringe.
curtilage.
It's the fringe of the public.
Wrong.
It's the fringe where the
Wrong.
public meets private.
Wrong.
It's
You know
the
what
fringe where
curtilage
public meets
is?
private. Wrong.
Wrong. You're wrong. You
What
know
is it then,
curtilage
bro?
is?
What is it?
When you're okay, I'm gonna tell you. When you live in a neighborhood and people are allowed to walk up to your front door, that's curtilage.
When you live in a
That's
neighborhood and
curtilage.
you're allowed to walk up to your front door, that's curtilage.
Yes.
You mean the whole frontal end of your house, right?
Yes.
I
People
wouldn't
are allowed
allow
to
that
walk
much
up your
curtilage on
driveway
my.
to your front
I
door.
wouldn't
That's
allow that much
curtilage.
public easement. You as a
You
civilized
keep talking
individual,
and keep talking and
you
keep talking.
agree. As a civilized individual, you agree that from 50 feet, I believe, from the center line
Thank
over.
God I'm not civilized.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
I'm not civilized either.
Not even close.
Yeah.
I would never want to be a civilian. Never.
Yeah.
Not even fucking
No,
close.
it's not necessarily a civilian, even though the words are derivative and all this other stuff. It's just the act of being civil. You're being kind to your fellow being.
No,
Different.
you're just too competitive for your own good to listen.
No, I hear exactly what you guys. I feel the same way. When my property is my property, you don't. If I say you don't fucking rest
I'm not
on my
giving an
property, then
inch.
you don't rest on my property. But I would always allow somebody. I would even allow my enemy to rest on my property.
The day I think a cat can be trespassed,
As long as he isn't coming at me with
the
ill
one with the
intent.
disease.
Exactly.
If they come with ill intent and they come with they seek to do harm, then yeah, I would defend myself.
What do you have against it?
But if they were in need of help, I would allow my enemy to rest on my fucking property,
Yeah, well,
even knowing that they
that's
could come
you.
back one day and hurt me.
I would never allow my enemy any foot, any inch. Never.
Yeah,
My
I know,
enemy.
I know.
You know
A lot
why?
of people are so fucking brave.
It's okay when people do that though, because there's so much breathing room. There's so much
Because Donald Trump with his comb over does not have a room to sit on my front lawn. I'm sorry, but Trump's comb over does not have a place to sit on my front lawn.
This
so you
is
tell me
where,
he has a place to sit on your front lawn? Is that what you're telling me?
this is
Trump
where
can
you
sit with
guys,
his comb over on your front lawn?
you
Is
guys
this what you're
go
saying to me?
sideways as soon as you want to station yourself in a
Not your
lifelong
front
nest.
lawn, by the way. Anyways, it's like you have your front
It is
lawn,
my
but then
front
you have
lawn.
a portion of of public easement. Your front lawn's your front lawn. The public easement's public easement. There's a fucking. You don't ever have to allow. It wouldn't be reasonable to allow all of your property to be public easement. But
do you know that an easement does not exist without private property? Do you know that?
we have to travel. So if there's a fucking lane in which we must travel and it goes past your house, we will travel past it, whether you like it or not. If you don't like it, it would cause a fucking public. It would cause a stink. If I had to travel past your house every fucking day, and you tried to come out there and try to fucking act like I didn't get to travel through there, I would defend my. I would fucking make it to where I would travel through there. Mm-hmm.
You know what I can do? I can secede the portion of my house, of my property, to the sidewalk. I can secede that to the city, and then it wouldn't be private property anymore. And then I also have an easement at the back of my property that is my neighbor's driveway because they have an apartment complex on the backside of my driveway, and so they take up 6 feet of the southeast corner of my driveway. But
Yeah,
I
it's a
allow
public
that.
easement, I guess, huh?
It's not a public easement. It's just a private easement that's been on my property that I can actually go to court and have rescinded. But because I'm a neighbor,
I think that one's called a right of way when like the neighbor has a adjacent property, and to get to
listed
their
as an
property, they have to
easement.
go through your property. So they try to cut a deal with you to where you can where you allow an easement, or I mean a right of way.
It's
You give them
listed as an
the right of
easement,
way.
but I'm going to, and in fact, I think I'm going to the next few years, and there's actually a church on my other side that I own about 3 feet of their parking lot. So I may try to maximize in the next few years because what belongs to me belongs to me. Yeah, we bought this house. It was actually built by the church in 1926, and now here it is, coming to 100 years. This house is here, and we bought it. And guess what? It's sold to the wrong one. And so I'm going to maximize and get rid of all these fucking easements. And I may give the front of the house because I put that sidewalk in. But you know what? That's okay. You know what? I'm the only one who has a sidewalk in front of his house in the entire fucking neighborhood. I'm gonna let everybody have it, okay? Because it looks nice coming down from the church, and it makes my house look nice, and I got no problem with that. But there's not an easement unless it's my property. You have to understand that. You gotta understand what easement means. In this whole auditing, cop watching thing, people don't understand what easement means. There would be no easement if it wasn't private property. Do you understand that? Do people understand that?
Easement is the portion between where your private property is and the public property. It's a little portion of easement that you
No, it's not what public property is. It's the fact that you are giving them access to your private property.
You're just giving them access to that part. It's the same fucking thing.
Yes.
It's the same
No,
fucking thing. You have to
it's
agree.
not the same fucking thing. Because
Yes.
public property is public property, private property is private property, and giving them access to your private property is a different thing.
These things have been a problem for many years, so that's why they basically that's basically
You
why
don't own property in America, and that's why you don't understand it. That's the whole thing.
the easement portion of owning property is basically probably what would be considered a civil right, because civilly you would agree as a people to have to live around each other to enjoy a certain portion of an area that you have to have on the side of every road so that people can pull off the road and have a place to ease themselves.
I want to
So
hear.
when the city
right in the fucking road.
so when the city came to me and said we're going to install our curb, I said, well, I'll pay for the sidewalk.
They don't own
And
curbs.
that's what I did.
It's more your curb
They
than
said
it is
we're going to
their
install
curb.
our curb, and I said I'll pay for the sidewalk, and that's what I did.
There are so many things
And I
that
love
I
it.
see
I
that.
love seeing people go by. I love it. I love people's. The skaters go by all day and piss off my dog. My dog, he fucking hates those skaters, but they go by my sidewalk every day. Cha-chong, cha-chong, cha-chong. And my dog runs out there, rub, 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 rub. And that's life in America, you know. You know,
Hey,
and I love
JT,
it.
I want to hear you out on your point to what the activists get wrong with the easement thing. I see them get many things wrong, and I want to hear
Because
that
they
point.
don't understand that an easement means it is private property.
Okay,
There
I'm
would
with you
be no
there.
easement there would be no easement if it wasn't private property. If it's public property, it's public property.
Right,
But
I
if
get you
there's
there.
an easement means it is private property,
Right, the easement
which
is
means that the public has right of way on that edge, or even it could even go straight through.
okay. So what
It
are they getting
depends on
wrong?
because they think that it makes it public property.
I don't see them saying that. I think I see them saying that they.
Oh no! They say the sidewalk is public property. When I installed that sidewalk in front of my house, I had to pay for it. If my tree roots crack it, I have to fix it. They
Yeah.
don't have to fix it. If somebody falls, they trip, I have to pay the lawsuit. It's my fucking responsibility.
Right.
How is that public property?
I agree with you. It's not public property.
It's
I've never
public
actually heard
right
them,
of way.
right. I've never actually heard him say that. But do
Oh, you don't even know how many people I've been round and round about that is public property.
I
They
think
tell
that
me it's public property. And I'm like, no, it's my property. It belongs to me.
what is right?
I
But
put that sidewalk in.
right. But the main thing is whether or not they have the right to stand on it and do what they're doing. So that doesn't change that, right? Even though that it's your private
Oh,
property.
I have no
and-
problem with that.
Right. Okay,
That's
so-
where me and you have rights. That's where we get together. Because, like, you know,
They're
and
just
he
get-
said, like,
they're just getting the.
well, what if somebody parked in front of your
ownership
house? And I tell them, well, I don't have a right if somebody parks in front of my house. I don't give a shit. I've had people park in front of my house for fucking 20 days.
Yeah.
I don't
so
call the
they're just-
cops. I don't own the road. Right? I don't own the road. If someone wants to park there, hey, they can park there for as long as they can fucking park there for it.
Right,
And he goes, what if they pulled up on your sidewalk? And I said, well, that sidewalk there's a public easement on that sidewalk. It is my sidewalk.
Yeah.
But if they pull two tires up on the sidewalk,
What are
they
you
block
doing
the
putting in the
sidewalk.
sidewalk for? Why'd you even put in the sidewalk?
Because they were putting in a curb, and so they offered me a deal to build a sidewalk. And so I said, well, and we looked at we called
Why did you? What did they try to? Did they buffalo you and tell you that?
some contract.
But did they tell you that since they put in a curb, you have to put in a sidewalk, or what was the deal there? Or you just wanted a
No,
curb?
they were
sidewalk, now
putting
they
in
have
the
a curb?
curb to delineate where my ownership began and their ownership where my ownership began. They're putting a curb. You know, it could have still been just dirt, right? They would have filled it in, whatever. But I was like, okay, well, they said if you want to put in a sidewalk, we will. Here's the deal. So I called some contractors, said, come out, take a look, and they said, but they weren't even close. So it was, a couple $100. It was a couple $1,000 less. I said, well, fuck it, do it. Go ahead and put my sidewalk in too. So now I know where my property ownership starts and all that stuff. And then I have a public easement there anyways. You know, it was already set up where it was like when I bought this house, it was like a garden out there. So it was already kind of already established. And so they said, okay, here's the fucking deal. So I said, yeah, go ahead and build a sidewalk. And it cost me $2,600. And so they put in their curb and put in the sidewalk. And what was I supposed to do? I love it. I love it. People go down my sidewalk. I love it. What do you want me to say? I don't hate it. People go by my house. Like, oh, it's just a nice house. Got this beautiful little house. I have we have an old fucking what do you call it? Craftsman home. It was built in 1926.
Heritage
It's
house?
gonna be 100 years old next year.
Easements are first come, first serve.
It's a nice place. It's a nice fucking place. But what a sidewalk is on an easement, is made for public travel. You understand that, right?
Yeah, public property is always first come, first serve.
It's still private property that's counted as square footage on my lot. You understand that, right?
Oh, there should be
There
no
would be
dispute
no
about that.
You understand that,
there
right?
would
I don't know
be
if that's the
no
right
easement
terminology.
if it wasn't private property. You gotta understand that easement means private property. You have to understand that.
Does the public have a right to use it?
Yes.
Then it's first come, first serve. First in line is first
what
on
it
time.
is.
He's not
I
disputing.
don't care. I don't care what first come first serve means. I don't care.
Okay. Well, then the public can use it at any time that they want. That means that's public.
Sure, I don't care.
All I'm saying is it's public. It's known as an easement. It usually spans the front of someone's lot facing the most busy the road, the public road. It's an easement. They usually have them sometimes on the side if somebody's down.
I'm on the front.
Most of the time in the front.
Do you understand the lot behind me doesn't have that? The lot behind me doesn't have that.
I know the lot behind you doesn't have an easement because they either have an alley in some places.
Nope.
And if there is no alley, then it's just button up. Then the back end just butts up to somebody else's property.
It's 18 inches from the road.
What?
There's a road that goes down, and 18 inches from the road. They can't build from 18 inches from the road. That's the only legal stipulation. So there's not even a sidewalk that can go in there, and that's actually an apartment complex. So you're trying to tell me that I have to abide by an easement when they actually have an apartment complex, and their only rule is 18 inches from the road. Right? Exactly. That's okay.
That
I'll
whole
put the
thing probably
sidewalk
was based on design and not on, they didn't probably think about it too hard because the properties butted up right there and they just had the road itself
That's
was the easement.
okay. I'll put the sidewalk in.
The
I
road
don't
itself
care.
was the public easement.
I'm fine with it. Because you know why? Because the front of my property looks good. And you know what? You want to come look at my house? Come on, come look at my house. It makes my property worth more. So I don't give a fuck. Whatever. I have a nice, beautiful sidewalk in front of my house. Right? I don't give a fuck. It makes it like more normal American homes with a sidewalk in front. But going down the next block, it's all dirt. The next 3 blocks, it's all dirt. But in front of my house is a sidewalk. So why did I pay for the sidewalk? I didn't have to pay for it, but why did I? And now people can walk and people can park. And why did I pay for it? Because I'm the asshole? Because I'm the fucking asshole. See, you're trying to claim me as an asshole who's trying to claim what's mine. The sidewalk belongs to me. I paid for it. It belongs to me. But there's an easement so people can use it. And that's okay with me. And I'll keep it. I don't care. I'll keep it up. Is the city going to keep it up? No, it's mine. The city's not going to keep it up. When it gets cracked or whatever, they're going to come to me and they're going to say, fix your shit. And I'll say, you know what? Fine, I'll fix my shit.
Not me, bro.
But you're getting mad at me for me saying it belongs.
Why would you even fix your shit?
Because
That
it's in
was going
front of
on.
my house.
Especially if that's how you felt. You know?
Because it's in front of my house. So I'm going to fix it. Because it's in front of my house. So I'm going to fix it. Because
you know what I
I
would fix it with if it was truly your property and it wasn't a public easement? I would fix it with a fucking fence. A wall.
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, I have
Fix
a
it with a
fence.
wall. Especially if that's how you feel about it. If that's
I do
exactly
have
how
a
you feel
fence.
about it, put a wall. That way nobody could go there.
I do have a fence. I can't do a wall. If I do
Yeah,
a
it's probably on
wall,
your property. The fence is.
if I do a wall,
The fucking public easement is out in front of your
oh, if
property.
I do a wall, they're gonna fucking trip. If I do a wall, no, but I can do a fence. Yeah, I can do a fence. And I do have a fence.
I know.
Oh yeah, no, I got a 5-foot fucking fence
I
on the
don't
front of
actually
my
know what you're
house,
saying. You know,
and that's not, it's not even supposed to be that tall. You know that, right?
I don't know. I don't really like to say where they can put their fence and how high, as long as it's actually on
I
their
know
property.
you guys are making fun of me, so go ahead. Go, you're fine.
No, not making fun of you. It's just
I ain't making fun of you. I don't do that. Well, maybe I do that sometimes, but not you guys. I practice satire when it's deserved.
it's just yeah. When something's funny, it's funny, but that doesn't mean it's where anybody would be being mean. But yeah, you.
So then this because you asked me where people don't understand what an easement is, and I'm trying to tell you what an easement is, and it's a very personal thing because you're asking me to give you part of my property for people to go buy, and but you know what? For me, I'm okay with that. I love it. It's a personal thing. I'm okay with it. There are other people that are not okay with it. And you have to accept that other people aren't okay with it.
The bottom
You
line
have
is
to
that
accept
you
it.
can't. You cannot park for extended periods of time in the roadway, the actual lane.
Yeah, I don't do that. I
But
park on my I park on
I
my own
know, but
property.
listen, no, I'm not saying you do that. I'm not saying you do that. I'm just saying, there's a public road, right? And it's for travel.
Yes, there
It's
is.
not. You can stand on the public road. You can stop. You can stop and you can stand in the lane, but you can't really park in the lane. The thing is
In the lane, no.
yeah, I know. So that's why when they made the public road, they realized that people traveling the public road would need a place to rest. So what they
Oh,
did,
would they?
when you're making a public road, you always allow 15 feet on either side as easement. for the public who's traveling that road.
You sure it's 15? 15 from the center line, or you sure it's?
Yeah, I think
sure
no,
it's
not 15 from the center line. It's 15 from on either side of the road. So it's like 50. It's 50 feet actually when you add it all
from the
up.
center line.
From
You
the
sure it's
center
not
line.
50 from the center
Yeah,
line?
it's 15 feet on either side of the fucking road. But when, like, say your whole neighborhood has like 20
It's
houses.
35 to the edge line, and then 15 feet from the edge line. Correct.
15 feet, yeah, I think, from the edge, and
so we're looking at 50 feet
from the center to the end of from the center of the road to the end of the easement is usually 50 feet. So the road.
And I have no problem with any of that. I don't have a problem with auditors, with cop watchers. I have no problem with any of that.
I don't even know what your argument is then, because
how we got onto this whole thing.
You should realize that's public property.
No, it's not public property. My property is not public property. There may be an easement.
The easement is though. The easement in front of your thing that you have no problem with people standing on.
Property is still my property.
The easement in front of your house that you have no problem people standing on is the public easement.
Because you don't own property in the United States, so you don't get it.
No, it's the public easement.
It's
for you and me to rest on if we need to do so.
You still don't get it. You don't
It's
own
so
it.
that we don't have to park in the lane. It's so that we don't have to.
You still don't get it. I own it and you don't. I own it and you don't. And that's the truth.
That's why ownership is such a distractionary.
It's the public. It's the public. It's you don't own it.
Yes.
Neither do I. We all own it.
I understand.
We all own it. We all own it.
No.
It's shared
No, you
access, but he has legal entitlement. He's got legal responsibility. He's got legal
and square footage on my property.
Yeah.
If it's his property, he should have lawful entitlement.
No,
but at the same
people
time,
do not have lawful entitlement to my property.
That's where the
no, I'm saying you. If it was actually your property, that would mean you have lawful entitlement. Legal entitlement would be like somebody claiming that they have paperwork on the place, but you're the actual holder.
And that's correct.
The holder is the owner, is the actual owner. The person claiming title is not the actual owner.
That is him. And that's why it's all a fallacy. In reality, it's shared access. That's all.
That's what I'm trying to say. At the end of the day, no matter what the fuck you think it is, you think you pay taxes on that portion, so it must be yours. No, it's public.
I don't pay taxes on nothing. It's part of what I own.
Well, I was just saying that as a maybe if that's what you were doing. A lot of places do.
He's not wrong in the fiction world, but the fiction world is still fiction, and we're just it's a construct.
Guru, yes, okay, Guru, yes. I have to pay taxes on it at the end of the year, and if I don't, then I don't own it. Yes, Guru, you're right there. But
most people pay taxes on the front of their on the easement in front of their house.
Hang on, let me
most
go a
people
little
do.
further.
It's like a little. It's like a little. It's like a kind gesture to your neighbors, almost. You know what I mean?
No.
Even if you didn't.
No, here we go back to. No, here we go. We go back to what's it called? The what did you call it? The the front of the home. What the fuck did he call it?
The curtilage.
Yeah, the curtilage. You know that gives cops the right to come to your front door, curtilage. It does.
No,
it does.
If you don't have a fence, which is a barrier. No, if you don't have a barrier separating your front door from the curtilage. Hold on. If you don't have a fence separating your front door from the curtilage, then they can come onto your to your front door. But if you have a barrier separating, if you have a barrier separating the front door from the curtilage, then they cannot come on. Yes.
No,
if the postman is able to walk to your front door, the cops are able to walk to your front door.
You're saying that if your home was 100 yards back on your property, Cops to be allowed to walk 100 yards to your property, and that's wrong.
What? If the mailman can get to your front door, I have a right to go to your front door. If you have a fence up and the mailman has
you're not gonna put your mailbox 100 yards back on your property.
At the front of the yard. Everybody puts their mailbox out in the front of their yard. That's why people used to come by and swat people's mailboxes with bats or whatever the story is. Everybody puts their mailbox way out there on the front of their yard because it's a symbol that they don't want you coming onto their property.
Exactly.
If you have a fence, if you have a barrier, then they cannot come onto your property. But if you don't have a barrier, then they can come to your front door.
Well,
so
you best believe
the barrier is the fence that separates the curtilage from your yard.
I have a full fence around my property.
Yeah, and that separates the curtilage from what's yours, and I
don't have any curtilage. What I have is
the curtilage is the curtilage is the fringe between the public property and your private property. That's that fringe.
I don't have any curtilage. I have.
But you said you had an easement on the front of your house. You have an easement. You have public curtilage.
These are all imaginary claims that you're arguing over. All of them.
Yeah, but these have to do with property rights.
That's my point. It's always
rights
imaginary
from property.
What if I was able to move my fence 3
this
more
is property
feet
we're talking
forward?
about. We're talking about public property and private property,
which are both.
No, we're not talking about public property because none of my property is
what
public
you own.
property.
It's what you hold. Property is what you
imagine
hold.
that my property is public property. You have rights. You imagine that my property is public property, and you're wrong.
No, I'm not imagining your property. I'm not imagining your property as public property. I'm imagining the public easement. I'm imagining the public easement as public property. I'm not imagining your property.
I built a sidewalk. And you know what happened last weekend?
You built a sidewalk on public easement. You built a sidewalk on public easement. That's not the public's fault. That's your fault.
And I'm okay with it.
The public taxpayers are supposed to pay for the, But they should be providing the sidewalks
They were not going to pay for it. It was going to be it was going to be a curb and dirt. And so I said, okay, I'll go ahead and put in a sidewalk because you know why? Because I got neighbors.
The corporations that are acting are supposed to be the ones that pay their
it'd be very nice. It'd be very nice.
Public.
I think Guru knows what I'm talking about. It's very nice.
Tesla and Panasonic, those type of corporations are the ones that are supposed to be paying for you to get
I think Guru knows what I'm talking about.
Sidewalk put in for your easement.
We've already got one. I put in a sidewalk because it was very nice. Why wouldn't I do it? For the amount of money it was costing me, why wouldn't I do it? I'd be more not to do it because I would have paid twice the price not to do it. So it was so the front of my house. So look the way it looks, and I'm the only one on the block who has it. And so you know what? I don't care. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I'll do it again.
Utilities on them, Carol.
And
yes, they do put utilities and other accesses on public easements, but the easements are.
Who's an asshole in your eyes? Who's going to be an asshole in your eyes?
They have public utilities.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, I'm talking to Carol Funk. She's commenting in the comments. She's cool. But she's
always an asshole in your eyes.
Right here, she's saying has nothing to do with the public. Easements are for utilities to get access to other property. It is illegal to block an easement. Yeah, you're not supposed to block the easements, just like you're not supposed to block the lane. But the lane,
right? And so why did I go ahead and put the sidewalk in?
Because you chose to, obviously. But
So everybody knew where the boundaries were, right?
I don't know, man. You don't have to tell
But
me,
it's
bro.
my property. It's my property. It's my property.
Yeah, it's yours. It's all yours, all the way out past the road. It's yours, bro.
What?
It's right there in
No.
front of your house.
On
Take it
my
all.
side of the road.
He's
I know you're
looking
gonna
at
let
it
me
from
do
My
it.
the
property.
he's looking at it from the legal perspective and the value perspective, the corporate perspective, the all that stuff.
My square footage perspective. And that's where the square footage perspective really
If you
comes
have the
in.
right to move, you have the right to stop. If you have the right to travel, you have the right to stay. You
If you have
have
the
to.
right to care
You can't.
about your fellow man,
A reasonable person, a reasonable human being would not. A reasonable individual would not stay or park right in the middle of the lane of travel. So basically, over thousands, maybe it might take thousands of centuries of you deciding
who
with
did
your
that?
neighbors. Hold
Did I
on,
do that?
I
never
love
mind,
being
Bob.
unreasonable.
God,
Somehow now
you talk a lot, JT, bro.
You're telling me somehow I'm saying the
Never
lane
mind,
to
JT, bro.
travel?
Never mind, bro.
I'm muting.
You're gonna do what? Okay,
He's
you're
muting.
muted.
Yeah, he's giving you the breathing room. I want to hear what
Okay,
Tim.
so it might take thousands of years to philosophize about how we're gonna decide to use the roads within human realm. Okay, because the humans have to move. They have to
Us as
travel.
humans have quite the ego. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. Whether humans like it or not, they absolutely have to travel. They absolutely have to move around. So after a certain area is found to be good that they like to live in, humans sometimes like to live in the same spots, and they get kind of congested. So then they had to they have to continue to travel. So they have to with their neighbors that they live around, their fellows. They have to decide on, hey, I really don't want to give you a fucking easement, but you know what? I have to travel on the road too. And I wouldn't want to sit there and get hassled when I needed a rest and I wasn't near home. I'm 700 miles away from my home and I'm tired as shit, but nobody in this motherfucker even allows an easement, so I have to park right here in the middle of the lane. Not because I want to, but I'm about to pass out at the wheel. There is no easements. So everybody fucking traveling through there is like, man, we have to travel through here, and you guys aren't providing nothing for us to rest on. We have to come up to it with a reasonable contract, a reasonable freaking.
You can park in front of my house.
Yeah.
And
So
I will
then,
not hassle you.
Yeah, but then
you can
then they
do
decide.
that.
Then they decide, okay, we're gonna.
Through.
Never mind.
You can park in front of my house.
Okay,
and I will
cool.
not hassle
Yeah.
you. I don't own that. I don't own the street.
It'd be a conflict of interest if you did try to fucking stop people from parking in front of your house.
Public.
It'd be a conflict of
The
interest.
public
It'd be a
owns that
breach of the
street, and
peace.
you know what? And I'll defend it. The people own that street, so that's for the people.
Yeah, it'd be a natural breach of the peace if you tried to stop people from parking on the public easement.
Now,
Yeah.
you have rights. You
It'd be a
present to
natural
me.
breach of the peace.
What if somebody pulled two wheels up on my sidewalk? Well, that's different.
I don't know about that, bro.
No, you did. You presented that to me, and I said,
right to use. No, you were talking about that last time we talked. You said, "What if somebody parked their wheels on my sidewalk?" Because people act like they can't put their car on the sidewalk once or twice.
Well, they can't. They can't put their cars on my sidewalk, and that is for public travel. My neighbors in the morning like to walk in front of my house. They walk their dogs every day, and I love it.
You should be able to do
I'm not
anything
gonna.
within a reasonable amount of time. You should be able to do anything within a due process. You should be able to do anything except for intentionally harm the
But
others.
it's my sidewalk. It's
Your
my
sidewalk,
property.
bro. It's yours.
You know, see, you're
All the way
confusing
out
an
past the
easement with
street,
public
bro.
property. That's what you don't get. It's private property with a public easement.
I know. That's
You're
what
not
I'm saying.
understanding.
You said it 100 times.
You could, right? So can you come and pitch a tent on my sidewalk? Can you?
For a reasonable amount of time.
It's an easement for public travel. It's not
Okay,
an
but if
easement
somebody can
for
walk around my
public camping.
tent, I'm not blocking anything.
If you pitch a tent on the sidewalk,
Yeah, for a reasonable amount of time.
you're
How
blocking
do
the
we,
sidewalk.
how do we determine what a reasonable amount of time is? Isn't that very arbitrary?
Exactly.
Yeah, it is. It is arbitrary because you might think that you only want to allow me reasonably 3 minutes, but I might want to allow myself reasonably 3 hours.
Right. So
It's
what's
for
reasonable?
public
How do we
travel.
determine that?
It's for
That's
public travel.
yeah.
It's
A
not for
reasonable
public.
amount of time is the time it takes to use it. So
This is
basically, the
this
length
is
of time
public.
you
This
take, because for public property is first come, first serve. Okay.
this is
So it's first in line,
residential.
first on time. So if you get there first, you have the right to use that property until you're done using it.
What if
No,
that's
this
what
is
if done is
residential.
indefinitely?
I don't know if done can't ever turn into indefinitely. We can't live indefinitely.
Okay, but
This
so
is
how do
That to
residential.
even
This is
bring up that
residential.
indefinitely thing is a obscurant. It's
okay, so how do
Where's
we
where's
where's the
if
line?
you
How
can
do we
live
decide?
indefinitely, now we can start talking
the
about
curb?
what about indefinitely.
Well, that's what
The
I'm asking.
curb
So
is
what's the
the curb is the delineation. Okay, listen.
hold
The
on,
definite
JT.
line.
Hold on, JT. We're
First
discussing
in
this.
line is first on time.
Oh, nope.
What
The first person.
what's the line
sorry.
of where it's not reasonable? How do we non-arbitrarily determine where that unreasonable thing
I
comes to at
already
the
said
end?
that it comes down to usage. You have the right to use the public areas.
Yeah, and you said
It's not
first come,
public.
first
It's
So it
served.
comes
private.
down to usage. So if you have to use it for 3 hours, you have the right to use it for 3 hours. If you have to use it for 20 days, you have the right to use it for 20 days. If you have to
Mhm.
use it for 15 years, you have the right to use it
But
for
it's
15
not.
years.
It's not
Okay, so
public,
it is
brother. It's
indefinitely.
private property.
No, indefinitely is as far as the universe could ever be, ever was, and ever will be. That's
No, no,
indefinite.
no. It's as long as you decide to use it for indefinitely until you decide you're done with it. So
No,
there is no time expiry until you decide you're done with it.
the time is the usage.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You decide how long your usage is for as long as you want, and you
Yes,
decide when
if
you're
you
done
can
with it.
last, if you can last indefinitely, you can use it for indefinitely. It's your usage. If you park in one spot,
Mm-hmm.
let's say indefinitely on the
Right,
side of a public road,
right.
People can park on the
that
street
doesn't take up the
on
entire
the other
public
side of
road
the
worth of
curb.
parking. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I
On
do.
the other side
So
of the curb is public property. My
what?
side of the curb is my
Oh,
property, and there's an easement
yeah.
for public travel.
Is there 15
So
space? Is there? I'm gonna be annoyed. I'm gonna be annoyed as fuck if you tell me that there's 15 feet of space between the curb and where the side of the road starts.
because you don't understand that it's private property on my side of the curb, and that is allotted for public travel.
So there is 15 feet from the curb to the
So my
side of the
neighbors
road.
don't get to walk. So you're saying my neighbors don't get to walk and walk their dogs
No,
down
no, 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 no,
my
no, no. You're not
sidewalk
getting
because
me.
you
Is
want to
there
pitch a
50?
tent?
Is there 15 feet from the curb out to the side of the road, or is there only like 15 inches?
No, it's 15 feet.
Where's the curb at as adjacent to the road? Is it 15 feet side of the road?
Yeah.
So basically, there's the white line in the center, and then there's like 30 something feet to the side of the road, and then from the side of the road, there's about 15 feet to the curb.
There's 15 feet to my property from the curb.
Oh.
So you're telling me that you're allowed to pitch a tent
Never
and
mind.
block all the public travel on
No,
my side?
you wouldn't block all the public travel. You can't do that. If you
Well,
could
that's what
walk
you're
around my
proposing
tent, I
to
wouldn't be
do.
blocking the public travel.
Well, that's what I would have a problem with you.
Yeah,
If my neighbors can't
if I
walk,
use the side of the road for 7 days out of a month, and I wasn't blocking nobody's walking path, I would have the right to use that section of public property for the time.
it's
I
not
should
public
be anyway.
property; it's private property with the public easement. There's no easement if it's not private property. This is why stickler where people don't understand what an easement means. You don't understand it. There is no easement if it's not private property. There's only an easement if it's private property. That's what you're not getting.
And because he's saying that, he's not dismissing that the public doesn't have right of use.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying if the public has a right of use, that means that you cannot stop them ever because they have a right to. So that means that it's public. No longer yours. You can no longer even if you thought it was yours because you bought it outright and you put the sidewalk down.
It is mine.
You can't tell nobody how to use it because you are no longer intend its use. It's intended for the public.
It belongs to me, but
It's
I can't
public.
tell people how to
It's
use
called
it.
public easement.
Right. That's where you're confusing it. You're confusing.
If it was private, it wouldn't be an easement. It would be only yours. It would be private property. There's no such thing as a private easement. There's only a public easement.
No, you're confusing that fact. It is private property, but there's an easement to where I have to allow the public to travel.
Yeah, you have to.
These are just this is just a tug of war over labels. The only thing that really
I know.
matters.
We're describing the same thing, but he keeps on saying that it's private property.
It is private property.
Then why does the public get to have a right to use it? If it was private property, the public would not have a right to use it.
Again, from a certain perspective, it is.
That's why there's an easement.
It is private.
There would be no
easement on
easement if it wasn't private property.
And it matters in the legal fiction world. It also matters in the monetary world. But from an access point of view, it doesn't matter at all.
He's talking from a struggling to get that tax dollar or that property value up point of view.
Yeah.
Yes.
But he's not.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, but you're not looking at it from the consensus. Of the fucking public that you
Then
not
why did
only
I put the sidewalk in.
you not only use the public road, but the public uses the public road, and they need to, and that's
Then
why the
why did I
easement.
put the sidewalk in? Because I believe the people have the right to walk along the side of my property, and that's why I put the sidewalk in.
Man, my fucking shit hurts.
You're not seeing my
denying
point
that
of it.
side.
Yeah,
you have rights. He's not.
I'm not denying it. I'm not saying okay, fine. You have the right to walk along my property. So I put a nice sidewalk in for you to do it on. And so you're damning me for putting a sidewalk in. So I should use fucking dirt. People can trip
I have
and
a right to
fall.
walk on the pop. I have a right to walk right there because it's public easement. And if you tried to tell me that I couldn't walk there, then it would be an argument, a pretty good one.
He wouldn't tell you couldn't. He doesn't.
Oh, I know because you're saying that he wouldn't tell. Oh no, but what I'm saying is, even if he wanted to, he couldn't tell.
He's not disagreeing with you on that.
I'm just saying it's public. It's public easement.
See, he thinks that my property is now public property, and he doesn't understand it's
You
still my
can't tell anybody what
property.
to do with it. That means it's public.
That's just again too nitpicky, or it's easement for the public. Can we settle there?
I'll believe that. I'll
Right? And I love it. I love
the United States of America is for the public, by the public.
that's called a republic. We're not a democracy. We're a republic.
Yeah, it's a
And so that's why I put a sidewalk in. I put the sidewalk
That's the
in.
corporation known as the United
Republic.
States of America is a federal republic. It's a federal.
Guru, you get me right. He's not saying it. He's not saying it. He wants it to be public property. It's not public property. It still belongs. But I love the fact I was able to put a sidewalk in. You have a nice place to walk in front of my property. And why am I an asshole for that? And you're telling me I'm an asshole for doing that. I don't understand why I'm an asshole for that. I just
If
don't
the public
understand it.
can't, Carol, if the public can't use a right of way, then there is no right of way. That's what is it? What the state and the county and the city's trying to act like they own a portion of property. They say it's like.
See, that's my whole point. Is you're confusing public property with private property. So there will be no easement.
Why is it called a right of way? Why, Carol? Why is it called what? Why is it called a right of way if you don't have the right to use it?
Brother, I love you, man, but you're not seeing it.
Hold on, but why is it called a right of way if you don't have the right to use it?
I do have a right to use
any.
No, like Carol's probably right. In Colorado, the agency known as Colorado, it says the public generally can't use the right of way for any purpose, but it's primarily intended for public traffic, utilities,
this
drainage,
is residential. It's
and
not
similar public use.
property.
I see what you're saying,
This is
Carol.
not
That they
downtown.
can't use it for any other purposes but to travel and all this stuff, right?
You don't understand.
But
This is not in front of City Hall. This is downtown in front of. This is not downtown. This
You
is
have
in
the
front of
right
my
to use
house.
public. You have the right to use public.
You're not seeing it, man. You're not seeing it. You're confusing in front of City Hall in front of my house.
No,
my house is.
No, I know it.
residential.
I know exactly why. I know exactly why because I wouldn't want to. If I absolutely had to, I wouldn't want to provide a public easement in front of my house either. I would want that whole fucking property portion to use it for like maybe vegetables. Maybe I could keep a couple extra guinea pigs in that area or something. I wouldn't want to if I had the chance, but I know for a fact that humans have a right to travel, and it's a very important right. It's a quintessential right. The human right to
Exactly
travel.
why I put the sidewalk in. Exactly why.
Okay. That's
So you
so
see,
noble.
I'm not being. I'm not
He
wrong.
extended.
You understand?
He extended a courtesy where he didn't even have to.
Yeah, he didn't even need to, but he did. But
So,
now
it is quite from the fictional world, which I'm
Yes,
very
exactly.
noble thing.
It's all bullshit anyway.
From the fictional corporate world, I extended courtesy.
Right,
Because you know why? Because
you
people
could.
deserve to
Yes,
walk
right away
down
and
the street.
easements are often interchanged, Carol. That's true. Because most of the time, right of way is an easement. Because an easement, you have both the right of way and it's an easement. But a right of way, you don't really. It's a right of way is basically when a neighbor's property is behind your house and there is no road that can service that house back, that property back there. So the neighboring properties in the front has to come to an agreement with the between the property owners to allow one property owner to go through a portion of the other property owner's property to get to that.
I have that issue. I have that
And that's a
issue
right
as
of
well.
way.
I actually have that issue
Usually.
as well. Where the house at the back of my property actually has a 6-foot driveway to access their property, which I don't have to allow. I can actually go into court and have that reversed. So I'm
It
not
happens
kind
a
of an
lot.
asshole.
It happens a lot when there's like a big old property, like a field, some farmer's field, and the farmer decides to sell portions of the field, but not the whole field. And somebody, the lots get built, or the properties get bought, but there's no access. So then the property owners have to agree to provide a right of way for each other to access it. It's not. It's a private right. Right of ways are basically private lanes, but the easement is usually adjacent to a public thoroughfare. You know, if a public thoroughfare runs this way, the easement usually runs this way, whereas right of way goes like a lane through somebody's private property, allowing a back owner to get to their access their private property. That would suck, wouldn't it, to have your private property behind somebody else's private property, and you go to ask them for if they'll grant you an easement or if you can pay for one in some way or shape or form, and the guy says no, he will not allow you an easement, and your property's all back there, and you can't never get to it. All you can do is stand in the public and look at it. It would cause a turmoil. There's going to be soon to be a fight.
That's what helicopters are for.
Yeah, that would be badass. Yeah, that would be well, fuck you then to that mean neighbor. You know what I mean? That wouldn't allow you to fuck right away.
I actually have that issue where the property behind my property, they're using 6 feet, which is like what you consider acreage. My 1/3 of an acre would actually be 1/4 of an acre. They cut me down to 1/4 of an acre because of their driveway. But you know what? I'm being a good neighbor and allowing their driveway. Now I can easily have that reversed, which I may or may not do in the future. But we're talking about a sidewalk in front of my house. We're talking about an easement for public travel. I'm okay with that, man. It's like, but you're trying to give me hell over the fact that I put in a sidewalk, and you're telling me that I'm wrong for considering that.
I am.
Well, then what you're saying is I should.
All I'm saying is it's public easement. I'm not saying you're wrong for putting the sidewalk in. I could say that you were stupid for doing it, but I would rather think that you was ignorant about doing it. But if it was me, I would never put in the sidewalk because it would be a job that the public is supposed to provide. If the public wants,
maybe he
a
was
sidewalk on the
generous
public
and
easement.
Maybe he
But
was
I
generous
wanted
and he was
to
also looking
beautify.
at
I wanted to beautify.
Yeah, he was being way more generous.
Not only that, but maybe not so generous on another note. Maybe if he's looking at his property value and stuff like that, you know, maybe he wanted it done a certain way or whatever, or maybe he just
doesn't it beautify my own property by having a sidewalk in front?
Right.
Yeah, it really does.
Because you know when the state does things, you know it's going to be a shit job, right?
Possibly.
Exactly right. Because they were going to put in a curb and leave the rest dirt. Right? And so my water shut off is out there on the street. Then I have dirt in between. And it just, it was all bullshit when they were gonna do things.
Brandon
So I
Mitchell.
said, okay, well, let's do it this way, right? And so now the water meter is actually on their side, which made the water meter their responsibility, and that's why I did things the way I did it. Because otherwise, you'd have to dig through, 4 feet of dirt to get down to my water meter. And so it was like now the water meter's on their side, and I have a sidewalk on my side, which is beautiful. And my neighbors get to walk their dogs every morning, and come by, and we wave and say hello. So what's so wrong with all that? I got no problem with it. You get what I'm saying? I got no problem with the public using it. I got no problem with saying hello to my fucking neighbors. But make no mistake, that sidewalk belongs to me. It is my private property. It belongs to the square footage of my property. And if you try to say so, you're wrong. Just because there's an easement, the easement means it is private property. And this is what I'm trying to tell you. There would be no easement if it wasn't private property. Do you get that? You still don't get it. You just don't get
it. Sorry, I just took a hit and my chest is scratchy, and then I laughed at that. But
in other words, if it wasn't legally attached to his property and part of his property value and all that stuff, it would just be part of public property and then designated as public use, straight out as public property, and he would not have tax obligations. He would not have any of that stuff.
Right.
No, most people have most people.
I pay the taxes on the sidewalk.
In the United States, most people in the United States of America who own homes do pay taxes on the public easement in front of their house.
You're also
but with that said, partially for that, but all taxes are theft anyways. You shouldn't even have to pay property tax. But the thing about it is,
100% on that. Yeah.
What I want to say real quick is that property rights
contracts. That's all I'm going to say about that. Sorry, go ahead.
Property rights is known as a bundle of rights. Okay, property rights is otherwise known as a bundle of rights, and in the bundle of rights, you have the right to use, you have the right to own, you have the right to use, you have the right to intend the use of your own private property. You have the right to regulate, and you have the right to buy, sell, and trade, and otherwise throw away your private property. You have the right to abandon your private property. You have the right to regulate, enforce, and defend your private property. So that's the bundle of rights that you have in property rights. It's a big thing, but intentions of the usage is one of the main things of property rights, as well as regulating property. So if the property is regulated and intended use for public, it couldn't be your private property because you are not intending the usage of it. One of the most basic obligations of owning property is that you must defend that property. You don't even have to pay for property. You can acquire the property through claiming of an abandonment. But if you can defend that property, that's how you own that property. So basically, you keep somebody there 24/7. You don't own a house in Galveston and then move up to Seattle and think that the house in Galveston isn't going to get claimed, abandoned.
That's called King of the Hill. It's a fun game to play. Everyone's playing it.
Well, a lot of people think that they can buy a house in Galveston and a house in LA and then have a house over in Michigan. but they don't. They think that just because they got
I
the
think
deed,
that's a question for Randy
they own
Travis
all
and
that.
all his exes.
See how much easier it would be if people would just allow people, instead of forcing each other to pay for things, just access and occupy what you need to occupy for your needs.
Exactly.
It's pretty simple, right?
Acquiring things is way better than buying things and actively keeping up.
But that's not fair, because what if I wanted to own 12 other properties in other places?
No,
You
you
don't need to.
only
You can only access so much.
You can only own that which what you can defend. You can only own that which what you can defend.
You can only access so much at one time, and that's a fluid
Yeah.
thing. So your needs are much shorter than you think. But when
So I
you're in
can't
this,
own more than I can
defend
myself, or am I allowed to hire other people to defend it for me?
You might be able to talk a friend into watching your property for you, but I think that
I might be able to hire other people to defend. I might be able
once
to
you
hire
start
other
hiring people
defend
to do something for you, then now you're moving into a commercial venture and you're moving away from your individual rights.
No, if I can hire anybody to defend my property.
Once you hire somebody, you're now creating an employee, and employees have to prove that they are qualified for the position. So they have to do
so what?
licensing,
So what?
registering.
It's my property. So what? It's my property, and I'm hiring them to defend it. So what?
No. You might have to you wouldn't be able to be commercial and private at the same time. That would be basically that would be going against the
Really? I
law.
can't hire a maid to work in my private home.
No, you could hire a maid to work in your private home, but you can't hire freaking a maid company and have them be cleaning out all your homes.
Bullshit. Why can't I?
The word
it starts to become, when you start hiring people, it becomes a commercial venture.
Bullshit.
No,
Why
it
can't
does.
I?
Because you have
Bullshit.
employees now. Now you have to prove that you're qualified to have those employees.
Also, because I have employees, I can't have private property.
Like if you have a diesel truck and it's yours, you can haul as much corn as you want, and that's just being compensated for your labor and using your labor to profit. You're using your labor or your property to profit off of the.
So if I had a diesel truck and I haul wheat instead of corn,
but now when you hold on, so you can haul as much corn in your private truck as you want, and that's profiting off the usage of your own property. But now when you hire 3 or 4 trucks, when you hire 3 or 4 trucks to fucking move the corn because you want to make more, that's now hiring employees.
Oh, there's something wrong with somebody doing more than
commercial
what you
venture.
Could do.
What?
So there's something wrong with somebody doing more than what you could do.
Oh God, I'd have to sit here and. Do you have time to take the full-on course on property rights right now? And I've already been up since way earlier, so I'm gonna have to start now. So hopefully you don't cut me off too much and irritate the fuck out of me after I've been teaching the class for 30 hours.
So telling somebody they have limitations is your place in life.
No.
No,
The public roads are for our travel.
I can't own so much
public
property.
roads are
I can't have so
specifically
many trucks.
Dude, the public roads are specifically for our travel. They are not to be used for commerce unless regulated.
I'll pay the taxes.
Commerce is to be regulated, dude. It is.
Sure. So I'll pay my taxes. What does that do to you?
I'm going to.
You have to pay. You have to make sure they're all registered, licensed, and insured.
Sure. So what?
They're not just using the. They're not just using the public for.
And so what are their license plates and stickers on all of them? What does that have to do with you?
It's called extra. It's called extra usage, something like that. When you're You're not
If
just
they're
moving your
public,
truck down the road. You're having like 5 other employees move 5
Yeah,
other
I
trucks down the
understand.
road.
I understand what license plates and registration stickers are for.
if they're public
I got
and
no
there's
problem with it.
stipulations on it, like you can't if it's commercial, then it's not public, it's privatized. So fuck that shit. It's
If
not a
what
public
happened?
I
Sorry.
area.
understand. I
Hold on, JT.
understand
I didn't get
commercial uses.
I didn't hear what he said at the start of his what he said.
This
Hey, Prairie, good to see
stipulation,
you.
this stipulation about you can't for commercial use is bullshit. If it's public and it has stipulations on it, then it's been privatized. It's either public or it's not.
Definitely. That's what I would say too.
So that's another gaslight. The moment
If
there's
it's public, it's public.
That's right. The moment there's stipulation, that's it. It's been because who's arbitrarily deciding that and enforcing it? That's a privatized move, right? When you do that.
Right. Who's telling me it's commercial?
Humans have
Who's
to
telling
live.
you it's commercial?
No. New Guru, humans
Yeah,
have
that's
to
what he's
live.
saying.
So basically, we don't just decide this shit. We get together as a human species and we decide that we have to move around each other.
No. We're waiting for government.
And in doing so, we start providing for each other.
Right. So on the ways that are publicly shared, there's no hierarchy there. There's no stipulations. There's no you are limited.
The
and I'm
only
limited.
stipulation is first in line, first on time. It's a time, place, and manner stipulation.
Well, that's just
Okay, so
a fact of
so
nature.
where
if we
does
bump
your
into
first
each
It's
other,
not as
right?
stringent as they're doing it today. What they do, what the pigs are doing today with time, place, and manner is totally misused. We get to set the time, place, and manner. They don't set the time, place, and manner on our public. It's our public.
That's because the roads aren't truly public. They are truly private, and it's a slave grid. And it's
under the system that they have going today, that is basically hijacked the law.
It hasn't been hijacked. It's been like that since the beginning. That was the intended use. It's a gaslight to think otherwise. And
No.
they create.
The roads have been here since before the United States of America.
Yep. Let me finish this out. The idea that it was meant for something else is
Not the
exactly
highways.
what the privatized-minded, corporate-minded rulership, capitalist, status-minded individual wants to prey on the naivety of the individual that wants to believe otherwise. That was the whole point.
Yeah,
And
but
it's still the
that
same
would be an
thing today.
awesome. That would be an awesome way to look at it.
It's a
Nuguru,
fact.
but-
It's just what's going on.
No, I don't want to have to use the roads. I wish I could just stay in one fucking spot and not have to use anything, really, because using things causes fucking turmoil. Everybody starts arguing over what's theirs and what's not theirs. So after so much of arguing over what's ours and what's not ours, never mind. Fuck. You're good, JT, at fucking blocking me, huh?
Just say touche. I mean, come on.
It's the
Just say
sound of your
touche.
voice and it's your fucking crackly ass fucking microphone. I'm just joking.
Come on, man. Come on,
I'm
man.
gonna
Come
cut
on.
him
Your
slack.
microphone is actually fucking crystal clear
You
right
have
now.
rights. Hey, you
I
have
get
rights.
like
I
this when
love
I'm
you.
spent too.
I love
man.
you, brother. I do. I love you. I
Come
do.
in here and your toleration
These
level.
conversations, man. I love these conversations.
I
You
just
understand how much I
don't
really
I can't explain anything if I can't explain anything. So if I can't explain anything, I can't explain anything. So then I try to go to explain something, but then I get cut off in my explanation, so I can't explain anything. So I can't.
Nobody cut you off. Nobody cut you off. Come
You
on,
did,
man.
JT. Actually, you did. But so I want to hear him out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he wasn't.
The one thing I said, I cut him off. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm sorry. On the one thing I said, I cut you off. I didn't mean it that way.
He wasn't trying to be rude.
No, I wasn't. I was actually trying to be funny, and I was actually trying to tell you that dog, I love you, and I love the point you're making because I do understand the point you're coming from. You're coming from a standpoint of liberty, You're not coming from a standpoint of freedom, which is a prescription of government.
You know why
You're
property
coming
rights
from
are so
liberty.
fucking hard is because a lot of the times they
Yes,
go
they
against
are
people's
hard.
they go
Because it's
against people's
arbitrary.
nature. They go against our feelings.
And it's arbitrary.
Right.
And it's designed to keep people battling over fictions. That's why.
Right, and that's
No, but
that's my
what's
whole
mine
point
is
about the
really mine.
easement in front of my
The
house.
Guru,
That's my whole point about the sidewalk in
like
front of my house.
my house over in over at Nevada.
Okay.
My house, it's actually mine. I don't have 5 houses. I don't even have my house was given to me. I didn't even buy it.
Is it
Okay,
though? Is it
it's the
actually
only
yours,
house I
or
have.
is it?
I'm not having 20 houses, one in Galveston and one down in fucking LA.
Yeah, I hear it. Is it actually
the only thing
yours,
I have
though?
is what I can defend, and that's there's nothing arbitrary about that. You
In the
know,
real world, you're temporarily occupying it. That's all.
yeah, yes. In the real world, I'm temporarily occupying it, and I'm hoping that one of my sister's kids want to have it if I go. You know what I mean?
And the reason why you get to temporarily occupy it for as long as you do is because the rest of reality is cooperating with you for as long
Yes,
as
and they're being civil. They're being kind souls that allow people their rights.
and vice versa. Not
And
rights.
that's the
but-
truth. That's
but
what
the
I've been
fact-
trying to.
It's beyond rights because your feet and my feet are anchored and glued to this soil, whether we like it or not, right? We're
Oh,
beyond
definitely. And I
entitled
can't
to
walk
that.
down the road without needing a rest. I can't. I
Amen.
can't go. I can't go.
My
so
feet
far.
will not leave until they haul my dead body out from this ground.
If
Well, it's
public
all-
and
it's
private
just
butted
a
up like
matter of-
this, there would be no room in between to rest on. If public and private butted up like that, there would be no room to rest on. So people that were kind to each other said, "Hey, you know what? We're gonna take from both of the properties, both the public and the proper and the private, and we're gonna make an easement so that people can rest in between public and private, so that the public people going down the road don't have to just like."
Amen.
You need somewhere to stop, and if it's not your property, how are you going to stop there? You have to
Amen.
travel 700 miles back just to stop on your property. You need an easement. It's required. It's obligated. It's not required. It's more than required. It's obligatory. It's more than mandatory. It's obligatory. Latches and curs. You cannot get by.
Right. That's why I put a sidewalk in front of my house.
Without it.
But you say when I claim that sidewalk as mine, then I'm some sort of asshole claiming that sidewalk as mine.
Yeah, but
Just
like
because I
you
claim
Guru
that sidewalk
said,
as mine,
yeah, but
doesn't
like
mean I
you
don't
Guru
want
said,
people to be able
if
to
it's
rest
public,
there.
it's public. If it's used for public, it's public. It's public.
Oh, but it's an easement. You don't understand the meaning of easement.
Okay,
Easement
but it's public.
means that it's not public. It means that it's mine, but
But can you
conceding. I'm
intend its usage?
conceding. I'm
Yeah, but can you
conceding
intend
the
its
right.
usage?
In
Hey,
the
Prairie.
fiction
I'm
world,
conceding.
it's a
I'm
shared,
conceding
it's a
the
shared
right.
endeavor. It's halfway
Right.
public,
I'm
halfway
sharing
private.
it with people.
If you can't intend its
This is
usage,
my
then
property, and I'm
it's not your
sharing it with
property.
you.
Because if it was your property,
There you
you'd be able to
go.
intend
Guru,
its usage.
that is a beautiful way to say it, Guru. I am sharing my right with you, the public. With my property, I am sharing my right with you to go ahead, park your car, and take a rest. Please
yeah.
do. That's
yeah.
the way I saw it. When I put that sidewalk in, I saw that as people, please come and park in front of my property. Come and walk in front of my property. And and have take your enjoyment. I didn't see it as any other way. I didn't see it as, well, I have to give this to you. I could have left it as dirt where people could trip and fall, and I didn't want to do that. I thought the better way was, I'll put in a nice sidewalk. And
the other part that where the distinction is the public doesn't have monetary equity in it. They have use equity in it. And that's different.
right, they can use it
They
all
do
they
have
want.
monetary equity in it, especially if they're using it.
No, they don't have monetary. They cannot extract monetary equity out of that.
Yeah, the
No,
public can't.
it's not a monetary equity. It's like a upkeep. You know, when something's yours, you
I have
upkeep
to
it.
upkeep it.
Whether
I
you,
have to upkeep.
That's his responsibility.
The city's not going to upkeep it
Please,
at all.
I would not
have
take
to
that
upkeep it.
responsibility. I would not uphold that responsibility. No.
On an
Well,
easement,
but
you have
that's
no
what
I
choice.
would make
that's
the,
what
I would have the public use the public money to pay for that.
So you would have left the curb and had a dirt path for them to walk on.
Yeah, because
I didn't want to do that. But you're
if the
telling me
public
I
wants a
was
sidewalk
doing
in there,
that.
the public will put a sidewalk in there, bro.
No, the city wasn't going to put a sidewalk in there. They
Yeah,
were
but
just
the
going to put
city's
their
not
curb.
going to. But that's because if the public wanted a sidewalk in there, the public would make sure there was a
The
sidewalk up in there.
city is the
Even
public.
if some public
No, the
funds,
city's a fucking misrepresentative of the public.
even if some
Ugh.
public funds went into molding or shaping that private easement, it still wouldn't give the public monetary equity in it. It doesn't change that. It's only usage equity that the public has.
We have an automatic vested interest in the property that we can use as public. We have an automatic vested interest, full vested interest in what we can use as the public.
In public property.
Usage wise, yes, not monetarily.
Yeah, but what do you mean not monetarily?
You can't
City Hall
extract
is
equity
public property.
from easements. You can't
Well, it's
sell
not
it.
going to
you
be. It's
can't
not like it's going to
transfer it.
ever be sold. Yeah, it's not like it's ever going to be sold. You can't sell public easement.
That's right. That's the part where it's his still.
He can't even sell public easement. It's not even.
When he sells his property, it transfers.
Yes, I can.
It transfers.
Yes, I can sell my property.
No, you can't sell the public easement though. You can't sell the public easement. It'll always be the public easement, no matter who buys it.
No,
he could subdivide his property, and that easement, somebody else could hold title to that, and it would be their responsibility. He could do that.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, that's what
can't change the usage of the public easement.
And I know people have done that because people
I can sell.
It's profitable sometimes. You put a sign up and you make money on it all year long. That's all, or mineral rights, right? On an easement. There's all kinds of reasons why people do that. So I
don't know if I've ever heard about that, mineral rights on an easement.
Oh, it happens all the time.
What do they do? They mine the easement?
Lemonade stand?
Whatever, right? It's basically commercial.
It's a profitable lemonade stand.
Depends on it's whatever floats their boat, whatever is available there to be extracted resource wise.
I wish the people in the United States would realize that people have the right to just stand on the side of the road and sell whatever the fuck they want.
They do if they're not operating in the capacity that limits them.
What, the commercial capacity, right?
Any capacity that has a contractual obligation that binds you to not be able to do that at the moment that you're practicing that, which is up to you to decide if you're doing that or not, because your original default state is not in any contract at all, especially the social contract. Contract implies consent. And consent implies that you get to decide if you're consenting to it at any given time or not. Otherwise, it's enslavement, right?
Yeah. You can't consent to something that's fraud, so it has to be consensual. Full consensual.
Right. So
you know what's the greatest thing?
Capacity is no contract.
When I moved out here from when I was a kid, I was born in Orange County.
Selling some shit on the side of the highway.
When I was a kid and I moved out here from Orange County, there was at every freeway on or off ramp, there were people selling oranges. You remember that? People selling oranges and people selling roses on every freaking holiday. Every weekend, people were selling oranges. And you know what? I love those oranges. We paid $5. We got a big bag of oranges. I loved it. And we take them home, we juice them, we take them to school, eat oranges. We love the fucking oranges. And every holiday, they were selling roses. Mother's Day, Father's Day, whatever. They were selling oranges or selling roses, and it was the greatest fucking thing.
Yeah.
And so growing up here in an empire in Riverside, it's been the most one of the enriching experiences of my life because it's been a true melting pot of Mexican American, uh, um, uh, Chinese, Korean. It's just a total fucking melting pot of people living here that you wouldn't even fucking believe. It's you can't get this anywhere. What we have in this community here in Riverside, California. You wouldn't even fucking believe what we have here off the 91 fucking freeway. And I love it. I fucking love it. I love it so much that I moved away and I came back. And I brought my family here. And I love it, man. It's an amazing fucking thing, man. It's something that you don't get everywhere, man.
Yeah,
People are
you
here
find
because
quality in the area.
well, people are here because they choose to be here. They don't have to choose to be here, man. And they can easily go live on welfare, but in Riverside, it's not a big welfare area. So it's like if you want to live in Riverside, you gotta make your own way. And you know, it's not LA and it's not Reno Valley, and you gotta fucking make your own way here. And I love it. You know, the people here, you know, everybody chooses who's here to be here, and they choose to make their fucking way. And I've known people who have gone off to be big contractors and they're making $1 million a year. And I've known people who they go to work for aerospace and shit like that. You know, and we have good schools here and shit. And I fucking love it, man. It's not this like it's not a community of assholes who just ended up here and live here because we're a bunch of assholes. It's a bunch of people who live here because we want to live here, and we're all cool with each other, dog. We don't. There's not a lot of big fights. There's no racial shit that goes on here. It's just all a bunch of people who kind of live in this little spot in the empire who kind of just all want to be here. And we all fucking get along. There's no racial shit, and there's no BS that goes on, and we love it here, man. We all love it here. So anybody that that doesn't know what the IE is all about, this is what it's about. We all choose to be here, and if you don't choose to be here, then fucking move on. But we all love it here, so go on and fuck off and get away. But you know, I raised my kid here. You know, straight A student. She loves the schools. We got scholarships. Y'all can fuck off. And that's what I see. So, you know what? Fuck off. You don't want to be here? Move on. I left here and I moved back. You know, and in fact, the street I live on, I used to get shot at on this street that I moved back on. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I grew up here. It was a rough neighborhood. You know, me and my me and my buddy were hiding behind trash cans, and boom, boom, boom. You know, we were getting shot at. You know, we had to go kick ass. You know, that was back in the day. Yeah, you know, I ain't lying to you, man. We saw that fool he was on the roof. You know, he was shooting a trash can. He was shooting us, but he was shooting trash cans. We fucking split up, went and took him down off the fucking roof. We beat his ass. That's how it was back in the day. You know, that was 20 years, 30 years ago, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But, you know,
Yeah, it was way different back in the day.
I moved back here and you know, he lived 2 blocks the other way. I live, you know, 2 blocks this way, and you know, we meet in the middle. It's you know, it's all good. You know, I don't know. I'm like,
You're really
where you
drunk.
start and where you end up are 2 different problems, right? You know what I'm saying?
That's just a way of life
And
for me.
yeah, there you go. It's a way of life. Where you start and where you end up is just a way of life, right?
Just another fox in the wind, man.
And what am I supposed to do? Squabble over a sidewalk? You know what I mean? I put the sidewalk in not to squabble, but here I am squabbling over a sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't that the truth? I'm not trying to squabble over the sidewalk. I'm trying to say the sidewalk is there for everybody. But yet I'm still squabbling over a fucking sidewalk. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't trying to. I ain't fucking trying to.
That's a success of Rockefeller's books he authored.
Hmm.
Hey,
And
go on. Elaborate, please.
what's that? Say that. Say again.
I said elaborate, please.
Oh, all this.
Rockefeller.
Yeah, all this arena and setup with the slave grid and the way that it works and everything. All this is just Rockefeller's textbooks that are taught and practiced, you know, through the public schools and whatnot. This whole thing, the entire thing, it's just slave grid. You know what? You know what a citizen status really stands for? 2 things. A POW.
So citizen legally, citizen, and if you go to constitutional, in the 14th Amendment, citizen means employee. That is a fact.
Which is a synonym for POW and inmate with outmate privileges. Welcome to reality. Citizen was the right word. It was the last capacity status in the world I would ever be caught dead operating my affairs under.
Yeah, and then people say like you know, he's you have rights. His friend was Chile, and Chile was on John Phoenix one night, and he said, "Would you give your 14th Amendment? Would you give him your citizenship?" No, and Chile said, "No, I wouldn't give my citizenship." It's like, do you really know what you're saying? And they didn't know what they were saying. They don't even know why the 14th Amendment even exists. And it was Lincoln trying to keep the states from seceding, and that's really what it was invented for.
Right.
So he was claiming people.
That's what I'm saying.
As property.
The success of Rockefeller's textbooks, the program, the success of the indoctrination on the mind was a complete success, right? Like it's at the point where the slave doesn't even recognize that he's mastering over himself and his neighbors, and everybody in the co-op is doing it to each other.
That's true.
That's what's going on. But it only works on the dishonest, and that statement right there is both the root and remedy.
Whoa! It only works on the dishonest.
On the dishonest.
Okay, so what do you mean by that? That is a bolder statement.
Because if you were honest, you would do your due diligence to see what I'm saying already, and people not in the right fucking mind would operate and choose to be a slave like that. They would see right through the bullshit. It's the dishonesty that keeps the firewall from seeing, getting to the truth, and keep people in the toxic cycle pit traps of.
So an honest man would consider the truth.
Right. It's really that simple. If we get past the fiction bullshit.
The corporate fiction?
All of it. All of it.
Can we say corporate fiction?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, because you know that's a bastardized term. You know that, right? Corporate fiction.
Right.
Because people don't believe in the corporate fiction, which is what I was saying about 1868. Which is when they incorporated.
Which takes honesty. That's what I'm saying, right? The practice of belief is a dishonest practice.
Well, okay, whoa. Whoa.
Truth
the
does not require belief. Yeah.
Okay.
Practice of belief.
Truth doesn't require belief. I believe that. But what do you mean by truth doesn't require belief?
Truth doesn't require belief. So you don't need to believe that we're having a conversation right now. It just is. Right. So anything that's just a verifiable, demonstrable truth doesn't require belief. Belief is what you do in the absence of knowing. It's like fabricating the idea and accepting it as truth, even though you don't know for sure. That's dishonest. And people do that, and then they don't investigate and get to the bottom of things, and they spout out of their mind as if things are factual, because their beliefs in their mind have taken over truth, as if they are truth and facts. In other words, you're lying to yourself, and then it's coming out of your lips, and you're projecting that lie outwards. And then another dishonest mind who does the same practice might actually believe that as if it was fact. And
every day I see shit on TV and I go, somebody said it.
Somebody said it. Exactly. Right. Or you
and
read
then somebody
it, right?
repeats it, and that makes it true.
Right.
And I'm like, so people just say shit. They say shit, and then that makes it, somebody else repeats it, and that makes it true. And it's not the truth.
Or just because you read it in a book, right? Look, it says so right here. The words. See, it's fact. It's fact.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure it is. Well, demonstrate it to me. Show me that it's fact. And then the arguments start, because that jolts them out of the cognitive dissonance and the dishonesty. And then if they go any further than that, they have to get to the root of that they were lying to themselves, swallow the pill, and doesn't matter how much ketchup you put on crow, it doesn't taste any better. People don't like to do that. They would rather be dishonest and take it to the grave, to their own demise. And that's really the root of enslavement. People are enslaving themselves through dishonesty. So there it is. The fiction, the gaslight, and the scams don't work after the first time, right? Because naivety is a initial fact of life. Sometimes we don't see something, we learn a lesson because we didn't know better, whatever. But the honest person doesn't repeat it again. They're honest with themselves, and you see it for what it is, and it doesn't work again.
Yeah, and I think you see where I was coming from in the beginning, where I was talking about time and labor, and I wasn't coming from a taxpayer standpoint. I was coming from, I'm being belittled. I wasn't trying to say taxpayer. I was trying to say my labor is being reduced. I am being taken from. And I think you understand where I was really coming from. I mean, do you not see
I'd
where I
have
was
to,
coming from in the beginning?
for that part, I kind of came in late, so I don't know the whole scope of that thing, that conversation. That's where I entered in, but it was like halfway, and I recall hearing that, but I don't know the rest.
But
of
you
the
get where I'm coming from now. You understand? We're kind of on the same page with all this shit, right?
With the labor part, you'll have to fill me in on the rest part. Like I don't know the rest of the.
Okay, I didn't mean to take it back down. I really liked the way you're writing there, so I didn't mean to really interrupt you there. I just was saying, when we, you were here, and I was saying, when it comes to taxpayers and I didn't mean to come from that standpoint of a taxpayer. What I was saying is that who is paying for all this, and it's really the fiat dollar is based off the backs of the workers.
Oh, that's
because we're the workers, man, and I'm not denying that. Right, I'm not denying it. We're the socialist workers, and because that's really how it is, right? And so when who is being taken from when people come here, when people come to this country, when people come in here and they get everything for free? Where is it all coming from? Well, okay, the banks can print the dollars all they want. That's coming from somewhere. It is still coming from somewhere. It's still being borrowed from somewhere. You can't say that it's being borrowed from nothing. They might be able to print all they want, but it's being borrowed from something. And what it's being borrowed from is the time and labor. It's being borrowed on the backs of the American workers.
It's
and it really is
made from nothing that represents a perceived value backed by the potential labor of human beings.
But that's the key, the potential labor. So it's being bought off the labor.
It's being backed by the potential labor. How it actually gets into circulation, though, is just a loan.
They just print it and it goes.
Yeah.
And that's the sickest part is when I talk about the home loan and the double dipping.
Right.
But the home loan, that's what caused the whole Brexit. You know that, right? England exited the European Union because when they got the banks to admit that they were double dipping on the home loans, when they said, "Well, we create the money to pay the loan, and then we create the money to loan to the new borrower," we were just creating the money.
Mm-hmm.
And they were supposed to say, "Well, of course, a truck full of money goes to the bank and delivers the money," which is totally untrue, right? But they were supposed to say that, and they didn't say that because that never happens. There is no truck that goes to the other bank and delivers the money like it's supposed to happen. Like even in the U.S. Constitution, it says that the money has to change hands. And they still just continue to, regardless of what the fucking law says. You know what I mean? Regardless of the goddamn law, they just continue to create money out of thin air. And everybody just goes, "Yeah, okay." Even my wife works for a bank. I love her to fucking death. But she doesn't. I do, and I love her. And she's such a smart woman. It's just so good at what she does. And it's just a shame because what she does is she helps people get home loans. And she's a fact checker, and she is so fucking good at it. You know what I mean? And she helps these people. She does. She helps people get loans. And she finds a way so they can get loans.
Virtuous, doesn't it?
She is. I know, but she is because she's
probably going deeper into debt. Probably.
No, but I'm telling you, man, she means well. She means so well, and she's trying to help these people get loans. But sometimes she helps basketball players, NBA basketball. Like she's helped like Andre Iguodala from the fucking was the fucking fuckers in San Francisco. She's helped these
Sacramento.
fucking basketball players
Oh
and
yeah.
football players. She one time she helped McDonald Donald from the Rams get a fucking a loan. You know, and she does so well, and she means well. She's trying to do the right thing,
No, she's
but
not.
she doesn't understand that the bank is just creating this money out of thin air and hurting us.
If
And
she
I
was
try to tell
trying,
her,
if she was trying to do the right thing, she would be trying to learn what you're talking about right now. She's not trying to do the right thing.
well,
She's not. The right
okay,
thing would be
yes,
to do your due diligence and know what the fuck that you're involved in. That's the right thing.
well, right, and that's right. And I tell her, look at your fucking 401k, which is not helping you. You know, and we recently went through that, and she was like, I earned 10.5%. I said, yeah, but you put in 5%, the bank put in 3%, so that's 8% of your 10%. So you only gain 2.5%. I said, do you understand it? How your 401k is not helping you? Yeah. 8% is you, and 2% is what you earned in the market. I said, I could earn 2% in the market if I farted out of my ass and predicted what to fucking invest in. I
Hey,
mean, seriously?
all
I
I,
mean,
all I
that's
got,
like
all I got
a
to say is
401k is not the way to go. And I go, she's like, well, what? And I said, because you're paying the fees. Your bosses are throwing $3 million into your same fund, $10 million in there in that same fund, and they're winning all the money. They're taking their $10 million out, and you're stuck paying their fees, and they close it out, and then you earn 2%. And she's like, oh, so I did only 2. I'm like, so you're starting to fucking see now,
she's a Rockefeller
right?
bootlicker.
No, she's just it's just naivete. Okay,
Yes.
it's
No,
not this.
you don't have to be conscious of licking the boots of somebody. You just, I'm not saying
Right.
that, but
No, because the bootlicker chooses to.
I disagree.
Right.
I disagree. You could be licking boots all day long and think that those are candies.
Right, but she's such a good lady. And if you met her, you would love her, man. If you met my wife, you'd be like, this chick is fucking righteous, man. You
Listen,
know, she throws a hell of a party.
listen. I
You
think
would love my wife.
I think
I love my wife too.
I
But
don't think she's telling herself I want to fuck people over or do this or not. But it doesn't change the fact that everybody
no,
who
she thinks, and she's trying to help people, and and she gives people the loans that they normally wouldn't get because she's
it's all
so good at
fake
what she
virtue, though.
does.
In reality, it's all fake virtue, and it's all part and parcel to a system of abuse.
It is fake virtue until you consider that, like, people like you and me that couldn't get into a home, she gets them into a home. Because she can make that happen. She can verify things.
Unless we learn how to function without dependency on that corporate world. And that's all I got to say is this.
Yes,
that. If you
it
play,
is. I do understand the virtue of where you're coming from. I do understand that.
I'm sure you do. Especially if you got proper mindset and stuff like that, right? Like it leads to all that stuff. Self-reliance is what it comes down to. But I'll just say this in closer to my view on that. If you're playing in a game of hot potato, don't complain when your number's called. Because you shouldn't have been playing in there to be playing the game to begin with, right? And especially if you're playing the game of hot potato or musical chairs, right? Same shit.
Yeah.
And that's the only game you know how to play, and the only way you know how to function. Of all the possible ways there are to learn how to function in life, cry me a fucking river.
Yes.
When you fall flat on your ass.
No, I get you. I do get you, and I tell her this shit all the time. Because you know what I say to her? I say, when there is injustice against one man, If you don't answer the call, you're fucking immoral.
Right.
You
Absolutely.
have a moral fucking obligation to answer the call when there is injustice.
And if we're
She
playing a
says, "Well,
game,
I have to feed." Well, and you have to understand that I retired. I retired 10 years ago, and I put all my money in this house, and so we have this house, and she has to make the payment. Okay, now it's not a lot. It's not a lot. Okay, we're it's like $1,800. Okay, and we refinanced a couple years ago, and we have $90,000 in equity and shit. We're doing well. Okay, we went debt free. Okay, so we're actually debt free. We're not these morons that live on credit card debt. Okay, we're actually debt free. We have cash. We own metals. We have all that shit. We're doing what we're supposed to do. But
or what we're trained to believe we're supposed to do.
well,
Let's get
no,
real, right?
we don't pay the bankers their share. Because
Of course you
owning a
do.
home is
What do you
not.
mean you
Well,
don't?
owning a home is not debt. Owning a home is not debt because it is an appreciable asset.
Are you kidding
You
me?
have to understand that. No, owning a home is not debt because
Really?
it's an appreciable asset. So every payment you make is money back in your pocket. That's a fact. Now, buying a car is a depreciable asset. That's debt. Having credit card debt, it depreciates. That's debt.
Yeah, I
But
agree with
owning
you
a
in that.
home is not debt because owning a home is an appreciable asset. So every payment you make is money back in your pocket,
Not
and that's a
necessarily. It
fact.
depends. It depends. There's variables on that.
Well,
But
we bought
there's a
this
good
home
chance
at
it will be, but
230,
it's still
and it's now no. I bought my home at 230, and it's now worth, even after it's struggled the last few years, it's still worth 570.
yeah, but how much
So
energy and
230 to
labor
570.
how much energy and labor was this extracted out of you and still continues with the monetary costs for upkeep and this and that, right?
We just make the payment now.
You gotta see the whole picture when it comes to that. And it may still be in the
I
plus
do
at
see
the
the
end
whole
of the
picture.
I can tell you from a renter's perspective, I probably paid a hell of a lot less in energy, but that's because I diversified with other assets and I don't pay any taxes.
But I don't think you see it. Like, we bought this home is a 1,200 square foot. It was built 1926, but we have an ADU unit. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
So we actually have the potential to rent, but we don't rent because we tried that, and
Didn't work out.
well,
That's
because when
another
you went
headache.
to a friend. Well,
Okay.
yes, when you went to a friend, that's bullshit, and you have to charge full price. You just have to. You gotta charge. Like right now, if I rent that out, I'm gonna charge $2,000. But hey, but they're gonna get was it 700 square feet? You know, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, walk-in closet. You know, gated parking. They're gonna get the full fucking deal. You know,
Mm-hmm.
What would you expect for $2,000? For $2,000 in my area right now, you can get a studio apartment, or you can get this full fucking private whole thing. So, but we learned, turn into a friend to help us fix the property. We charged them $600, and we learned it was only costing us money. But we got the whole property fixed up. I got the shit pipe replaced. I got the AC. I replaced the AC. I got the roof done. I got insulation put in the walls. So the whole thing's done. We're in good standing. We got all this. Everything's all LEDs. And, the electricity is down. So We're doing good. We don't own any money on credit cards. We pay for everything on a credit card. But we earn 5% a month. Man, this is what you do. You use your credit card that you get the return on, and then you pay that. You use that to charge everything. Then you pay it off at the end of the month. That's what we do. So we earn 5% a year on our money, and the one thing I can't get her to do is the 401k. And I'm just like, you're fucking losing money. You don't get it.
It's a silly move in the monetary arena. It's a silly game.
Yeah, I'm trying to get her to fucking see it. She doesn't get it. The 401k, you're fucking paying money.
There's some people who bought bonds at a negative interest rate. I still can't.
Yeah, I'm like, well, and we have some gold, we have some silver. And it's like, it's like the last silver we bought was like 24, and now silver's at 34, and I'm like, can't you see? We should do a little more. Like, it's like, what the fuck? Quit putting your money in this bullshit. This 401k bullshit where, well, if I put in 5%, they put in 3%. And I'm like, but you could put your money in a fucking CD and get 5%. This is fucking bullshit. And she's like, what do you mean? I said, well, if you put 5% in your fucking into a fucking CD, you get 5% back.
I'll tell you, if she's a banker, she wouldn't be my banker.
I know. But no, seriously though, when it comes to a home loan, there's nobody you would want on your side but her. If she did your home loan, you'd be like, "That's my girl." You know what I mean? She's like when she does a home loan, she works for you. Like she's the factory. She verifies everything, and she comes to you and goes, "This is what we got to do to make this fucking work." You know what I mean? And she lets you know, and she makes it. She makes it happen. She's so good, man. Like and she just makes it fucking work. And she's incredible. She's so good. I give her so much credit, but she doesn't understand how good she is. And I'm like, you could go to work for a private company and make twice what you're making. She's like, yeah, but I get all the fucking benefits and stuff. Like, but they'll pay you for that. I'm like, trust me, they'll pay you for that. She's so good because she just has it like that. Like, and she wastes herself working for Bank of America. You know what I mean? The big evil fucking Bank of America, and that's where I'm like, oh my god, you work for Bank of America? Oh.
Well, somebody's got to be brainwashed enough to do the job. I mean, seriously, how else is a corporation going to function?
I mean, right? But I love her, man. I love her so. I love her. She's the mother of my child, man. I love her. You know what I mean? And we have a great kid, man.
I hear you.
My kids, we're going on fucking eight semesters now of principal's honor roll, and
on another side, she didn't want to just leech off your labor, so at least she wanted to contribute and stuff like that. You're gonna give her props.
Well, I was at the end. I was I was the big mother guy and everything. That was the guy everybody knew. And my knee was like starting to pop out of socket. It was like, oh, every time I kneeled down, I had to slam my knee. I had to actually grab my knee and pop it back into the socket. And it was, it was getting bad.
Yes.
Yeah, I was making $90,000 a year. It was nice,
I see.
Go back to 2010, and I was making $90,000. Who in 2010 was making $90,000 a year? You know what I mean?
No comment.
Right? You know what I mean? It was like I was doing well. You know what I mean? And plus, I used to play poker too, and so I go play poker 3 days a week, and I was taking home. Oh shit!
Yeah, and that's where the real money is.
Oh, dude, I was at $2,000 a month, $8,000, $10,000 a year playing poker. Just because I could do that kind of shit, But plus, I go to Vegas for a weekend. I play some craps, $500 down on the table. Boom, I walk out 1,500. Because I know if you know what it's like to be a gambler, but you get intuitive, and you know how it rolls. You know how the cards roll. You know the decks roll. You know the shuffle machines work. You know how the dice roll. And then when you hit a hot craps table, I throw $500 down. And back of the pass line, I throw fucking $50 down the hard ways. Boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, I threw $500 down. I walk out with 15. You know what I mean? 2 hours later, I love fucking Vegas, man. My friends used to live out there, so it was easy to, I didn't have to pay to stay. But I used to, here in LA, I used to go out to fucking, go down to Hustler, fucking, you know where Hustler is?
Do I know what it is?
Normandy.
Where?
There's also, there's Industry, and there's Ball. There's card rooms, a lot of card rooms in LA. You know that. There's a lot of poker rooms out here in LA. Hey, I used to go fucking play cards, man. And, because the poker room happened. The fucking, what was it, that movie? The, Rounders. Remember that movie? With,
I don't think I saw that.
yeah, the kid from,
I don't watch much TV.
no, the movie, Robin Williams, what was it called? Ben Affleck, Matt Damon. What the fuck is that movie? When I wake up in the morning, you better not be here. What the fuck was that called? What was that called? Robin Williams with
I
Matt
don't know.
Damon.
I am totally lost. I have no idea.
You don't watch movies?
A few.
Yeah. Oh, then Matt Damon made a movie where he was a card player and shit. And I was like, ooh, and I grew up playing cards with my old man,
Yeah, I don't think
every
I've seen
weekend
that.
I'd be sitting at my old man's knee, and I'd be throwing, I grew up playing 7 card, 5 card stud, and all that shit. So I was like, okay, shit, I know this. And so
I
this
need to
card
come
movie
to
came
something
on,
down
and
Howard County.
boom, Texas Hold'em. Texas Hold'em hit like big time, right? So I was like, well, I'm going to a casino. But everybody wanted to play all-in poker, right? You know what I'm talking about, the all-in. I'm all-in. You know what I'm talking about, right? Well, what I did is I played the limit side. I played limit, which if you go to a casino, you can play limit, which is, it's a lot slower. It's a lot, it's higher action, but you got to be able to, it's God damn it, how do I explain it? It's not the all in. You can't go all in, but you can like bet more. So it's called limit poker. So I stuck on limit poker. But man, I used to go down to the bicycle casino and the industry in LA, and I'll play this game. I'll pay $300 for a rack. So I'll go down and give $300. I got 100 chips, $3 chips. And I would sit down and it would bet $3 on the first bet, $9 on the second bet. And so a rack was 300 fucking bucks. So then I would walk out because these guys would come in to play the all in poker, right? They come in to play right, but they would sit down at my table, which was the limit poker, while they were waiting for their all in poker, right? They would come in with $1,000 and just dump it right on our fucking table, right? And we're like, okay. And it was me and like 5 other people, and we all knew the fucking deal. And they would come in and just dump, $500, and so we would absorb that, dude. And so I'd be there Wednesday, Friday, Saturday nights, every fucking week, and every fucking night they would just dump, 2, 3, 4 players just come in and dump. So we would just absorb the fucking money. So I would come in, I'd buy them $300, I would leave with $900 every fucking night. So I'm leaving with $900 to $1,200 a week, and all I would have to do is just sit there and fold, just fold, bet my blinds and fold, and these fucking fools would just bet their money, and we go raise, 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 because they thought they were gonna outplay us. You know what I mean? But they can't outplay us because they can't go, oh, I'm all in. Because you can't do that when we're sitting. There's no all in when we're sitting. It's limit. There's a limit on it. So we would just sit there and go, raise. We would just raise them to death, and they would dump all their fucking money to us. And they would get up and go to their no limit game where they could go, I'm all in. And so finally they got to go all in. But meanwhile, they dumped fucking, $500 on our table. So we go, okay. So we have like 5 of these guys coming every night, and we just didn't go, raise, raise, raise. And it was so fun because it was just comic, man. And one night this guy comes in, this little China guy comes in, and he comes in, he's raising and shit, and I'm like, oh, hey, I said, hey, you can keep raising, it makes you feel like a big man. I said raise, and I totally fucking busted him, right? And so I walk outside, dude. This is a Commerce Casino, and I walk outside, I grab a cigarette. He comes walking out, and it's like, oh yeah? He's like, oh, you want to bust me? His friend comes up behind me and hits me with his wallet chain on my head. And I turn around, and I see this fool, and I go, whack, and I smack him right in his face, and I grab his wallet chain, I turn back around, I smack him with his wallet chain, I'm all, well, how do you like it, motherfucker? And this other fool comes and punches me in the back of the head. I'm like, oh shit, there's 3 of them. So now I got this other motherfucker, and I'm fighting off 3 of them now, right? And I'm like, oh my god, this is bullshit. I'm like, and it hit me. I'm like, I'm gonna go to jail for this. I'm like, so I stopped beating this fool in his face. I took the wall, I threw it in the fucking trash. I stopped beating him in the face. I took his wallet, I threw it in the fucking trash. I ran inside. I gathered my chips. I run it. I cash in my chips. I'm like, give my money, give my money. And I walk out. I go around the parking lot. I get to my truck. I speed up the fucking parking lot, and my head is bleeding, dude. The fool hit me with his fucking chain on my head.
Jeez Louise.
I know. And I get home, Well, I don't get home, but I go to my current girlfriend's place, which is my current wife. But I don't want her to know that this is actually going on. So I'm standing in the kitchen. I sneak into her house. I'm washing my head out in the kitchen, and I'm using my cell phone to take a video of where I'm bleeding on my head. Yeah, that's my poker days. That was the last time I said fuck it, just fuck this shit. I ain't playing poker no more. It's a rough game, dude. You don't think so, but fucking poker, man. Ooh, that was about 10 years ago. Poker, like I don't know,
Right now, it's
I've
County
sat at
Observer.
tables. I have sat at tables, and
Telling
I've
us as
been at
rough as
tournaments.
capitalism.
I've been at $2,000 tournaments. You know, I've sat there with fools, and it's like, and they'd be like, "What's up, dog?" You know, I used to go play at Crystal Casino down in Compton. You know what Crystal Casino is? It's straight Compton, dog. I used to go down there and play with them fools because I was the only white boy they could handle. Because I wasn't scared, you know what I mean? It was like, ain't no other white boy gonna go down there. I actually had a fool. During the tournament. Goes because I used to play mathematically, right? I used to know I know poker math, and and this guy he goes, you don't raise enough. Your raise have no power. Because I like to play small pots. You know what I mean? I like to play the small pots, and I'll pick you apart. You know. And this fool told me, you don't raise enough. Your raises have no power.
He just told you
I
his
just
weakness.
and I started looking at him, and I'm just looking at him. I just started laughing. I'm like, okay. So as I'm sitting at the final
Might as
table,
well
I'm looking
just
over at him.
hold his cards direct facing you. You know, expose his poker face before you started.
Yeah. And I'm looking. So I'm sitting at the final table. I made 3 final tables in one weekend. You know, that in Compton is the only white one that has dares going out of Compton to play the fucking at the casino. And I'm just gonna look at this fool, and he's like, "Oh," and he does this. He puts his hand together, and he bows to me, and I'm like, "Oh, you can fuck off. You can fucking suck my fucking D. Who are you fucking motherfucker?" I'm sorry, that's like that's. But this fool tried to tell me, you don't raise enough. Your raises have no power. It's like, you don't understand the math game. I'm playing math, fool. You don't understand the math I'm playing. You know, I know my equity on every fucking hand. You're trying to tell me I don't know what I'm raising. You know, it's like, dude, we're in the first round. I'm only gonna raise you $400 because that's all I need to raise you is $400. You know, and then they're sitting there going like, "Oh, you don't know what you're doing." I'm like, "Oh, well, let's see who's around at the end of it all." It's a fucking all-in poker phrase, man. The all-in poker phrase, man. Ooh, fuck.
I actually might be getting tired right now.
Sleep is for the weak.
Oh, I know. I think I might be getting weak. So I was gonna say, I was like, oh my gosh, you guys, I think I'm getting weak.
Sleep is for children.
Can sleep when I'm dead.
You know what's really funny too is I used to go down to Normandy Casino, and one weekend there was an alert there was an alert for these two people that were following people home that would win big pots. And so I'm sitting in this atrium at Normandy Casino, and that's probably still there. But in the middle of the casino, there was this atrium, so you can go in there and you can smoke, you know. But I used to go on, you know, play poker because dude, you don't even understand the Texas Hold'em boom was strong. Like, do you understand how strong Texas Hold'em, the Hold'em took over the country, and all these people wanted to be the best at Texas Hold'em, you know, and all these dipshits that would play it. You just annihilate them. You know what I mean? They were just, and I would tell people. I've even told a guy like one time, you got the Jack of Hearts and the Ten of Diamonds. You missed your flesh. And he threw his fucking cards at me. He threw them at me. He literally threw his cards at me because I called the cards he had in his hand. Like I told him, like you fucking missed your flesh, Doc. You got the Ten of Hearts and you got the Jack of Diamonds, and he fucking threw his cards at me like in the middle of the fucking card room, you know, because these dipshits like they think they're so fucking smart, you know, but they're fucking dipshits, and they just want to go all in, you know, and
Isn't
they're
that the
fucking
state of the world, man?
dipshits, right? And you call these people out. And they know what to do, so they get so frustrated, and
Yeah,
he's
just
just like,
fuck to sweeten the pot just enough to fucking make them either
I would.
bluff or fold. I mean, not bluff, but fold or call. You know what I mean?
well,
I would
always,
let
always
And
ready.
then sweeten it a little bit more. And
their
then sometimes
arrogance
if you
sink 'em.
want to bluff them, you can maybe do a big raise, and then they might say, "Oh fuck, I don't want to do nothing else." That's only if they don't have the cards. You know what I mean? So you have to
Well, the secret to
know.
cards is the secret to cards. Raise, always raise, always. Just keep raising, raise,
Well,
raise,
not
raise, raise,
always,
raise.
you know, because you want to
No,
kind of
no,
like
no,
you got to know when to hold them, know when to
aggression,
fold them, and know when to
always
walk away,
aggression.
and know when to run. You know.
Okay, you know what my proudest hand was? I knew the guy had pocket. I knew he got dealt kings, but I got dealt pocket twos. I used to play pocket twos like they were aces. Now this fucking guy
Yeah.
was pushing the whole table. Where he was getting lucky, okay, and he got dealt kings. I knew he got dealt kings again. And I was like, ooh, fuck him. I got pocket twos. Fuck him. These are aces, right? So an ace hits the board. Boom. Now I'm gonna sell that I have three aces. Okay. So I sell it. I sell it. This motherfucker. And we go around to the last fucking bet. And I said, I raise before the card even comes out. I said, I raise. I put it out there before the card even comes around. And he comes out, the card comes out, it's like, you know, and it's like a fucking 4, right? It's a nothing. And he takes his kings and he throws them on the table. Because he knows I have pocket aces and he knows that the ace came out. He knows I have three aces, right? That's what he knows. Because I sold it. He throws his kings out on the fucking table. I took my twos. I threw my twos down. Boom. In front of everybody's fucking face, dude. And the dealer goes, "Oh, you good player." I took down like $600. That was like $600 right there. Just boom. My buddy leans over. He goes, "Doug, you got fucking balls." I go, "Was I supposed to let him keep pushing us around?" And he goes, "Yeah, that's true." He goes, "He won't do that again." I looked at him and I said, "Will you?" He's all, "You got me. You got me." I was like, "Fuck off, dick. $600 in my pocket. No way." That was 5 racks of chips right there. You know what I mean? I love that shit. I love that kind of fucking stuff, man. I mean, I've been in fucking. That's where I come from. You know, you go to Vegas, you hit a jackpot. You ever hit a jackpot at Card Room? Oh my god, you hit a jackpot, dude. Just because you're sitting at a table and someone gets beat with ace and jacks for better, boom, you get $800 just for sitting there. You know what I mean? You're like, what? I'm going to Vegas.
So I
Yeah, I
see.
know.
Is this your first time hosting?
Yeah,
Me?
first time.
No, I see. I know you're not hosting. I know what channel I'm on. Yeah, it's your first one. I thought so. I didn't recall you ever doing a stream before, unless I missed it. That's how I was surprised to see it. I had to double check. Oh, maybe
Yeah,
I'll
no, this is my first time doing
Yeah, we should all get together and play some poker.
StreamYard host.
I'll teach you guys how to fucking read some people.
I'm getting too tired. I might have to go to sleep now, guys. Though that's what sucks.
Where you at? Where you at? What if
I'm
we
on
all
the
came down to
Pacific.
San Diego?
I'm on the
What if we all
Pacific
came down to
Coast.
San Diego, man?
I'm on the Pacific
Can we
Coast.
get a hotel room? You show up or what?
What, on a hotel room? Where?
In San Diego. Would you show up?
I don't know about San Diego.
Where can we go?
I don't know what I'm doing right now. I'm in the middle of battling my malicious prosecution. I have some paperwork I'm turning in right now, basically filing lawsuits, or complaints leading up to lawsuits. Yeah,
You got
I'm
a
in the
lawyer?
process of pretty bad, pretty extensive little bullshit. You know.
You got any lawyers or what? You got a lawyer?
No. Fuck. There are no lawyers in the United States.
Right. Well, you have bar
The only thing
associates,
in the
right?
United States, are they're licensed, they're state bar licensed attorneys.
Bar associates, yeah.
That's what the
Yeah,
Nevada State Bar.
some states are abolishing that. You know that, right?
Well, they should abolish it. It's a violation of your right to
Isn't it?
defend. You know.
Yes, it is.
You can't do a proper defense if they're just a.
Unless if the state is private corporation. Da-da-da.
There are some states that are abolishing that. There are some states. I think it's Tennessee and I think Indiana, maybe.
Huh.
There's some
McDonald's
states
for justice. That's what you're doing.
What is it?
There are some states that are abolishing the bar. They're saying the bar does not have
for justice. It's the same thing, right? It's just a private corporation. Can you imagine if the employees at McDonald's just said, "I'm an officer of the states. We're swearing you in. Raise your right hand." It's the same thing, right? You're swearing costumes.
No, it is.
What's with the formality? Why can't we just go to the beach and have a talk it out?
Because I'm a member of the bar association.
That's how hard they got to give the impression of legitimacy, right? That's how you know it's a facade. If it wasn't, They wouldn't have to make a personification appearance.
Yeah, no, it's sick. How the fuck does uh, a club from England become the arbiter of our justices? What the fuck is that?
When you are willfully
Asleep.
ignorant enough to play ball in a fictional arena of bullshit. That's how, right? If you're dumb enough to go to McDonald's to allow them to settle your
health food.
Yeah,
you go to McDonald's for health food.
Exactly, right? You know, to be the middle ground of arbitration for your affairs in your life. Well, you know, Big Macs rule your world. Then, you know, Burger King, you're the king. You're loving it.
Yeah, I can't comply with malicious prosecution.
You really like Ricky Monday. He's a good guy, but
If the stalking charge said that I was being charged with stalking because I willfully and unlawfully was in somebody's backyard peeping through their back window with my camera. I'd probably be guilty of stalking, but for what they're trying to claim stalking is, I can't comply with that. That's unlawful. It's a malicious prosecution because it voids probable cause that an actual crime has been committed. And then when I can't comply to their fucking malicious prosecution because I have a duty to not comply with it, they want to put a warrant for my arrest because I didn't go to their stupid arraignment. I appeared by special appearance. You know, I wrote a writ of special appearance.
Did you ask for proof of breach of contractual obligation that caused an injury?
I should though.
That's what you got to do, right? You got to make them right on the spot. Prove that this isn't an arbitrary thing and they're not.
Yeah, I asked them. I did a writ of. I guess I have done that because I did a motion of. I basically did a compel motion where I asked them to show probable cause within 15 days, or default on their claim, and they failed to show probable cause within the 15 lawful days. And basically, that was when the higher court, which was the district court in the county, they dropped the original charge of battery upon a peace officer. They dismissed it for lack of probable cause. But there's a lower court right now. The justice court in Nye County is basically not allowed. The justice of the peace hasn't told the court clerk to lodge my paperwork instead of filing it with the court. But we should all know that anything that's turned into the court clerk is as good as filed, you know, based on determinations. You know, you should have a right to I almost said which means I have a right to defend myself.
It's true. Every single word has a legal definition.
You know, I have a right to defend myself. So if I want to turn in a paper that's a lawful writ, if I want to turn in a lawful writ during the fucking course of my defense, I should have the right to fucking have my paper filed. You know, for my defense. That would be a fucking fair and meaningful process, but they don't want to provide me a fair and meaningful process. They want to obscurant and hide duty, or they want to hide evidence, and they want to suppress me.
That's because you're showing up to their court. You're giving them jurisdiction.
Yeah,
It's
well,
like
yeah,
showing up to
it's
McDonald's and
attached to
saying, "Hey,
consent by
don't force me to
it's
eat Big
attached to
Macs
consent
here."
by appearance, but at the same time, we all know that's fraud. That unless I actually consent, it's
Yeah, but
fraud.
you gotta bring that.
I have to write that and put it to them. But that's what's happening right now. Is if
You don't
they
have to write it. You just have to ask for on the record proof of claim because you're interested in peacefully
which I
setting up.
did. That's what I did. But they're obscuranting by not filing my paperwork.
The victim.
If I file, if I file, since I filed that, they should forward it through they should motion it through the court, which would put my writ, which is a lawful fucking action. It's called a writ. When I put my writ in, they should have filed it with the court, and the court, being of the public, would have found out that fucking they have no probable cause, and the whole fucking case should have already been dismissed like 2 years ago. But this fucking shit is not happening because basically, I'm basically they're banking on me.
They're playing
They're
poker
banking
with
on
you.
me. No, because I'm not going to, like you say, appear in their fucking courts. So they're banking on that. They're using my lack of appearance to not move forward with the case. So as long as I'm as long as I'm a refugee seeking asylum for political asylum, they are not moving the courts forward. Now, I could go and turn myself in, and I would go to their custody, which they've said that they would bind me, gag me, and medicate me when they got me into custody. If I turned myself into the custody of them, then I could take my chances on whether I was going to get treated fairly or whether I was going to get bound, gagged, medicated, and then said to fucking have had excited delirium in their custody. I could take that chance. And on top of it, I could either take those chances or I could not appear and I could keep on trying to send my writs. And I could hope that somebody that was in a lawful authority would see that they were obscuranting by not filing my lawful paperwork, as is my defense, my right to defend. So they're violating my rights. But I'm just waiting for somebody that's actually an honest human being, because I was using foul language. I was being kind of like a shit ass. I was protesting.
You're right.
I was specifically not being normal. I was specifically protesting. They did not like my words. They did not like my tone.
Yeah, big deal. That'll only be a problem if you're breaching a contract that binds you from not being able to do so.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, while I look like I was being a shit ass, bothering some public workers that were just trying to do their job, what I was really doing was protesting, exercising my right while recording my protest when I was threatened. When I was threatened to the point that I had to defend myself when I was fucking attacked.
I think you're going into dangerous territories getting in there. You don't want to defend the position of feelings. You want to be standing on facts. So the facts is bring proof that you breached you caused harm, injury, or loss.
And I asked them to do that. I asked them to show the probable cause that I had actually even committed a crime, and they failed to do so with the 15 lawful days allotted by due process. They failed to show probable cause within the 15 allotted due process days, and so therefore my case is, for all intents and purposes, dismissed by default for lack of probable cause.
But the judge still allowed it.
No, you gotta not ask. You gotta tell the.
Yeah, I got to demand that my paperwork be filed, but there's a couple case laws I know.
You just got to go on the record and say what you did, and you got to appoint the judge to then be the administrator and tell him that you just got to write it on my behalf, but this is quashed because it's a waste of taxpayer funds and blah blah blah. It's a waste of this.
Oh, big time!
And if he doesn't, if he won't adjudicate it for the Senate, he has to recuse himself. And if he
filed a letter of amendment with the claim.
By you appointing him then administrator, he's got full liability for the actions. He's not going to want to. He's probably going to get up and just abandon ship at that point, right? So, and at that point, then you just tell the clerk, "Hey, listen, I'm the only one here, right? So this matter is dismissed." Just put it on record. Everybody abandoned the case.
It should be that way. It should already be that way. They abandoned it when they failed to fucking state their claim in a timely manner and state the probable cause that they had to prove that I committed a crime.
Not if you're still participating. Every time you show up.
No, I'm not participating no more.
Okay, but every time you showed up, you reignited the game, right? So,
yeah, the times I did show up, I basically ignited the game.
Yes, so you have to put an end to it. And you put an end to it by saying, hey, listen, show proof of loss, injury, or harm that I breached a contract or something. I want to make good on that if that's the case. And if you can't do so, then we're not going to waste each other's time from here on out. It's just that simple. Nobody's a slave here, right?
Yes, that's why I'm saying the honorable. The district court must have been a little bit more honorable than. Well, actually, the way it turns out is that they were the district court clerk was in some sort of an intermission where some fill-in for the court clerk for the district court clerk was standing in as court clerk for the county. And she was actually honorable. She actually moved the paperwork forward. She actually filed the paperwork with the court. Once the paperwork was filed with the district court judge couldn't hide the fact and basically dismissed the charge. But this lower court justice of the peace guy, he's got bias with me. He doesn't like how I protest the sheriff's department. And he's ex-sheriff captain of the Knight County Sheriff's Department. So
you know what I learned? Here's what I learned. You have to, before every claim, write a letter to the court. Okay? You write your letter to the court before you go into trial. And now what they have to do is they have to declare that as your deposition. Okay? Now that is when you submit your deposition, that means your words are being translated into the language of the court, because you have to understand that the court of law in not California, but in the United States, when you're being deposed, your words are being translated into English, and you have to understand the court speaks. No, this is truth.
Oh, I know. I just laugh about it because it's a goofy ass process, like. This whole legalese dance.
You have to.
Capital letters and shit dance.
Yeah,
it's funny to me.
It's a lot of effort to get you to play a game of fiction, and they know it. You know the hat they wear. That
so every time I get
problem is our new guru is that fucking. I know that they're playing fiction. They know that they're playing fiction, but at the same time, the public doesn't know that they're playing fiction. So when they come over with their goons to fucking grab me out of my house, my neighbors think that it was done for a lawful reason.
That's why the true culprit of terrorism is the general public.
Yeah,
and that's the fact that most don't want to admit.
If those fucking goons that are lacking probable cause and don't even actually have a righteous claim against me came to swipe me from my fucking home, my neighbors would be like, "Oh, I thought you probably had that coming."
Right, they would stand with state.
Yeah.
So,
so what I learned is every time that if I get even a traffic ticket, I write a letter to the court stating my side of the case before I have to go in to my trial. They want to call it a trial. I've deposed myself, so now I'm actually speaking English to the court. Okay. And so they have to accept my testimony as English, which is language of the court. And so I write a letter to the court and I say, this is why I'm innocent. And so now my words are written in their English. And so when I go into the court, they have to accept my testimony because now I'm speaking English. And I'll even tell you, I can show you. There's a film, Bogart, Humphrey Bogart. It's called. Bogart even says, "Yeah, I can speak English when it's required." Why does he say that? This goes back to the 1940s. He's saying, "Yeah, I can speak English when it's required because speaking English is what the court does. The court speaks English." And so what you have to do is you have to write a letter to the court and that you're deposing yourself. You're saying this is my testimony in
I did
English.
all that. I wrote my affidavit of truth to change my status from somebody that they think that they know I am to somebody that I know I am.
That's where you
And
went
then
wrong.
after I wrote then after I changed my status from their fucking little play thing that they were trying to do on me with their fucking false claims, then I wrote the fucking, then I filed the motion of the
That
default
status
motion,
thing. That
the
status
default
thing.
motion. Yeah.
Yeah, where have you learned that from? You inadvertently committed fraud when you did that.
No.
You did. What you want to operate in is the right capacity. And again, you want to flip the script. You don't need to be in a position of providing evidence. You want them to show proof of claim that you were operating in some kind of capacity that obligated you.
Yeah, but my change of status didn't have anything to do with the crimes that they are trying to
don't confuse status with
impose on
capacity.
me.
Don't confuse
Yeah, I
status
know.
with
But what
capacity.
they were trying to do is they were trying to
it's
take
about
me out
burden
of
of
my
proof.
own fucking capacity. They were trying to make their public defender that I didn't even agree to, my license or my attorney, my power of attorney, so that like I tried to say no, that's not, I don't, that I was not consenting to the public defender. So all of a sudden they were trying to force this public defender on me. And I wasn't necessarily claiming pro se, but I was trying to exercise my right to my own defense. So basically, the only reason why they weren't accepting my lawful paperwork is because legally they were saying that she was the fucking my power of attorney and that I couldn't turn in my own paperwork unless she was the one that did it, because she's the one that's running my case and shit. And I had to fucking tell them no, that she's not running my case. So basically, it wasn't to change the status from anything that had to do with my case, other than it was to change the status from what they thought I was, which was somebody that has a power of attorney, to somebody that doesn't have a power of attorney. Basically, all I did.
Yeah, but in every court of law, you're allowed to be your own. You're allowed to act as your own attorney. And so, as long as you write a letter beforehand,
Well, wait until they try to buffalo you, and then when you try to freaking file your paperwork, the court doesn't even recognize your paperwork, and they use the attorney that they tried to force onto you as the excuse as why you can't file your own lawful paperwork, when you should always have a right to file your own lawful paperwork.
Yeah, if you're at that stage, you already lost the game. You shouldn't even be doing anything with paperwork with them.
Yeah, I shouldn't have ever freaking had a public defender. I shouldn't have never even had a court date. I should have never even went to their bullshit.
That's right. The only thing
is that they come into my home and fucking take me out of it, and my neighbors would think they were legit.
Okay,
so on top of it,
that's where the rubber.
I never accept public defenders, but I was talking with a dude that wanted that he was helping me out with some things, and we were talking about using the public defender as a fucking appealable issue. And then by the time it was too late, I had already been fucking basically trying this. You know, it was I'm protesting the public. I'm protesting public defender's office. I'm protesting the Nevada State Bar. I'm protesting the state bar in general.
Oh yeah,
by
you know
doing
the
all
public defender. You know the public defender works in the same office as the prosecutor.
Yes, I know.
You're
I know.
actually falling for
You
a
know,
pit
I'm
trap when you do that.
By
And here-
accepting the public defender, I was taking on the burden of protesting them. I'm trying to show that they do not work for you, that they do try to buffalo you, that they work mostly for the state, that their only obligation, their only true obligation is to the fucking state that they're employed by, because they are state agents. They're not your private
That's why
attorney. They're not your hopeful.
I always called them and told them this is my side of it, and gave them my side of things, which was my deposition, which means now I am legally able to speak English in your court. My deposition would stand as my English speaking, so they couldn't then turn around and say, well, you can't speak English here. So the judge had to hear me when it came time.
When it comes for me, I want to be an idiot because I don't know their court shit. I'm not trained in their court ways. I'm not they're licensed anything. I don't have
you have to speak
training
English
in their
you have to speak English in their court.
I want to be an idiot because then they can't say that I was fucking that I knew better, that I was trained in their procedures and that I failed to act upon their procedures. That's something I don't want them to be able to claim. If they want to claim that I'm an idiot, then
yeah, you just need to be not a party to their business. Their little McDonald's.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, but this is what everybody's trying to say. If you can try to not be a party to their own business, but you better think about like leaving the country, the area that you're actually at, because they will come with 50. They will come with 50 goons if they have to.
No, not true. Don't say that. Don't assume that that's the case at all.
They come without warrants. They come without probable cause. They come in the night. They come to kick your door in.
That's just your fear talking at the moment.
Well, yeah, it's easy. It's easily feared. It's an easy fear to assume could happen to you in the state of the United States of America.
Listen, just get it clear, okay? That the first thing that you want to get them to get clarified with you is that if there's a breach of contract somewhere, that you're a man of honor and you want to honor your contracts. Just show me that I breached a contract so I can make up for my wrongs, right?
And I did that.
And just keep putting the onus on them. That's all you got to do.
I asked them to show probable cause and they defaulted.
Probable cause is their jurisdictional bullshit.
I know, but the latch is incurred. They failed to state their claim. I asked them to show me where I caused them harm, and they could not do that.
Okay, so if they
failed to do that,
if they can't show you that there was a breach of contract and there was an injury, some kind of injured party at said time of accusation.
No, there was an injured party. I actually did shove somebody, but the only problem was it was a defense. It wasn't unlawful with criminal intent, and then with the intent to cause harm. It was not a shove with the intent to cause harm. It was a shove out of defense where a guy was threatening me and walking at me, telling me that he was going to stuff the object I had in my hands.
Was that individual making a claim against you?
No.
So we're not. That's over with. It's the state, right? So you want the state. If the state is making, which is just an invisible thing, you actually want a individual. You want to ask for your accuser, the individual that is making a claim against you that you caused loss, injury, or harm.
Habeas corpus.
Yeah, habeas corpus to appear and present it.
Yeah, they'll have that public service agent appear.
You want to settle this dispute right now. You want to make good on it. We don't even need to go to court. If I did some wrong, I want to settle it right now. Let's do it.
Oh, I know. I told them in my motion. Yeah, I wrote a really nice motion. Probably nicer than most of the people in the United States of America do.
Again, that's their legal world of corporate fiction. Use
I
your
know,
lips.
I know, I know.
Use your lips. Stand as a man, as a real live man, and ask for a claim against you. Something
I know.
non-fiction, right? And if they can't
but
do
good
that,
guru, this is okay. I got the fucking emails where the public service agent's saying that when they get me into their custody, that they'll be bounding me, gagging me, and medicating me. That's cruel and unusual punishment. That's not just getting taken to the jail like other people.
Yeah, but you can't stand on that. You can't stand on that because that doesn't happen until it happens. So you can't say it's cool and unusual.
Oh, I know. There's always that. Yeah, there's always that. But no, you don't. You don't go when you're threatened. You do not go towards a threat, no matter how much tacit consent you think that they can put on me. I'm not going towards their fucking shit. No.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you there.
They can have all the tacit consent thoughts that they want about my fucking ass, but I'm not. No, I'm not going to. I'm not getting. I might not ever return to my home again in my lifetime because
it's really simple. You gotta on the record when you do that, get them. They don't want to admit that you're a slave on record. They don't want to do that. That scares the shit out of them because, again, if the public starts getting wind of that, right? Revolution in 10 minutes. That's the biggest ace card.
Yeah, if you can show them that you got some sort of clout, they won't dare convict you. They won't dare.
Oh, I know, but clout is the best way. The public opinion. The court of public opinion is the strongest court in the land because it is the public. So when people, like when Michigan Constitutional Crusader got arrested, the chief of police said, "Fuck your rights." And when people heard the chief of police say that, they were like, "Oh, fuck no." There was thousands of people calling in. I can't remember which, it might have been San Joaquin Valley Transparency that showcased this video. Or it could have been John Phelaks, maybe James Freeman. But one of the bigger channels showcased Michigan Constitutional Crusader's video. And I think it was his very first arrest video. And he got hella help from the public, from the people. A lot of, thousands of people probably called in about it, If 1,000 people called in and fucking said, we've seen the videos, we've seen, you guys were threatening him, you guys actually attacked him. What you're claiming is stalking is not fucking stalking. It's you didn't even put one unlawful claim in your fucking thing. They would fucking start dropping my charges.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
If they're convinced that they got more to lose, it's all about money. If they got more to lose and it's a liability to continue to pursue your case, then they'll drop it.
Yeah.
You got to think in terms of business, right? That's all it is. It's a mafia game.
Yeah.